Oh, I'm excited. If this is another echo, it's so big. Let's see. What is so big? It's too much. How do they get anything done? Sensing doubt, shall we proceed with the directive, Amicus? Is that a computer? Amicus. I don't know. Are you sure they're level 5? Data from mission 32C5193 indicates primate species with level 5 intelligence. And... Yeah, I get it, thanks. Most recent data indicates that all uplift attempts failed. Figures. Why did we try to uplift here in the first place? Sensing doubt, shall we proceed? Name of the planet. Earth. Location of Romanus uplift? The city of Rome, in the state of Italy. Is the probe there? It has arrived. Give me a visual. Zoom in. That doesn't look like Adastra at all. Reminder that uplift failed. Ruins of uplift attempt remain. Show me the ruins. Showing a Roman forum. Sensing doubt. Shut up, please. The hell are they even saying? That's not the language. It's all messed up. Sensing. That creature there. They are called humans. Get closer. It's a human? Collecting data. He appears to be a young male human. Have you located the directive? Yes. It's hard to believe that I'm actually here. After years of fantasizing about it, I'm in Rome. I've been bouncing around with my friends like an idiot all day. Yeah, I look like a total tourist, but this is what I've been saving up for the past 2 years. A whole semester in Rome with a study abroad program. All the conversations I've had with my parents about what a waste of money it would be evaporates from my brain as I take in the view. We only have a few hours, so we move from Forum to Palatine Hill, and then finally to a nearby disco where I get just a little drunk. Before I know it, it's 2 in the morning, and somehow my friends and I are able to stumble to a taxi that takes us back to our apartments. I walk unsteadily through the darkness, glad that I have the place to myself for now. Apparently, my group was the first to arrive, and my assigned flatmates won't be here for a few days at least. I open the door to my room and move my hand along the wall. I stumble in and sit on my bed, bouncing happily for a moment. I think about going onto the balcony, but I've been walking all day and it feels nice to be sitting down. Plus, it might not be a great idea considering the state I'm in right now. Still, just knowing the magic of the city is just outside my window is gonna make it hard to sleep. I sigh happily and look around my little room. Actually, I'm told that it's kinda big by this city's standards. It's still a little bare since I just moved in today. I basically just dropped my suitcases next to the door before running out again. I glance at them, but decide I'm way too tired right now to unpack. I'll get it tomorrow. In the meantime, I just lay back, smiling in the afterglow of today's excitement, and tomorrow I'll get to see even more. Damn it, I need to calm down. No way am I gonna have the energy I'll need tomorrow if I'm up all night. I've got the whole semester, and on top of that, school doesn't actually start for another 2 weeks. There's plenty of time. Just relax for now, and enjoy it. With that thought in my head, I start to drift off. Something moves. I lay there in the dark, wondering if I dreamed it. I had been dreaming, even though I can't exactly remember what it was about. Something about a portal, maybe? I listen for a while, but there's no other sound, just the occasional soft whoosh of a car passing by outside my balcony.
I shift around a little. The suffocating humidity is making the sheets stick to my skin, and I wonder if maybe there's a fan in the closet? I finally sit up in bed, realizing that there's no way I'm going to fall back to sleep like this. I could at least try sliding over the balcony door. I'm not sure that'll do me any good. Worth a try, I guess. I groggily slide out of bed and try to slide the glass door open, but it doesn't budge. I struggle for a few more seconds before sighing and moving towards the door to find the light switch. My feet slide along the semi-cool wooden floor, which feels great, while my hands stretch out in front of me, searching for the wall. Right then, I remember I was woken up by noises, and I imagined some intruder standing there in the dark, waiting for me to bump into him. Feeling the hairs stand up at the back of my neck, I quicken my pace and find the wall, fumbling around until I quickly glance around the room, relieved that it is empty. My parents had warned me about the crime rate here. While the city is technically safe in terms of murder, robberies, and muggings, in terms of murder, robberies and muggings are apparently pretty common. I had shrugged it off at the time, but now that I'm alone, I make my way to the balcony looking for the lock before finally seeing that there's a latch near the top of the door. I unhook it and slowly slide the door open. I'm disappointed to find the air wafting from outside is almost as stuffy as the air inside. Still, I take a moment to stare out at the lights of the city for a while. Even though I'm more interested in the ruins, the city itself is undeniably beautiful. Nothing like my hometown. That's when I notice that there's a strange smell in the air, like burning rubber. I stick my head out a bit further, looking around for the source, but I see nothing. Maybe that's normal here? I look back at the clock on the wall, 1 a.m. I sigh and shuffle back to bed, only realizing that I've left the light on once I've already fallen back first onto the covers. I sigh and will myself to get up, but the tiredness has returned to the heavy humidity. The heavy humidity is almost like a warm blanket pressing down on me. I close my eyes. I'll get up and turn it off in a second. I just need to rest my eyes for a bit. Just for a bit. Something moves again. And there's another smell in the air. A good smell this time. Something floral. It reminds me of lavender. And that's when something hard and sharp presses into my left eye socket. Oh my Jesus, just above the eye. Doesn't really hurt, but it shocks me awake. Holy tits, who the fuck is this? Who the fuck is this person? It leans over me, something shiny in its grip while it's pulling back from my head. I kick it with both feet, hitting the thing leaning over me in its body. At a pole. It lets out a surprised grunt, stumbling back and falling on its rear while I scramble back on my bed, pressing myself against the wall. Almost immediately, it scrambles back up, revealing its massive build and masculine shape. He adjusts his cape and smooths back his fur before rubbing at his chest, giving me an odd look. Then he fixes a smile back on his face. Hey! I stare. That's all I can do is stare. He stares back at me for a moment, then clears his throat. Hello! The space above my left eye throbs, and it sounds like I'm hearing two things at once from the same voice. Do you understand? Again, the bizarre twitching in my eye and my brain hearing two things at once. I feel like I'm going to be sick. The room shifts and swirls a bit, then slowly starts to settle again. The twitching in my head turns to a dull throb. I'm having a nightmare. Do you understand me? I stare at him and he stares back. I don't know if the chip is working. What? Well, he can speak. Can you understand me? When am I gonna wake up? Keeps staring at me and automatically I respond to him. Yes? Good. Seems it's finally working now. They take a moment to adjust to the host brain. I struggle to keep up with his words. I'm still hearing what he's saying. It's almost Italian with inflections of rolling R's, but at the same time it's definitely not Italian. Still, I can understand what he's saying, like he's speaking my own language at the same time. It makes it hard to concentrate. What is your name? Oh, yes. Last time we gave a name was Benjamin Harrison. So technically we should do Grover Cleveland again, but we're not doing Grover Cleveland again. It's the same guy, even though he was elected to 2 non-consecutive terms of office. So next would be William McKinley. So we are William? I'm pretty sure we've already done a character named William before. Fuck it. William! My name is William. His expectant look almost forces the answer out of my mouth. William. William, beautiful. I am Amicus. The confusing double language I was hearing is starting to fade, and now only my own language comes from his mouth. It's odd, the words not quite matching up with his lips. What's even more distracting are the massive canines that continue to flash behind those lips. I need to get the hell out of here. Dream or not, I don't like the look of the teeth or the claws on this thing. Is the lingua having troubles again? I don't respond, instead glancing at the door just to the right of behind this Amicus. He frowns. Come, you told me they're level 5, I can't even speak with it. Takes me a moment to realize he's not talking to me. I hear a soft chatter coming from the wolf, like he's talking to him from a phone, but I can't see anything. Yeah, well, he kicked me in the chest! Amicus rubs his chest with a frown, more muffled speaking. Of course I didn't, he just up and kicked me! He's looking at me like he has no idea... More muffled speaking interrupts him. Oh, wait, what? Are you serious? Now he looks pissed, and I press myself harder against the wall, trying to work up the courage to make a break for the door. Wait, so you're always offering me opinions on my mood, but you couldn't offer me that? More muffled babbling, but the wolf thing interrupts it with a snarl. Well, what the hell do I do now? His lips are drawn back, and now I have to have a real good view of those canines. I stare wide-eyed at them, and that's when he seems to notice me again. He readjusts his expression into a smile, but I can still see a fang poking out. Hey, listen! Something about the way he acts, his expression, his demeanor. He's so... human. Could you come with me outside real quick? For some reason, the realization of this humanness makes me absolutely positive that this is a dream. This must be a character from a game or movie that I'd seen. I shake my head slowly at him. Please? I just stare, still waiting to wake up. I've had dreams where I couldn't wake up before, but this is one of those. I remember reading somewhere that if you aren't sure you're dreaming, you can plug your nose. If you can still breathe, then it's definitely a dream. But I remain frozen against the wall. The massive wolf sighs. And his paw suddenly moves to his waist. I only have a moment to see some sort of device with multicolored lights before he moves and my entire body seizes up and things go black. My body feels strangely numb. It's like when I wake up with a dead leg or arm, except right now it's my entire body. The only thing I can really feel is a sharp, cold pain behind and above my left eye. I try to wiggle my fingers and hands, wondering if I'm having some sort of sleep paralysis. They move. At least I think they do. Everything's so dark. Am I still in the apartment? Usually there's a little bit of light coming from the balcony because of the street lamps, but everything is pitch black. I start to feel a little panicky, both from the numb feeling and also the idea that I might have gone blind somehow. I try to remember what happened last. Did I go out somewhere? Maybe a club? The disco. Did I take something? I start to push myself up, and that's when I feel something soft under my hands. Something very hard under it, like concrete. I'm definitely not in a bed right now. Now I'm really starting to panic, wondering if I've been kidnapped. Get on my hands and knees, thankful that at least the numb feeling is going away. I'm also relieved to find out that I'm not blind. I see a soft glow of light outlining what's roughly the shape of a door in front of me. I open my mouth, about to call out before I force it shut again. I have no idea where I am or how I got here, but I'm not liking the signs. My head throbs a little, and I close my eyes tight, trying to steady my breathing, listening to my heart pound. I definitely got back to my apartment, and I remember going to bed. Then I remember. My eyes fly open. Remember that wolf creature staring at me with those blue eyes. And those teeth! Oh my god, there's no way. There's no fucking way. I open my eyes and stare at the soft light, trying to listen. There's a constant hum of some kind, a whirring of a large machine. It's gentle and almost soothing, but it makes me think that I'm in some sort of vehicle. But I don't feel anything, no bumps or turns. I slowly crawl towards the door, listening as hard as I can for voices or movement, anything that might tell me that someone's nearby. As I get closer to the door, I do hear something, a type of beeping and chirping. I stay in that position what feels like a solid 15 minutes, not hearing anything anymore. I think about trying to open the door, but I realize that might not be a great idea. I still don't know if that wolf is real. I know he isn't real. What's more likely is that someone slipped something into my drink and I hallucinated everything. I'd laughed off my parents' warnings that tourists are vulnerable in Rome, and now that doesn't seem so crazy. Someone had drugged me, followed me to my apartment, and then kidnapped me. I need something, a weapon, before I try opening the door. I feel like I'm in a closet of some kind, so there's probably something here I can use. Slowly, I get on my knees and start moving forward, waving my hands out in front of me. If I can find the shelves, then I can feel around for something solid, and my hand sweeps what feels like a box, and what follows is a clang of metal as something falls to the floor. I cringe, squeezing my eyes shut as the sound echoes around the room I'm in. I kneel there in complete silence, stunned. And that's when the light spills over my body, followed by a large shadow. Oh hey, you're awake! Did you know he was awake? Yes.
Yes, for approximately 0.2 hours.
I swear to the gods, why are you so useless? I sit there, not having turned around, but the shadow gets bigger as I feel him looming over me. I get a whiff of lavender. Finally, I slowly turn my head and see the wolf. Oh god, we're in space! He towers over me, his broad muzzle pointed down so he can look me right in the eye. While his size and general demeanor are intimidating, his eyes are warm and friendly. It doesn't really matter to me right now as I realize I hadn't been dreaming or hallucinating either. But the dream hallucination is ongoing. The wolf moves towards me and I immediately scoot back until the shelves behind me dig into my spine. I vaguely noticed the metal thing I'd knocked over. It's a polygon-shaped thing with a long cord running out of it.
Remember, the human doesn't know anything about it.
Galaxius.
Proceed with caution.
The wolf's ears flick before he visibly tries to write his expression into a smile. Hello, human. Sorry, I mean, William, right? Again, I get caught up in watching his movements of his mouth counter to what I'm hearing in my brain. Then I notice he's waiting, watching me intently. I open my mouth, then close it, then nod. The wolf then still stares at me, seeming not to understand. Right? The silence stretches on until I finally force myself to speak. Yes. It comes out in barely a whisper. Great! So now that we understand that, I can tell you that I am from Star Stella Vita, very far from here. The wolf sets his paws far apart, his eyes wide as he emphasizes the distance. He's talking to me in a way that one might to a very dumb 2-year-old. I live on a moon called Adastra. Do you know what a moon is? You live on what's called a planet. I stare at him for a moment, almost offended despite my continuing shock. Amicus smiles gently. A moon is I know what a moon is. Amicus blinks at me. We have one. My words feel automatic. Actually, everything feels like it's on autopilot right now. Oh, well, I didn't know that. That's great. There's an awkward silence as the two of us stare at each other. The initial fear is wearing off. I feel that if this alien is meaning to hurt me, he would have done so by now. At least, for now. Amicus rubs his paws together, nervously. Are you hungry? He motions at his mouth, then rubs his stomach while licking his lips. Again, gestures and expressions I have no trouble interpreting. The only alien thing about him is his appearance. I don't know. The wolf frowns, almost looking frustrated. His slow speech gets even slower. Well, why don't we give it a try, then? I guess my answers don't exactly make me seem intelligent, but I don't know how else to respond. Why don't you come out onto the deck with me? I'll make something. Amicus gives an exaggerated "come on" gesture with both of his paws as he walks backwards straight into the wall as he misses the door. Oh, yeah, let's go, human. He rubs the back of his head with a wince before turning and walking out the door. I stare at the open door for a moment before slowly getting up and following him, walking over a brown shag rug and the soft thing I'd been laying on. That's when I'm standing in the middle of what looks like something straight out of a sci-fi movie. It's small and cramped, but the amount of unfamiliar glowing technology is almost overwhelming. Glass panels cover almost every inch of the walls around me, displaying images and characters that I can't even come close to understanding. Straight ahead of me are large windows looking out into a blackness dotted with specks of light. Specks of light. I'm in a spaceship. Where the hell is he taking me? Amicus is over to my right side, messing with what I can only describe as a large espresso machine growing out of the side of the spaceship. He's holding a cup under his nozzle, ducking down a little to stare at the opening. He notices me looking. Takes a while to warm up. I have to warn you, it's not very good. But it's probably better than most what you eat on your moon planet, I mean. Just as he's talking, a very thick globule of brown sludge shoots out of the nozzle, half of it missing the cup. God damn it. The wolf hastily moves the cup to catch the rest of it while reaching over with his other paw to snatch a rag from a hook on the side of the machine. Sorry, this thing is near broken. Do you want to sit down? He nods his head over to one of the two seats in front of the windows. Just, don't touch any of the bright lights, okay? I make my way over in front of the deck, still waiting to wake up. I stand beside the seat, reaching out to touch the soft red bristles of the helmet and the wings on the sides. This only enforces the feeling that I'm hallucinating or dreaming. There's a strange Roman influence to Amicus in the ship, one that's almost cartoonish. Has my obsession with Rome gone too far? I can just imagine myself in some Italian hospital right now, babbling about Roman wolf aliens. Go on and sit. Amicus plants himself heavily in the seat next to mine, holding 2 cups of what looks like brown sludge. He holds one out to me. I take it gingerly before sitting down. Looking into the cup, the food has a consistency of look with half-melted chocolate ice cream. Except it's warm and smells like dirt, like literal mud. I scrunch my nose up at it, which Amicus notices. Yeah, it's not the best. I actually had some good food that I brought along with me, but I ate it all before I got here. The wolf shrugs, then settles excitedly into his seat. So tell me about where you're from. What's life like on Earth? It's okay. Okay, well, what's your occupation? I'm a student. Oh, what discipline? I try to adjust to the surreal feeling of talking to this wolf. I don't know yet. I was looking into history, Greek and Roman studies. It seems confusing to him for some reason. Do you have an emperor? What's he like? I catch myself staring at his mouth again, in the weird way his mouth is unsynced to its words. No. Then how? I interrupt him. Why isn't your mouth matching up with the sounds you're making? Huh? Even with the spaceship and alien around me, it's the weird distortion of feeling I'm watching a dubbed movie that has me most unsettled. Oh! Abacus points a finger at me to a spot just above my left eye. I gave you a lingua. It helps you understand me. I stare at him, but he doesn't offer anything more. How? Oh, well, it sort of attaches to the language center in the brain. It's very smart. It learns from the host brain and is able to interpret the 8 major galaxias and languages for them. And how does it do that? Well, our brains are structured in similar ways, at least among sapiens, so it works almost universally. Honestly, it's parental tech, so I'm not fully sure of how it works. None of us do, but it does work. Amicus continues to look at me, clearly concerned about something. But I'm concerned too. How did you get it into my brain? You know, you ask a lot of questions. I stare at him. Well, this is all kinda new to me. Should I not be asking questions? It's fine. I've just never had a child ask me questions, really. Anyway, there's a device that inserts it. I was lucky to find one left over on the ship. Inserts it. I rub the spot between my eye and my eye socket. The skin's slightly tender. Does it hurt? That should wear off after in a few hours. I stare at Amicus for a few moments, then down at my cup, feeling a bit sick. Staring at the brown mush isn't helping. Need help with that? You can eat it like this. He dips his muzzle down towards his own cup. He slicks out a long, thick pink tongue, pressing it into the sludge before cupping it up and bringing it back into his mouth. He pulls a bit of a face before smiling. Not terrible! Then he looks at me a bit closer. Wait, you do have a tongue, right? I stare back at him for a moment before settling the cup to the side of an armrest. What are you doing? Huh? What is all this? Where are you taking me? At this point, I'm starting to get over the shock. I'm also starting to get annoyed at this alien's complete disregard for basically everything to do with me. You kidnapped me, left me in a closet, you're feeding me what looks like shit, and now you're telling me you jabbed something into my brain. Amicus actually flinches at that. Does it still hurt? I can give you a pain manager. I don't really want anything from you. What is all of this? Wolf just stares at me wide-eyed. It's like he doesn't even consider me being capable of being upset. Hey, it's okay. You kidnapped me! I feel myself getting more panicked, both from the realization of what's happened and what's currently happening. No! Well, I mean, you, tased me or something. What? You electrocuted me. No, it's not electricity. That doesn't make it better. For a brief moment, I think about overpowering this wolf, somehow turning the ship around, if I can figure it out.
Sensing hostile intent. Proceed with caution, Amicus.
Amicus doesn't say anything, and I see him gripping his cup tightly. I get the odd feeling that he didn't expect me to point these things out to him. Does he think that I was unintelligent? That I was that unintelligent? Can he tell I can tell he's calculating something in his head right now, and that makes me nervous. Maybe I should have just played dumb. We stare at each other for a long while until Amicus' steely gaze forces me to look away. I choose to glance up at the ceiling, deciding to change the subject and give myself some time to just think. What is that thing? Amicus clears his throat. What? That voice. And I up at the ceiling, in the vague direction where I heard the sound coming from. That thing can apparently sense my hostile intents. Oh! Amicus looks at the ceiling too. That's Computatrum, or Com. He's pretty annoying, aren't you, Com?
I can provide diagnostics on the ship, on the mood and competence of crewmates, on...
Thank you, Com. Anyway, he's not actually a sapient. He's a program that can process language and spit out information stored in his database. Amicus pauses. I'm sorry, you probably don't understand what I'm talking about. I think I do. Artificial intelligence, maybe? I reach instinctively for the pocket of my jeans, but I remember that I left my phone on the bedside table. Amicus' eyes widen once again, and again I wonder if I should be keeping my mouth shut. Revealing how much I know seems to be some sort of trigger for him. So, have you been in space before? No. I look out the window, staring at the stars. Okay. Have your people ever been to space? No, we haven't. Do you know what atoms are? Nuclear energy, maybe? No. Oh, he's playing dumb. Okay.
Based on Nexus analysis on Earth, these statements appear to be misleading, Amicus.
I glance at the ceiling again, realizing now that I've got a constant spy above me. I look back at Amicus and we stare at each other in silence for a long moment. Then I realize how absurd all of this is. What do you want with me? Amicus just looks away, seeming to think. Well, it's part of a program on my planet to introduce new aliens to the Galaxius. What is that? It's the Greater Galactic Civilization, William. It's a gradual study to slowly introduce Earth to the idea of other sapiens. Oh. Is this happening to other humans? Yes. I contemplate this for a moment. And when you're done showing me, you'll take me back? There's a momentary pause that I don't like very much. Yes. I imagine that I'd hear these statements appear to be misleading from calm right now if you were on my side. I look up into my cup of brown sludge again. Well, to be honest, I'm not all that interested, so could you take me back now? Amicus stares at me. I've got school and a family. They don't know where I am right now. Well, I don't see. Don't you want to see the galaxy? I really think that it would be amazing for someone like you that hasn't seen it before. The wolf starts fidgeting with his paws, not looking at me, choosing to stare at the windows. He isn't wrong. It would be pretty cool to see the galaxy, but not with someone like him who kidnapped me, taking me somewhere for a reason that he isn't telling me. No, I actually want to go home right now. Amicus stares at me for a full 10 seconds before looking away. How about we wait until we get to my home, and then we can discuss it? No, take me back. I feel my heart hammering in my chest as I start to realize this alien is definitely not going to take me back. I stand up, and Amicus flinches and brings his paws up to his chest as if I'm going to attack him. We stay like that for a moment. I'm breathing hard, staring down at the wolf, while Amicus stares back up at me wide-eyed. Finally, Amicus lets out a big sigh, looking back at the window. Okay, I'm going to take you back. I'm sorry. I watch him for a moment, looking for signs of sincerity, but he still won't look at me. Really? Yes. But it's complicated. We're on a trajectory for Adastra. It'll take some time for us to turn around. I keep watching him, not sure what to do. I feel like he's lying, but if he is, there's nothing we can really do about it. I'm stuck here with him, probably millions of miles from Earth, with no way of knowing how to get back. So I just stand there, arms folded tightly against my chest, staring out the window too. That's when I see a star, brighter than all the others, almost too bright to look at. Is that the sun? The what? Is that my star, my planet's star? Amicus squints in the direction I'm looking in. Oh yeah, that's your star. I can't remember the name we have for it. It's a bunch of numbers. How far away are we? Not far. We could get back there in no time. Amicus stands up next to me, seeming to stretch. So, are we going back? Yeah, just gotta do it in a way that doesn't waste too much energy. I still have to get back to Adastra after all. I stare in the direction of the sun again, my gaze slightly averted from the piercing dot. How long has it been since I was kidnapped? I wonder if my friends have alerted the school or even the authorities. How am I going to explain this? There's a movement to my right, and just as I'm turning to look, something cold presses into the side of my neck. A familiar sensation of my muscles tightening up makes me slam back into the seat. At the same time, my mind seems to wipe clean, empty. Suddenly, I'm surrounded by soft and warm gray fur. I feel like a limp blanket as I'm flopped around, my muscles like jelly. It's not a bad feeling. In fact, I kind of feel great. I would smile if my facial muscles were working. I'm laid on the ground and my arms are pushed behind me. Something starts to wind around my wrists.
Still detecting consciousness from the human. Insufficient charge used.
I used it on the lowest setting. I think I hit him with too much last time. Looks like he's mostly out anyway, though. I hear ragged breathing in my ears. My arms are jerked around. Damn it, he's more sapient than any child I've known. Sensing distress. Would you like a stress tablet, Amicus? Maybe even as intelligent as a wolf. Well, almost. I try to open my eyes, but my eyelids are too heavy to lift. My brain isn't really working either. I can't seem to focus. Padded footsteps move around my head. So when I hear what sounds like an alarm, followed by something I can't really explain, my mind startles as that deep voice starts up again. What do I do now? I've messed this up about as badly as I could have. Solutions come.
Solutions. Consider returning the human back to Earth. If no evidence is left behind, it is unlikely his statements to be believed.
Too late for that, since I just activated the stretch drive.
Yes, that was inadvisable.
Yeah, well, I don't know how advanced his species is. If he was being misleading, then that means they're spacefaring. They don't have patrols in their star system. I wanted to get out as soon as possible. You know you could have offered the solution before I did that.
You've set me to minimal interruptions.
Next solution.
Consider termination of the human and incineration of the remains through the radiation of the stench drive.
Edible, no! Next solution.
Consider taking the human to Adastra and use them as your pet as you originally planned. From there you may pass him off as less sapient. It is unlikely you will be questioned.
I don't know. He already despises me after what I just did.
Amicus.
The voice is so hard.
Alternative solutions point to a higher likelihood that the monitors will be alerted to your actions. Proceed with caution.
Come, please wipe the last 10 minutes of the conversation, and go into sleep mode until I wake you. I need to think.
Wiping memory. Entering sleep mode.
A few more moments of silence go by, and I feel a wave of fatigue. I start to fall asleep. The padded footsteps move closer to me as I feel a presence looming, and something heavy and soft rests on my forearm. I'm sorry. This was a mistake. Then I'm dragged for a short while before I come to rest on something shaggy and soft. Then silence. Then sleep. I float in a void of nothingness. Not even blackness. Nothingness. The feeling of having no sense of self. The boundaries of my being having no boundaries. It makes me panic. I'm still here, but nothing else remains. Am I all there is? I feel the borders of my sanity start to bend and break. It only lasts a moment before something massive and all-encompassing grabs a hold of me. Instantly I'm comforted, calmed by a sense of complete security. All is as it should be. I crack my eyes and open to a gray ceiling, the familiar hum of the ship in my ears. My back aches as I feel my hands bunched up underneath me, making me arch uncomfortably. The numbness isn't there like last time. Instead, it just feels like I woke up from a deep sleep. I can tell I'm back in the utility closet laying on a shag rug, but the door is open, allowing me to actually see. Slowly, I turn my head just a bit, and I'm able to vaguely make out the small deck that I'd just been in. I see Amicus in the far right, with his paws resting on the counter, with the food dispenser looking down at the panel. He's got his back to me at an angle, one foot crossed behind the other, his tail swishing back and forth while he mumbles to himself. As slowly as I can, I turn over to my side, trying not to let out a groan of relief as my back and hands are relieved of pressure. I grimace through the pain of having blood rush back into my fingers. That's when I realize my hands are tied at the wrists behind my back with a cord of some kind. The ends of it dangle through my fingers and it feels smooth and metallic. Some slow movements with my hands tell me immediately that they haven't been tied well. My left hand is fairly secure, but the loop around my right is loose. I get the feeling that if I pull hard enough, I might be able to slip it, and just like that it comes out. My shoulder jerks when I do it and I freeze, waiting to see if Amicus might notice. He goes on staring down at the panel, leaning forward to rest his chin on a fist. Cassius is probably going to figure out right away, I know it. Amicus sighs and hunches over further. I let out the breath I'm holding as quietly as I can before I start looking around, moving my head as little as possible. On the shelves are a variety of different objects that I can't identify. They all have a heavy industrial look to them, and I know that I could use any of them as a weapon. There's a long pipe-like object at the end of the bottom shelf, and I imagine hefting that in both hands, bringing it to the end and down on top of the stupid wolf's. Amicus suddenly straightens up, and I stiffen, closing my eyes. I hear the wolf move, padding in my direction. That continues until there's a pause, and I can feel his presence standing in the doorway. I crack open an eye, just a tiny bit to see what he might be doing. I get the vague image of him standing over me, looking down. "Hello? The human? William?" I don't move as I breathe as evenly as I can. "Hello?" He must know I'm awake. I can feel myself shaking from all the tension. Damn it. Amicus mumbles to himself, and he turns away, moving back towards the deck. That's when I realize that this must be the best chance to make my move. He's not going to take me back. He's knocked me out twice, and that's reason enough to do what I'm about to do. As quietly as I can, I roll over and reach out for the metal pipe. By some miracle, I manage to not clang it against the metal rack it's on. Quietly, I bring it up in both hands as I stand. It's heavy, a lot heavier than I expected, but I can manage it. I focus on the retreating wolf's back and move at a half run, my bare feet allowing me to quietly pad towards him. Despite that, I see his ears come up at the last second, his body starting to shift in a way that tells me he's about to turn around, and I swing. What happens next is something I can't explain. I aim for his head, wanting to cause as much damage as possible, not really thinking about the consequences of what might happen if I seriously injure or even kill him. But for some inexplicable reason, the trajectory of my swing suddenly dips down as if caused by some invisible magnet, making me miss Amicus's head. The strange force doesn't lessen the power of my swing, though, and it carries through and lands with a hard, meaty thump onto the side of the wolf's thick neck. Ah! Amicus cringes, both paws moving to cover the back and side of his neck, dropping into a crouch. He looks back at me, his eyes wide and wild, an expression that sends a shot of fear into my body. I suddenly see him as a wild animal, a wild, scared, and very angry animal. I raise the pipe again over my head to bring it down on the head I just missed, but Amicus is fast. He leaps up from a crouch in an upward-forward motion straight into my chest. I wheeze, but manage to stay on my feet as the wolf carries me backward and slammed against the wall of the deck. Amicus snarls into my face, teeth bared, one eye wincing shut. I struggle, but there's no way. He handles me like a rag doll, like a toy. This must be how someone feels during a wild animal attack, completely helpless, suddenly wondering why evolution left us so damn defenseless. "What the hell are you doing? Ugh!" Amicus yells at me as he lets go of one of my wrists to put a paw to his neck, cringing as he does. "Fuck!" I struggle with my freed hand grabbing Amicus's face and trying to gouge his eyes and nose. The wolf immediately lets go of his neck and grabs the pipe. He wrenches it away, and I try to hold on and nearly get lifted off my feet. He swings it one way, then violently in the other direction, throwing me to the floor of the deck as I lose my grip on my weapon. Amicus advances on me as I lay flat on my back, staring up at him, wide-eyed, realizing how big of a mistake I've made, thinking I could even handle a 7-foot-tall, muscle-bound wolf. I wonder if he's going to come at me with a pipe, but he throws it to the side. He starts to lean over me, still snarling. "You little prick! This time I'm going to bind you up to your shoulders. How does that sound?" He grabs up one of my arms, trying to pull me up, but I go limp. "Get up! Otherwise I'm going to make you!" He grabs my other arm. That's when I notice his wide stance over me and a particular bulge between his legs. I hardly think about it, drawing one foot back as I launch it as hard as I can into his crotch. I feel a distinctively soft form get flattened under my foot as it gets trapped between the force of my kick and the substantial weight of Amicus's body. If there was any doubt in my mind that this male alien would be affected by any differently compared to a male human, his reaction quashed it. Amicus freezes, eyes wide, hunching over me even further while his thighs snap together, trapping my foot. We both stay frozen for an awkward length of time as I stare at what I've just done. And that's when I see the device hanging on his waistband, the one that he'd been using to knock me out. I struggle to pull my foot free as the surprisingly tight embrace of his thighs, while at the same time pulling my hands out of his now limp grasp. I reach for his waist, grabbing the device. Amicus, probably distracted by the unexpected nut shot, doesn't seem to notice that I finally yank my foot free. As I stumble to my feet, the alien half-heartedly grabs at me, and I struggle against his paws before reaching over his red cape and pulling it over his head. Amicus finally stumbles back, one paw flying to his crotch, the other one struggling with his cape as he stays bent over, mouth hanging open and his eyes wide, making a weird gasping sound like he was holding his breath. I look at the device in my hands, desperately trying to understand how to use it. A glass panel takes up most of the face of the device like a phone, but two metal prongs stick out on the end. I frantically push at the screen, and it comes to life, displaying a vertical bar. About a tenth of it is filled up from the bottom with a light blue color. I push at it with my thumb, waiting for something to happen, for electricity to start arcing between the prongs or something. Instead, the bar fills with the slide of my thumb. I push it all the way up until the color turns a dark violet. I hear a snarl and see Amicus finally tear the cape off before he comes at me again, one paw still over his crotch, the other reaching out for me. I don't have time to think. I just duck under the approaching paw and press the prongs as hard as I can into his body. It sinks into his stomach and I hear the wolf make a huff sound into my ear. There's a pause as nothing seems to happen, then I press harder and squeeze the device into its result is instant. There's no sound, but Amicus's body seizes violently, shaking as if he's having a seizure. The muscles in his stomach tense hard and push the device back out a few inches. I hold it there, not wanting to let up in case it isn't enough, in case he'll just recover and come at me again. After a few seconds, the wolf's seizing and shuddering stops on its own. I start to pull back and get a glimpse of Amicus's face. His muzzle hangs open, foam and drool hanging from his chin, his eyes rolling back in his head. It's a scary sight, so I try to back away and Amicus comes with me, the contact of the device having been the only thing keeping him balanced. His weight takes me down, and the next thing I know is I'm flat on my back struggling to breathe as Amicus's incredible weight crushes me into the metal deck. He practically envelops me into his soft, furry body, his big head resting on my chest. I stare down at him, watching as his black lips and eyelids twitch, his tongue hanging out as it makes a weird snorting sounds. I gasp and strain as I spend the next minute working myself out from under him, grimacing at the foamy drool smears on my chest. Finally, I manage to break free from his dead weight and crawl a few feet away, spending a few moments catching my breath. I look back at his still twitching form, his rump stuck slightly up in the air. I wonder how long I have before he wakes up. There's a long, shiny, thin cord around my left wrist as I start to work at the knot. It's a strange material, smooth and metallic, yet it bends as easily as rope. It's a pain in the ass getting it undone, though. It's like the dumb wolf just put as many knots into it as he could. He probably had no idea what he was doing, and now it makes sense why I was able to get it out so easily. While I'm undoing the mess, I keep looking over at him. The twitches and snorts are subsiding, and I'm not sure which I'm not sure is a good thing or not. Come on. I grunt as I finally pull the last tangle out, straightening the metal rope thing out of both of my hands. Look between it and the knocked out wolf in front of me, giving my head a little shake. What the fuck is even happening? I get to work, planting my butt on Amicus's as I pull both of his paws behind his back. I have some difficulty keeping my balance as I lift his heavy arms and still start winding the rope around his wrists. I'm not exactly an expert at tying hands behind backs either, but I feel far more confident in my work than Amicus ever should have on his own. I guess his carelessness makes some sort of sense considering I'm a tiny human and he's a giant canine. He probably thought he'd just be able to toss me back into the closet if I got free. I look over my satisfied with how neat and tight the binding is. I shift and almost slide off the wolf's ass, forcing me to put my hands back and steady myself on his thighs. They're thick and heavily muscled, and that makes me realize there also might be a problem. While binding his arms is a start, I have no doubt in my mind he'd be able to take me out with a few nasty kicks. I stand up and start looking around for more of that rope, but that's when I notice something strange happening outside the windows. Thin streaks of white light stretch and bend, moving slowly as front before arcing in long lines to the sides and disappearing from sight. I stare, mesmerized, then suddenly feel sick at the sight. I avert my eyes, looking at the wall while I watch the strange lights show out of the corner of my eye. Are those stars? Are we in some sort of wormhole, or what is it called, hyperspace? I start to get the feeling that I'm very, very far from Earth now, which makes me feel even more sick. I want to keep my mind off of it, so I set about searching the deck for more of that metal rope, trying to ignore that we might be moving at the speed of light into the depths of space. I don't have much luck. Most everything in the ship is flush to its surface with very few moving parts. I end up going back to the utility closet, and that's when I see the metal polygon with a long cord sticking out of it, the one I'd knocked off the shelf earlier. I lean over and pull at it, deciding that it should hold, even if it's more plasticky and not metal. 5 minutes later, and I have his legs bound together. I search around for the taser for another minute before finding it pinned between Amicus's chest and the deck. I'm hot and sweaty as I finally sit against the opposite wall, staring at the face-down wolf and his bindings. I weigh the taser in my hand, going over scenarios in my mind for what I'm going to say to him when he wakes back up. Ugh. I'm not sure how long it takes, maybe an hour, maybe 2, before Amicus starts to stir. First he groans and he rolls over a few times, and draws up his bound legs before trying to work his paws free. Finally he opens his eyes, and because he's on his side, I'm the first thing he sees. He squints, frowns, then groans again, turning over onto his stomach. His stomach! What the hell? I clear my throat and swallow, trying not to show how nervous I am. Yeah, what the hell? You tased me again. What? Amicus turns his head to look at me again, then looks away, letting out another groan. Oh, my stomach, what did you do? Exactly what you did to me. I hold up my taser, turning it into light so the wolf can fully see it. Amicus stares at it for a moment before letting his face fall back onto the floor on the deck. Fuck! Yeah, fuck! I feel like I'm on fire. Did you use it at full power? What the hell is wrong with you? Despite my fear and anxiety over the entire situation, I'm able to feel indignant. Me? You did the same to me, then lied to me, then tased me again, then tied me up. You're crazy! I would never use full power on anyone! Ugh! Amicus seems to ignore my rant as he rolls onto his back, arching over his tied paws, probably stretching out the muscles that I had hit with the taser. I wait a while longer, listening to his grunts, groans, and complaints as Amicus continues to whine. I'm not that stupid, though. I can tell he's stalling for time, trying to figure out a way to get out of this. I stand up. Take me home! Amicus opens one eye, glaring at me. What? I said take me home! Amicus goes quiet for a moment, his eyes closed, then he forces himself to sit up, visibly cringing as he's forced to use his stomach muscles. He scoots back with more complaints until he plants his back against the wall behind him. I see his shoulders shift, his biceps bulging, and can tell that he's working and testing the restraints. I raise the taser. Stop moving or I'm gonna hit you again. Fuck off. I move towards him, brandishing the taser like a sword. Hey! Amicus kicks his feet up, trying to block my attack. I see real fear in his eyes. Then stop moving and tell me how we will get back. I don't really want to shock him again. He did look really painful, and on top of that, I don't want to knock him out for hours while our little ship is hurtling through space. Amicus glares at me for a moment, his feet still in the air before he slowly lowers them. I'll show you if you let me go. I actually laugh, and then it seems to startle the wolf. Are you kidding me? Why would I trust you at all after what you've done to me? Amicus's ears flatten. Tell me where the hell you're taking me and why, otherwise I will zap you again. He seems at a loss for words. I can't tell you. I glare for a moment. I consider just jabbing him again right then and there. Why not? Then the wolf remains silent as he looks away from me. I feel myself getting even more angry. I'm tired of this alien holding me hostage. Well, I guess I just have to figure it out on my own then. Tell me where the hell you're taking me and why, otherwise I will zap you again. He seems at a loss for words. I can't tell you. I glare for a moment. I consider just jabbing him again right then and there. Why not? Then the wolf remains silent as he looks away from me. I feel myself getting even more angry. I'm tired of this alien holding me hostage. Well, I guess I just have to figure it out on my own then. I turn away and start moving toward the front of the deck. Amicus shifts around behind me. What? You don't know the first thing about this ship, don't? The big wolf grunts as he tries to get to his feet under him. Don't touch anything! I ignore him and move to the panels, looking them over. The big one in the middle looks promising, and I start poking at it. I know I won't be able to figure out how to turn the ship around, but the wolf's worry over me touching the panels gives me an idea. I could probably mess things up to the point where he'll have to tell me what he's doing, or even how I might even be able to get back. There aren't many other options aside from torturing him, something I don't really want to do. The lines and shapes move with my finger, and Roman numerals pop up randomly here and there. Hey, what are you doing? Amicus huffs and puffs behind me as a circle appears and compresses around my finger like it's zeroed in on something. I look back to see Amicus hobbling onto his tied-together feet, looking just about ready to topple over. You have no idea what... I feel a soft vibration on my finger, not unlike a phone's haptic feedback.
Overriding sleep mode. Locked onto Stella 556425.
No! Come! Stop last directive!
Voice commands for piloting or reserve of the Emperor, Amicus.
Humans, stop! Amicus starts hopping towards me on his bound feet, and I scramble to the side so he doesn't run into me. No, no, no! The wolf stares down at the panel as I look down at the window as stars seem to curve all the way to my right, making me feel sick again, and the next thing I know... Oh, shit! The cabin is lit up by an ominous red glow. The windows suddenly tint, blocking the worst of the light. I feel the massive ball of fire right in front of the ship. The size of it is incredible.
Orbital trajectory will intersect with photosphere. Ensure safety straps are in place, making corrective maneuvers.
I only have a moment to wonder what the hell Calm is talking about before Amicus and I are thrown sideways into the left window of the ship. The impact is mostly cushioned by Amicus's body, and I hear him yell and curse under me. Move! Get in the seat! I struggle to reach out into the seat in front of me, but I can barely lift my hand. The gravity of the star is so powerful that it feels like I'm gonna suck out my soul. That it's gonna suck out my soul. Then I'm suddenly boosted up by something behind me, and I look back, the movement making me feel like my neck is gonna break. See Amicus with his back planted against the window, his feet pushing me up into the seat. I managed to grab the armrest and pull myself into it. Now the left armrest is digging painfully into my back, making it feel like as if a professional wrestler is slamming me into a backbreaker. Professional wrestling references! Hell yeah! Amicus jumps from the window high enough that his feet land against the right side of my chair. Then he jumps again, managing to wedge himself in the footwell of the opposite seat.
Heat shields are compromised. Expect heat damage to outer layer of ship in 30 seconds.
With a great deal of snarling and gasping, he pushes himself awkwardly into the seat, both feet planted against the panels in front of him for leverage. He turns to me, teeth bared, a determined look in his eyes. Look at your right armrest. Do you see the green panel between the red buttons? To the shock, I'm able to understand him and look down. Now drag your finger across it to the left. It'll steer the ship. I feel panic starting to rise in my chest at the idea of steering a goddamn spaceship. What? Just do it! Point us away from the star! I do as I'm told, sliding my thumb gingerly over the green panel, and slowly the ship turns, pointing away from the star, shifting the incredible force of gravity until it's pulling us back into our seats. Now see the lever between us. Yeah? Pull it down! Now reaching my hand out is almost impossible as it gets pulled back towards the star behind us. Gritting my teeth, I lean forward as hard as I can, practically throwing myself forward and grabbing onto the lever. Then gravity does the rest of the work, and the lever comes down hard. I lose my grip and I get thrown back into my seat. There's that alarm sound again, and it increases twofold as the moment it feels the and for a moment it feels like my entire body is being crushed into a pancake. And then the burning orange light is gone, and the deck goes black.
Running diagnostics. Amicus.
Yes, Com.
Damage to the ship is severe. Recovery mode is required.
Enter recovery mode.
Stand by.
We sit in silence for a long time sitting, but I know ship's gonna come. I sit against the seat with both feet drawn up into my chest, feeling numb and shaky. I also feel stupid, embarrassed, and kinda guilty. On one hand, I nearly just got us both killed. But on the other hand, this crazy alien almost killed me by bringing me here in the first place. At least it feels that way. I still don't know what his ultimate plan is with me. I wonder for the 100th time if I'm gonna wake up. I plug my nose and try to breathe through my nostrils. No air comes through. I sigh and look out the window at the blue globe that we found ourselves in. The star that we just escaped is far away now, and it's still an almost blinding tiny orb to my left, kind of like the sun that was not too long ago. It's lighting up all this dust that surrounds us with an eerie blue glow. It's kind of calming. I look over at Amicus and see him slumped in his chair, looking at the window. His shoulders are hunched, ears drooping, and his head down. He's on the edge of his seat because his arms are still tied behind his back, forcing him to lean forward a bit. Com hasn't spoken since we went into recovery mode, and the ship hasn't moved at all. The usual hum isn't even there. It's like everything is turned off. I finally decide to break the silence. Amicus? I see his ears flick, but he keeps his head down, not even looking at me. I swallow, then try again. Amicus. I see his shoulders rise and fall in a deep sigh, but he keeps silent. I'm about to give up and slump back in my seat when he suddenly responds. What? What's happening? The wolf turns to glare at me. What do you mean, what's happening? You broke the ship! He turns away and continues to sulk. I feel a little anger at that, and I realize that this alien isn't alien at all. He's acting just like an upset human kid that didn't get his way. He makes me a little less afraid of him. Excuse me? Do I have to go through the list of shit that you did to me? Amicus turns to me again, and I can almost see his mind working to think of some sort of comeback. Well, I think you topped it by nearly throwing us into a star, human! You shouldn't have kidnapped me in the first place, wolf! I should be calling you child, since that's what you are. Well, this child outsmarted you, zapped you, and tied you up. I see him bristle and the hackles rising in the shoulders like a dog. You could have killed me. That setting is meant for creatures 3 times my size. How was I supposed to know? I don't know anything about what's going on. I told you what's going on. You really think I'm stupid, don't you? Amicus pouts and turns away again. I think you thought I was some stupid alien that you could just take advantage of. I can tell you've been lying to me this whole time. Amicus flattens his ears even more, shoulders bunching up. Is that what you and your people do? Kidnapping and lying to everyone you meet? Now his hackles really raise up and he turns on me fast. I try not to lean back. Despite the similarities, he's still a wolf, and those teeth are terrifying. I do not lie! The wolf's righteous indignation seems to deflate. The situation is too complicated for you to understand. I glare at him. Who's tied up again? Amicus doesn't take the bait this time and remains slumped. I guess it doesn't matter now. We're probably going to die out here with how badly the ship is burned. That makes my stomach twist a bit. I want to ask him if he's just moping or he actually thinks we're going to die. But another long moment of silence stretches between us. I look out the window again at the towering clouds of dust in front of us. Well, if that's the case, then can you tell me what's going on? Amicus goes on staring out his window. I sigh and lean back, resigned to the idea that I might not ever know why I was dragged out into space to simply get stuck and die in a dust cloud. Then Amicus speaks. I made some mistakes. I glance at him, waiting, not wanting to say anything in case he stops talking. I didn't know your species wasn't part of the Galaxius. It's very illegal to make first contact without authorization from a parent. A parent? The authorities of the galaxy. I frown and Amicus looks at the confusion on my face. How can I put this simply? There are 3 levels in the Galaxius. At the very top are the parents. They arrived in our galaxy from the other galaxies to spread their culture here. Amicus's glance at me. You know that there are galaxies outside your own? Yeah. Amicus lets out a breathy chuckle. Of course, I probably should have expected that. So you must know that their intergalactic travel is incredibly advanced, almost godlike, and that's what they are, gods. There are 6 of them that are still present in our galaxy, though they rarely communicate with us these days. Then there are the siblings. That's what my species is a part of. The galaxy was scoped out by the parents at the very beginning to find the most intelligent and capable species. They each selected one, and we were the ones picked and uplifted by the Romanus. From then on, it's been our mission to spread their philosophy and culture, to uplift. I try to make sense of that in terms I can understand. So you spread their culture for them. They're like your god, and your species are like missionaries. Amicus shrugs. Yeah, sort of like that. Doesn't sound so great, especially when I compare it to things that have happened on Earth. Mass galactic assimilation. So, why are they doing this? If they got here at the same time, and did the same thing, does that mean they're working together? Amicus shakes his head. We don't really know all the reasons for what the parents do, but we compete with the other siblings. But that brings me to the rest of the sapiens in our galaxy. The children. The siblings spread their way of life to these children and bring them into our fold, under the direction of our parent. Again, they haven't told us exactly what's going on, but we came to the conclusion that it's some sort of competition, and we mean to win for our parent. So I'm a child? Well, no, not really. You're not part of the Galaxius, and that's where I've made my mistake. Like I said, it was illegal for me to contact you, but I didn't know. How did you not know that? Shouldn't you have a record of this type of stuff? That's the confusing part to me. I found Earth in the library, so there was record of it, but there wasn't much. Just a few footnotes about a sapient species there. But because that record exists, I know that your species was uplifted you to child status at some point. In Rome? Presumably. Like ancient aliens? I don't know. If that's the term you use, sometimes the species is unable to be uplifted for different reasons. Too aggressive, too docile, too unintelligent. Amicus glances at me. I thought this is what happened to your species. Then, if we've been uplifted, doesn't that mean that you were already made first contact? Yes, but you're still not part of the Galaxius. That's why I made the mistake. You should know about it, but you don't. Knowledge of other intelligent life is sacred, and for whatever reason, your species lost it. Uplift has been cancelled with species in the past, but we don't completely cut off contact. They're permanently part of the Galaxius. I've never heard of something like this happening before, so I panicked. Amicus glances at the ceiling. Wasn't able to tell me that until he connected to your Nexus. Nexus? Another word that doesn't translate. Like, the technology that connects places, people, information, the internet? If that's your word for it. So, I try to understand everything I'm being told. Why didn't you just tell me all of this before you kidnapped me or knocked me out? I see Amicus's ears flattened and he looked away, clearly ashamed. I don't know. I don't fully understand the intelligence of your species yet. I thought I could just lead you to believe things. I don't say anything as Amicus shifts uncomfortably. On Earth after you saw me. You might have gone to the authorities on your planet with that knowledge, which might have led to a monitor being alerted. Amicus answers my question before I can ask it. Monitors are basically the ears and eyes of the parents. They monitor the galaxy. And what happens then? Amicus sighs deeply. I don't know. It hasn't happened in a long time. And I don't think anyone has ever broken this law. It's one of the most important laws we're supposed to follow. Knowing I'd broken it... Amicus pauses. Scared you? Amicus shakes his head but doesn't say anything. I try to piece all this together in my head. So then you panicked and kidnapped me. It was either that or kill you. Or leave you and hope for the best, but that's a risk I felt I couldn't take. Amicus seems to shrink in his seat. And I guess I just didn't want to tell you because I knew I'd disrupted your life in a terrible way. I thought I might be able to make you forget and want to stay with me if you saw my home. But why? Why did you do it in the first place? What did you want from me? Amicus looks at me for a long time, probably debating on how much to tell me, but then turns away. I needed a pet. Excuse me? Amicus shrinks up even more in his chair. It's a very long story. I glare at the back of his head. Well, if we're going to be here for a while, then I have time. Amicus goes on staring out the window. My father was the Emperor. The throne was mine to take. But my brother has challenged me. So now we're both competing for it. Amicus looks at me out the corner of his eye for my reaction. His expression tells me I should be impressed, but learning he might be an influential figure among his people doesn't really seem too crazy after the events of the past day or so. And getting a pet will help you how? My brother has one. A sibling species, which means that his pet is on the same level as the hierarchy as us. I frown. Oh, and that's unusual? Definitely. It shouldn't even be legal, but somehow he negotiated it. He signed a contract and everything. I shake my head. So what does having a pet do? Amicus shrugs. It's a good status symbol to have. The fact that my brother was able to obtain such a prestigious pet shows his skill at negotiation and has put me at a huge disadvantage. I needed to do something even more grand to impress my father's advisor. He's the one that will choose between us. By kidnapping me? Amicus growls. That wasn't part of the plan. I thought you'd know what I was and would be amazed that a wolf had come back to your species. I was going to make a deal with you like my brother did with his pet. I wanted a sapient that no one has seen in a long time. So that's why I'm here. To be used as some pawn in some power struggle in an alien empire far away. So why can't you take me back? What if I promise not to say anything? I would take you back if I could. I realize now that would have been a better option, but I can't. Why not? First of all, the ship might be damaged beyond repair. Secondly, there isn't enough power to get back. Earth was on the outer reaches of as far as how far I could travel. I need the rest to return home. I managed to stop myself from telling the wolf that all of this is his fault and shouldn't be my problem at all. Well, can we get more power when we get to your home, then go back to Earth? No, it's a type of power that the parents produce. We're not able to harness it. Yet. So get more from them. From whatever you got the power from wherever you got the power in the first place. Amicus leans his head against his headrest. Our parent authorizes and distributes it, then takes it back when we're not on campaigns. We aren't on any right now. I feel myself growing more and more frustrated. Then how the hell are you using it now? A moment of silence goes by. This was my father's ship. Only the Emperor has consistent access to the technology. I borrowed it to get to you. I glare at him. You mean stole it? You know, you're pretty dishonest for someone who says they never lie. Another soft rumbling growl from him. Times are desperate. Ask your dad to take me back, then. If you didn't gather from earlier, he's dead. so no one has access to it right now. I'm just using up what's left. I stare at Amicus for a while, words failing me. Listen, I didn't want to do all those things I did to you. I'm protecting us both. I laugh. Oh, really? Yes. I was planning to bring you back to the palace to live a good life and forget your old one. Then you started asking those questions. I realized your intelligence is much higher than I thought it would be. Then Calm thought you might attack me. I made mistakes. Amicus lets out another huge sigh and slumps in his seat, looking away. Several minutes go by in silence, both of us staring out into the eerie blue. So, what now? What are your plans? Amicus is the one to laugh this time. Get out of these bonds, if you'd let me. I look at him incredulously. Amicus sighs. Listen, you have no idea how to handle this ship. I can at least run diagnostics to see what we can do about this. What's going to stop you from knocking me out again? If you don't attack me or hit me with the Nervo again, then I won't have to. I look at my left armrest to pick up the little taser device. This? Amicus eyes it uneasily. Yeah. How can I trust you after everything that's happened? I give you my word. I frown. And you could go back on it just as easily. I would never do that! I don't make promises lightly, William. Amicus is so indignant that I actually believe him. Or he's just a really good actor. Either way, I'm gonna have to let him go at some point, especially if we really can't get back to Earth. So I make my decision. If I let him go, you have to find a way to get me back to Earth. Amicus thinks for a moment. I can do that if I become Emperor. And how long will that take? Amicus shrugs. A few months if all goes well. With your help, it could even be faster. You're very clever. More intelligent than some wolves I know, even. Months? My parents are probably freaking out by now. School starts in a few weeks. All of these things seem so distant now. Amicus frowns. I'm sorry, but I can't do anything. I need to be an emperor to even talk to the parents. I think, but again, I don't have many options. I look Amicus in the eye. You promise? You have my word. For a moment I sit there contemplating. Then I sit up straight. Alright, stand up. Amicus perks up and hops to his bound feet, almost falling over. I'm sure to place the Nervo close behind me, just in case. A few minutes later, the wolf is free. We both regard each other warily for a few moments before Amicus finally sighs. Listen, I have no reason to incapacitate you now that you know everything, but if it makes you feel better, you can hang on to the Nervo until we get to Adastra. That a fair exchange? I look back at the little device. While I have little reason to trust Amicus, the wolf has virtually no reason to trust me. I consider it, then shake my head. Can we put it away somewhere? I'd rather just not be thinking about it. Amicus looks at me in surprise, and rubs his stomach where I jabbed him. Okay, yeah, that sounds like a deal to me. Amicus holds out his paw, and I look down at the thick black pads on his fingers and palm before picking up the Nervo and handing it to him carefully. For a moment, I imagine him immediately turning the thing around and jabbing it into my face, but instead he turns around and walks towards the back of the ship. On his way, he sweeps up his cape in one fluid motion before wrapping it around his shoulders. Then he moves to the back wall, and sticking out his paw, he presses a panel, and a small portion of the wall slides back, revealing another smaller room. From where I am, it seems like it could be a little cot and various cupboards. He opens one of these and places the Nervo inside before shutting it. He comes back out and notices me staring. That's my quarters. It's where I sleep. If you, need to urinate or whatever else you do, there's a toilet in there. I'm fine for now. I feel my stomach gurgle, something that it's been doing for a while now. I am a little hungry, though. Amicus raises a brow. You want to try it again? Sure. It's not the worst food I've ever had. The earthly smell translates into the taste, but there's a strange hint of sweetness to it. like chocolate that makes it a little more palatable. I can at least swallow it down without gagging, so that's good, I guess. Amicus has his own cup, though he's paying more attention to the panels than his food. I may have been exaggerating a bit earlier. Damage appears to be minimal. We're actually lucky that you didn't lock onto something worse like a pit. A pit? Amicus shrugs, waving his hand in the air as if brushing my question aside. A very strong gravitational singularity that sucks up everything around it. Oh, like a black hole. Black hole. Like its gravity is so powerful that not even light can escape, making it a black hole. Amicus looks at me in surprise. Oh, you know what it is? What that is? Oh, guess I should stop being surprised, honestly. You humans really are something. You've basically uplifted yourselves. I shrug. We touched on it in an Anatomy 101 class. I don't know much about them. But the fact that your species found out about them in the first place. Anyway. Amicus presses a button before suddenly the hum of the ship comes back to life.
Systems back online.
And Amicus pulls the lever and suddenly the blue disappears from the windows are filled with warping stars again. I immediately look away, feeling the chocolate mud start to work its way up my throat. We're actually almost to Adastra when you took control. Should be there fairly soon. What is this? I wave my hand to the window, not looking. The bending light? It's the stretch drive. Basically, space is being shortened ahead of us. Amicus puts a paw close together in front of himself and stretches out behind us. Amicus stretches his paws out wide. I don't really know how it works. Only the parents can build this kind of tech, and the only way I could get to Earth, or anywhere outside of a star system, really. They even figured out a way to make time stand still around us when we travel. Otherwise, way too much time would have passed back home. I'm starting to get a picture of how powerful these parents actually are, being capable of warping space and time to their will. So, how much more time?
Arriving at Stella Vita.
And just like that, the stars become still again. Amicus grins. Welcome to Adastra, William. I look out the window to see a large green and blue sphere shimmer below me. Slightly to its left is a much larger, chalky gray globe. Amicus points to the smaller of the two. That specifically is Adastra. The planet to the left is Anchorus. There aren't many people there aside from miners. I know you live on a planet, so Adastra might seem a bit small to you. I press a hand to the window and notice that it's ice cold. Looks pretty big from here. Amicus leans over the console and starts touching at the screen.
Re-entry sequence engaged.
Go ahead and put your safety straps on. Re-entry is never comfortable in smaller ships. I hurriedly do as he says, sitting down and trying to figure out the seatbelt. Eventually, Amicus has to come over and help, showing me how to strap and feeds into a slot. This automatically pulls the strap tightly across my waist and chest. As Amicus gets into his own seat, we start to curve around to the darker side of Adastra. Every now and then there's a bit of downward tug on my stomach. Stomach! Sort of like when the passenger jet I was in was landing in Rome. I'd imagine that things would rattle around along with a bunch of fire and heat like in a Hollywood movie. Instead, there's only rumbling the sound that accompanies the gentle vibration through the seat. There isn't any fire, but I do start to see blue flashes on the otherwise blank windows. I look over at Amicus and see that he's got his eyes closed, looking relaxed. The wolf opens his eyes and smiles gently at me. Don't worry, this is all normal. I realize how nervous I must look, so I nod and lean my head back in the seat. The electric blue flashes stop after a while, and then I feel one final downward pull on my body before the rumbling fades out. We sit in complete silence and darkness for a moment before I hear Amicus moving next to me. Okay, we're in the hangar right now. Just follow me into the palace. Amicus gets up, and the ship stays dark. So does the hangar. Okay, why aren't there any lights? Everyone's probably asleep. I don't want to wake him up. I get the feeling that he just doesn't want anyone to catch us, but I don't say anything. I fiddle with my seatbelt, unable to get it undone. I feel Amicus lean over me, breathing into my ear as his large paw covers mine, pressing something that releases the strap. I stand up, feeling around blindly as I hold onto the seat, only barely able to make out red bristles of the headrest in front of me. I reach out a hand. Hey, Amicus's rough paw pads envelop my hand. What's wrong? I can't see anything. Oh, can you not see in low light? Amicus starts pulling me along before I hear a soft beep and a whooshing sound. Not really. Another sound catches my attention. Crickets. You have crickets here too? At the same time, I'm hit by a wall of humid warmth, almost like walking into a sauna. Amicus puts a paw against my chest. Wait a second. Then I hear a soft thud followed by a grunt. Hello? Lean down. My eyes have adjusted a bit to the dark, and I'm barely able to make out what I think are paws reaching up towards me. I crouch down, and Amicus grabs me under the arms before pulling me clumsily off the deck of the ship. My face mashes up against his furry chest before I'm set down on my feet. Alright, so we're just going to go straight to my room. Try not to make too much noise. I start to nod, but Amicus is already pulling me along. The humidity presses down on me like a physical force, and I start to worry that I might actually have trouble surviving on this moon. It's really hot. Things will cool off once we're inside. I can hear him panting heavily as we move through the hangar. I still can't see much, just angular shapes in the darkness, but I can finally see some light ahead along with some cool, cold air. We turn a corner and I have to blink against how bright it suddenly becomes. Ah. I look around at the pillars and marble floor, the bright lights above me, and what looks like a garden complete with statues extending out to archways. At least I know Amicus wasn't lying about living in a palace. What do you think? Wow. I mean, it looks really cool, really expensive. I don't know if the last part was such a great compliment, but Amicus seems happy. Thanks. It's going to be your home for a while, so I'm glad you like it. Amicus adjusts his cape, fanning it out a little. This is only a small portion of the palace, of course. I'll show you around later, but for now I want to go to my room and dry out a little. I must look like a mess right now. The humidity doesn't do my fur any favors. I can tell Amicus is genuinely embarrassed, even if he's trying to joke, so I put my hand up to my hair. I have a little less to worry about, but I'm sure my hair is pretty crazy right now. True, that patch of fur really is something, though. The wolf reaches out and touches my hair, rubbing it between the pads of his fingers. We've made physical contact several times over the last day, but this is the first time that it really feels friendly. We stand there for a moment, just long enough for things to get awkward. Amicus pulls his hand back suddenly as if realizing what he's doing. Oh, he saved us from having to think of something to say, as we both hear footsteps coming from the hall of our right. Shit! What? Hide and be quiet! Amicus whispers loudly at me and suddenly pushes me hard back the way we came. I stumble before scrambling around the corner. The footsteps get louder as I stand up and press my back against the wall, listening. Amicus! I jump, the person almost shouting Amicus's name. Cassius? Amicus's deeper voice responds, sounding cool and collected. Where the hell have you been? The voice is higher pitched and a little more articulate than Amicus's. I start to look around the corner, then hesitate. Then I do it anyway, wanting to see who this person is. Luckily, Amicus has moved further down the room, so I'm slightly behind this Cassius guy. Oh, Jesus. I see a white wolf, quite a bit smaller compared to Amicus, but no less intimidating. Maybe even more so. I can tell by his demeanor that he's probably not a fun person to be around. But hunting, is something wrong? Hunting? For 2 days? Is that a joke? Was it that long? Yes, you were supposed to make a speech in Lux yesterday. How many times did we remind you of it? Cassius suddenly takes a deep breath. Really, Amicus, you seem to expect everyone to cover up your mistakes. I can't comprehend how you could have forgotten. I lost track of time. That's not an excuse. How do you expect to become emperor if you act this way? Amicus growls. Don't even pretend, Cass. You're probably happy I missed it.
That's ridiculous, Amicus. I only want what's best for the Empire.
Amicus opens his mouth and shuts it suddenly. No, I'm not doing this tonight. I'm tired and I want to go to bed. Cassius quietly regards Amicus for a moment, then shakes his head.
Well, Virginia went in your stead, so you have her to thank when she returns.
She's better at that sort of thing anyway.
The point was to show Lux that the next possible emperor stands in solidarity with them. Sending your sister is not a good look.
Well, walking around in undergarments doesn't look good either. You think that's how an emperor should behave?
No one's awake, Amicus. Don't be such a pop.
I'm just saying you look really small without your armor. Now that's not a good look for an emperor.
Excuse me?
What? I only want what's best for the Empire, and a little runt like you definitely isn't. They stare at each other for a long time, though I have no idea what's going on. I can almost see the electricity arcing between them. Finally, Cassius turns on his heel and stalks away, tail squishing furiously.
Good night, Amicus.
Amicus stands there for a moment, still puffed out a little before he finally deflates. Damn it! I stand quietly around the corner, waiting for Amicus to call me back. When he doesn't, I whisper at him. Amicus. His ears perk up, and he turns to me. Hey, come on. We should go before anyone else decides to show up. Okay. I can tell by the way the wolf walks, his ears slightly down, his tail almost dragging, that he's not in a good mood. You alright? Yeah, I'm fine. My brother just knows how to irritate me. I shouldn't have said that to him. We quietly walk through the marble halls, the echoing of our footsteps the only sound. Is he not supposed to see me? I just need to think of the right way to introduce you. Now isn't the best time. Is he the one that challenged you to the throne? Amicus is quiet for a moment before heaving a huge sigh. Yes, and he's really starting to turn my life upside down because of it. Sometimes I think he just sees this all as a game. We come to a stop at what looks like a door. It's completely smooth, though, made of what also looks like marble. Amicus doesn't make a move to open it. And you know, he never seemed concerned for me on my duties until after he made his challenge. That's what bothers me the most, knowing that it's all an act. I guess you're really not close with him, then? Not since we were children, no. A disturbing thought suddenly hits me. Well, you know, in Earth's ancient Rome, the place where you guys uplifted, people would kill each other over the throne, like a lot. Does that happen here? Amicus frowns. I suppose it's happened in the past, but that was a long time ago. Besides, Cassius would never do something like that. Amicus sticks out his paw and presses it to a black square on the wall. The door slides open without a sound. The rush of cool air comes from the room, and Amicus lets out a happy sigh as he steps inside. Ah, that's much better. My dad's advisor keeps the climate way too hot in the rest of the palace. I follow the wolf inside and look around. Aside from a few quirks, the room looks like it could have come straight out of a luxury hotel on Earth. Amicus sits heavily on the bed, making it squeak. He starts to strip off his clothing. Oh, God! Toilet and bath are in there. He nods and ahead at another door across from the bed, this one with a handle. Then he jabs a thumb back at a large curtain. That's the balcony if you want to get some air, though I don't know why you would in this weather. Then he points at the couch. And that can be where you sleep, if it's alright with you. I've known other aliens to prefer the floor, though. Couch is fine. I walk over to the red sofa, sizing it up. It's more than big enough. As I pick up the little black pillow and notice it's covered in fur, I inconspicuously pick some of it off before a light blanket smacks into the back of my head. There you go. Is that all okay? Yeah, this is good. I hope the blanket will be enough to keep off the cold that seems to be wafting down from the ceiling. Good. Like I said earlier, I'll show you the rest of the palace tomorrow. We'll get some real food, too. Amicus sprawls back on the bed, not bothering to drop any blankets, his eyes closed. I actually want real food now. I don't say anything, instead laid down. The sofa's a bit harder than I had expected. Good support, I guess. As I'm settling in, I think Amicus has finally fallen asleep, but that's when he speaks again. And thanks, William. I don't know what he's thanking me for. For not killing him on the ship. For agreeing to help him become emperor. For the way I took his shitty sofa and flimsy blanket without complaint. I'm not sure, so all I say is, sure. Then I hear the wolf snoring softly as the lights suddenly dim down until they're off. I lay there for a while, though I'm not sure for how long. In fact, time seems to have lost all meaning since I was abducted. Amicus's brother said it had been 2 days, but didn't Amicus say that time freezes when he's traveling in the stretch drive? Had we really spent that much time idling around? I need to stop thinking about everything that doesn't make sense, because that's basically everything. I just need to help this wolf so I can get the hell back home. And to pick apart everything that I've been through since I've been through all I want. For now, I just need to help things move along as smoothly as possible. With that thought in my head, and with the soft sounds of Amicus's gentle snoring, I'm lulled into a light and troubled sleep. The dream I have is strange. I'm in a black void of some kind. And despite the emptiness, I have some sort of purpose. I don't know what it is, but I'm being driven towards it. It's not a good dream. It's a borderline nightmare. The empty void isn't the scary part, though. It's the feeling that I'm being watched by someone. Or something. It's a feeling that I have no say in where I'm going. No choice at all. I'm very curious about you. What? I'm limited in what I can ask, but I'll start with this. What is death to you? Infinity or oblivion? Jesus! Infinity! Very interesting. Sometime just before I fully wake up, I hear something moving around behind me, followed by a mumbled voice, and a soft padding sound that fades after a few moments. I wonder if one of my flatmates just arrived and looked in my room for some reason. As I shift around, I frown at how weirdly firm the bed I'm laying on is. My bed was softer than this when I got into it. And where are the sheets? Dun-da-da! You're not at your apartment, buddy. You're halfway across the goddamn universe. I open my eyes and see a red, velvety surface in front of me. Then I turn over and see an unfamiliar ceiling with a gold square pattern above me. Oh, yeah. I look over toward the bed where I expect to see Amicus, but it's empty. I stare again at the ceiling for a while, letting the sudden realization that I'm still here wash over me. I go over everything that happened yesterday, the last shred of hope that I'd been dreaming fading from my mind. I look over at Amicus's bed again, wondering if he'd gone into the bathroom. I listen for a while, but I don't hear anything coming from the door across from the bed. There's a muffled sound of what I assume are birds chirping coming from behind the curtain. Slowly, I slide off the sofa, feeling the cold marble against my bare feet as I do. I shiver and decide to bring the blanket with me, wrapping it around my shoulders. I shuffle around the sofa and move to the side of the large curtain and pull it back just slightly. There's the title screen. Look at this lovely landscape. The air that comes through is fresh and immediately reminds me of camping by a lake during summer camp. That would make sense because ahead of me is what looks like a massive body of water that seems to come right up to the edge of the balcony. It's warm, but not nearly as humid as it was last night. pink and orange light paints the clouds in the horizon, and for a moment I take in the sight. The hills and the mountains to either side of the lake are covered in lush green trees. So is the little island a ways out to my left. In the distance, on the other side of the lake, is what looks like a city of some kind. It's hard to tell how big it is, since it's a good ways away, but from what I can tell, the buildings are massive, and the smaller structures that taper off to the side seem to stretch far off behind them. Dim lights from windows glitter in the distance, and I wonder if that city is full of wolves like Amicus and Cassius. Despite my situation, I kinda want to go see it. As I watch, I see a small, dark, oval shape descend down towards the city, blinking blue and red lights. I have to smile and shake my head a little. I still want to go back to Earth, but this is undeniably amazing. I let the curtains slide shut finally and turn back to the room. So, where did that big wolf go to? He could have at least told me before he ran off. Oh god, the computer.
Good morning, William.
What the fuck happened? I tried to do the voice and it just didn't work. I jump as the computer voice crackles overhead. I clutch my chest, breathing hard as the voice continues.
Amicus has a message for you.
There's a pause, then... Hey, William, I'm going to my morning meditation. It's in a room just down the hall, and I'll be back in 15 minutes. Why don't you take the time to get familiar with the room? There's a pause, then... Are you still recording, Com?
Yes, 10 recordings say end of message.
Oh, see you soon, William. End message? Is it still...
10 recordings say end of message.
My God's end of message! Yeah, Amicus is starting to curse again before the message cuts off. I look around the room a bit, noticing how little there is to get familiar with. I can look through the dresser, but I assume that's mostly filled with Amicus's things, and I doubt he wants me to get familiar with those. I move across the room towards the bathroom door, standing in front of it for a moment before studying the black panel in the middle of it. It's similar to what Amicus used to open the door in the hallway. I reach out and try to push it, and the moment my fingers brush against the surface, the door slides to the side so fast that I jump. The lights inside come on, slowly illuminating the interior. Highfalutin jibber-jabber. I poke my head inside, then quickly step in, imagining the sliding door suddenly closing and chopping my head off. Jesus. It stays open until I'm halfway into the room, then it closes automatically. There's a large sink to my left, and an even larger mirror above it. In the corner, there's a marble-looking bench with a hole that I can only assume is the toilet. Finally, across from that is a large bath, and what I imagine to be the shower. I actually really need to pee, so I head over to the bench and do my business down the hole, hoping that it's not something like a laundry chute and I'm pissing on the servants below. As soon as I start, though, water begins to pour down the sides of the tube, leaving me pretty sure that it is indeed a toilet. I guess I should be more confident in assuming things about this place. Everything is fairly similar to what I had on Earth. I walk over to the sink and push at the faucet, and I stick my hand under it, and water starts pouring out. I'm tempted to take a drink, but then I notice the water is bubbly and soapy looking. Having nothing left to do in the bathroom, I turn back to the door to find the black square again. I reach for it, and just like before, the door slides open. Oh!
If he thinks he's going to get away with it.
Cassius is facing away from me, his arms folded as his bushy white tail swishes from side to side. I freeze up, staring at him wide-eyed. I have plenty of time to jump to the side, maybe hide in the shower area, but I stand there like an idiot as the wolf turns around almost in slow motion. He freezes just like I did when he spots me standing in the doorway. We stare at each other for a moment, for a very long moment. Then he screeches, making me jump back in shock.
Oh God, Edible, what is it?
The wolf dodges back and forth, expecting me to try to run at him.
Kato, help, come quick.
Finally, Cassius's little dance of terror ends with him sprinting to my left and out of the room. I stand there for a moment, listening to his screams fade down the echoing hallway, while wondering if I should hide or something. Maybe go back to the bathroom and try to lock it? Instead, I hear more thudding, someone running up the hallway from the other end. Oh! He's barely in a towel. Good lord. Then Amicus comes running into the room, sliding to a stop in the middle of it. He spins in a circle, then spots me and runs up to me. What happened? Cassius came in and saw me. You let him see you? What? No, he just came in. Where were you? Meditating. I left a message. Where did he go? Cassius? He just ran off. Damn it! Amicus stands there, his tail thrashing back and forth. I glare at him. If you hadn't just left me here, this wouldn't have happened. Cassius shouldn't have even come in here. Amicus turns away and starts pacing back and forth. What are you doing? I'm thinking. I bristle a little out of being shushed, but I stay quiet, watching the wolf stalk back and forth. Then I hear voices again. Cassius's, along with another, deeper voice. Amicus turns to me. Just be quiet for a moment as I try to explain things, understand? I glare at Amicus. His ears flatten and his expression becomes a bit more desperate. Please? I still don't say anything, but I give him a curt nod. Amicus reaches out towards my shoulder, then pauses and instead offers his paw to me. I take it and he gently pulls me from the bathroom to stand next to him in the middle of the room, facing the open doorway to the hall. Amicus fixes a confident smile on his face, though I can feel how tense he is next to me. From around the corner comes Cassius, but he's hiding behind someone else, another wolf. They both stop at the doorway as the larger wolf takes in both Amicus and I.
Amicus! What are you doing with it? Step away!
Amicus gently places his paw around my shoulders, drawing me in against his bulk. Cassius's eyes widen at that. The wolf next to him seems to have no reaction. Then again, that could just be because I can't see his eyes.
What are you doing, Amicus?
Amicus clears his throat. Cassius, Cato. He nods to each of them in turn. This is my pet, William. Cassius's mouth falls open. The other wolf, Cato, seems to shift a bit at that. Silence drags out. Then Cato shifts again. Is this where you were for the past 2 days, Amicus? Amicus' arm tightens a bit around my shoulders, drawing me in closer. Yes. And that's where you took your father's ship? A slight pause. Yes. Cassius gasps.
He can't do that!
He glances at Cato.
Can he?
The bigger wolf is quiet, and even though I can't see his eyes, I get the feeling that he's watching me closely. Cassius turns his glare back on Amicus.
Where did it come from?
Amicus rubs my arm. He came from far away. Is he a child? Yes.
What? He can't just take someone else's child! Can he?
Again, Cassius looks at Cato. And once again, Cato is quiet, then he finally sighs. We will discuss this over breakfast, Amicus. Get dressed and bring the creature with you, as long as he's safe. Of course. Then we will continue the conversation there. With that, Cato turns on his heel and walks out of the room, leaving Cassius to look after him with a gaping mouth. He turns back on us, snarling.
I don't know what you're planning with that thing, Amicus, but if I know you, it's going to be incredibly stupid.
He takes another second to look at me with unmistakable disgust.
You could have at least obtained one that isn't so ugly, you know.
Leave, Cassius, and don't think about snooping around in my room again, understood? Cassius doesn't respond and simply walks away, looking over his shoulder just before he leaves.
And expect to receive punishment from Cato for stealing Father's ship. Absolutely outrageous.
I watch Cassius's tail swish out of sight behind the doorway. Amicus lets out a huge sigh, and I feel his chest deflate against my shoulder. Damn it! I sigh as well. You really didn't think all this through, did you? I slowly move away from under the wolf's heavy arm. Like I said, I made many mistakes. I'm just tired of lying low. Lying now. You still told him I'm a child. Amicus brings a paw abruptly to his mouth, touching the pads of his fingers to his lips. Might not be a shushing gesture that I'm familiar with, but I know what it means. Amicus listens, his ears straight up and his eyes looking up at the ceiling. Finally, he comes back at me, whispering, "That is something I can never tell them the truth about, and it would be best if you never mention it again. Please." His suddenly serious demeanor cools my mood a little, so I just sigh again and sit on the edge of his bed. Amicus stands there awkwardly for a moment, then quickly moves over to the open door, placing a paw on to the squaring to close it. He moves back over to me, his voice still lowered. "Well, if we're going to pass you off as a pet, then I should probably get you familiar with your duties." "My duties?"
Duties?
I raise an eyebrow at Amicus. Amicus sighs. "I understand your frustration, but we need to do this right if we want things to go as smoothly as possible. You don't have to do anything, but it will help you blend in better." I roll my eyes and lean back on my hands, looking up at Amicus. "Alright, what do I do?" "Well, first of all, I take my shower, and you help me wash." "Help you wash?" "Yes. You would soap my fur and such." We stare at each other for a moment. It's something that the others wouldn't see, so I suppose it's not necessary. Unless you want to. "No." "Well, alright then. Never mind on that one." Amicus is clearly offended. "Dude, I'm not gonna soap up your naked body." "Yeah, you made that clear." "Anyway, I'd honestly rather skip the shower today, but spending all that time in the spaceship has left me rather unkempt." Amicus turns to the bathroom and opens the door. "You should at least come into the bathroom while I shower in case Cassius decides to barge in again. You can stare at the wall or something." Amicus stalks into the bathroom, and I have to smile as I follow him in, the door closing quietly behind me. Amicus notices me smirking. "What?" I shrug. "Nothing, just kind of funny that you got so huffy." "I don't know what that means." Amicus is adjusting his underwear, then it suddenly drops, and I quickly look away. "I suppose you people prefer modesty." Out of the corner of my eye, I can tell Amicus has a smirk of his own. Around others, at least. And you guys don't just walk around naked, so you prefer modesty too? "It all depends on the time and place." Amicus moves into the shower, and for the next 10 or so minutes, I sit on the counter while the room fills with steam. Once the water shuts off, a loud fan starts up, and I glance over to see Amicus with his arms out, his fur blowing back and forth. He notices me look over and then look away again. "You know," he has to almost shout over the fan, "you could have cleaned up too if you'd showered with me, but you won't have time with breakfast coming up. You'll have to do it after." I shrug and wait as Amicus steps out and grabs clean undergarments hanging from a hook, which he spends the next minute tying on. "Alright, balls are gone, you can look now. Actually, do you even have those? I don't want to assume." I open the door and head back out. "Guess you'll never know." Amicus spends another minute in the bathroom opening a door into the sink and rifling around in it. "The next thing you're supposed to do is get the brush and oils from here." He lifts up a brush and a few glass bottles with colorful liquids inside before coming over to stand in front of me. He sighs. "I know you don't want to, and I realize now that I'm repulsive to you, but I can't really reach every part of my coat, and it would be strange if I called for a drone when I have a pet." I think about making another moody remark, but the expression on his face makes me pause. I suppose I'm being a little bratty right now. Besides, what else am I going to do while I'm here? Sit on the sofa all day? I get up and take the brush from Amicus, and I see a surprised smile on his face. "Thank you, William." He shows me how to apply one of the liquids, a honey-colored one, to the brush. It's a treatment for my fur. It keeps it soft and voluminous looking. Here, just take the brush and run it with the lay of my fur. He hands the brush to me, and he stands facing away. I start slowly and run the brush through the fur between his ears and down his broad back, watching as the slightly disheveled hairs line up and lay down smoothly. It accentuates his shoulder blades and the thick and smooth muscles on his back. I'm hesitant at first, but I become more confident with each stroke. Actually, it's kind of relaxing. That is, until I brush down the left side of his neck, which makes him gasp. I pull back quickly. Sorry, did I brush too hard? Amicus chuckles. No, that's just where you hit me earlier. Oh. I look closer and see that there is what looks like a lump under the fur. I carefully brush around it and move to Amicus's front. Amicus, meanwhile, has his eyes closed with a smile on his face, clearly enjoying himself. I'm sorry about that, by the way. I was really scared when I did it. Don't worry about it, I deserved it for tying you up so poorly. Amicus gives me a wink. I feel my face grow a little hot as I focus on getting the fur to lay just right on his biceps. And you know, you're not repulsive to me at all. I was just being a dick earlier. You look good. Well, I suppose I was too. I shouldn't have made fun of your sensibilities. All aliens have their own cultures which are different, but that doesn't mean less valuable. Amicus's tone sounds weirdly rehearsed, like he's quoting something. And also, thank you, William. I think you look good too. He might just be returning the compliment, but that's nice to hear after what Cassius said. But I definitely wasn't lying, and now that I was this close to him, I have to admit that he is a little handsome. His face is expressive and is kind of charming, and there's just a generally friendly air about him. And, well, then there's his body. It's thick and masculine, just like a burly human. And I really can't deny that it's kind of appealing. Kind of. I start to brush down the wolf's front, feeling his chest and stomach rise against the brush with his breathing. I sculpt the lighter fur around his pecs to accentuate them better, since it seems that's how he was keeping it earlier. Can't blame him. Then I move to his belly, moving the brush over its thick and slightly rounded form. The muscles are less defined here, but I can still sense the strength underneath it all. As I brush the lower part of his midsection, I notice the crotch of his loincloth bulging out rather far. Oh, right, thank you, William, that should be good. He takes the brush from my hands and turns away, leaving me with the strong suspicion that he's adjusting himself, though he covers it up by pretending to mess with the other bottle. Finally, he turns around, looking flushed. Hold out your paws, please. I stick out my hands, and he tips the bottle over, the liquid in one having a purplish tint to it. Several drops fall into my hand. Immediately, my nose is filled with that lavender scent that I've been smelling off of Amicus since I first met him. Rub them together, then just sort of pat up my body and underarms along with my neck as well. I can tell Amicus is flustered, so I do it quickly, not wanting to linger and cause the wolf any other problems. Maybe it just feels really good to be brushed like that? Is this like perfume? Yes, it keeps the muskier scents hidden for the most part. I see. Do you use perfume? Well, I guess I do wear something like that on my underarms. Feel free to use it then. I decide not to tell him that lavender scents are mostly for women on Earth. Besides, it does smell nice. Once the perfume is done, Amicus moves on to getting dressed, showing me how to drape his cape over his shoulders. Alright, so I know you only have the pair of clothes you came with, so I'll have a tailor drone come up later today to see if we can't make you more pairs of what you have. Oh, okay. Now, let's head to the dining room before we're late. Amicus pauses, frowning. Now, I know you won't like it, but you're going to have to feign some ignorance in front of the others. I raise an eyebrow. How so? Well, you're going to need to act a bit dumb. The antagonistic feelings that I had been fading over the past few minutes start to rise up again. And how do I do that? Amicus shrugs. I don't know. Give them vacant stares, incoherent mumbles, act like you can't grasp more complex matters. The whole point is to make it seem like you're a typical child. I don't like it. But I don't want to have anything to do with those aliens, so if it'll make them leave me alone. Alright. Amicus lets out a breath, clearly relieved. Thank you, William. This may not always have to be the case, but for now we need to play on the safe side of things. Just let me do all of the talking. You got it. Great! Now let's hurry to the dining room. I don't want to make Cato more angry than he already is. And with that, I follow Amicus out into the hallway. So, who's Cato? The wolf you saw with my brother. He was my father's advisor and currently the acting emperor. I mentioned earlier that he'll be choosing between me and my brother. That's why I'm doing my best to keep him in a good mood. Or at least not a bad mood. I don't think he has a good one. I keep in mind to stay on Cato's good side as well. Meanwhile, sunlight pours in through the open windows and I can hear birds calling from outside again. Birds? What was that? I can hear birds. I'm just surprised they sound the same as they do here on Earth. Oh yes, you would know this, but all life has the same origin and develops in a roughly similar way. It's only natural that life here is similar to your moon planet. I mean. Oh. Well, all life on this side of the universe, at least. There may be another, but we'll have to leave that conversation for later for now. We have 3 of the same pictures on the wall, along with 3 of the same couches. I follow Amicus around a corner and find myself standing in a large, spacious room.
Get it? Because there's pictures of space on the wall.
The first things I notice are large screens on the wall of each room, displaying colorful images of stars, galaxies, and spaceships. In the middle of the room are what looks like beds surrounding a table. In those beds are the 2 wolves I saw earlier. Cato is sitting and leaning over towards Cassius, who is draped luxuriously over one of the beds. Cato is talking to Cassius, while the other wolf has on his typical sour expression. Sitting on the floor in front of Cassius's bed is a creature that I've never seen before. Aw, they're cute. It's definitely not a wolf, more feline-like. Cassius has his paw on his head, idly scratching it while he listens to whatever Cato is saying. He sees us and abruptly stops, sitting up. Cato stops talking and looks over at us.
You're late.
And good morning to you, Cass. And to you, Cato, Alexus. Amicus turns to Cato and the small cat creature, bowing to both of them. Good morning.
Morning, Amicus.
The cat, Alexus, nods at Amicus with a smile. At the same time, I see Cassius tugging the gold collar around his neck. It isn't very much, but Alexius immediately drops the smile from his face, looking down.
How many times do I have to tell you not to acknowledge him, Amicus?
Amicus... what? Oh. Amicus seems to ignore Cassius, walking to the empty bed while pulling me along with him. He whispers in my ear. Sit in front like Alex is doing. I look over at the cat and see his ears perked up in our direction, though he continues to avoid looking at us. He's in a kneeling position, so I do the same, starting to feel a little uneasy about this whole setup. Amicus, meanwhile, stretches out across the bed, an elbow in the cushions as he props himself up. Come, send in breakfast.
Yes, Cato.
A few seconds later, literal flying saucers levitate into the room and from beyond another archway. I get a moment to see some sort of black device on the underside of the plates before they gently come to rest on the table. I blink, but don't say anything, deciding to just take everything in without question. I decide instead to focus on the food. I can at least identify a few of the portions, one of them being what looks like bread. Then there's a plate of an odd white crumbly substance, and next to that is a bowl of what I'm pretty sure are olives. There's a glass bottle filled with some type of red liquid, probably wine. Finally, in the middle, next to some towel-like napkins, is roasted poultry, golden colored and steaming. It actually smells really, really good, and considering that I haven't eaten any real food in over a day, I feel my mouth water. Still, I have enough common sense to know that I probably can't just dig in, so I keep an eye on the cat, waiting to see what he does next. He grabs 4 small plates from the tall stack and sets them in front of himself. Then he starts to grab some slices of bread, which he sets down on one of the plates. I look back at Amicus and he nods, so I do the same, grabbing 4 plates and setting them out in front of myself on the table, starting to grab and separate portions of food to set them on their own plate. Meanwhile, Cato just leans over to grab his own while Cassius clears his throat.
So, Amicus, what is this?
I look up and immediately find Cassius's eyes boring into mine. I quickly look back down and grab up the wood-handled knife that Alexus just set down, using to spread the white stuff onto the slices of bread. I wrinkle my nose at how stinky it is and realize it's probably some type of cheese. This is William. He's my pet.
Now, Amicus, what is it? It's not one of our children. Does it belong to a sibling?
I'm half listening to the conversation while I see Alexus reach out with his bare paws and just pull a chunk of meat off the poultry. I hesitate, kind of wishing I had the chance to wash my hands, but I do it anyway, wincing at how hot it is. The temptation is strong to just stuff it in my mouth, but I manage to set it down on the plate. Finally, I grab a bunch of olives and put them on their own plate. At this point, I can see Alexus is lining his plates up in front of Cassius on the bed. Carefully, I do the same for Amicus, though I lose an olive in the process. I watch it roll across the ground, but decide to ignore it, and Amicus just pats my head and with a muttered thank you. No, he's from a failed uplift. I watch as Alexus starts filling a goblet with a red liquid, but look up when I realize that there's complete silence. Cassius and Cato are both staring at Amicus. I look back at him and see he looks pretty calm, though I can see him picking at his claws.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Why? He's a barbarian!
Because I've decided the abandoned children deserve to re-establish regular contact. If we're to unite with the Camians, then we also need to unite ourselves. I start filling Amicus's goblet as I feel his eyes on me. Child or not, having a pet like this will show the Camians my intentions. Cassius scoffs loudly, popping an olive into his mouth and chewing it vigorously.
Masterful stunt, Amicus, but you still stole Father's ship to get there. Using stretch tech without authorization from the Emperor is a violation of the law, is it not, Cato?
I hand the goblet to Amicus, silently wondering if the wolf is going to be thrown in jail on my first day here. What would happen to me then? Still, Amicus looks calm, and when he sees my wide eyes, he just winks.
It could be, but there is no emperor, is there, Cassius?
Cato finally lays back, his small plates heaped high with food. He turns his head back to Amicus.
Are you saying you piloted this ship to the outer reaches of our empire? Voice commands only work for the Emperor, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct. I learned to navigate the ship on my own. I was also able to communicate with their people, negotiate, and sign a contract with him. This is where I start to hear Amicus's voice falter. I actually do believe now that he doesn't lie often, because it's clear that he's so bad at it. I copy Alexus and return to my kneeling position next to the bed, then switch to a cross-legged one when my knees get too sore. Cato watches from his bed silently, and again I feel unnerved at the feeling that he might be looking at me.
Fascinating.
Cassius curls his lip back.
Fascinating? He used the stretch drive! He's going to get away with it because Father's dead? What does that make of all the other laws? Can a beggar now steal from the market because there's no authority to tell him not to? Can a child rebel against the Empire because there's no emperor to tell them?
Quiet, Cassius. You know the circumstances as well as I do.
Cassius snaps his mouth shut with a huff, turning his attention back to his food, which he starts to pick at. The conversation seems to stop there, and I wonder if Amicus is in the clear. While Cassius sure seems indignant, I get the feeling that Amicus wasn't in any danger in the first place. I guess being the Emperor's son has its perks. Could you get me some more of the au jour, William? I look over the table a moment in confusion. What's that? I keep my voice low, but that's when Cassius suddenly yowls, clapping upon his head.
Oh, gods, it doesn't speak the language!
I look between Cassius and Amicus in confusion. Of course not, they were abandoned.
Most of the abandoned still speak the language. How far away is his home star?
Roughly 50,000 light years.
I don't care! Don't have it speak again! The last thing I need is a headache from the lingua manually translating everything he says. It's barbaric!
I don't know if he's calling the headache barbaric or me. Probably me.
Upload its language to the Nexus before you let it out in public again, Amicus.
I decide I really don't like Cassius. He's talking about me like I'm just a piece of property. Then I feel Amicus's paw on my shoulder for a moment, giving a soft squeeze before pulling back again. The conversation topic then shifts to stuff I don't really understand, mostly politics and the Camians, whatever that is. Despite their fight earlier, Amicus and Cassius are pretty animated in their conversation. Amicus keeps sticking empty plates in my face, indicating that I should refill them. It's clear that I'm not going to be eating while the wolves are, and I feel my irritation grow. I'm not a servant, I didn't agree to this, and even if this is supposed to help me blend in, I can't help but feel Amicus could have put me in a better position than this.
Virginia sent me a letter last night saying that she'd be bringing back a Camian tomorrow. He got trapped here after the stretch drive depletion.
Oh, he wasn't able to return on the retrieval ship?
He was on Anchorus at the time, so it took him several months to get back to Adastra. He's going to be our guest until the next ship arrives. I think it will quite interesting, to see him in person. Who can say that they've met two siblings?
Cassius reaches down and starts stroking Alexius's head fur. The green and gray cat closes his eyes, smiling and purring. Watches for a moment, then frees up as I feel Amicus's paw on my head. He starts to gently scratch his blunt claws into my scalp, ruffling my hair around. It actually feels really good. But knowing what he's doing gets me pissed off all over again. He already knows I don't want to be doing this, that he brought me here against my own will. Now he's stroking me in public like I actually am his pet. Well, I guess it makes sense. I guess he's doing his part to help me blend in like I'm doing mine. Just like I'm doing mine. That doesn't mean I don't hate it. And then his other paw sticks his empty goblet down under my nose. More wine, please. And let the goblet hang in the air for a moment, then take it and reach out robotically for the heavy wine bottle, getting up on my knees and to better pour it into the empty goblet. I fill it up as Amicus continues to stroke me. But even fewer can say that they've met an abandoned species, wouldn't you think? Cassius glares at Amicus, and I glare at the wine. I try to remind myself that this is just to help me get home. Or maybe he actually is just showing me off because he likes how he's getting under Cassius's fur. I turn on my knees and face the wolf and hand back his goblet, noticing how full it is, the wine almost sloshing over the rim. Amicus reaches out for the goblet. My fingers twitch, and then I feel the goblet slip out of my hand, watching it as it seems to fall in slow motion onto the side on the bed. The wine shoots out red gush, splashing across Amicus's lighter furred front. Ooh, everyone is like, oh, shit, bro, you fucked up! The wolf gasps, sitting up suddenly as the wine pours down his chest and stomach and onto his pants. Damn! Meanwhile, Cassius bursts out laughing behind me, snorting obnoxiously.
Maybe there's a reason so few have ventured out to meet them, Amicus.
I see Alex staring at me, and when I meet eyes with him, he looks down. Amicus reaches over me with one of the towels, glancing down at me as he does. I try to keep myself from smirking, and then I fail. He pauses, staring at me in astonishment, so I guess he realizes that I did it on purpose. He doesn't look angry, though, and instead grabs up the towel and starts patting down his front, his fur still stained a dark maroon color.
What are you doing, Amicus?
Cassius has finished his laughing, and I look over to see him staring at us. What do you mean, what am I doing? I'm cleaning up the mess. Amicus growls at Cassius, continuing to pat himself down.
Dear gods, do you really don't know how to do this? Punish it!
Cassius lazily flops his paw into the air in a slapping motion. I snap my gaze to Amicus, glaring again. No, I can't do that.
Why not?
It's in the contract, no physical punishments, just like Alexius's.
What?
You heard me.
Alexus is a sibling, it's barely even a child.
He is mine, and none of your business.
Punishment is the only way to teach the lesser species, Amicus.
He looks at me.
You, creature, up. I'll hit you instead.
Cassius! I jump, so does Cassius, ears ringing as Amicus's deep voice bellows over me. Meanwhile, Cato just lounges on his bed listening, or maybe not. I'll make this very clear right now. You are never to lay upon him or give him orders of any kind. Cassius, having recovered, raises an eyebrow at Amicus.
And if I do, brother?
Amicus's fur starts to lay flat on his shoulders again as he shrugs. I'll punch you.
You can't do that. We're not pups anymore.
And if you call him it again, I'll do the same. Cassius seems to choke for a moment.
What in the world has gotten into you, Amicus?
He looks at the older wolf.
Cato!
Yes, Cassius?
Well, do something! He can't threaten me like that!
Amicus, be nice to your brother.
Cassius's ears turn bright red as he slumps on the bed, glaring at his remaining food.
Anyway, if you two are finished, then be off to your studies. Don't be late this time, Amicus. Your tutor complained again last week.
That's today.
You know you should take care and start paying more attention. After seeing what you accomplished, I'm starting to lean towards trials and making my decision.
Ooh, the room suddenly goes very quiet.
And Cassius, I need to speak with you a moment before you leave.
Amicus gets to his feet and I do the same. The wolf glances at Cassius and Cato, but they're deep in conversation. He turns back to me. I forget that it's my study day, so I'll be gone for a little while. I'm going to ask Alexius to show you around and give you something to do while I'm away. I feel myself grow tense at the idea of being without the only person I know around here. Seriously? Listen, you don't have to do anything. I'll make that clear to everyone, but I feel you might rather have something to do rather than sit in my room all day. He seems to think it's the chore that I'm upset about rather than him leaving me alone. Alright. Amicus frowns at me and I can't help but feel a little bad. He seems to be trying to make things as easy as possible for me, and I'm sorry. I gesture at his still stained front. Don't worry, yes, wine isn't easy to get out of fur, but I know why you did it, and I deserved it. Is he speaking, it's his... Oh. I was like, what the...
Is it? He's speaking it's his language again?
Shut up, Cassius.
What?
Alexius. Amicus gestures at the small cat who was currently stacking the dirty dishes on top of each other. Could you please show William around the palace along with the tasks and activities you do? Along with the activities you do. He's unfamiliar with nearly everything.
I'd be happy to, Amicus. So you can order my pet around?
Cato, standing over by the doorway and clearly eager to leave, sighs.
Enough. Try to be reasonable, Cassius. Now both of you be off to your studies, and a quick shower for you, Amicus.
Amicus grumbles and starts to turn away, then turns back to me, resting a paw on my shoulder. I'll be back toward the evening. The big wolf pauses, as if wanting to say more, but leaves me with a simple, I'll see you then. And with that, he gives me a little wave and another wink before following Cassius and Cato through the archway. Just as Amicus leaves, Cassius pauses to give me a sour look. Then again, most of his expressions are pretty sour, but it still makes me uncomfortable. Then I'm left alone with the cat. I feel an odd sense of loneliness at seeing Amicus just leave like that. It's like my mother just dropped me off at preschool or something. He's the only one that's been treating me like an actual person. Mostly, at least. I hear the small sound of someone clearing their throat behind me.
Hello.
The small cat smiles at me pleasantly, his paws clasped neatly in front of himself. I say he's small, but he's really about the same height as me. It's just odd seeing another alien that's my size when I already have to look up at the wolves. Hi. I see Alexius's left eye twitch as he raises a paw to his head.
Oh dear. This is gonna be an interesting day.
Is something wrong? More twitching.
Just my lingua. It will take a while to learn your language, but it gets better the more you speak. So if you don't mind, I'd like to know more about you. I'm very curious.
Amicus told me to act dumb, so I try to figure out how I might do that. I fix a distant look on my face. Far away. Alexius blinks, then giggles.
Oh.
We both stand there awkwardly for a moment before he gestures at the table.
Well, why don't we have a seat? We eat their leftovers when they've finished.
The cat moves over to sit on Cato's bed, reaching out for his own small plate. I'm reminded of how hungry I am, so I quickly do the same, choosing to sit on Cassius's bed next to since Amicus's is covered in wine.
Will this food agree with your stomach?
I think so. It actually looks like some of the stuff I eat back home. I mean, it's basically olives, bread, and meat. I point to each of the dishes. Alexius puts his paw back up to his head.
Oh my, so many words, and in full sentences, too.
I freeze. I mean, I don't really know what this food is. I'm just guessing.
Oh, I mean, it's your words. So many of them, and in complete, complex sentences.
Fuck, I'm bad at this.
I guess the wolves uplifted intelligence a lot more back then.
Oh, maybe. I wonder if I've ruined our plan already, but Alexius doesn't seem alarmed, just curious, so I turn my attention back to the food. There isn't much left on the table. The meat was mostly cleaned off the bones by Cato. Next to it are 4 slices of bread and a bowl of olives. Alexius starts on the poultry, working at it with his claws until it comes apart in 2 pieces with a loud tearing sound. He hands me 1/2.
You should be able to find a little meat on there.
I take it from him, trying not to show my disappointment. Then he puts 2 slices of bread on a plate and slides towards me before taking the remaining 2.
Make sure to use the cheese. The bread is a bit bland without it.
I pull a few thin strips of meat off the bone and taste it. It's good. Really, really good. And I quickly search the bones for more, but there isn't much at all.
Hungry?
I look up and see Alexius delicately picking at his own half of bird. Yeah, I haven't eaten in a few days.
Oh, really? Why not?
The trip here was a bit rough. I guess I did eat on the ship, but it wasn't very filling.
Oh, like the protein sludge they have? Yeah, that stuff is quite terrible. I can understand why you're hungry. Well, you won't have to worry.
Why not?
We eat dinner with our masters in their rooms. Amicus always serves himself very large portions and also sneaks me my own food since Cassius doesn't take much himself.
Alexius slowly spreads cheese onto his bread.
He will take good care of you in that respect.
With the mention of Amicus, I start to feel a bit lonely again. Actually, something I've noticed is that the whole palace seems to be lonely. So, where is everyone? Alexius chews thoughtfully on his bread. I try to think of a way to phrase things stupidly, then give up as I decide he already knows I'm able to form complex sentences. This palace doesn't seem to have very many people around.
Oh, well, do you expect others to be here?
Well, I guess like servants or guards or some other officials?
Most needs in the palace are covered by artificial intelligence and drones. Same goes for the palace defense. I suppose it may be different from where you're from, but the siblings learned long ago that the fewer sapients you have in a location that needs to be secure, the better. You and I are an exception. The bread tastes like literal chalk, so I decided to spread a little bit of the cheese on it despite the smell. To my surprise, it's salty and creamy and not bad at all. The smell is hard to ignore, though. So, what is the point of having a pet, then? Amicus didn't tell you?
Well, he did. He just mentioned status and stuff. Is there any other reason? Why do we have to do stuff for them if they have robots that can do it instead?
Status is the main reason, yes. Our duty is to be by their side during public appearances or in official meetings. Obviously, having an artificial sapient doing the same isn't impressive at all. We don't really have to do anything manual at the palace, but Cassius likes the idea of a sapient being his servant. He says it reminds him of the old days.
I see. Amicus told me that I don't have to really do anything for him except brush his fur.
Yes, Amicus is very meticulous about that.
Do you know him well?
Fairly well. I've been here for a few months now, so I have had my fair share of interactions with him, even though Cassius doesn't like it.
I see. What do you think of him?
I think that you're very lucky to have a master like Amicus.
Why's that?
Well, Amicus is very kind. Sometimes he tries to be all official and assertive, but he likes to tease me. But he comes off as more open, whether he intends to or not. This is all compared to Cassius, of course.
I think for a moment. Do you not like being Cassius's pet? There's a pause, though Alexius continues to smile.
Cassius is very specific about how he wants to be talked to and such, and this is a great quality for a prospective emperor to have, for sure. But in casual conversation, it's much easier to talk to someone like Amicus.
I take a sip of the wine, and as far as I can tell, it's similar to the few times I've had it on Earth. He has been really nice to me. At least after the whole kidnapping thing.
He is a very nice person. He just tends to not think everything through.
Alexius's eyes flick to the look behind me before he focuses back at my face.
Understand that normally we shouldn't speak so candidly about our masters. This is just a conversation between pets.
Oh, yeah, I understand. There's a moment of silence that goes on just long enough to be uncomfortable.
Yes, I thought you would. I have to say that you're extremely perceptive, almost on the same level as a sibling.
I wince internally as Alexius points out my intelligence once again. Only took me 10 minutes to fail my one and only job. Alexius smiles at me again.
Was I not supposed to know that?
Apparently, he's perceptive as well.
Don't worry. Like I said, this is between pets.
Alexius leans in conspiratorially.
I don't just blab everything I know to my master. I'm simply his servant, not spy.
He leans back again.
Though he might wish I was. But honestly, it's really nice to be able to talk to someone other than my superiors. Amicus was the only one to treat me as an equal, but Cassius usually keeps our contact minimal.
I put the last bit of bread in my mouth, and as soon as I do, Alexius sits up.
Come, we're finished.
Yes, Alexius.
I watch with fascination as the dishes levitate off the table and float away through the archway they originally came from.
You want to go outside? Like I said, there's not much to do, but the gardens do require a bit of a more sapient touch to keep them presentable.
Yeah, sure. I brush crumbs off my jeans and stand up. I'm still hungry, but the amount that I've eaten has taken the edge off of it, at least. I follow Alexius quietly through the halls, really enjoying the architecture of the palace for the first time. We enter the main hall, and Alexius stands in the sunlight pouring into the archways.
Aren't the mornings beautiful here? It's the best time to do work in the gardens. I'd say we have a good 3 hours before it gets too hot.
We start walking out into the gardens when I'm suddenly struck by something odd. So, you just said that we have 3 hours. Yes? Well, how long is an hour here? The same. Oh. So we use minutes and hours and stuff? That didn't seem possible. Alexus thinks, rubbing the spot above his left eyebrow. Oh, well, the lingua is a complicated device. It's parental tech, so it's something that we don't really understand at all. But what we do know is that it translates language in a way that offers the best understanding possible for the host. Alexus crouches by a pillar, examining the ivy growing around its surface. I used a measurement of time specific to the wolves in their language, and the linguist simply translated it to a measurement you'd be able to understand. Small cat chuckles. It's something I've given up on understanding myself. It's not perfect and can create really confusing situations, especially if it comes to certain words and numbers. Oh. I see Alexus single out a small white flower growing at the base of the pillar before he plucks it out and sets it to the side. I start to wonder if I should maybe learn the language. The lingua is impressive and all, but it doesn't seem like it's very specific. Alexus grins. Don't think too much about it. Just try to remember that it doesn't mean everything actually is the same. There are 19 hours in a day on Adastra, which I imagine is at least somewhat different compared to your own planet. Anyway, what I'm doing right now is pulling up some weeds. The drones do a good job of watering and pest control, but they often miss smaller weeds like these. I crouch at the pillar next to Alexus, searching through the ivy for weeds to pull out at the base. So, there are 19 hours in a day here. Yes. It's a bit shorter than back home. Oh, I get that. There are 30 hours in a day where I'm from. You get used to it after a few weeks, though. I prefer it, actually. I turn my attention back to the pillar and suddenly find myself staring right at a strange, crab-like thing sticking to a stone. At first, I wonder if it's a carving of some kind, since it's so big. But as I look closer, it moves, and I realize that it's a massive living spider. The next thing I know, I'm rolling away from the pillar action movie style before popping back up on my feet. Oh my god!
What is it?
A spider thing! I'm standing a good 10 feet away from the pillar now, but I can still see the massive spider, its thick legs fanned out to the width of a clock. I shiver. Ugh.
Oh, I see.
I stare at him. How is that funny?
I'm sorry, they are very startling when you first encounter them.
Alexus walks over to the spider and starts making shooing motions at it. Even from here I can see its black beady eyes. It doesn't move at all, choosing to sit motionlessly on its pillar.
Adastrian arachnids and insects are disturbingly large compared to the ones on my home moon.
I look around, suddenly feeling like I'm in danger, imagining giant wasps descending from the skies. Alexus starts to look more frustrated as the spider refuses to be intimidated by its limp-wristed swipes. Nothing in the gardens is dangerous, though, and they're needed to balance the ecosystem. This creature's venom is far too mild to cause much more than an inchy bump if it bites at all. Alexus gives another weak swipe at the spider, and it takes the opportunity to bolt up his arm so fast it becomes a blur before stopping on its face. For a moment, we both stand there in shock as it clings to him like a face hugger. Then,
by Galen, get it off!
He dances around in place for a moment as I simply watch it in fascinated horror. Finally, he shakes his head hard and the spider runs down his front to scuttle across the ground and into some bushes. Alexus heaves for breath for a moment, trembling. Despite myself, I have to laugh in amazement at what I just saw.
Why are you laughing?
Sorry, it's just so surprising, and you are so sure of yourself until... I chuckle again.
Well, it surprised me!
He shivers, rubbing his shoulders.
There's honestly nothing to be afraid of when it comes to those, but it was right on me, and the way they move...
He shudders again.
And you just stood there and watched!
I mean, what could I have done? If it had happened to me, I would have just jumped in the pond. Alexus sighs, and I see his fur start to flatten down again. Then he also chuckles.
Well, I was about to.
Anyway, let's get back to work. If you see another spider, just work around it. For the next hour, we move from pillar to pillar, cleaning up the unwanted weeds. I'm way more vigilant now, checking every pillar for spiders before we start. Luckily, we didn't come across any more. For a while, we finally sit on the bench under some trees, and Calm floats out a few platters of tiny pastries that remind me of quiches. Those are followed by glasses of cold green vegetable-tasting drinks. It's delicious. So, can I ask where you're from? Very far away, even further than your home. What brought you here? The cat sighs and pauses with a pastry halfway in his mouth. It's a bit complicated, but I was here as a sort of ambassador. I arrived just as the stretch drive depletion occurred. What was that? Alexus shrugs. Well, for whatever reason, the Romanus stopped supplying the wolves with stretch drive power when the Emperor died. They're starbound right now, so they can't shuttle me back to my planet. We don't know how long the wolves will be without the stretch, so my people sent their own ship to retrieve everyone on Adastra, but I missed it. Missed it? Alexius frowns, looking embarrassed again. Well, I slept in and missed the departure. Wow, really? I mean, it happens to the best of us, no? I guess. Why didn't they just wait for you? It's kind of messed up that they'd just leave. When using stretch tech, time is important. Everything runs on a specific schedule, so if you miss it, you miss it. And they're certainly not going to send another one out for one person. Wow. Didn't you have an alarm clock or someone to wake you? Trust me, it was a series of many unfortunate events that led to that happening. The main one being that even though I woke up with enough time to reach the starport, I got lost in Adastra City's terrible public transportation system. I was running from platform to platform, wolves all around me trying to touch me because they'd never seen a cat before, and I could barely read the signs because, well, my species, water comes from the eyes when we're stressed, so... Oh, you were crying. You know what that is? Yeah, my species does it too. He looks away and I can see the insides of his ears turn red. I did not know that. Anyway, I eventually decided to use my situation to continue my work and build a relationship with the Imperial family, so I became Cassius's pet. Alexius's situation doesn't sound at all different from mine, even though the reasons for us getting here were very different. When does the next ship come? Alexius shrugs. Years. At least one a decade, but sometimes more. I'm hoping within the next few years, though. I'm sorry to hear that. It's not the worst life, and the wolves treat me well enough. We do have a special relationship. With Cassius? Between us and the wolves. Unlike the other siblings, our parents originated in the same galaxy. Though our views are very different, there's a bond there. Alexius brushes his paws together. Are you done? Yeah. Come, we're finished. And with that, the platters and glasses float away. I'm starting to get used to all this. But, William, was it? Yeah. I'm sorry, I guess we skipped introductions. You already know me as Alexius, but you can call me Alex. Oh, hello, Alex. Hello, William. So now that you're no longer pretending that you're not so sapient anymore, where are you from? Tell me about yourself. He gives me some pause. While he's been really nice to me so far, I know I can't just reveal everything to Alex, so I settle on being vague like he was. Well, I'm from far away, but less far away than you. I'm a primate. I see. Are you important among you people? No, I'm just a student. Oh. Do you know why Amicus chose you then? I think he just chose me at random. I just happened to be where the uplift occurred. Alexius blinks, then laughs. That's just like Amicus. Yeah, it is, actually. I guess that makes sense to choose a commoner if he wants to unite the abandoned children again. Eh? I decided that shifting the conversation away from me is a good tactic for now. Yeah, didn't he explain that to you? Maybe a little. He didn't tell me all that much. Don't take it personally. Amicus doesn't often think ahead. Right now, the wolves are in a bit of a strange situation. Again, this is between you and me, but they've fallen behind the other siblings in terms of spread and resources. The main reason being that they don't uplift their children to similar intelligence levels as themselves. Intelligence levels? I thought they just spread their culture. Alex frowns at me. You don't know? I guess you were abandoned, but you should know that your intelligence, every child's intelligence, was uplifted by a sibling. Oh, I guess we lost a bit of information. Well, that's not the end of their problems. These children are indentured servants in a way. In exchange for having their intelligence mostly uplifted, they have to serve the Empire until the debt is repaid. That doesn't sound good. Oh, and how long has that been going on? Well, let's just say that they first successfully uplifted the the first successfully uplifted wolf children haven't quite finished repaying their debt. That sounds like slavery? Alex glances at me. It does, doesn't it? That's confusing to me. But if they all have these robots and stuff, why do they need sapiens to be their slaves? Advanced artificial sapients are gifted by the parents. We can't build them. We're a bit spoiled here in the palace, but outside, not so much. And even then, artificial sapience isn't perfect, and likely never will be. Actual thinking machines don't exist. This is why uplifting children to the same intelligence level as a sibling is important. Good ideas can come from anywhere. I guess your people don't do what the wolves do? No, we uplift our children as much as we can. This practice is isolated by the wolves. They're seen by other siblings as harsh on their own children and the rights of sapience in general. I see. I'm starting to see the wolves and even Amicus in a whole new light. As if reading my mind, Alex goes on. But things are changing. Amicus choosing you as his pet shows that he sees you as close to an equal. But then there's Cassius. Alex's tail swishes around on the bench between us. He'd rather things stay the same, or even regress. That's why he's made a strong challenge against Amicus. There are many wolves who are unsure of the change Amicus suggests, and the only proposed alliance between the wolves and the Camians is only adding to it. Camians? They're another sibling species. The most powerful in the galaxy, in fact. But that worries a lot of people here. There hasn't been a war between siblings in over 100 years, but the last one was between the Camians and the wolves. You can imagine what sort of problems that might create, so Cassius, wanting the wolves to stay independent and in complete control of their children, is rather popular. You might wonder why I'm telling you this, but I want you to understand the empire that you're in. It'll make it easier to navigate. I was, in fact, wondering why he was telling me all this. Does he have some other motive that he's not telling me? He's a secret rebellion leader that... wouldn't that be a fucking twist? I look over at him. Do you want Cassius to become emperor? I like that we can discuss a lot of things, but being a sibling allows me to have more freedom than most, but that's one thing that I should probably keep silent on. That only confuses me more, but it doesn't sound like he's on Cassius' side. Maybe Amicus and I could find an ally in him. Well, I think I'd prefer Amicus if this whole thing is to treat other sapiens equally. From what I can tell, that seems to please Alex. Well, we'll find out soon enough after the trials. Alex's mood suddenly brightens. But anyway, I've really been enjoying our time together today. Like I said, it's so nice to be able to talk to someone who isn't my superior. I hope we can do this often while you're here. Yeah, of course.
Wonderful.
Alex raises a paw to look up at the sun, or Vita.
We should keep working. It's starting to get too hot out here.
For the next several hours, we work in the garden before finally moving inside to walk around the palace a bit. He points to doors for things like the throne room and the communal bath, but we never go inside, and he tells me I should only do so when I'm with Amicus. Eventually, we move back to the dining room where Alexia suggests we watch the screens until our master's return. He says it will better acquaint me with wolvish culture. It takes me a moment to realize that I'm watching a sort of film starring wolves similar to Amicus. They're acting out scenarios about traveling into space and finding more sapients. Sapient species they find are wolves in masks. I guess they don't really have CGI because every effect looks practical. It's long, boring, and the acting is overly exaggerated like they're in a silent film. Finally, after what seems like a good 3 hours, Alex tells me that Amicus will be returning soon and I might want to tidy up his room before he gets back. I'm relieved to cut the film short, and Alex and I part ways to go to our respective rooms. I'm surprised to see that it's already dark outside. Even with a shorter day, I guess mindlessly watching wolves overacting to other wolves in masks took up more time than I thought. On my way through the marble halls, I pause every now and then to look at the large murals on the walls depicting everything from wolves swimming to wolves swinging to wolves swinging swords at other canines. In the Great Hall is the largest mural, and it depicts 5 wolves. The features are flat and lack any sort of perspective, making the muzzles look a bit askew. 2 larger wolves loom over the other 3. One is white with a feminine shape, while the other of the 2 is black, holding his paw to his chest. Around his head is a wreath. Of the 3 smaller wolves, one is clearly feminine, while the other is white. I wonder if this might be Cassius and Virginia, which would leave the remaining wolf in the middle to be Amicus. He's skinnier, and I wonder if this might be him as a child or teenager. A glowing wreath floats above his head. Ahem, someone. I jump as someone clears the throat very loudly next to me. This is the second time this has happened. Oh shit. I turn around and find myself staring at Cato, the advisor. He looks me up and down for a moment, at least I think he does. More silence. I open my mouth to respond, then remember what Amicus told me. I let my eyes unfocus and my mouth droop open a bit. Cato's ears twitch at the sound I make of his ears and his throat again.
Hello, William, was it? How are you enjoying your first day in the palace?
I wonder if I should keep droning, or if I should at least answer the question. I am technically a sapient, so I suppose it'd be okay to sort of understand. Good. The left side of Cato's scarred face twitches as he waits for more, but I don't give him anything.
Good. I trust Alexius showed you around the palace. It's a bit of a stifling life behind these walls, but hopefully with time we will be able to take you out to the city.
I cross my eyes a little. Oh, I like it.
Yes, so, where are you from again, exactly?
There's something behind this wolf's words, something that's a little more than innocent curiosity. Big rock planet, a star. Cato waits in again, I don't say anything more.
Do you have a name for the planet?
Yeah, big rock planet. Cato massages the left side of his forehead, looking a little bit annoyed.
Big rock planet.
Water. Cato stares.
So, big rock planet with water.
I nod dumbly. Cato sighs loudly and stalks off, not even bothering to end the conversation.
Wonderful. Now I have a headache.
And with that, he disappears around the corner. I decided that I did an okay job, as Cato seems to think that I'm a massive idiot. I make my way quickly to Amicus's room, glad to not run into anyone else. There isn't much to do. Amicus' room is spotless, so after meandering around and smoothing the bed covers over, I choose to sit down on the sofa and wait. Despite the fact that I've only been up for what probably been 10 hours, I'm exhausted. Maybe I won't have any trouble adjusting to the shorter days. As I start to doze, there's a sudden clattering sound towards the door. I jump and see Amicus come in, wheeling a tray with several plates on top of it, heaping high with food. He grins at me, and I get the feeling of relief seeing him.
Hello!
Sorry, I suppose Alex didn't tell you that they set these outside the door at on the 15th hour. He treats you well? Yeah, he was nice. Amicus wheels the cart up to the sofa, then flops back onto it next to me, making the whole thing shake.
That was a long day.
Are you okay? Amicus opens one eye at me. Barely. I had to go over maths today, and my head feels as if it's going to explode. Didn't help that Balbus kept cracking me over the head with his stick when I answered wrong. Wow, that sounds harsh. Don't worry, it's nothing compared to the one you gave me. Amicus smirks, and I can't help but smile at his teasing. He seemed to have become more comfortable around me with how relaxed he is. I am sorry about that. Don't be, and stop apologizing for it. Now let's wash and eat. My stomach's felt hollow since breakfast. We both go to the restroom to rinse our paws/hands in the sink before heaping our plates with food. It's more of the same with bread and meat and olives. There's also a good amount of other vegetables and fruit that I have a hard time identifying. Amicus shows me how to combine the fruit and cheese on the bread, and I find myself starting to really like the smelly spread, as long as I ignore the smell. Compared to breakfast, Amicus really wolfs down a lot of food. He probably ends up eating about 3 times as much as me. All the while, he tells me about his scary instructor and how he punishes him way more than Cassius. Well, does he usually get the answers right? Well, yeah, but he should help me understand rather than smack my ears. That doesn't help anything unless he has the information in his stick and is bashing it into my brain somehow. Don't worry, I hate math too. Well, I'm better in other things, like literature and history. Cassius is hopeless at remembering battles. Amicus flexes his biceps. And he can forget about wrestling. He could never beat me in a fight. Yeah, I wouldn't think so. So yes, he can have all the maths all he wants. The trials don't involve that anyway. What are these trials you guys keep talking about? Amicus takes a big gulp of wine, gasping when he finally pulls the goblet away from his face. What Cato is considering using to decide the next emperor. Essentially 3 trials. Music and dance, rhetoric, and finally, combat. And whoever wins those becomes emperor? Well, whoever wins 2 out of 3. Combat is last, so if one of us wins the first 2, it won't come to that. I'm really just hoping that Cato chooses me in the next few days now that he's seen you. But if the trials do happen, you have nothing to worry about. Amicus grins at me confidently. I don't. I'm better than Cassius in at least 2 of those things, perhaps even in music and dance. You know, I'd believe you, but one thing I know about you is how, overly confident you are when it comes to certain things. Why do you say that? Our entire experience on the ship, maybe? That's different. I was doing something I didn't really understand. I understand my studies, aside from maths. Amicus leans back finally, one paw on his stomach. Anyway, how was your day? Did Alex show you around? Amicus starts to grab the remaining food to set aside on his own plate. Yeah, I realize that there isn't much to do. Yeah, it was a bit of a bad day. I have tomorrow off from studies, though, so we can do something entertaining. Like what? Oh, I don't know. Go swimming, go to the baths, talk, you name it. Maybe eventually we can go to the city, too. The city outside? Well, everything's outside. I mean the one that I can see across the lake. Yes, that one. Adastra City, the capital of our empire. Oh, isn't it kind of small for that? I mean, it looks really nice, but it just kind of looks like an average-sized city. Amicus frowns. I think it's quite large. How big are the cities on Earth? I shrug. I don't know, pretty big. Millions of people. Amicus raises an eyebrow. Millions? Yeah. I wonder if the lingua is translating everything correctly. Aye, how big is Adastra? The city? Just over 5 million. The wolf population is 80 million. Oh. How many humans are there? Like 7 billion? Amicus chokes. What? Is that a lot? That's preposterous. Do you not have population control measures put in place? Well, not most places. Amicus shakes his head. Well, you are parentless, so I guess it makes sense that your species might be so misguided. Amicus seems to try very hard to choose the last word, even though he's still being very condescending. He seems to notice my annoyance, though. Well, is your species doing well? Is your planet able to sustain such a population? Sort of. I guess there are problems. Amicus strokes his chin. Well, I suppose when I become emperor, I could ask the parent about your species. The whole thing is a real mystery. But it's clear that we have overlooked your people somehow. He smiles at me. Maybe we can even bring you into our fold again. Whoa, hang on a second. Images of Roman spaceships descending from the heavens to enslave the human race, all because of me, flash through my mind. You know, Alex told me about what you do to other sapients. Doesn't sound like something humans would want to be a part of. What did he tell you? The whole enslavement thing? Enslavement? What you do to your children? Well, that's a harsh word for it. No, it's the right word. Humans have done the whole indentured servant thing back on Earth, and it never turned out well for the servant. Amicus' ears go down a bit. And as misguided as humans might be, we've at least abolished slavery. I notice Amicus' ears turning red. Maybe he never expected to be lectured on ethics by a human. Well, I do mean to change things a bit when I become emperor. A bit? I mean, things can't be changed all at once. It has to be gradual. Amicus flips his tail in annoyance at me. Listen, I agree with you. We've been trying to change the way we've treated our children for generations. My grandfather and father both worked towards this. Well, while that's messed up and definitely wrong, I think the intelligence thing might be even worse. What intelligence thing? The grimace on Amicus' face tells me he might already know the answer. The way you stunted intelligence in the children you uplifted? Amicus is silent for a moment. I can tell that all of this is making him very uncomfortable. I have to ask myself again how I got to this point, sitting on a sofa debating ethics with a prospective Emperor Wolf. He finally folds his arms and huffs. Again, I agree with you on all of this. I don't like the way we've treated our children. In the end, I truly feel that becoming a more compassionate and united empire will lead to a better outcome for everyone. It's going to take small steps, but understand that is something I mean to fix. And stop saying you like I did it. I was born into this. I've come to realize how much of an open book Amicus is as a person, so I don't doubt his words. Well, as long as Cassius doesn't become emperor. Amicus snorts. Not a chance. That guarantees it's gonna fucking happen. Well, if he does, it sounds like he's gonna reverse all of that. And I'm saying there's no chance of it. Wait, how much has Alex been telling you? It was a short conversation. I asked him about the Empire. I didn't, but I don't want to get Alex in trouble in case he wasn't supposed to tell me. Cassius seems like a terrible person, by the way. And I'm not just talking about his personality. He wants to keep people enslaved. It's complicated. He's just very traditional. But again, there's no chance. I sigh at the wolf's overconfidence, but he does know his brother far better than I do. Well, I'm at least glad that I'm behind the right wolf and getting myself home. The right wolf. Yeah, can't imagine being under your brother. Amicus glances at the plate he's been building with food. Speaking of, I'm going to bring this to Alex in the garden. Did you want to accompany me? I run a hand through my hair, feeling the griminess of 2 days with no shower. Actually, can I use the shower while you're gone? I feel kind of gross. Oh, yeah, sure. Just step in and it starts up. There's a screen on the wall that controls the temperature. There's a color spectrum, and you can drag your finger across. I'll figure it out. Ah, right. Well, I should be back by the time you're finished. And with that, Amicus balances his plate of food on his paws as he strides out of the room, leaving me to go to the bathroom. I quickly use the toilet again, suddenly glad that I don't have to use a public toilet like the ones I'd seen in drawings of in my Roman history books. The shower is easy enough to understand, and the water is immediately warm and pleasant, so I don't have to bother with the temperature. There are several glass bottles of soap, so I choose the one that smells the best and give myself a quick wash. When I'm done, I grab a towel off the wall and dry myself before wrapping it around my waist. I think about putting my clothes back on, but the idea of stepping back into the underwear has me hesitating. Instead, I open the door and I'm greeted with the sight of Amicus sitting on the edge of the bed, looking off to the side, upon his lap holding a brush. His head snaps in my direction before he immediately averts his eyes. Sorry, I didn't mean to see. I thought you'd be dressed. Hey, it's fine. I got a towel on. Slowly, Amicus turns his gaze back to me, eyes drifting down my torso before immediately snapping back up again. Oh, I thought you hated any sort of nudity. Not really, just the genitals. Even then, I don't hate it. It's just more private. Amicus seems to be staring at me, and I feel a little self-conscious. Is everything okay? Amicus looks away again. Sorry, I'm just not used to seeing you like that. I've only seen humans with clothing, so I just sort of imagined that you'd always be that way. Well, my clothes are dirty, so I was going to ask you about maybe getting some clean ones, at least until you can get me that tailor. Oh, of course. Come, send some robes from storage. Children's robes, please.
Yes, Amicus.
Thanks. Of course. I stand there awkwardly for another few seconds until Amicus seems to snap back to reality again. He holds up the brush. Anyway, I thought you'd like to be groomed too. I feel it's only fair after what you did for me. Oh, well, it's only on my head. All the easier for me, then. Amicus grins. Well, alright. I walk over to the bed and sit with my back to the wolf. Amicus adjusts his seating to face me more directly, then starts to run the brush gently through my hair. We sit in silence for a bit, and I start to enjoy the feeling of the brushing, especially the way the firm bristles run across my scalp, giving me shivers and down my neck. Sorry for talking so much earlier. I'm not used to being able to talk to someone. The palace is a bit lonely, so having a friendly conversation with someone other than calm is a bit of a novelty. Amicus chuckles. That was probably why I was having so much trouble focusing on my studies today. I was so excited to come back home and speak with you. Hearing that makes me feel a little bad for the wolf. I suppose being the prospective emperor doesn't allow you to have many friends. Being in such an empty palace is definitely lonely. I guess this is why Alex told me basically the same thing. I'm fine. I didn't mean to be too harsh earlier. I know it's not your fault. No, I think we're on the same page on that one. All the more reason to unite against Cassius, eh? Oh! As if he'd forgotten something, Amicus's other paw comes around my side of his palm, and I see 2 purple grapes. I managed to snatch a few of those off of Alexius's earring. He wasn't too happy about that. Want one? Seriously? I take one, more out of being nice to Amicus than anything. When I bite into it, I can't help but notice how juicy and sweet it is. Amicus talks to me with a grape in his mouth. I don't know why, but this grape earring always tastes the best. Wait, if you don't mind, I invited Alex to our outing tomorrow. Cassius is going to be away to do some speeches and is leaving Alex behind for once. Of course not. We get along really well. I lean my head back, allowing the wolf to continue brushing. Your hair, you call it. It's not like a wolf's fur, but it's rather nice. I smile. Thank you, Amicus. If you'd like, I can do this for you every day. I feel that's fair. I have to admit, I really like this, so I accept. Yeah, sure. Feels really nice. Hear some thumping sounds, and I imagine it's Amicus' tail wagging against the bed. So, washing you, brushing you, making you smell nice, and are all my duties? Well, that and accompanying me to important meetings and public outings, where all you do during those is stand there and look civilized. Yeah, that's what you all keep telling me. This all seems pretty easy. Though, there is one thing you can do for me before I go to bed. What? Well, a full-body massage. Look over my shoulder at him. Oh, he could just stick with the other duties. I laugh and Amicus' ears come back up. He continues to brush for a little while longer before he finally sets it aside. There, looks much better now. Gently rub a hand over my hair. I have to agree, it feels softer than it's ever felt before. But anyway, William, I am looking forward to these months ahead with you, even though we started off a bit poorly. I look back at the wolf, at his earnest but tentative smile. He's definitely a man of contradictions, rash half the time, but considerate most of the time. I'm not sure what to make of him. But at this point, I feel like I can at least trust him, and that's saying a lot after what he put me through. I smile back. Yeah, me too. The next day, Amicus wakes me up by gently shaking my shoulder. Hey, William, wake up. I roll over on my sofa, groggily pulling the blanket up around me as I shiver. It's so cold in here. Oh, I can turn up the heat if you'd like. It's just that I tend to sweat a little when it's too warm. Could just give me a better blanket? Of course. I'm in just my underwear. My Romanesque underwear. Last night, Amicus had shown me, a bit awkwardly, how to tie it on. While it's uncomfortable, it always feels a little loose, and there's a constant worry that it's just going to drop off at some point. Anyway, we should get going soon. Alex is probably already waiting for us. I rubbed the sleep from my eyes, drawing the blanket around myself a bit more tightly. For what? We're going to the island for a picnic. You wanted something to do, didn't you? Oh yeah, right. I get up and grab my new robe off the back of the sofa. Don't bother with a shower today, since we'll be swimming. Well, I will anyway. Amicus moves to the bathroom and pulls out a large glass bottle filled with a clear liquid. He pours it into a glass cap and notices me watching. Oh, would you like to try some? I suppose your species cares about dental hygiene, considering your teeth look alright. What is it? A wash that simply cleans the teeth, keeps the breath from becoming offensively odorous. He holds out the cap, and I take it from him as he just pours the liquid straight into his mouth. I sniff it, and though I expected a minty smell, it's floral instead. Is this all you use to clean your teeth? Amicus swishes the liquid around in his mouth for a while, then spits it into the sink. It removes any surface-level debris, but you can get a deeper cleaning from a drone at least once a week. I can show you that later too if you'd like. That kinda sounds terrifying. Maybe. Honestly, you're supposed to use this every morning, but I forgot yesterday and all the excitement that we had. I lift the liquid-filled cap into my mouth, and with just a little hesitation, I pour it in. The taste reminds me of walking into a room that's just been sprayed with air freshener. Not exactly pleasant, but when I spit it into the sink, I notice bits of what I assume to be plaque floating down the drain, and my mouth does feel a lot more fresh. Guess it works. Amicus seems impatient, though, shifting his weight from one foot to the other. Ready, William? Yeah, sure. Do you have bathing suits or something? Like clothes for swimming? Amicus steps out of the room and into the main hallway as I follow him. At the same time, I finish tying on my robe, trying to make sure everything is correctly in place. No, we swim nude, but if you prefer to have something on, you could use your undergarments. I can't imagine that would be comfortable, but Alex does it. Just as he says the cat's name, I can see him standing in the hall, carrying a heavy-looking basket in both arms. Once he sees us, he smiles. Hello, Amicus. Hello, William. It's good to see you again. How are you this morning? I'm about to respond, but Amicus is already speaking.
Good. You got all the food, Alex?
Yeah, though are you sure it's not against protocol that I took all of this?
Well, it would be if I didn't approve it. Now let's go.
Alex and I follow the excited wolf's swishing tail as we head toward the front archways, an area that I haven't been to before.
Ahem.
I hear a familiar grunt, and we all stop and turn around. Kato stands there watching us, stoic as always.
Where might you three be off to?
Hello, Kato. Going for a swim?
A swim?
I can't exactly tell what's going on behind that visor, but the tone of his voice doesn't seem all that enthusiastic. Amicus seems to sense it too. Yes. A moment of silence goes by.
You know you have combat training today, Amicus.
Well, yes, but only for part of the day. We'll be back shortly after noon. Kato's face twitches, and I can sense the disapproval coming off of him in waves. Then he turns his head slightly in my direction.
You're taking the pets?
I quickly fix my face into a middle-distance stare. Yes, I thought we could all use a little fresh air. Kato goes on staring for a moment, and I start to believe what Amicus said about Kato not having a good mood. Finally, the old wolf turns his attention back to Amicus.
Well, I have some of my own duties to take care of this morning, but I expect you to be in the amphitheater by the 11th hour. Do not be late.
With that, he turns and stalks off down the hall before disappearing around a marble corner. Amicus lets out a breath. I thought he was going to cancel our outing altogether. Alright, let's go before anyone else tries to stop us. Amicus quickly turns toward the archways again and leads out into the warm morning air. You seem very eager, Amicus. Well, I haven't been swimming for weeks now, and I need a good exercise. As we walk, I notice Alex huffing and puffing, struggling with the basket, so I hold out my hand. Here, do you need help? Oh, I don't want to inconvenience you. I reach out and take the handle of the basket, and Alex doesn't resist as I pull it out of his paws. It's heavy, but not impossible to carry. I heft it in both my hands as we walk down the path towards the lake. Are you sure it's not too heavy? I'm fine, though I think someone else might be able to handle it a bit better than us, especially since I imagine it's mostly his food. Amicus's ears perk at my pointed statement. Oh, is it heavy? Amicus turns and yanks the basket from me, easily swinging it in one paw. Should have said something, though I'll have to give it back once we get to the shore. I'll be swimming to the island. I frown. Is it far? Well, of course you'll be taking the sightseer. What's that? Alex moves up to walk alongside me. You'll see. It's sort of a hovercraft for sightseeing, as the name implies. After a few minutes, we reach the shore where there's a small gazebo with various boats underneath it. There's also what sort of looks like a jet ski, and next to that is just a glass box with an open top. This is what Alex and Amicus walk up to, the wolf leaning over to drop the picnic basket inside. Once he does that, he strips off his underwear and tosses it into the glass craft as well. I look away and notice Alex do the same, his ears down as he blushes furiously. Trying to ignore the wolf, I walk up to the strange little craft, noticing that there's an open space in the side of the box that allows us to get in. The floor is glass as well, and I can see the dirt and vegetation underneath us. Race you to the island! Amicus cheerfully waves at us before running into the lake, the wolf's bushy tail swooshing around over his naked butt. So inappropriate. Alex shakes his head and turns to the slanted glass panel attached to the side of the craft. He touches it and several bright characters come to life on the screen. A few seconds later, our little glass craft levitates off the ground and starts to move over the water, albeit at a very slow pace. Wow, what is this thing?
a sightseeing craft. Parental tech, so it's very safe and easy to navigate.
I watch as we start to float over the slightly choppy water, Amicus already about 10 meters out in front of us. He's a pretty good swimmer.
We're just slow. That's why he turned this into a race, because he knows we won't beat him, even if we're going at full speed.
Sure enough, Amicus starts to widen the gap. I notice Alex's ears twitching about as he navigates our craft, looking left and right while avoiding looking at the water altogether. Do you not like swimming?
Oh, I hate large bodies of water. It's a bit stressful coming out here, honestly, but the island is serene, and for the most part, it makes the trip worth it.
Felines are kind of like that on my planet, too. I cringe inwardly as I almost reveal the name of my planet. It was pretty blatant, but Alex goes on like he didn't even notice.
Well, yes, similar origins and all, but honestly, I'm a bit surprised that you're doing so well yourself, or that you even decided to come out here.
Comes off as a little strange to me, but I'm distracted watching Amicus get closer to the island. Maybe only about 50 meters now. I start to get an idea, though. Judging by the distance between us, Amicus, and the island, I feel like I might be able to beat him. I grin and start stripping off my robe.
What are you doing? We're not at the island yet.
Alex blushes furiously again, looking away. I'm gonna beat him.
What?
I grab onto the edge of the glass barrier and swing my legs over it.
No!
Alex actually tries to lunge for me, his paws just barely missing as I plunge into the lake.
Oh, lordy.
I don't have much time to think about why, because I'm instantly surrounded by freezing cold water. I come up gasping from the shock of it before I spot the direction of the island and start swimming towards it. It's been a while since I've really had a chance to swim. I'd always been pretty good at it, though, and soon enough I get to the familiar motions of putting one arm ahead of the other and while turning my head to take breaths. While this is going on, I still hear Alex shouting behind me. But then, just as I'm feeling that I'm about to gain on Amicus, I get rammed by something heavy and furry that suddenly starts to pull me into its grasp. At first, I wonder if I've been captured by some kind of Adastran sea monster. Maybe that's why Alex is freaking out. But just as I'm about to resign myself to that fate... William, don't worry, I've got you! I stop fighting against the big furry arms wrapping around me as I feel Amicus kicking his legs under mine, sort of pulling me towards the island that's just a few dozen meters away now. But what are you doing? I try to pull away, but Amicus keeps me in a fierce death grip, refusing to loosen up at all.
By Galen!
I look up and see Alexus dumping out the basket full of food into the sightseer before throwing the basket at me.
Use this! It'll keep you above water.
He hits me in the face before gently bobbing away in the waves. What the hell is going on? I try to pull away from Amicus one last time, but give up, leaning into his chest with a bewildered expression on my face. He kicks his feet awkwardly under mine before I finally feel our feet drag to the shifting sand under the water. Even then, Amicus doesn't let me go. He keeps his firm grip around my wrist as he pulls me to shore, bringing us onto the little island. Are you alright? Amicus puts his paws under my shoulders, his wide eyes looking into mine, breathing heavily. Yes! What the hell just happened? I rub my nose where the blanket hit me in the face, and that's when Alex's little craft pushes gently onto the sand. He hops out, running up to us.
I don't know what happened, Amicus. He just jumped out. I'm sorry I couldn't stop him.
Alex bows deeply, ears flat and trembling. I start to wonder if maybe there's something in the water that I wasn't supposed to come in contact with. I look at my skin, but everything seems fine. I finally look up at Amicus, trying to ignore his dick as it swings around between his legs. Amicus seems to notice at the same time and covers up his crotch with his paw, keeping the other on my shoulder. Can you just explain to me what happened? Amicus frowns at me. Well, you can't swim. You're hopeless in water. That's why I wanted you in the craft. Alex's lips tremble a bit, as if about to cry. You're not born with natural swimming abilities. Whenever a primate falls into the water, they're almost sure to drown. Are you sure you're okay? I'm so sorry. The way they explained to me how primates work reminds me that they still might not consider me to be on the same intelligence level as them. It's like I don't even know my own species. It's like I don't know my own species capabilities, that I just jumped in because I'm a stupid barbarian. It irritates me, but both of them look almost traumatized. Especially Amicus. The paw not concealing his crotch is still firmly locked on my shoulder, as if worried I'm about to go running off into the water again. Guys, I can swim. I mean, yeah, it's not natural for us, but we can learn. I've known how to swim since I was a kid. They still stare back at me, as if not understanding. Really? Yeah. Do you think I just jumped out of the thing to just drown myself? Amicus lets go of my shoulder to cover his dick with both paws now. I don't know. I know you're unhappy here, so I wasn't sure. I laugh. I'm not that unhappy. I'm fine. And you know, I'm not an idiot. I thought you'd know this by now, Amicus. Things go quiet then. Alex looking off to the side and his ears down, standing awkwardly covering his crotch with both paws. Why is Alex covering his crotch? So, did I ruin our outing? No. I just need to remember that you're not a typical child. Now, let's try to relax and have some fun. It's the whole reason we came out here, after all. Alex still looks a bit dejected, looking off towards the sightseer. I ruined our food. I'm sorry. Alex bows again. I remember how Alex isn't really supposed to know about my intelligence or anything about me, really. But if he's not bothered by the conversation that just took place, he's not showing it. Or if he is bothered. Amicus shrugs. Stop bowing, it makes me feel strange. The naked wolf ambles over to the craft as he leans over to look at the cluttered mess inside. His tail lifts and we get the view of his butt again. Alex looks away, blushing, but at this point I think I've given up on trying not to see the various naked parts of the wolf. Being in the nude seems pretty natural for him, even if he tries to hide it from us. I think we can salvage a decent meal out of this. The wine's good. Amicus lifts a large bottle of wine into the air, still not turning around. I'll sort through it, Amicus. Please, enjoy your swimming exercises in the meantime. Alex quickly moves to start gathering up the food, head down. Well, all right. And ears up, Alex. We're here to have fun. Alex puts his ears up, but doesn't lift his head to look at us. Oh, right. The wolf grins at me, dripping his muzzle down at his crotch. The cats are just like you when it comes to this sort of thing. Anyway, I'll get in the water so you won't have to keep averting your eyes. You should join me now that we know you can swim, William. I start to follow, then look back at the cat. Do you need help, Alex? Alex shakes his head quickly, and I can see that he's still blushing. Go on and swim, William. I'll just be sunbathing anyway. There isn't much room in a sightseer for two people, and Amicus seems to be waiting for me, so I follow the wolf out towards the water. Intelligent conversation and a swimming partner. I have a pet that can do it all. Amicus shoulders me as we walk along the beach, making me stumble. Hey. I say it warningly, even though I know he's joking. You know, I have to wonder why you'd take me out here if you didn't think I could swim. Everyone enjoys the beach, whether they can swim or not. The sand becomes too hot as I walk along the beach, so I have to jog at least 10 meters or so onto the wet sand, sighing as a wave cools my burning feet. Amicus catches up. Too hot? I suppose I should remember that you are a bit more fragile than the other species. Fragile? Well, a bit. I mean, when we fought on the ship, I had to hold back a lot. I give Amicus a shove, the wolf stumbling more than he probably would have if he wasn't covering up his junk. Whoa, hey! With that, I wade out into the shallows, the water quickly coming up to my shoulders. I stick to the shore, treading water as I watch Amicus splash around, doing the sort of lunging swim that reminds me of the butterfly stroke, which is a lot more clumsy. After a few minutes, he swims up next to me. You doing all right? I'm still unsure of you being out in the water. Hey, don't start. I know what I'm doing. Alright. But even experienced swimmers can have accidents, so let me know if you need help, or anything. Amicus stands right in front of me, his fur plastered tightly against his chest. I will. The wolf shields his eyes from the sun with a paw as he looks around. Anyway, do you want to have a race around the island? We can stay in the shallows. I actually used to do it with Cass all the time as a pup. I look around the small island, deciding that the distance is short enough that I can manage it. Alright, sure. Alright, William, but be warned, I won't go easy on you just because you're a primate. I swim past Amicus. Go! Hey! I hear the wolf splashing noisily behind me as he tries to catch up. I do fairly well for the first half of our little race, managing to get around the backside of the island without the wolf catching up to me. I notice that this part of the island is covered in dense trees and vegetation with no beach to speak of. It's at this point that Amicus overtakes me with his big, lunging strokes, breathing hard each time he comes up. I realize how hard he's trying, and I wonder if he's actually afraid of losing. It's clear that there's a competitive edge to him, and I guess that makes sense if he's so determined to beat Cassius to the throne. As we come around the final bend, I fall further behind, quickly losing stamina as my muscles burn in my arms and legs. Amicus seems to notice and slows down a bit at the end, allowing me to catch up some before he reaches the same spot we'd started at. For a moment, we both just gasp for breath in the shallows, though Amicus grins.
I win.
I roll my eyes and wait until I can breathe evenly again. Whatever, you've got way more muscle than I do.
That isn't really an advantage.
Amicus still breathes heavily, and I wonder how much effort he actually put into beating me.
Besides, I've got all this fur weighing me down, and you don't. But you know, competitive swimmers usually shave their fur down near the skin.
Makes me wonder what a shaved wolf would look like. Guess I just have bad stamina.
Actually, you did a lot better than I thought you would. Had me worried the first few minutes. What do you call that swimming style?
I don't know. I think it's just called freestyle. Amicus moves closer, his breathing finally under control.
Could you teach me?
To swim? Looks like you've already got that down.
I mean, your style of swimming.
You beat me, didn't you? Why would you want to learn my style? I say that, but I think I know what Amicus is getting at. He has a very clumsy way of swimming, sort of like he's fighting the water itself. Amicus harumphs, blowing some droplets of water from his nose.
It looked effective. I'd just like to try it if you're willing to show me.
I smile. Alright. For the next hour, I show the wolf how to swim freestyle. At the beginning, it kind of feels like I'm teaching a toddler how to swim. First few tries at him thrashing around in the water like he's about to drown, showering me with lake water until I have to reach out and grab him to make him stop. I tried to try with the arms first, standing in the shallows and showing him how I put one arm ahead of the other in a sort of rhythm. Again, I have to stand close to the naked wolf, grabbing his big furry arms and showing him how to move them. Once he has that down, he quickly learns how to add his feet to the mix, and pretty soon he's swimming back and forth, picking up speed to the point that I have no hope of keeping up with him. I realize then that Amicus is a very fast learner.
This is so much better! Do you know any other styles?
Amicus paddles happily around me. Well, I guess back floating, but not really. I'm not a professional swimmer. Amicus stands, water running down his furry body.
Want to race again?
He grins at me. I laugh. No, I'm exhausted after teaching you all that.
Oh, don't be such a pup. Or are you afraid of losing again?
Amicus winks to lighten his words. I think about flicking him on the nose like he's a misbehaving dog, but I resist the urge. No, I'm tired, and I'm hungry, and if I stay out any longer, I'm probably going to get a sunburn. Reminding Amicus that there's food on the beach seems to change his mind as he follows me under the shallows.
Oh, that's right. You have no fur. Sometimes I get burned around my nose if I stay out too long. Are you alright?
I feel Amicus rub a paw over my shoulders and I shiver. I won't know by tonight, but I feel alright. As we trudge onto the beach, I see Alex curled up on a blanket, his fur bright and shiny under the sun. Judging by the plates around him, he's already eaten. Amicus chuckles. Such a feline. Anyway, you better keep your eyes off of me. I want the fur to dry before I put my undergarments back on, so I'm going to stop covering up for you. Oh boy, automatically my eyes start wandering around the wolf before snapping back to look straight ahead. But then I start to think, I am going to be here for a while as far as I know. Maybe I should get used to the whole nudity thing now. Everyone's saying when in Rome because y'all a bunch of thirsty bitches, so BAP! When in Rome. I mean, it's not that big of a deal, and if this is a normal thing for the wolves, then why not get used to it? So, I look. Oh! Amicus grunts in surprise when he sees me not bothering to avoid looking his way. But human! Amicus's paw snapped to covering his crotch again. I smirk. What? I might as well get used to it if this is normal around here, right? Though I gotta say, you're acting like it isn't. Amicus pauses, then pulls his paws away from his crotch, his face flushed. You just surprised me is all. Anyway, Amicus walks stiffly up the beach, past the sleeping Alex while I try to keep up. It's kind of satisfying to see how embarrassed he is considering how much he's been teasing me about it. And honestly, now that I've seen it, it really isn't a big deal at all. The wolf's cork and walls are just like a human's. Sure, maybe with a little more fur on the walls and a darker shade on the cork, but still similar. We reach the sights here, and I see that Alex has laid out the food in a neat little line of plates. Though some of the pastries look a bit squashed, everything seems to have survived the emergency dumping that they suffered. Amicus grabs a few large plates of quiches and what look like fruit pastries. Meanwhile, I grab a folded blanket, the bottle of wine for Amicus, and a smaller bottle of the vegetable tasting juice I'd had yesterday for myself. We make our way over to the shade of the trees before I roll out the blanket and Amicus starts to tie his underwear back on. Finally, he sits down with a huff before reaching out for the wine. You sure you don't want any? He asks before guzzling some of it down. I mean, maybe at dinner or something, but I'd rather not get buzzed right now. Oh, really? I'd have to drink quite a bit more than this bottle to become inebriated. Guess that explains how we can drink so much of it for every meal. Well, you are a lot bigger. Anyway, this stuff is great. I easily pull out the cork of my own bottle before drinking down the ice-cold juice. Amicus pulls a face. Ugh, Verdi, that stuff tastes awful. Wine is so much better. Amicus immediately goes for the fruit pastries, shoving two in his mouth at the same time. Maybe you just prefer sweet things. And slow down, don't you take time to enjoy your food? Amicus frowns at me with his mouth full. I do enjoy it. That's why I eat it fast. I smile and go after one of the quiches instead. We eat in silence for a few minutes, then I remember what Cato had said earlier. When do you need to be at the thing that Cato was talking about? Combat practice? Well, we've got at least an hour yet. And what does that involve? Oh, just striking and grapples. I'm just glad Cass isn't here to join us. I hate sparring him. Really? You told me last night he can't even compete with you. That's exactly why. He has a condition where his bones are less dense than what is normal, makes them easy to break. Because of this, I'm more of a training dummy for him than anything. Basically, he just uses it as an excuse to punch me in the stomach! There isn't much I can do to retaliate that won't seriously injure him, so I preferred training with Cato. Didn't you tell Cassius you'd punch him yesterday? Amicus laughs. And I did, didn't I? Well, that's why he was so offended. For now he knows not to bother you. I've learned to be gentle with him since we were pups, but my limit can only be pushed so far. Especially now that I have you. You said that you used to get along with him when you were pups? Yes, but I think that had more to do with him admiring me when we were younger. He used to look up to me, which was preferable to how he is now. What happened? Amicus shrugs. We grew older. Then Mother died, and he was always very close to her. They shared a lot in common, including their disease. Amicus pokes around the pastries a bit before picking one up that looks to be filled with a red fruit. Then I suppose we've always been different philosophically, which would be fine if he weren't trying to take the throne from me. So if you were next in line for the throne, how could Cassius just challenge you for it? Isn't that how it's supposed to work? Is that how it's supposed to work? No, not really. Cato is the one who decided to do things this way, which he can because he's the acting emperor. Cassius has been building a following amongst the wolves for the past several years. Amicus shakes his head. I thought he was simply trying to solidify his chances of becoming my advisor, but his speeches and writings were so different from my father's. I did realize he was cultivating a certain persona for the emperorship eventually, but I never thought Cato would buy into it just because of Cassius's popularity. But he did, and here we are. Amicus shoos away a worryingly large fly that lands near the plate. I thought I'd have more time, anyway. A lot more time. But my father's passing was sudden, so I'm left with what I have now. What happened to him, if you don't mind me asking? To father? His ship crashed while landing in Adastra City about 5 months ago. It's a rare thing to happen, but it does happen. I'm sorry. Well, he's with the parents now, so we'll see him again. But he should have had so much more time left, just like Mother. How old was he? 157. I blink. He was 157. Yes. Years? Yes. Amicus looks at me confused. How long do you people live? It varies, obviously, but about 250 to 300 years. Wow. How long do your people live? Amicus looks slightly apprehensive. I don't know, 80, 100 if we're lucky. Oh. Amicus's ears fall. That's so short. Compared to you guys, yeah. Wait, how old are you? 20. How old are you? Amicus is still frowning. 23. It gives me some pause, trying to work out how much that would be in a human lifespan. Wait, so are you an adult, or... Amicus seems to recover. Well, adulthood varies among species and cultures, obviously, but legal adulthood is 20, so yes, I'm considered an adult. Huh. About the same as humans. But the difference is that you die a lot sooner. That concerned look again. A shrug. I've grown up with the idea, so it's not all that shocking to me. Amicus seems to be thinking, well, maybe we can do something about it. I don't like the idea of you being through a fourth of your life when you've only just reached adulthood. I frown. Well, what are you gonna do about it? We aren't able to live so long naturally. We take supplements and medication that slows the aging process. Maybe we could consider the same for you. It's an interesting thought, but I don't like the idea of being a guinea pig for wolvish medication. Maybe, but let's figure out this whole emperor thing first. Alright. Amicus picks at his claws for a while, and it looks like he wants to say something, but he doesn't, and just stays quiet. Finally, just as I'm about to ask him what's wrong, he looks over at the sleeping Alex. I'll be right back. And with that, the wolf suddenly gets up and jogs over to the cat. Can't help but feel the conversation was left unfinished. But then I see Amicus get down on his paws and knees as if sneaking up to Alex. I frown and watch as the wolf gets closer, his paw reaching out for Alex's earring. I guess the wolf wasn't being very quiet because Alex suddenly rolls over and squeals as the wolf leaps at him.
Amicus, no! No, this is my best one! Don't mess it up!
I sigh and get up. a little reluctant to leave the shade as I make my way over to the pair. Alex is rolled up into a little ball, clutching at his ear as he tries to hide the grapes.
Don't you dare! Do you want to tear my ear off?
I'm being gentle. If you'd stop trying to fight it, it would make this a lot easier.
No!
Alexius tries to roll away, then spots me.
William, help!
I sigh and watch it for a bit before deciding to save the poor cat. I look for an opening, then pounce on Amicus's back, wrapping my arms around his neck and my legs around his waist, trying to throw him off balance.
Oh, not so fragile now, are we?
Amicus swings me back and forth as if trying to throw me off, but not really putting any effort into it. Meanwhile, Alex scrambles out from under the wolf before turning and giving him a shove.
Ugh!
Amicus starts to topple backwards, and for a moment I think I'm about to get crushed between the 300-pound wolf and the sand, but Amicus turns as we fall and end up laying sideways on the beach. Alex stands to the side, quickly dusting himself off before adjusting his earring, frowning.
You know, I might as well just stop wearing this thing. There's no point if half of it is plucked by the day's end.
Amicus just lays there and laughs. His laugh is infectious, so I laugh too.
They're too good, Alex. Maybe you should start wearing inedible berries instead.
Alex huffs as he looks down his nose at us.
It's a cultural staple of my people, and honestly, what you're doing is rather disrespectful, especially as a prospective emperor.
Amicus waves his paw dismissively, laying flat out on his back next to me, his arm flopping over my head.
Paw, you're a friend. Obviously, I wouldn't do it to an actual ambassador.
I am an actual ambassador, Amicus.
Yes, but a friend ambassador. Alex sighs.
Anyway, thank you, William. You should obey your master, yes, but it's also important to keep your master in check when he oversteps his bounds.
Hey, don't encourage insubordination, Alex.
Amicus's big paw resting above my head comes down to ruffle my hair. I realize that for the first time since I was abducted that I'm at ease. Happy even. Then Alex looks at the sky.
Amicus, what time is it?
Amicus suddenly sits up with a grunt, also looking toward the sun.
I don't know. Is it close to the 11th hour?
I was asleep, so I'm not sure. I'd ask Calm, but we're outside his boundaries.
Amicus sits for a moment, then sighs.
Well, I suppose we should head off just in case.
We gather up the food and blankets. Don't you guys have portable clocks or something? Amicus shrugs.
We do, but usually I just ask Calm.
The wolf taps his ear. But like Alex said, his signal doesn't reach the island. Amicus is starting to look a little nervous, so we pick up the pace and pack ourselves into the sightseer, a bit more crowded now with Amicus inside. When we're about halfway to the shore, Amicus asks the time, then groans. Damn it, 11:30 hour. The amphitheater is small compared to the massive one I'd seen in Rome. It might only be able to fit a few hundred people at most. Though Alex tells me that the really big one is in the city center. He sits next to me on the bottom bench with the stairs between us as we watch Amicus stand alone in the center of the pit. He has his paws on his hips, looking around, waiting. Well, I don't think he's here.
Clearly.
Do you want to be my sparring partner for the day, Alex?
No!
Alex scrunches up, one paw going up to cover his earring as Amicus just laughs. I look around, not seeing the old wolf anywhere. Are you gonna get in trouble, Amicus? Amicus shrugs, leaning one way, then to the other, in a sort of stretch.
Probably, but Cato is always upset. It'll probably just make me train an extra hour tomorrow or something.
Besides, I got most of my exercises in at the lake. Amicus suddenly does a handstand, his feet poking straight up in the air, and I'm amazed that he's able to keep perfectly balanced. Alex quickly looks away as the hanging cloth on the wolf's undergarments falls forward, even if everything is still covered. Well, mostly. I can see the lighter colored fur that covers his front, also covering his inner thighs. Then Amicus falls backward, keeping his paws on the ground while his feet land with a thump, the wolf's back arched, making a bridge. It's kind of impressive seeing such a thick, muscular body be so limber. That's when I notice Amicus looking directly at me from his upside-down position, watching me, watching him. I quickly look away, blushing, realizing the wolf is just showing off. Amicus pushes off his paws, smoothly standing up straight. Well, I suppose we could go back to the palace, since I need a partner to do the rest of my training. Unless... Amicus glances at me. William, would you like to assist me? I freeze up for a moment, still feeling a bit awkward at being caught staring at his body. I know I can say no, but Alex is here, and I don't want to come off as a belligerent pet in front of him. We're still sort of pretending after all, even though Alex probably thinks something is off about me. Don't worry, I'm not going to hurt you. It would probably be the other way around. Alright. I get up and stand awkwardly in front of the half-naked wolf. Glad that I'm at least in my robes now. Do your people have combat sports? Yeah, actually, there were a few where your people... There were a few where your people uplifted. Wrestling and something else where they'd basically just beat each other up. Can't remember the name of it, though. It's UFC, motherfucker. Amicus smiles. That sounds similar enough. This is called Pugnu, and it mostly involves punching, kicking, and grappling. The only rules are no claws, no teeth, and no going for the eyes or groin. Amicus smirks at me. And while sparring, we avoid striking above the neck. So, go ahead and throw some punches at me. Amicus grins and hunches down, paws out. I look over at Alex, who watches us, a bit of a disapproving look on his face. Amicus notices. Don't mind Alex, his people are too soft for this sport.
Excuse me, but we invented the grapples you use. We just grew out of it.
Amicus seems to ignore the cat circling me. Come on, don't hold back. Mostly I just want to train my reflexes. Try to shake off my timidness and move forward, throwing an awkward punch at Amicus's chest. The wolf easily slaps it away. I hope you can do better than that, William. I blush and put a little more effort into a quick punch at the wolf's side, which he dodges with a jump to the right. I follow him up with a jab at his stomach, which he blocks with an elbow. Oh, come on, you can hit harder than that. We go for a while longer until I finally stop huffing. Amicus comes up from his crouch. What's wrong? Tired already? I shake my head. Honestly, I just don't like throwing punches at you. Feels kind of wrong. Alex perks up.
See, William understands.
Amicus rolls his eyes. You're both soft. There's nothing wrong with a bit of sanctioned combat. In fact, I'd say it creates a more civilized... I take the opportunity to jab Amicus in the side, making the wolf grunt. Amicus turns on me with widened eyes. Oops. Amicus frowns while Alex laughs. I'll show you an oops. Amicus smirks as he ducks in, grabbing my arms and easily pinning them behind my back. Hey! Amicus growls playfully into my ear. Ha! Now it's your turn to train. Try and get out of this. He leans heavily against me, using his weight to his advantage. It's clear that I have no chance of getting out of the hold, but I try anyway, struggling and complaining. Someone... Amicus! I jump, and so does Amicus, the wolf immediately letting me go. The sudden lack of support almost causes me to faceplant before Amicus catches me and sets me back on my feet. Turn around to see Kato. Despite the volume and fury in his voice just moments earlier, he appears almost calm. Amicus and I stand there for a moment, breathing heavily, then Amicus bows. Good morning, Kato. I quickly follow suit, bowing low. There's a moment of silence as Kato regards us both. Afternoon. You mean you're late? My apologies. I lost track of time at the lake. Your pet did not remind you? Is that not one of his duties? Kato's gaze snaps in my direction and I almost jump. I don't know what to do, so I go back to bowing, wondering if I should apologize. I have not taught him our hours yet, Cato. It's my fault. Cato watches us for a moment longer, then begins unfastening his robe.
Luckily, my appointment with the Praetor has been cancelled, so despite your tardiness, we may train.
Cato tosses his robe aside.
Move, pet!
I stand there like an idiot for a moment before realizing he's talking to me. Ugh. I hurry over and sit down next to Alex, and can tell by the expression on his face that he's also a bit worried.
I see that you've already warmed up.
Cato glances over at me again before turning back to Amicus, getting into a crouch. Amicus stands awkwardly for a moment before doing the same.
Yes, did you need to... I did mine while waiting for you for over half an hour, Amicus.
Two big wolves start circling each other. I want to ask Alex if this is normal, but something tells me I shouldn't speak out of turn in the presence of Cato.
Your brother had a very successful speech in the city today. Over 500,000 attended.
Amicus seems thrown off by what Cato said, but then Cato's fist snaps out and smacks Amicus right in the nose.
Ah!
The wolf stumbles back, blinking and snorting as he holds his face. I wince. Didn't Amicus just tell me that they didn't go for the face during training? I look at Alex questioningly, but the cat is now looking firmly at the ground beneath his feet, his ears down.
That's double his last speech, Amicus, and it rivals your father's early days as emperor.
Amicus has recovered at this point, and he's got his paws back up, his teeth bared. He doesn't respond as he starts circling Cato again, and this time he attacks first, throwing an elbow at Cato's face. Cato ducks it and moves to the side, smacking a fist into Amicus's back, right over the kidney.
Ah!
Amicus lets out a pained grunt, bending sideways and stumbling before forcing himself back into position, his teeth showing now.
And while you were being a pup at the lake, Cassius was touring the countryside, and even that drew thousands.
Cato throws a sudden kick at Amicus's thigh, and I look away, but still hear the painful thwack of furry flesh on furry flesh. This isn't training, this is punishment.
Stealing a ship and flying across the galaxy will only get you so far, Amicus. You win the people over, not me.
Amicus bull rushes the old wolf, grabbing one of Cato's legs by the thigh, lifting it off the ground while he starts throwing vicious punches into the old wolf's face. Cato seems to become dazed, stumbling on his one foot, raising his paws to protect himself. I silently root for Amicus, wanting to see him put the old man on his ass. But then Cato's paw comes down around in a vicious slap that turns Amicus's head to the right. He drops Cato's leg, and that's when the old wolf wraps his arms around Amicus's waist, setting his shoulder around the other wolf's stomach before actually lifting him off the ground. I don't know exactly how much Amicus weighs, but it's probably around the same as Cato himself, and somehow the old wolf is able to carry Amicus across the pit in a rush. Alex and I dive out of the way as Cato crushes Amicus into the stairs with a thudding crunch. I look back and see Amicus folded around Cato's shoulder, making a sound like a deflating tire as his eyes bulge. After a moment, Cato finally pulls back. Amicus curls up and rolls down a few steps to the pit of the amphitheater, making a horrible groaning sound. Cato, meanwhile, straightens out his undergarments before turning to pick his robes up.
Good spar, Amicus. I hope you learned something from it. I announced to the public that the trials will begin at the end of the month. Remember that your pet will be involved, so be sure that he's prepared.
Cato ties on his robe, and as he walks away, then suddenly turns as if forgetting something, addressing the still wheezing Amicus.
Oh, and your sister and her guest arrived today. She requested to see you in the Great Hall as soon as our session ended.
And with that, Cato stalks off, his robes billowing in the wind. I rush to Amicus' side. Amicus, are you okay? I know that wolves are tougher than humans, but if I had been slammed to the stairs like that, there's a good chance I'd never get back up. There's a hand on Amicus' back as he hugs his middle, presses his face against the stone floor. He keeps making a strained grunting sound, and I can see the strand of drool connecting from his lips to the ground. Alex stands next to us, nervously fidgeting with his robe. Amicus? Amicus surprises me by roughly pushing my hand away.
I just lost my wind. Give me a moment.
Amicus turns away from me, then rolls onto his back, his paws above his head, still breathing, his breathing still irregular, but at least he is breathing now. Alex clears his throat. Amicus, do you need medical attention? Amicus takes a deep breath, then lets it out slowly.
No, Alex.
Alright. Then I should probably take my leave. I don't know when Cassius will return. Alex, looking extremely uncomfortable, bows to both of us. Amicus, William, thank you for the outing. It was very relaxing. He then quickly makes his exit down the stone path, disappearing through the trees. I stand awkwardly off to the side, waiting for Amicus to recover.
Some ambassador friend he is.
He opens one eye, looking at me.
You know, you can head back to the palace as well.
I just want to make sure you're okay.
I'm fine.
I mean, he hit you really hard. I'm a little worried.
Don't be. Go back to my room.
Amicus's usually cheerful mood has completely dissipated. Well, if I'm pretending to be your pet, then I guess I'll just pretend to be worried, alright? Amicus just grunts and finally gets to his feet, wincing as he does. He straightens out his undergarments, which had twisted off to the side before walking toward the same path Alex had taken. I quickly catch up, following a few steps behind the wolf. Amicus is hunched over, walking with a light limp. I feel a wave of anger at Cato. He'd been nice to me yesterday, but now I realize that isn't typical for him. I understood the lesson he was teaching Amicus in the amphitheater, but I don't understand why it had to involve violence. Is this how the wolves normally treated each other? Fake civility with bursts of savage aggression? Was what Cato did normal?
What do you mean?
I mean, does he usually just
Beat you like that?
Amicus sighs deeply.
Not usually, no.
Seemed a bit much.
Can we not speak of this? I'm not in the mood.
I go quiet and I see Amicus' ears fall flat for a bit before coming back up. We walk the rest of the way to the palace in silence. I'm sure to stay a few steps behind Amicus, wanting to give him space. I get the feeling that while he's definitely upset about what happened, he's mostly just embarrassed that I saw it. We finally reach the main entrance to the palace, and just as we turn into the Great Hall, Amicus! Again, someone yells. A high sing-song voice echoes around the marble walls as a slight, wolfish figure quickly approaches us. Oh, hello. The fuck? Is that a nose and ear piercing that has a connecting thread? That seems hazardous. A wolf, who I can only imagine is Virginia, walks up to Amicus. She places both paws on his shoulders and leans in, pressing the side of her face to his.
Hi, Virginia.
Virginia pulls back, rolling her eyes.
Amicus, I took your place on a trip around the moon for a full week, and your only response is hi.
Sorry, I'm not feeling all that well.
Oh? Was Cato too rough with you during training? Shall I have a word with him?
No, I'm just sore.
You could use a shower too. You smell dreadful.
We're swimming in the lake. Never mind. I should be getting back to my room.
Enough with the dour mood, Amicus. Not until we introduce our guests to each other.
Virginia looks right at me over Amicus' shoulder. Amicus sighs and reaches out his paw to me. I walk over to him, letting the wolf place his paw on my shoulder.
This is William. He's an abandoned child.
Oh, fascinating. I thought Cass was pulling my tail in his letters.
Virginia stretches out a paw. I stand there awkwardly, unsure what to do, so I reach out and take her paw in my hand. Then, after another pause, I leaned down and brushed my lips on her fur, like I'd seen people do in movies.
Huh, interesting. Seems like they have some sort of etiquette.
I stepped back, keeping my head down. A bit, yes. Now, where's the Camion?
Manners, Amicus. He's examining the murals.
She turns to her right, raising her voice a bit.
Neferu? Could you come over and meet my brother, please?
There's a moment of silence, then soft footsteps. Oh, here we go. Here we fucking go. A canine appears around the corner, his fur much darker than the wolves, almost pitch black. He's covered in gold highlights, and immediately I'm struck by how he looks. Not just because his presence is impressive, it definitely is, but mostly because it reminds me of something on Earth. Not just something, but an entire thing. A culture. As I stare, I realize that he's not looking at Amicus, but at me. I quickly look down again, not wanting to draw attention to myself.
Neferu, this is my brother, Amicus.
Neferu bows his head slightly in Amicus's direction.
Hello. Thank you for letting me take up residence in your palace. It is indeed beautiful.
It's hard to describe, but I immediately know that Neferu is speaking in a different language than the wolves. It has a different feel in my brain, like a different dialect. Certainly. You'll have to excuse my appearance. I was just out combat training.
Oh, I see. It must have been a rough session by the looks of it.
Neferu gives Amicus a cool smile, and Amicus can only manage a grunt in response, self-consciously running a paw over his head fur. That's when Neferu turns his cool blue gaze on me.
And who might you be?
I open my mouth to answer, then catch myself and quickly look back down. This is William, my pet. He's an abandoned child. Amicus says it quickly, putting his paw on my shoulder again while gently pulling me in the direction of his room. It was wonderful meeting you, but I must be off to my shower. Neferu offers his paw to me. I pause again, but Amicus just stares at Neferu, so I take him to do the same as I did with Virginia. Neferu lets out a soft chuckle as I let go of his paw.
What a fascinating creature. Do you speak?
I make sure to give a long pause, then... Little.
I see.
Neferu keeps his eyes fixed on me, and I have to wonder why the hell he's taken such an interest. Ahem. Amicus draws me close to his side with a paw before starting to walk in the direction of the hall. If you'll excuse us, I need my pet's assistance in the showers. Pleasure meeting you. Virginia, who had been silent throughout, smiles.
Don't worry, Neferu. We just caught my brother in a bad mood. Usually he's much more friendly.
I can hear you, Virginia. I'm still here.
So you are, yet you said you had to be off. We shall speak more in depth in the evening, perhaps when you've stopped sulking.
Amicus grunts non-committally and pulls me along towards the bedroom. As we arrive at Amicus's room, there's a cart of flatbread, vegetables, and a bowl of sauce sitting outside the door. I've come to realize that there are two main meals in the day, breakfast and dinner, with a sort of midday snack in between. Amicus grabs the cart and shoves it into the room towards the sofa, almost rattling the contents to the floor. Then, without a word, he heads straight to the shower, leaving me to sit on the couch while I frown at the door. At first, I think about calling him out on his bad mood when he comes back out, maybe go on about how I didn't ask to be here, and him being an ass only makes it worse. But then I start to realize that maybe I wouldn't be so happy myself if I'd gotten my ass kicked in front of my friends. I spend the next 15 minutes or so spreading the orange-colored sauce on the flatbreads before sprinkling the vegetables on top and rolling it into a wrap. It's good, but the sauce is one of the first spicy things that I've experienced on this moon. Then Amicus comes back out, looking particularly fluffy. I'm about to ask if he wants to be brushed, but he just falls back onto his bed with a groan. You alright? Never better. A few of the chopped peppers fall out of my wrap onto the sofa, and I quickly pick them back up and set them on the cart. This is actually really good. I was starting to worry about you guys didn't have any food with actual flavor here. You know, the country where you guys uplifted, Italy, is known for its food. Actually, before you took me, I had this trip planned to go to Naples, which is just a few hours outside of Rome, just to try the pizza. Do you have pizza here? Amicus gazes at me with a frown. I wonder if he understood a single thing I said.
No.
Oh. Well, it's just sort of like this, if I'd kept it flat and we baked it. Anyway, you want some? I hold up my wrap with a smile. Amicus glares. I just had my guts squashed flatter than that flatbread, and you're assuming I still have an appetite? I quickly lower it. Yeah. Sorry. Amicus goes on staring at the ceiling while I nibble on the food, though I'm not really all that hungry anymore. Then Amicus sighs deeply, covering his face with his paws.
I'm sorry. I've just been thinking a lot is all.
About? Amicus just shakes his head, continuing to rub his brow.
Well, how sore I am, for one.
I look over at the wolf, then remember what he said last night about the massage. I think about it for a moment. Amicus has been trying to make me as comfortable as possible throughout the few days I've been here, minus the sofa. Kinda feel like I owe it to him. You want a massage? I see Amicus freeze up, his face still covered in his paws until he finally lowers them, his expression almost comical. What? I feel myself turning red. I asked if you want a massage. I thought you didn't want to. Well, I never really gave you an answer, did I? Amicus narrows his eyes. I don't want to force you into something you don't want to do. Well, I'm offering, but if you don't want it... I start to sit back down. Amicus' ears fall flat. No, please do. I try to hide my smile as I get back up and approach the bed. Amicus just sort of watches me, half sitting up. Once I get to the edge of the bed, I pause. So what do I do? Amicus rolls onto his front. Well, honestly, I don't really know how it's supposed to be done, but you could start with some light rubbing. Cautiously, I get up onto the bed on my knees, trying not to get tangled up in my robe as I scoot closer. Tentatively, I reach out and touch the wolf's back. Amicus inhales gently, his back rising against my fingers. Then slowly, I start to massage, starting on his thick neck before slowly rubbing my way down. I don't know the first thing about massaging, so I just do what feels natural, and Amicus seems to like it. When I reach his mid-back, he grunts. Little more gentle there, just got scraped on the stairs. I pause, then tease through the fur a bit and find a small, fresh scab right on Amicus' spine. I pet the fur back down before moving past it, working my thumbs into the muscles on either side of the wolf's spine. Cato's an asshole. Amicus lets out a choked cough in surprise. William, don't say that. He's the acting emperor. Well, he is. If you must say it, at least keep your voice down. I swear, Cassius sometimes has his ear pressed to my door. Amicus moans as I start to on his neck again and press harder than I had last time, really sinking into the muscle. The wolf's body melts into the bed as I grin with satisfaction as I keep up the pressure down on the rest of his back. It would be easier if I was straddling him, but I don't know how I feel about doing that just yet. Amicus is quiet for a few minutes while I work, then he sighs. He was right, though. I still act like a pup. I need to be more serious. I frown. What do you mean? Cato had every right to beat me. I haven't been acting very much like an emperor lately. I shake my head. First of all, no one should be beaten. Second, Cassius acts like a child or pup. I mean, you might sometimes act a little immature, but he's a brat. You're fine if he's the one you are competing with. Besides, you're a lot of fun to be around. If I were a wolf, I would think it's pretty cool to have an emperor as nice and fun as you are. Oh, really? And I suppose things are different here. I forgot myself at the lake today, and when Cato caught me teasing you... Amicus presses his face into the pillow, cringing. Can you not have fun as a prospective emperor? Not really. Cassius hasn't been out in the lake for years. Sometimes I think something's wrong with me, that I still enjoy such things. I think, trying to decide whether my opinion is worth anything on this alien moon. Well, I don't think so. People our age do way dumber stuff to have fun, and it's considered normal. Even when you get older, you're expected to do things you enjoy. Otherwise, what's the point of life? We're only here for a moment before we die, and that's it. I can't help but feel that my argument is a bit immature-ish. Amicus doesn't seem convinced either. Well, first of all, the point of my life is to lead my people to a better future. Secondly, we become one with the parents when we die. I frown. Become one? What, do they absorb your soul or something? I stifle my chuckle when I see that Amicus is still very serious. No. Well, I don't know, but our consciousness joins theirs and we go on to spread throughout the universe together. Is there proof of this? Did they say that's what happens? Of course. I think of questioning him further, but right now I'm not really in the mood to debate anything religious with this wolf. His mind seems to be on the having fun issue anyway. Well, I say that Roman emperors on Earth... I will say that Roman emperors on Earth had a lot of fun. I laugh. There's an emperor named Elagabalus that didn't really give a shit about what the people thought of him. He had all the fun and sex he wanted. Oh? Amicus sounds amused. And I wince, remembering that no one really liked Elagabalus. And he was killed along with his male lover. Then his beheaded body was dragged through the streets of Rome. Well, I think balance is a good thing to have in life. Be serious when you need to be, have fun when you can. Amicus just grunts again, and I go on rubbing him for a while longer. Oh, so while I was at my studies, I had some time in the library to myself. I found this primate species in the general vicinity of your star. They were part of a failed uplift and looked generally similar to you. A lot hairier, but I don't think anyone will notice. The name they have for themselves isn't pronounceable by us, but we named them the Simanians. So if anyone asks what you are, you tell them that. Oh, okay. Repeat the word in my head, trying to memorize it. Also, I would recommend avoiding that Camian. I didn't like the looks of him. Why not? I don't know, but his demeanor was rather rude. I've heard they are an arrogant people, but to see it in person... I almost laugh at the hypocrisy of that statement. I'd point it out if Amicus wasn't being so grumpy right now. And by the way he looked at you, didn't sit well with me. Just be sure to watch out for him. I didn't really see much of a difference between Neferu and the wolves aside from appearance, but Amicus seems genuinely concerned. Alright. Amicus grunts in response, and I go on rubbing for a little while longer. Then Amicus rolls over. I pause. Amicus suddenly opens his eyes as if realizing what he's doing. Oh, do I do your front, too? Well, often after I get my massage, my drone rubs me. It helps me fall asleep for my afternoon naps. Rubs you where? Amicus his ears turn bright red. My belly. I laugh. Don't laugh, you're the one who wanted to know. I hesitate, then almost automatically my hand reaches out and starts to rub. Amicus is tense at first, then starts to relax, the blush in his ears receding. You're such a canine. I am a canine. Aw, look at him. The fur, fluffy and disheveled from the shower, smooths down against the wolf's thick stomach his belly rising and falling against my hand. In his relaxed state, his stomach is soft under the fur, and I press him down a bit more firmly and really rub at it. Amicus grunts and winces a bit. Too hard? Just sore, but keep going. It feels good. I continue to rub. His eyes close and his muzzle parts slightly. So, the trial starts soon, at the end of this month, I guess. Yes. And I'm involved in it somehow? Want to talk about it later? Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm getting a bit nervous. But Amicus doesn't seem to be worried, and that puts me at ease, at least a little bit. That's when I notice a particular bulge in Amicus's undergarments. The one I'd noticed when I'd brushed him yesterday. I'm not surprised this time, though. If brushing had done it to him, then rubbing definitely would too. So I ignore it, and so does Amicus, or maybe he's just asleep. I realized just then just how much I'd accepted my life here, rubbing this prospective Emperor Wolf's belly, even though I know it's making him hard. But I also realized that I don't really mind it. It's only been a few days, but there's something about this wolf. I don't know. I just like him. Amicus starts to snore, so I slowly stop rubbing, watching his chest rise and fall with his steady breaths. I think about going back over to the sofa, but instead I just roll over to Amicus's left, curling up on my side in the soft pillows. With the relaxing sound of Amicus's gentle snores behind me, I drift off into a light sleep. Over the next week or so, I start to get used to my new life. I find that the days are easy to adjust to, and like Alex said, 19 hours a day isn't all that bad. Though the sleeping period is a bit shorter than I'm used to, it's been easier now that I sleep on Amicus's bed. Oh my. After I'd fallen asleep next to him, we decided that there was enough room. The wolf set one of his many long pillows down between us as a courtesy to me, even if he did sometimes end up rolling over onto my end. I'm aware of that problem. There he is. There's our boy. He's been busy these past few days, and I think it's because of what happened between him and Cato. He doesn't suggest any more outings, and instead wakes up early to go to meditation before leaving the city to do various campaigning stuff. The life of a political superstar. Amicus doesn't explain exactly what that involves, and he doesn't bring me along. I ask why, considering I thought my main job was to accompany him to these things, but he says he's not doing the stuff that involves me quite yet. What are we doing, gladiatorial battle? I am many updates behind, so there's a lot of territory I have yet to cover, so I appreciate your enthusiasm, but no spoilers. I have seen enough pictures, apparently, that include some naughty times, and we have yet to encounter that ourselves. In this particular playthrough, so we'll see. Instead, my introduction to the people of Adastra is going to be during the first trial. He says the reveal will be a lot more impressive that way, and that rumors are already spreading about his new pet. That's another thing, my involvement in the trial. Apparently I'm going to be his partner in the dance portion, something I have no clue how to do. Oh, lovely, there's going to be dancing. That makes sense in a political scene. Dancing. See, that's the thing, is that's kind of a joke, but it also isn't, because formality is there in ceremony, and it's dumb. Not this game specifically, just in general, I find ceremony to be dumb. I've been getting more and more worried about it, telling Amicus he really needs to show me what I'm going to be doing, but he brushes me off, telling me it's no big deal. Bit of a douche canoe, it would seem. Apparently the dancing is rather easy, and the main objective is just to show me off. Since everyone already knows what Alex is, I should be rather impressive to the officials that will be judging us. Amicus is confident that we'll win that portion of the contest easily. That means we're not gonna it's not gonna be easy, and we're not gonna win. That's my prediction. I realize now that that's only 3 days away, and despite Amicus's constant reassurances, I can feel the stress building. I can only trust him that the dance is actually easy and simply an opportunity to show me off. Meanwhile, half of my days tend to be empty of things to do. Oh, so hard, difficult lives. I'm left on my own to either hang around in Amicus's room, have conversations with Com about Adastra and its culture, or just try to busy myself with menial work. Sometimes I can't with Alex, which I enjoy, but lately I wonder if the idea that we're technically going to be competing against each other is causing a bit of a rift between us. Oh no. Still, I get a lot of time with him since Cassius is out just as much as Amicus, if not more. Sorry, my chair is a bit loud. Oh. I see you. I see you, mother... Oh, oh no. I don't like the scraping. What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Oh, you went to the side with the headphone on. Interesting. We got into the gardens a few times, and other times we watch Adastran TV together, sometimes even catching Amicus or Cassius giving speeches to the seemingly endless crowds of wolves. The broadcasters seem to like tallying up numbers, and it's clear that Cassius always has an edge. This is interesting to me because I actually am politically minded and I keep aware of political stuff going on, so to see it framed in a relatable way but on a different planet is a little odd. A little odd, I'd say. Still, from what I've gathered, Amicus has had a bit of a surge and manages to at least do better than half Cassius's numbers. That's not great. It's a little worrying, though, and from what I can tell, popularity doesn't factor into the triers. But from what I can tell, popularity doesn't factor into the trials. Well, that's good. When I'm not with Alex, I try to avoid running into any of the others, which is actually pretty easy. Kata was almost always absent from the palace. Absent from the place. You know, the place we're at? It's called the place. Doing his own official business as acting emperor. Yeah, I've spent all that time away. I'm still gassy as shit. I'm taking my meds regularly. Don't know what the hell. Virginia hasn't bothered to talk to me about our first interaction, probably deeming me incapable of any sort of conversation. Neferu, who I apparently have given the voice of Spencer but drawn out. I feel like I tried a different one, but then I wound up changing it. I don't know. Is the one person I have difficulty avoiding. Unlike the others, he greets me when he sees me and occasionally sticks out his paw so that I have to kiss it. The only difference now is that after I do it, he does the same to me. I think I gave him the false impression that it's some sort of normal greeting for my people. He seems to enjoy it quite a bit, but only tries it when Amicus isn't around. As for Cassius, I don't see him for the entire week, until today. Dun dun dun. We've gotten past the recap. Thank goodness. We're only a third or halfway through the episode at this point. I'm in the dining room watching the screens and zoning out. The wolves are pretty talented at making basically all of their films incredibly boring. Probably something to do with the long-winded monologues and theatrical acting. Alex is gone today, doing some type of ambassador work. I feel like that's a dig at, like, sci-fi. I love Doctor Who. Don't fuck with my sci-fi. Alex is gone today, doing some type of ambassador work in the city, while Amicus is out with Kato, training. Though he's supposed to be back in the next hour to give me that dance practice he promised. I'm nodding off and thinking about heading back to Amicus's room to take a quick nap when Cassius suddenly comes in. He stalks in with that particular stiff gait that he has, along with his usual sour expression. Even though it's been a while since I've seen him, I haven't forgotten that look of his. Reading is difficult. I jump up and quickly sit up straight, looking at the ground. There's only a moment of silence before his reedy voice breaks it. I don't know what reedy means, but I do know that my voice for him is basically a Merrick Ishtar ripoff. Let's hear that real quick. I definitely remember the voice correctly, but what does reedy mean? High and thin in tone. Well, I got the high right. I don't know what thin in tone means, but either way, let's see what he has to say.
Pat, come with me.
Is that the right voice? Isn't that weird that that's the first voice that comes back? Ah. And with that, he turns and stalks right back out of the room. I sit there, stunned for a moment. First of all, Amicus told Cassius never to give me commands. Does that mean I shouldn't listen to him? I know immediately that that wouldn't be a very good idea, and I jump off of my bed and hurry out into the hall. The important thing is that Amicus isn't here right now, and I know that Cassius is not someone I want to piss off. I still remember how quickly he suggested he hit me as punishment. Oh. Okay, that was on purpose. I'm just in time to see his white tail disappear around a corner, and I jog after him, noting just how confident he is that I'll follow him without question. I don't think he's even looked back once. I realize that we're heading out to the gardens, toward the same tables and benches that Alex and I have eaten our lunches at a few times. Oh, God, that's when I see Virginia Neferu sitting down already, cups and plates already on the table. I realize that then what it is Cassius summoned me for, and I relax a bit. After serving breakfast so many times, I know exactly what's expected of me. Fuck. When Virginia spots us, he waves at Cassius, but he only grumbles under his breath.
Why is he here?
I see the wolf's tail lash around in irritation before it settles as we get closer to the pair.
Good morning, Virginia. And Neferu.
Cassius's voice takes on a dismissive tone as he says the jackal's name, barely even nodding his head at him.
Oh, to be with you, Cassius. How are you this day?
That doesn't seem quite right now. Really menacing. I'll have to get into the voices again. I haven't done these in a while regularly, so I apologize if they sound a bit off. Just since I haven't done them for fucking 5 months. Cassius' tail lashes again, but only once.
Wonderful. Virginia, what, you didn't tell me we'd be having a guest.
Virginia raises a brow. I'm sorry, did you need a warning of some kind, Cassius? Cassius sits, leaning back in the chair that won't be quiet, as he keeps his gaze on Virginia.
I simply like to be prepared.
There's a moment of silence, and Neferu, still smiling, looks back and forth between the brother and sister.
I'm sorry, am I causing an inconvenience?
No, Neferu. Cassius is simply being his usual gloomy self. Cassius's paws, which are clasped on the table, tighten the grip on each other. Virginia doesn't seem to notice, though, and instead looks up at me. And you brought William? Cassius doesn't even look up at me.
I'm borrowing him. My pet is being I'm borrowing him. My pet is doing diplomatic work in this city.
Virginia rolls her eyes. Really, Cassius, you can't manage to serve yourself even once?
If I am to be emperor, I need to act like one. And please leave questioning me for another time. I don't want to be rude to our guest.
Cassius smiles at Neferu, though it looks forced. Another moment of tense silence. I take it as an opportunity to do my work. Me serve now? I almost snicker at my own caveman speech.
Yes, pet.
I go about serving him, picking up slices of bread and seasoned bread off the... Baked and seasoned bread, okay. Off the platter before setting them on a smaller plate. Reading takes practice, which I have not done. I set this in front of Cassius. Then I pour out some tea out of the heated pot into Cassius's cup before finally stepping back, hands clasped together. Luckily, Cassius and Virginia act like I'm not there, carrying on their conversation. Only Neferu seems to be constantly aware of my presence, occasionally glancing at me.
Are you enjoying your stay here, Neferu?
Neferu snaps his gaze from me to Cassius.
Oh, yes, very much so. You've all been so hospitable to me. I thank you.
Cassius waves his paw.
It's the Wolven way, Neferu. No thanks are needed.
Now the moment of silence stretches out before Virginia reaches for a plate. Can I get you some Hangman? Neferu? But Neferu suddenly stands up.
Actually, I should be on my way. I can tell that you intended to speak with your sister alone, Cassius. Good day, and good day to you, William.
I jump, but quickly duck my head in response. Neferu then wanders off into the gardens, paws behind his back as he disappears behind the bushes and flowers. Cassius looks after him, his ears lowered, the inside slightly red.
He's rather blunt, isn't he?
Virginia doesn't respond, and Cassius looks over to see she's glaring at him.
What?
He is our guest, Cassius. Start treating him like one.
What?
Cassius sighs, looks away, pouting. Virginia takes a sip of her tea before leaning back in her chair, letting the silence drag on a bit before finally speaking. What is it, Cassius?
What is what?
Why are you sulking more than the usual?
Cassius sighs. I am very busy, Virginia, and I freed up this portion of my day to have a good conversation. I've barely spoken to you since you returned, and I wanted to ask about your trip. Words! A lot of words all at once!
Cassius takes a brisk sip from his cup.
It's difficult to speak immediately when others are around, especially those of a different species.
Cassius, if you wanted to speak alone, you only had to ask. I was simply worried that Neferu was growing bored of the palace, so I invited him along. Virginia grins. And you don't have to play emperor around me. I'm your sister. Lean back and relax a little bit. Cassius sighs again, but doesn't lean back.
I must play the role I intend to fit, even when the situation does not call for it.
You think Father was always like that?
I don't know. He did not speak to me much.
Well, he wasn't. You can relax around me, Cassius. Cassius sighs and eats one of the crackers, leaning back into his chair very slightly.
So, how was Lux?
Oh, you know, riots and crime and complaints about a lack of funding.
Well, there is a lack of funding.
Oh! It would sound like some interesting conversations happening, judging by the piano that suddenly hit, which I hope you can hear. I feel like if I get it, I can't. I'm still recording, but via OBS now, so that everything's all on one audio and visual track, so I can't edit things later. So I'm just kind of flying blind right now. There is a lack of funds, certainly, but not from us. You know the officials there are corrupt and take most of it.
That isn't the people's fault.
No, but they should choose their politicians more carefully. They're electing officials based on how outrageous they can be. How does that result in a sound government?
I thought I was the one supposed to do the commentary. Jesus Christ.
The people are frustrated and the sentiment is spreading throughout the Empire. I've been telling you this for years.
Certainly, we all know this. The question is how to fix it.
By getting rid of the triumvirates the people elect.
Whoa. Sorry, I got Winds of Change flashbacks.
If we ruled directly, the Empire would become as sound as the palace we govern from.
And you expect to do that easily?
I expect it to be very, very difficult, but it's something I intend to do very, very carefully. The people need direction, and electing chaotic triumvirates is their cry for help.
We're getting actual character development from Cassius here. He's not just a gloomy dick. He's actually seemingly politically minded and considers the people he's supposed to govern. Jesus. Virginia doesn't say anything, instead taking a very dainty sip of tea from a cup. Cassius clears his throat and sits up once again.
Anyway, why did you decide to bring this Camion back with you? You never explained it clearly in your letters.
But I did. His accommodations in Lux were rather poor. Bringing him here and acquainting him with the Imperial family seemed like the natural decision to me. You know he's the Pharaoh's second son.
Yes, but why was he in Lux, and why didn't I know about it?
Virginia shrugs. You can't expect to know about every diplomatic visit that there is. Interesting. Anyway, he was touring the siblings and was in Lux when the depletion happened.
My question is, why wouldn't a pharaoh send a ship immediately to retrieve his own son? Alex makes sense, being your typical diplomat, but the son of a pharaoh?
He chose to stay.
Cassius snorts. And why would he do that?
Virginia stares at Cassius for a moment, a frown on her face. Cassius, you know the reason as well as I do. Despite the absolute chaotic, bankrupt, parentless mess our empire is in, the Camians are willing to ally with us. He's trying to help establish that.
They are taking advantage of us when we're at our weakest, Virginia. You know how I feel about this, and that I have no plans for an alliance.
I'm planning for all scenarios, Cassius, and as of now, you aren't guaranteed the emperorship.
Cassius doesn't say anything, staring at his empty plate. Slowly, I walk up to the table and refill the plate. Neither of the wolves look at me.
We should be grateful the Camians even want to speak to us. None of the other siblings want to be associated with a race that seems to have been abandoned.
We don't know that yet.
Well, they aren't speaking to us, are they? And they left us starbound. If this is permanent, we may never be able to travel beyond the star system again.
That catches my attention. Didn't Amicus tell me that when he becomes emperor, he'd be able to take me back? They're acting like they won't have the stretch drive forever. Cassius laughs.
Once we have a new emperor, they'll give us guidance again. They stopped immediately after Father's death. What other explanation could there be?
They didn't after Grandfather's death.
Cassius waves his paw in the air.
Because Father was in line for the throne without any challenge. The emperorship had not been in limbo like this in living memory. They are simply waiting for the Empire to have firm leadership again before re-establishing contact.
Cassius snatches a cracker off his plate I just refilled.
It has happened before, even if that was before Drusus?
Drusus? Okay.
But even if we're not able to, I have no doubt that I can still lead this empire to prosperity.
And how would we do that without the stretch? We'd not be able to communicate with our own children anymore.
If the Camians learn the stretch, then so can we. As for our children, abandon them. They've only been a burden anyway.
Cassius glances at me, and I quickly look down at the ground. Virginia sighs loudly.
Sometimes the things you say frighten me, Cassius.
Well, you know it'd be less so if you were on my side, Virginia.
I'm on no one's side, Cassius. It's my duty to serve the Emperor, no matter who that might be.
You're on Amicus's side. It's as clear as Vita.
Which I imagine is water? Oh, it's like Vita water. Or is that a thing? Vitamin water? I don't fucking get it.
Life water.
What?
I said life water.
What about it?
It's the same as Vita water.
Oh. This is why I wanted to ask you stuff, but you were trying to sleep and be responsible.
You're like totally neglecting that. Fucker.
Fuck you.
Preference does not matter in the end. I don't like Cato, yet I serve him.
Cassius' ears flatten and he looks around.
Lower your voice when you say such things, Virginia. Are you saying you dislike me like you do Cato?
Well, of course not, but like I said, your ideas are extreme.
Radical ideas are needed for times like these. It's how I've gotten so far with the people. With the pupil? Ah.
Well, just remember that you and Amicus are both my brothers, and I love you equally. Just be civil when the decision is made.
Uh-oh. Amicus is not happy. I can't scream because there's a lot of people sleeping around me right now. We'll jump as Amicus's voice seems to rattle the ivy on the pillars. Cassius settles back in his seat, rolling his eyes.
What, Amicus?
What in the hell are you doing with my pet? Come says you have him!
He wanted to serve me. How could I deny him?
Do not lie to me, Cassius. I told you never to talk to him.
Are you going to yell at me or tell me where you are so I can send him back?
Where are you? I'm going to come out there.
Cassius does look a little worried then. His voice, Amicus's voice sounds a little off, in addition to all the other reasons, because I'm trying to be loud, but quiet. It's very weird.
Calm, where is Amicus?
The main hall. Oh, what was it? The computer had the computer voice.
The main hall, Cassius.
I'm coming out.
Well, that's for you to decide.
Pet, go back inside and do not tell him where we are.
Yeah, Cassius shoos me away while Virginia just chuckles behind a paw. I make my way back inside, though Amicus meets me right at the entrance. Oh yes, we had gotten dragged out to do a dinner, or we're basically being a surrogate pet, or whatever the fuck, I don't know. He glares. I just got a warning from a commenter named Nightbear Dobson on the most recent episode of Extracurricular Activities, saying that I'm not going to like the next day. And then, as a hint, they just said Diana. Well, the next day for that game hasn't even been publicly made available, so I'm sure Dine Wolf really appreciates you giving away hints as to stuff that isn't even publicly available. That's very nice.
What the hell does he think he's doing? What did he make you do?
Amicus sets a paw on my shoulder, looking me over. Not much, I just served him while he talked to Virginia.
Unbelievable.
Amicus makes as if to walk out into the gardens. Where are you going?
Going to give Cass a piece of my mind. I specifically told him not to.
I said, a hand on his arm, stopping him. Hey, it's fine.
Is it? Because last I remember he threatened to hit you.
He didn't touch me at all. He ignored me the whole time. Amicus looks out into the gardens, still clearly wanting to go out there. Listen, I just want to get this dance practice done. I've been worried about it all week. Amicus pauses, then sighs, turning back to walk into the palace.
Fine, but when I let Cassius get away with things like this, he tends to push it even further the next time.
We walk in silence for a bit, our footsteps echoing like they always do in the marble halls. Are you alright?
I'm fine, why?
You seem a little grumpy.
It was just a long day in the city. Unlike Cassius, speeches don't come naturally to me. Something I just need to get used to.
I walk alongside the wolf, feeling his furry arm brush up against mine. So, when do I get to go to the city? The wolf tilts his muzzle down at me in surprise.
Oh, you want to go?
Yeah, didn't you say I could? It's getting kind of boring here.
Well, I'd say once the first trial is done. You'd be introduced to the public by then, so everyone will know who you are and are when we go.
Can I plan on that, then?
Of course. I'm just surprised that you want to see the city so badly.
Well, looking at it from the balcony all the time has me curious.
Well, visually, it's not all that impressive. There are cities out there with larger structures and attractions. Adastra's mostly a city for imperial officers and their families. Still, we could find some entertainment, I'm sure.
As long as it isn't like the films I've seen on your TV.
Well, it would be live entertainment, but it would be somewhat similar. Actually, if you don't like that, then you may not like the dance I'm about to show you.
I realize then that we're walking in a new direction in the palace. Down a hall I haven't been through since Alex gave me the palace tour. Where are we going?
The throne room! Should be empty right now. It's where we'll be performing.
I feel myself getting a little nervous as we approach a large set of double doors. Amicus presses his paw to the black panel, and they slide open. Ooh, look at this throne room. Looks like a mix between Game of Thrones and an Orthodox temple. Inside, I'm greeted by the largest room in the palace that I've seen yet.
I look up the glistening walls, craning my neck to see the ceiling arch dozens of meters above us. Afternoon light filters through the windows, lighting up the place in a warm orange glow. Oh. You like it? Yeah. I look at the throne, framed by pillars and thin crystals that appear to be levitating. The crystals look similar to the other structures in the palace that are used mainly for a light source. It's just that these ones are a lot bigger. Amicus walks into the center of the room, our footsteps sounding much more cavernous here. We actually don't use it very often. It's more for tradition. So you won't sit on the throne all day yelling at people? Sadly, no. I can only remember a handful of times that Father sat in it. I look around a bit, spinning in a slow circle. When I see Amicus again, he's quiet. His arms are folded as he stares at the throne. The look on his face tells me that he's deep in thought. He looks pissed. I give him a moment, but when the silence goes on for almost a minute, I finally clear my throat. So did you want to show me the dance? Oh, right. Amicus walks towards me until he's standing just a few feet away. He sighs, then frowns, his ears down. What? I wait, but he doesn't say anything. What? I said a little more loudly, feeling nervous. Well... Seriously, you're stressing me out. Alright, listen, the role you'll be playing might seem a bit strange to you. Role? What do you mean by that? Amicus takes a deep breath, as if only now realizing that our practice session is going... What our practice session is going to involve. The dance we'll be doing is the tilted mirror. And it will involve things that you might find objectionable. Objectionable? Alright, let me try to explain this correctly. Basically, we will be playing the roles of Drusus and Mira, an emperor and his lover. Wait, so is this like a play or a musical? I'm playing a character? Well, of course, it's a dance. Well, I guess but you never told me that I'd also be acting. Isn't acting a part of dancing? What's the point of dance if you're not telling a story? I cover my face with my hands, rubbing it in frustration. Listen, quit saying these things to me like I should just know it. We're from different worlds. Of course things aren't the same on Earth. Yes, you're right. I'm sorry. I'm just so much like a wolf that I forget. It's fine. But what is it that I'd find objectionable? Remember, his description of the dance included the word lover. Wait, what sort of things am I going to have to do with you? Looking at Amicus's face worries me. Is this where we're going to find that CG that's been plastered everywhere that I've been fucking seeing? I feel myself getting angry, realizing now why Amicus had put this off for so long. I glare at him. Nothing too explicit, but there's caressing and a kiss at the end. Oh my god. Let my head drop, closing my eyes. I'm sorry, I don't make up the dances or the rules, it's simply tradition. I let the silence drag out, letting Amicus squirm. But weirdly enough, I'm not as angry as I thought I'd be. Knowing Amicus for the 2 weeks I've been here, I guess I kinda just expect it from him. Still, he's been nothing but respectful of me over the past few weeks. And if it means I can go home... Is that it? You caress me a little and kiss me at the end? For the most part, yes. And you're playing the role of a female, so you must dress a certain way. Are you kidding me? I feel my face flush red, something that Amicus has told me is kind of unnerving to see for someone covered in fur. Why do I have to do it then? Go get a female dancer or something. A professional would do this way better than me. That's not the point of the trial. Me teaching you is part of it, and it's simply the role of the pet to do so. You should have told me this last week, Amicus. Amicus doesn't seem to have an answer for that, besides a mumbled, sorry. Stand there in awkward silence for a little while longer before Amicus squares his shoulders. Listen, I will not force you to do anything you don't want to, that I promise. But but doing the stance convincingly is needed for us to win. I sigh loudly.
Who's even judging this?
Cato and the triumvirates from the 5 other major cities.
Triumvirates?
Groups of 3 that govern the cities.
So why do you even need to know the music? Or dance to become an emperor anyway?
Well, the more well-rounded the wolf, the better he is for the emperorship. An emperor that can fight just as well as he can dance shows good character.
Alright. Fine. Just show me the dance. Amicus lets out one of those relieved sighs that he seems to have reserved just for me.
Thank you. Again, I'm sorry. I was just so busy with official business and everything else. I didn't know how to approach you about this.
Well, next time just tell me. I'm honestly more annoyed that you waited so long. Isn't the trial in a few days?
3 days.
Great.
But it's a simple dance. You'll be able to learn it in a few hours. Then we can practice tomorrow, too.
Alright. I look around. Said we have music or something?
No, we don't need music, do we?
I mean, I guess not. On Earth, we usually dance to music without having to tell a story.
Oh, really? So you just dance for no reason?
Kind of. We usually dance to have fun.
So why do you need music?
I think. It's such a basic thing. I've never had to explain it to anyone before, so I find myself trying to figure out the right way to go about it. Well, we need a beat, or a rhythm, to dance to. I mean, not always, but usually we move to an even-paced beat. Even-spaced beat. Amicus absorbs that for a second and chuckles. What?
It's such a primate thing to do, to bang sticks and rocks together. You love your rhythms. It sounds so interesting.
I frown, immediately picking up on the condescension. You mean primitive?
No, just different.
I sigh, letting it go for now. At least he's trying, I guess.
Anyway, we're going to have an orator narrate the story for us. It's a combination of speaking and singing. I'll do that for now, though. Well, not the singing, I'll just speak.
I stand there waiting, and Amicus coughs awkwardly.
Anyway...
Amicus reaches out a paw, and I take it after a short pause. Slowly, he draws me closer to himself, to the point where I can smell the lavender and floral mouthwash on his breath.
I'm going to lead you through the movements first while narrating. Then we'll start from the beginning again, alright?
I nod in agreement with that. Amicus starts to narrate the story.
10,000 years ago, our empire was 10,000 years ago, our empire was small, shriveled, and parentless. We abandoned them, and were left to drift through the galaxy alone.
Amicus turns me away from him to face the throne, his paw on my shoulder.
Then Drusus, our dear emperor, came along and made a proposition.
Amicus steps forward lightly on his toes, gesturing broadly with his paw.
Let us reconnect with our parent, and through them, the rest of the universe. But it was not so easy. The siblings, long tired of Wolven hubris, were reluctant to know them again.
I stand there awkwardly, watching Amicus move around me in a sort of interpretive dance, mostly involving prancing and big gestures with his paws.
That was until he met Mira, a Hindu sibling.
Amicus turns to me then, stretching out a paw again, this time flat, like he's telling me to stop.
Alright, so just reach out the same way and press your paw to mine.
I do as he asks, watching as his massive paw almost seems to envelop mine. Slowly pushes my hand upward, drawing me closer as he does.
And before they could help it, they'd fallen in love.
The story goes on for a while, Amicus teaching me the steps and hand movements as he does. The process is slow and tedious, but Amicus is patient with me and tells me that it's not the choreography that's necessarily important, but rather the feeling and passion we put into the movements. The story describes Mira and Drusus's relationship,
evolving from one of official diplomatic business to true love. But it didn't last long because Mira becomes sick from an unspecified illness and is about to die. The parents offer Drusus two options: save Mira or save his empire and promise his people prosperity for the next 10,000 years. Drusus wants to choose Mira, even if it means damning his empire for millennia. At this point of the story, Amicus draws me into his chest, my back pressed to his front. As he holds me close, his voice rumbling in his chest. And the story takes a sudden turn. Mira denies Drusus of his own decision, instead taking her own life, so that his empire might survive. Here I'm supposed to put the back of my hand to my head, like an old-timey woman in a corset passing out. Amicus carefully lowers me to the ground, laying me flat on my back.
And so it was that another sibling saved our empire. Drusus was forced into his one remaining choice, which was no longer a choice.
Amicus stands slowly, raising a paw to the sky, pointing.
To the stars, he said. We are now Adastra.
Amicus holds this pose for a moment, then looks down at me.
Is that it?
Yes.
I sit up and Amicus reaches down to help me to my feet.
Wasn't so bad, was it?
Oh, no, not really. As long as it doesn't matter if I don't do all the steps right.
No, you just need to have a general idea of it. Remember, it's the feeling you need to get right. The tragedy of it all.
So is that story true? You're not asking about the the omission of the kiss? Seems like a weird choice to give someone. And he made a really stupid decision. He basically killed Mira.
Amicus shrugs.
It's mostly just a dramatic story, but Drusus was a real person, and so was Mira. She did take her own life, but we don't really know why or the extent of their relationship.
And what about the kiss? There you go. He said the dance would involve that.
But we should leave that for the actual performance. I assume you don't want to be kissing you over and over.
Yeah, that's probably for the best.
Ooh, you shot him down.
Anyway, let's do it a few more times and get you into the feel of it before we focus on the acting portion tomorrow.
For the next few hours, we get through the steps over and over. We go through them.
By the end, we're both kind of sweaty, being so close to each other while Vita shines in on us.
All right, why don't we take a break?
Sure.
Would you like to go to the communal bath?
Where everyone takes a bath together? For the first time, I can really smell the musk coming off of Amicus. And for the first time, I can really tell how fucking loud that air conditioning was. Seems like Jesus Christ. It's not bad, but mixed with the lavender smell, it's a bit strange.
Well, more to have a hot soak to ease the tension in the muscles. Don't worry, you can keep your underwear on if you'd prefer.
Oh, okay.
Great.
Amicus leads the way out of the throne room and back into the marble halls. The cooler air hits my sweaty skin, and I realize that I probably don't smell so great either. The perfume the wolves use isn't all that strong. Dogs are going nuts upstairs. Lovely. I adjust my robe, not liking the way the fabric sticks to my skin. Actually, all this dancing has me wishing I had jeans back. The dance positions had me feeling like it was hitching up and exposing my underwear. Can I wear pants when we do the dance?
Pants? Why?
I don't know. I guess it's just easier for me to move around in them.
Well, you'll be wearing a Hindu costume, which, also rather billowy. Sorry.
Billowy. Why do you wear pants anyway? No one else does.
Well, they've been coming into fashion over the last few years. I thought wearing a pair might endear the people to me.
You want them to think you're hip?
Well, I want them to believe that I'm forward-thinking. Everyone else in the palace has this aura of traditionalism, which is not something I'm aiming for.
Amicus adjusts his pants near the crotch.
I've grown to prefer them over the robe, but
In situations that involve a lot of sweating, it can grow a bit uncomfortable under the leather. Amicus stops by a door that I've never noticed before, much smaller than the entrance to the throne room. He presses his paw to another black panel door sliding open. I'm immediately hit by a wall of humid warmth, steam wafting out through the open door. I follow the wolf inside, my skin immediately growing sticky and hot, making me wish that it was a swimming pool instead of what I assume is a giant hot tub. The wolf starts to strip off his clothing, and we get our first peek at a penis. So there you go. A little bit of an underwhelming... Well, I don't want to insult the dude. What I mean is that it just kind of happens out of nowhere. There's no drama. There's no drama. I crave drama.
Oh, I've been needing this all day. Also, excuse my nudity, but the water isn't kind to clothing. Otherwise, I'd keep the underwear on.
I shrug. It's not like I haven't seen it before. Right. The wolf lays his clothing down on one of the benches, his nude, sweaty form obscured slightly by the steam. Very anime of you. He stretches, arching his back, his thick body thinning out a bit as he does. His neck also sticks out quite a bit, and even though I might have seen it before, the shameless display of it is a bit much, and I have to look away while I slowly strip off my own robe.
You're joining me, yes?
He looks very excited. Yeah.
Good, I think you'll really enjoy this. It's very hot, but you get used to it.
Amicus walks up to the edge of the pool.
There are two methods. Either get in slowly, or all at once.
And with that, the wolf jumps into the pool, practically cannonballing into the center, sending up a huge wave that washes over the sides. The water that creeps up onto my feet is hot enough to make me flinch. Amicus comes back up, his fur plastered to his face as he gasps and let out a strained yell that makes it sound like he's in pain.
Ow, 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 ow.
Are you alright? I walk up to the edge, feeling the hot water under my feet.
Fine, just getting used to it.
And now I am. Amicus grins up at me. I stand there in my underwear, frowning down at the water.
Come in, it feels good.
That didn't look like it felt good.
Quit being such a flower and get in. It's only the first few seconds that are painful.
Flower, the main insult used by the wolves when attacking someone's masculinity. I guess you do have a really low pain tolerance, so... I start to dip a toe in.
Hey!
Amicus glares up at me, then grins, and I know that look well by now. Hey, don't! The wolf glides up to the edge of the pool with only half of his muzzle sticking out from the water, like an ominous furry shark fin. I start to move back, but that's when Amicus suddenly rises out of the water, stepping onto the underwater bench along the edge of the pool that I hadn't seen. He wraps his arms around me, his hot fur plastered body squeezing against me for a moment, then squeezing even harder as he physically lifts me off the ground and falls back into the pool. I only have a moment to try to fight the wolf off, uselessly pushing at his bulk before I'm plunged into the steaming hot water. For a moment I wonder if I'm going to boil alive, but as soon as Amicus lets me go and my head breaks through the surface, I can already feel the sting wearing off into pleasant warmth. I cough a few times, making a face at the salty-tasting water, spitting it out. The pool that I was able to swim at in Ottawa before I moved, it was a saltwater pool, so I always hated going, dipping my head under because it would feel good, but it would taste terrible. And what are you supposed to do, wipe it off with your arm that's also covered in salt water? Now I'm concerned, because he's off to the side now, so that makes me think someone else is about to poke their head in here. So I guess we'll find that out soon, huh?
Ha 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 ha! See? Not so bad if you do it all at once.
I spit out more water.
Oh, bad taste? Don't worry, it's just the minerals in the water.
I shove a wave of water into Amicus's face, sending it right into his open mouth. He coughs and spits, choking on the water I just forcibly slammed down his throat.
Blah, you ass!
Wolf paws the water out of his eyes, looking ready to try and splash me as well. He sees me also at the ready, though, hands up to my chest and ready to send another wave into his face.
Well, that's enough roughhousing, I guess. Stuff like that is best left for the lake.
Hey, you started it. Amicus ignores me, instead moving to sit on the underwater bench. I do the same, sitting a foot away from the wolf, enveloping my face in the steam that rises off the water. Doesn't this feel good? Now that I'm actually paying attention to the sensation of the water, I have to agree. The heat seems to seep in through my skin and into the muscle, sending a pleasant shiver up my spine, even though I'm completely warm. And here's the AC again, thank God. Yeah. I need to do this more often. All of this official business nonsense is starting to weigh on my mental capacities. Is it really nonsense? For the most part, it really is. So much useless etiquette and protocol. Sometimes I completely understand what it is Cassius dislikes about the current way of things. Oh, what way of things? Oh, just the way politics work. Never saying what we're actually thinking, using coded language, it slows things down. But I know that there's a reason for it. Keeps things civil and peaceful. Mostly. And Cassius would do away with that? He would do away with many things, current political protocol being one of them. It's one of the main reasons he's so popular. Well, you seem to agree with it. Getting things done without all the official business nonsense in the way could be a good thing. Amicus sinks lower into the water until it's up to his neck. Remember the story I told you about Drusus and Mira? Yeah? Well, whether that story is true or not, he was the one that started the way we do things to this day. Before him, well, we had a string of populist emperors, and the results were not great from what I've heard. Honestly, I completely understand what it is that makes Cassius so appealing to people, and it's something that I sometimes want to do myself. The only thing holding me back is history. Time and time again, whenever a leader like Cassius has come around, it only results in a weak, isolated empire. Well, from what little I've heard, isn't that how it is now? Well, yes. That's because we've never fully transitioned into an outward-looking and outreaching empire. Drusus started it, but it's taken us 10,000 years to get here. It was much worse back then, and that's what Cassius wants to go back to. Curious that he uses 10,000 years. Didn't Drusus provide us 10,000 years of good? And if it's been 10,000 years, aren't we fucked soon? Isn't maybe that's why they've taken away the hyperdrive or whatever the shit? I intend to take some of the final steps so that we may join the other siblings on the journey to parenthood. Oh, so that's the goal for everyone, to become a parent? Yes, and to continue the spread of our culture beyond the galaxy. So what makes you a parent? When we can travel to other galaxies in a practical manner. Oh, so why not just use a stretch drive for that? It is not possible to harness enough power to use the stretch drive for such distances. The parents have a different method, but they haven't told us how, obviously. So are you close to doing it? To intergalactic travel? No. Is anyone? Well, there are rumors that the Camians are on the verge of it. Wouldn't surprise me. It's assumed that they already know how to use their own stretch drive. This talk about the stretch drive reminds me of something. So, when I was out serving Cassius, Amicus growls softly in his throat as I remind him, well, they were talking about stuff, about the stretch drive depletion or whatever. Oh? Yeah, so apparently no one knows why your parent stopped talking to you guys, and Virginia was saying that you might never leave the star system again. Oh. I frown at him. Well, that was rather presumptuous of her. Is it true? Well, no. I mean, sure, it doesn't happen often, but they stopped immediately after Father's death.
There's no other explanation than that our parent knows that there would be no issues with the Emperorship. Or that the... shit. That's the exact opposite of what I said. There's no other explanation than that our parent knew that there would be issues with the Emperorship.
Seem to be governing from conjecture. Not a good power move there.
The stretch in contact with our parent will be reinstated once I become Emperor. I promise you that, William.
Amicus says it with his usual confidence, but that doesn't settle the anxiety in my stomach. I sigh in frustration, closing my eyes. Why is everything so complicated with you?
What do you mean?
If you just tell me the actual truth about everything that's going on, I wouldn't feel like I'm being hit over the head with something new every other day.
William, stop worrying. I know things seem unsure, but it's only because of the precarious position our empire's in right now. Once I become Emperor, things will settle and we will figure out how to get you home.
Amicus sits upon my shoulder and I turn to look at him, my expression probably still gloomy.
I will get you home, William. That I promise. And even if the stretch isn't immediately restored, I will find a way. Even if it means making some sort of deal with another sibling, like the Camians.
Amicus frowns at that last statement. Still, that does set me at ease, and I place a hand on his paw. Thanks, Amicus. Amicus's very serious mood dissipates and his ears come up as he smiles.
So you're feeling relaxed again? That is why we're here, you know.
I smile. Yeah, I guess so.
Good! He's gonna splash us.
Oh, okay, he didn't. Okay. We fall into a bit of silence then, and I lean my head back against the ledge of the pool, letting the warmth take over my body. It makes me feel heavy and tired, but good. My head slips off the ledge a few times as I doze off a bit, each time waking up just before my head can go into the water. Amicus notices the third time this happens.
Sleepy?
A little. Lean against me so that you won't make the bottom of the pool.
So that you don't make the bottom of the pool your new bed.
I hesitate. Us fat people don't have to worry about that shit. I can float. I could sleep in a pool for who knows how long. Probably way longer than I should.
Don't worry, we already share the same bed.
Amicus stretches an arm out over the ledge behind my head, not even looking at me as he does. I get the weird feeling that I'm in a movie theater and my date just tried to casually rest his arm on the back of my chair. But my head feels even heavier than the rest of my body, so I give in, letting it rest against Amicus's massive bicep and shoulder. I close my eyes and then crack them open just a bit to look at Amicus. He seems to be trying to stifle a smile. We've had a few moments like these. At this point, I'm not sure if it's because he likes me or because he sees me as some sort of actual pet, like a cat curling up in your lap. I don't have much time to give it much thought, much though, because I start to fall asleep again. I'm not sure how long I'm asleep, seconds or minutes, but that's when I hear the door open. Oh shit. It's not a loud sound, but Amicus jumps which makes me jump. We both look towards the door. Oh Lord. Oh no, of course it'd be fucking Egypt, Darius. Neferu stands there, his eyes on us, that same smile on his face. I've gotta look up what his voice is because I keep forgetting what it was. Well, I just looked at the last episode where I had the whole, what is his voice, do I do it right, whatever the fuck, and no one said that I was doing the voice wrong. So, I guess he does get the Spencer Sissel, whatever the fuck. Oh, imagine running into you again today. Again, Neferu talks directly to me. Without waiting for an answer, he strides in, paws busily tugging at his loincloth. I'm sorry, I've come to the baths every day for the past week, but I've never encountered anyone.
He strips off his loincloth, now only in his undergarments.
I was beginning to think that it was never put to use.
He starts to unwrap his said undergarments.
I found that strange, considering how incredibly relaxing the water is. It's such a great way to clear the mind and meditate.
He unwraps his underwear, the cloth tied in a way that looked much more complicated than my own. I obviously can't show anything, but, Amicus
might have cause to feel a little inferior. Not that I mind. I always enjoy good company and conversation.
I have just enough time to notice the anatomical differences between Amicus and Neferu before I look away, feeling awkward staring at someone I barely know in the nude. I'm not sure who he's talking to either. Whether he's moved on from me to Amicus or if he's still exclusively zeroed in on me. Either way, Amicus answers while I stare at the steamy water.
I see. I also enjoy the baths. It's just that we tend to be so busy these days. Oh, I imagine.
Neferu's voice gets closer behind me as he speaks. His soft footsteps barely audible.
Being adrift without an emperor can really hamper an empire.
This dude's a spy. This dude's a spy. At this point, it sounds like Neferu is standing just over me, and I can only imagine what else is just over me. Amicus is craning his neck, looking up at the jackal.
Well, we do have an emperor, just not the official one. Yet. Indeed.
I hear a soft splash next to me, and out of the corner of my eye, I see one of the jackal's legs dip into the water and stand on the bench, followed by the other.
Ah, that's nice. I took a rather long walk in the gardens today. It's left my paws rather sore. This is a welcome reprieve.
Amicus grunts next to me, then actually pulls me in a bit with his arm. Neferu then gently hops off the bench to submerge himself up to his neck. He lets out a soft, drawn-out sigh, his eyes closed before he pulls himself up onto the bench right next to me. I just goddamn realized this whole time I've been like, why is everyone treating Neferu like he's like such a... It's literally the Romans and the Egyptians. My fucking dumbass didn't think, oh, I wonder if there's some symbolism here. Fucking goddamn it, I'm an idiot. He lets out a soft, drawn-out sigh, his eyes closed before he pulls himself up onto the bench right next to me. Angus lets out a sigh of his own, though this one much shorter and very annoyed sounding.
We don't have baths like this at our palace. I might request one, though, once I return home.
Again, Amicus barely responds, letting out a half-hearted grunt. At this point, the wolf has his arm completely around me, practically pulling me into his chest. It's awkward. We sit like that for a while, maybe about 5 minutes before Neferu finally speaks again.
So, how long have you been here, William?
I give a start, then look up at Amicus. One of his eyes twitch, but then he gives me a short nod. 2 weeks. Again, with this acting dumb thing. Again, I have to hold my breath to stop myself from laughing at my caveman speak. For some reason, it's incredibly hilarious, even when the situation is totally serious.
So you need permission to speak to me.
I did not know that you were so strict with your slaves. Oh, God, Amicus. Amicus coughs in surprise. He's my pet, not a slave.
Oh, maybe it's a lingua issue, but from what I've seen, there's very little difference. You do enslave your children, after all, no?
My God, he looks good. Amicus is quiet for a moment, and I look back up at him to see him staring at the jackal, his mouth open.
Are you all right? Excuse me, but I'm finding your questions a bit pointed. Oh, I'm sorry. I've been told our way of speaking can be a bit blunt by your standards, but consider that the topic of slavery is always pointed.
Well, why don't we move to a less pointed topic, then? Of course. So, William, what is your species? I must say that I've never seen your kind before. Amicus's arm tightens around my shoulder again, but he doesn't say anything, staring straight ahead at the other side of the pool. Simeon. Neferu chuckles next to me. You know you don't have to speak in such a simple way to me. I already know that you can converse well enough. I stiffen up, but Amicus jumps in for me. What are you talking about, Jackal? Oh, are we already jumping to informal language? Well, I'm simply referring to his intelligence, Wolf. I'm confused as to why he's downplaying it for me. Well, I don't know how you know anything about him. Come, William, let's head back to my room. Amicus stands and pulls me up, but Neferu stands with us, reaching out for one of the white towels. That is why I'm trying to make conversation with him, but if he needs your permission to do anything, including speak, then maybe I should leave with your slave alone. Amicus turns on the Camion, not bothering to hide his anger anymore. He is not a slave! Please refrain from calling him as such! If he isn't, then he should be able to speak freely. He is able to speak freely, Jackal! Then I have to wonder why he asks for your permission and stupefies his speech. It's all a bit odd, isn't it? Again, I don't know how you know anything about him. Alex told me. Jackal grins, and I note that he's using Alex's shortened name. Amicus stares in surprise. So don't worry, William. You can speak without worrying about what I might learn. Neferu sits upon my shoulder, and Amicus's hackles raise. Gently but firmly, he reaches out to move Neferu's paw off my shoulder. Please do not touch my pet. Oh, so we need permission to be touched as well. Amicus steps sideways, partially blocking me from the Jackal's view. What is your concern with him, Neferu? I'm simply interested in an intelligent species that I've never seen before, and well... Neferu reaches out over Amicus' shoulder, touching my hair and rubbing it between two finger pads, similar to what Amicus does sometimes. He is fascinating looking. Oh, shit. I start to move my head away, but before I know it, Amicus has Neferu shoved up against the wall, one paw on his chest, glaring into his face. I said not to touch him! His voice is low, sorry. Almost too quiet for me to hear. I want to jump in somehow, maybe push Amicus towards the door so that we can just leave and not cause an interstellar incident, but they're both so big and intimidating. Oh, right, sorry. I keep forgetting that he's not a slave with the way you treat him, needing your permission for everything. He doesn't. I step forward then. Well, you need my permission. The statement just sort of slips out of my mouth, my irritation with the Jackal growing along with Amicus's. Neferu's eyes widen for just a moment before a smile returns. Ah, so it is true. I knew I saw intelligence in those eyes. Despite having a canine that looks a good deal larger than him pinning him to the wall, Neferu seems quite calm. You know nothing of the way I treat him, and please do not call him a slave again. It is an affront to his actual status. Again, my apologies. He looks at me. May I touch you in a friendly manner in the future, upon the shoulder and embrace? Even Camions are always physically intimate. I stare at him. No. Amicus snorts with satisfaction and blowing back some fur on Neferu's face. Now kindly leave my pet alone in the future. He's very busy. Again, this language implies that you own him. It's confusing to me. Amicus growls, but Neferu doesn't seem to notice the warning. I suppose it's only natural for a slave-driving race such as your own. You believe you own everything and everyone lower in the hierarchy. Amicus's eyes widen, nostrils flaring. Oh, hell. What? I can't be loud right now. I'll have you know that they are servants, and I do plan to change. Never mind. It's not your place to criticize my empire. I'd be more loud and bombastic, but there are other people in this house. Even though it doesn't really sound like it. I don't know. Neferu seems to take some interest in what Amicus just said, pausing for only a moment before speaking again. Your empire? Didn't you say someone else was acting as the Emperor? The Empire belongs to all wolves, but I'll have you know what I will become the Emperor, Jackal. And keeping that in mind, you should learn to hold your tongue if you want to establish an alliance. But does the Empire belong to the servants that mine your natural resources across the dozens of planets in our galaxy? What is your issue with me? Are you just this rude to everyone you meet?
The Jackal is quiet, and Amicus sort of just growls at him, waiting for an answer. That's when I realize that Neferu isn't even looking at Amicus's face. He's looking at... And that's when I'm looking at it. I realize that he's looking a bit bigger than usual. Oh my, that is true.
You know, I've heard rumors that the Emperor's son was a tail raiser, but honestly, I wasn't expecting you to use this moment as an opportunity. Did you simply want to get your paws on me? Oh, this really is just Egyptian Darius. In one smooth, fluid motion, Neferu spins into Amicus, thumping his back into the other canine's front, making the big wolf grunt and puff air into the top of Neferu's head with an oof sound. Neferu leans there against the wolf, holding onto his big paw, while the other comes up to tease at Amicus's chin. Amicus looks surprised, but he doesn't do anything but he doesn't do anything to push the Jackal away. Meanwhile, the Jackal's rear pushes firmly up against Amicus's crotch. Amicus seems frozen, staring down at the Jackal. From what little I learned about Adastran slang on TV, Neferu just implied that Amicus is gay. If you were interested, you only had to ask. I know that wolven ways of flirting are rather aggressive, and even though we Jackals do things differently, I can adjust. At that point, Amicus glares and roughly pushes Neferu away, sending the Jackal to stumble against the wall. He turns around swiftly, his grin still in place. Oh, did I get the wrong idea? I just assumed after you groped my chest and became excited. Neferu gestures down at Amicus's crotch, the wolf's erect cork still waving around a bit after the Jackal had spun away. Immediately, Amicus covered himself with both paws, glaring. I did not! And you were the one to touch my pet without his permission! Amicus looks around for his underwear, snatching it up and beginning to tie it on. I quickly grab a towel and my robes, feeling completely confused as to what the hell just happened. Again, I thought he was your slave, but you're right, I should have asked his permission. His fur is just simply mesmerizing, so I forgot myself for a moment. Neferu turns to me and bows. Good day, William. I wish you luck in relieving your master's carnal desires. Neferu gestures to the fumbling wolf as he tries to tie on his underwear correctly. And to you, Amicus, again, if you're interested, you only need to let me know. Are you joking with me? Neferu is already striding off, grabbing up his own underwear and loincloth as he does, not even finishing tying it on by the time he's walking out the door. We both stand there in silence for a bit, staring as the door slides shut. Then Amicus grabs up the rest of his clothes with a growl, turning to me. You alright? Yeah, of course. What? Come on. And then Amicus is walking off even faster than Neferu had. I quickly follow, not bothering to put on my robe since I'm still pretty wet. We walk down the hall, Amicus muttering under his breath the whole time. Unbelievable! Unbelievable! How would he have the nerve, arrogant Cabian ass? As we make our way towards Amicus's room, I go over what just happened in my head. It seemed Neferu was making some kind of point about slavery. Oh, I can take the fucking orange down now, probably. Let's fucking do that. While at the same time taking that strange interest in me. On top of that, the obvious sexual tension between the two of them was really odd, especially the way Amicus just stood there and let Neferu rub up against him while he was clearly hard. Is this just how aliens hit on each other with all that bizarre macho aggression? If it is, then I don't like it. But that doesn't matter. I'm not here for that kind of stuff anyway. Oh, you don't know what kind of game you're in, man. Of course, this is made by the Echo Project, which, even in Echo, while there are some kind of, like, moments, it is hardly a porn game. There isn't a single moment of not safe for work content in terms of visual sexual genitalia. So this game taking more of a lighthearted, more relaxed approach to that is actually kind of interesting now that I think about it. I just need to get home. At the same time, there's a little spark of jealousy in my chest at the thought of Amicus being interested in Neferu. Oh, lordy. I don't know why. The way he treated me at the pool almost seemed like flirting itself. And then to immediately have eyes for Neferu. As you walk into Amicus's room, I can't help myself. So is that the woven way of flirting? I ask it casually, trying to act like I don't mind.
What? Definitely not. That damn jackal was assuming quite a lot. I
feel myself blush. You were getting kind of hard while you had him pinned against the wall.
I
mean, I'm not offended or anything. I'm just curious about the culture. If that's how you guys do it around here. Amicus sighs heavily. I suppose wolves have a reputation for being aggressive when it comes to courting a mate, but those days are long gone. The jackal was simply relying on dated stereotypes. Okay. I adjust my robe a bit, the cold air of the room seeping through my still wet underwear. Not to pry too much, but are you gay? Neferu seemed to imply that. Amicus freezes, staring at me. He doesn't seem to know what to tell me, like he's afraid of what my reaction might be. I remember then how stigmatized homosexuality is here. Homophobic slurs are used a lot in the films I've seen, including tail raiser and cock licker. Cork licker. Shit, I forgot my own slang. It's weird because males seem to be pretty intimate with each other, kissing and holding paws being common between close friends. However, there are lines that aren't crossed, and actually being gay was looked down upon, which is what Neferu accused Amicus of being. I quickly try to reassure him. You know, it's a fairly accepted thing on Earth these days, in some places, and I have no issue with it. If you are, you can tell me. Amicus goes on staring at me for a little while longer, then sighs.
I have a preference for males, yes.
He winces right after saying that. It's fine. Like I said, it's pretty well accepted in a lot of places on Earth. Explains why you're getting hard in front of Neferu.
Listen, it wasn't what I was intending when I first grabbed him. I was trying to defend you.
Oh, I see. Amicus blushes all over again. The wolf turns away and walks over to the sofa before slumping into it, leaning his face into a paw, looking frustrated. What's wrong?
Well, that jackal for one, and I don't know. Are you disgusted with me now?
Why would I be disgusted with you?
I don't know. You must see past incidences in a different light, like the massages and wrestling and the dance. I promise those are truly pet duties, and I was only having a bit of fun at the amphitheater, and I only did what the dance called for. I shake my head. I think you've been really good about not taking advantage of me at all. It's fine. Amicus looks at me unsure. And you never have to do those things again if you don't want. I'll understand. I raise a hand up. Seriously, you're fine. Amicus looks away, looking relieved, but still ashamed. I'm sorry, it's just something that's followed me most of my life. I had an incident happen several years back, and it's created a lot of rumors about me. The people aren't very interested in having a tail raiser as their emperor. Amicus finally looks at me. So I try to keep it quiet, so that it might be forgotten. Thought it mostly was, until the Cabian mentioned it. Amicus growls. Anyway, I'm sorry. I suppose it was something I should have told you, considering how close quarters we've been living. The wolf looks so dejected, so sad. I decide I should tell him. You know I'm gay too. Amicus snaps his gaze back to me, eyes wide. What? I feel my face turning red. I'm the same. I like eyes. Amicus squints at me like can't quite believe what I've just said. Are you
making fun of me? No, I'm telling you, so you don't have to feel bad about it. It's fine. Oh. That's quite a coincidence. Funny that. Yeah, it is. Well, thank you for telling me. It isn't easy to do, at least it isn't for me. I'm the same. I slowly walk over and sit on the sofa next to the wolf, feeling strangely awkward about our little coming out conversation. Amicus still looks a bit uncomfortable, but at least he doesn't look sad anymore. So, since we're talking about all of this, what was Neferu saying about me helping you out with your dick? Is that a pet duty too?
Well, yes it is, but again, I would never ask that of you.
Does Alex do that? Amicus pulls a face.
Well, I'd rather not think of my brother in such a situation. Yes, he does.
But does that mean your brother's gay too?
No. Well, not as far as I know. He doesn't have a preference for males. Isn't that what makes you a homosexual?
I shrug. So I'd just give you a handjob or something? I can tell that the lingua had no trouble translating that to Amicus because he immediately blushes again. I squirm, wondering why I'm asking so much about this topic. You wonder why? I'm curious, and I already know that I'm attracted to this wolf. I'd given up on denying it a while ago.
It can involve a lot of things. I mean, if you want to do it, I have no objection. But that's your choice.
Amicus sounds tentatively hopeful, and I realize that he actually wants it. It seems that every day I go further and further with this wolf. I laugh, partly at Amicus's expression, partly because of the absurdity of the entire conversation. How about if we win the dance trial? I'll think about it. I'm speaking without thinking. Amicus is quiet, then nods.
Sounds fair.
I gotta think of something else to talk about. Still shocked at what I just proposed. So, what's the deal with Neferu? Why'd he do all this stuff at the path?
I honestly have no idea. It was very strange.
Do you think that's his way of furthering an alliance?
Not if he has any common sense. I thought he was going to be friendly, considering he knows I'm open to the alliance, unlike Cassius.
I lean back in the sofa thinking. Maybe he was just feeling you out. Quite literally, as a matter of fact. Angus smirks at that.
You could say that. Anyway, I don't know how I feel about him. I'm thinking of just telling him that I'm not interested in the alliance unless they send someone that has more tact.
Amicus glances at me.
What do you think?
Ooh! We've got our first choice in a while. Is this our first choice in general? I don't honestly remember what the last choice was. Well, let's see how he responds. This game does use the back option, right? It does, okay. So let's see what talk to him more does. That would be disagreeing with him. Well, I think if he's the only guy you have to establish the alliance with, you should try to work with him. I mean, this could be your best chance if you're willing to put up with him. And he seems to have the hots for you, so that'll probably help you, honestly.
Maybe.
I don't know, I'm not a politician. But you are smart. Thanks. Anyway, I'm off to my shower. Okay, so let's see what the option is if we say reject him. Honestly, if that's what the Camians send to foster an alliance, I would have to wonder about them as a whole. They are an arrogant people, as I've said. And maybe his intentions aren't all that great if that's how he treats his prospective allies.
Agreed.
But I don't know, I'm not a politician.
But you are smart.
Thanks. Anyway, I'm off to the shower. So, which one is better? One of them is generalizing an entire group of people. The other one is offering the chance to be more understanding. I think the choice is clear on this one, guys. Talk to him more.
Anyway, I'm off to my shower.
The wolf stands up and I do the same. Do you need help?
Oh, really?
Yeah. I want to show him that things haven't changed and I'm not scared of him now that I know his secret. He looked so devastated when he told me. Well, that's what a lifetime of being oppressed and treated like absolute shit will do to a person, no matter what the subject matter.
Even if Amicus was the one to get me into this mess, I know now that he's a good person and doesn't deserve to feel like that. Man, being vulnerable about a thing about you doesn't mean you're a good person. Those are two completely unrelated things. I mean, I've seen your junk already, no surprises there, right?
I suppose not. If you're sure.
I'm sure. To decide things for the wolf, I walk into the shower. Amicus isn't far behind. I dream a lot the night before the first trial. I can't remember most of it, but in the last bit I'm in the throne room surrounded by dozens of wolves who I assume they aren't the triumvirates. Cato sits on the throne watching over all of us, his chin on a fist. Meanwhile, Amicus is in the center doing some type of break dance. He's athletic and light on his feet before throwing off his cape and doing a handstand. Then he spins on his head for a while as the wolves around him cheer. Even Cato claps reluctantly. Meanwhile, Cassius has his paw to his mouth, realizing that he's been beaten, his paper bones incapable of withstanding such incredible moves. Then I wake up. I open my eyes and see the dark outline of the ceiling above me, the lights automatically coming on to a dim yellow glow. I hear Amicus' soft snoring next to me and look over, seeing that he's flat on his back, mouth open, and hugging one of his many pillows to his chest. I roll onto my back, feeling the anxiety of the upcoming trial return. Oh, yes. Is that happening today? Oh, shit. After a while, I whisper up at the ceiling. Calm, what time is it? Calm whispers back.
At the first hour.
That's what I imagine computer whispering sounds like. So, I have at least 3 hours left before I can get up and get ready. I close my eyes to try to get some more sleep. It's hard enough, mainly because my future could be determined today. Amicus told me that we really only need to win this trial to win the whole thing. That guarantees we're not going to win this trial and going to have to go into the other ones, and Because if we win tomorrow, that means that Cassius will at least have to partake in the combat trial, if not outright lose if we win the second trial. And according to Amicus, Cassius has absolutely no chance in Pug-New combat, and he knows that. You never know. While he might still participate in the second trial to save some face, he'd have to withdraw for the third, otherwise face outright humiliation. So if we win tomorrow, I'm almost guaranteed a way home. I don't think it's that simple. The thought that this whole fiasco could be over soon brings mixed feelings for me. I'm going to go home when I get the chance. I can't help but feel a little sad at the idea of leaving Amicus in the palace. We're good friends at this point, and the thought that I might just get dropped off and never see him again. I sigh and listen to the wolf's rhythmic snores. The sound so soft and gentle that rather than keeping me awake, it starts to lull me back to sleep. And again, I find myself floating as that wide, vacuous, conscious what that seems to bleed over the boundaries of any sort of individuality. What the fuck are you talking about? I don't panic this time. I'm used to the feeling, knowing that it's just a dream, that it'll pass. I also sense that other presence above me, even wider than am. They've been following me around since I got on that ship. Knowing that someone else is there calms me further, and I wait, wondering if they'll try to talk to me again. They do. I am still curious. I try to talk back this time, ask them what they're curious about exactly, but I don't have a mouth to speak with. They seem to hear me though, and in response I sense gentle amusement mixed with fascination. Many, many things, but once again, I'm afraid I have to keep it short. I wait expectantly. Do you feel that Amicus would be capable of his duties as Emperor of Adastra? Ah, shit, this... God damn it, Echo Project, you and your ethereal choices. Sure, yeah, absolutely. I'm confident. How interesting. The presence above me starts to dissipate, and so do I. Did I choose wrong? Shower scene, shower scene. I'm standing awkwardly in the bathroom while another wolf moves busily around me, making short, clipped comments about my odd shape and my tiny stature. He's the first wolf I've seen that isn't part of the Imperial family, so I keep trying not to stare at him while he turns my head left and right, smudging a black substance on my face while he does. Meanwhile, Amicus stands behind us, his face showing a mixture of amusement and concern. I raise an eyebrow at him through the mirror, but he just shrugs in response. Do not move your face, please. Look straight ahead again, letting him smudge the black makeup on my face, still trying not to stare. Good thing you're not on Earth, because that shit would not fly. He's hunched and droopy, wearing some type of monocle with flashing lights. The lens sticks out every now and then with a mechanical droning sound as he examines his work. Also, I'm in a dress. No getting around it. I'm in a blue, tight-fitting gown that's covered in intricate gold designs. It's beautiful, no doubt, but I'm not really one for dresses, and I feel my face heating up with embarrassment every time I look into the mirror. So instead, I focus on staring at the wall or Amicus. So why aren't you getting dressed up? Do not speak, please. Me? Well, I'm already dressed for the part of the Emperor. Amicus fans out his cape with both paws. I start to roll my eyes, but stop myself before the wolf can yell at me again. I realize that he's painting black stripes on my face, and it immediately reminds me of tiger stripes. After that's done, he does the same to the exposed parts of my arms. Remember not to touch or hit your face. Also, keep your arms away from your body unless you want to ruin the fabric with powder. Wolf finally steps back, giving a snort of approval before turning and stuffing his equipment into his bag.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And with that, the old wolf hurries out of the bathroom, leaving the two of us alone. I stand there a moment, feeling like a circus attraction. I look awful. Amicus coughs and steps up quickly, resting a paw on my shoulder.
You look very good, actually. Very elegant.
I look up at the wolf and see him smiling at me. I don't know if he's just trying to make me feel better, but then again, I suppose wolves don't really have any idea of what human beauty standards are. I look at the black stripes on my face. Are these tiger stripes? Amicus raises his eyebrows.
Yes, actually. You have tigers on Earth.
Yeah. Just okay with them? Looks like a joke.
Offensive? Why would it be offensive? We're honoring Mira with this dance.
If you're sure.
Of course I'm sure. And you don't look like a joke. You look like a strong, beautiful Indo-tigress.
I sigh again, still awkwardly holding my arms away from the dress, feeling stiff. When does this all start?
Well, for me, in about 20 minutes, but for you, another hour or so.
Alright. Anything I should expect before it starts?
Not much. The triumvirates will be still watching through VideoLink, so only Cato will be there to judge.
Oh.
Keep in mind that it will still all be televised Keep in mind that it will all be televised live to the rest of Adastra, so...
Amicus sees the look on my face.
Maybe I shouldn't have told you that.
All of Adastra! Live!
Don't worry. No one will actually be there in person, so just... pretend, I guess.
Why did you just tell me that?
Well, I had planned on you watching the first half of the trial in the dining room. You'll know how everything is going until it's your turn.
I swallow hard.
I didn't mean to keep that from you. I just thought you might know this would be the case. The entire moon pays very close attention to these trials.
He's right. I guess I sort of did assume that would be the case, but now that it's actually happening, I feel like I'm going to pass out. Maybe I'll get lucky and it'll happen when Mira dies during the dance.
Listen, you'll be fine. We'll win this, and before you know it, I'll be Emperor, and our problems will be over.
Again, the idea of having my way home all but guaranteed in the next hour reminds me of the thoughts I had had last night. So, when I do get home, is that going to be the last time I'll see you? The corners of Amicus's mouth twitch down in a frown, but only for a moment before he smiles again. Well, I suppose that's up to you. With unlimited access to the stretch, I might be able to make visits every now and then. Would you like that? I don't even have to think about it. Yeah. Amicus's smile widens. I would as well. Yeah, I mean, you're my friend, and I'd want to hear about the results of your empire. But then Amicus's smile falters, then turns into a frown. What? Wolf's quiet for a moment, then his ears flatten. I forgot the reason you're here in the first place. For a moment, I don't know what he's talking about. Then I do. We're not even supposed to know each other exists. This whole thing is against the law. Oh. So I guess we wouldn't be able to do that, huh? He bites his lip, then shakes his head. We'll figure it out. But now's not the time for that. We have a trial to win. Amicus turns to me and after a little hesitation pulls me into a quick side hug, carefully avoiding the black powder on my arm. We'll talk more afterwards over a celebratory dinner, alright? The absolute confidence and reassurance in Amicus's voice calms me just a little, and I manage a small smile. Alright. Good. And, a little more celebration after that, if you get my meaning. I'd almost forgotten about that. Amicus. If you want. Amicus chuckles before his ears perk up, his personal calm talking to him in a quiet, babbling sound. Alright, that's my cue. Head to the dining room if you'd like to watch. Otherwise, Calm will tell you when to leave for the throne room, alright? I nod, and Amicus gives me one last pat on the shoulder before turning away. Good luck. I know you're gonna do great. Amicus waves at me before walking out the door, leaving me alone to wait. I move to the bed and sit down, carefully resting my arms out to the side, wishing they'd applied the makeup a little closer to the dance so I didn't have to walk around like a scarecrow. I realized pretty quickly that sitting here in silence is only making me more nervous, so I slowly get up, making my way to the main hall. As usual, the halls are empty. The only people living here are the Imperial siblings, Cato and Neferu. The old makeup wolf is the only other person I've seen other than over the past 2.5 weeks that I've been here. Makes me think that I will still want to see the city before I leave. If I leave. Block that thought from my brain, trying not to think of what might happen if these trials go poorly for us. Instead, I try to let the bright sunshine and fresh morning air calm my nerves. Eventually, I make my way to the dining room, and when I look in, I see Alex sitting on one of the beds. His ears perk up as he sees me, eyes widening in surprise. He is clad in a scantily way.
Oh, hello, William. How are you?
He stares at my face, then down at my costume. I feel myself turning red, and I desperately wish that I had stayed in Amicus's room. I'm able to swallow the embarrassment for now. Down for now, though. I know Alex pretty well, after all. Where's your costume? At this point, I feel like I'm the only person being made to play dress-up. I sit down on the middle bed, not wanting to be directly across from the cat, where he'd have to stare at me.
Should I be in one?
I shrug. I don't know. They put me in one, obviously.
Obviously. And the powder, too.
I glare at Alex.
I mean, you look good. Very bold.
So why the hell aren't you dressed up as Mira? We're doing the same dance, right?
Well, yes. Though Cassius instructed that I be in my underwear, I think I'd prefer your situation.
Sure.
Seriously? You think I want all of Adastra to see my naked torso?
Alex hugs himself, shuddering.
It's so embarrassing.
I sigh and sit back on the bed, only now noticing that Cassius is on the screen, playing some sort of brass instrument that looks to be vaguely in the shape of a French horn. It sounds nothing like one, though. The volume is low, but I can hear the raspy sputtering sound it's making. Not pleasant to my ear, but then the idea of what music and dance seems to be very different from Earth. Well, I'd prefer being half naked, and if this is my introduction to the moon, why am I all covered up like this? I'm pretty sure they'd rather get a better look at what I actually look like. As I'm saying that, I wonder if maybe that's why Amicus had me so covered up.
The dress looks very good on you, actually. It's the makeup that surprises me. I suppose it's very woven to do something like that.
Look at Alex frowning. Woven? Is this offensive?
Maybe just a smidge, but not to the wolves. So you have nothing to worry about. The Hindos don't talk to Adastra anymore.
Oh my god. I just want to bury my face in my hands, but I can't with all this makeup on. On top of that, it's starting to itch. This is so stupid.
Alex chuckles. It really is. Wolves are so obsessed with spectacle and drama, which is why the trials are used instead of elections, or even just sound judgment from a council.
Alex gestures up at one of the screens.
It's an Adastran holiday right now, so everyone can watch this.
Cassius has found his little songs. Cassius has finished his little song, standing up and bowing. Along the right edge of the screen, 5 little boxes pop up, each one containing the faces of 3 wolves sitting solemnly side by side.
Now, in a way, the people are having a role in choosing their emperor here, with their elected triumvirates making the decision, but then I don't understand why song and dance should apply.
So why would Cassius and Amicus campaign if they're just going to be chosen through these trials?
Well, if the decision isn't clear, then why not choose the wolf that has the most popularity with your people? It increases the chance of re-election.
Amicus suddenly appears on screen, sitting down, a spotlight on him as he begins to blow into the same instrument. Again, that raspy, blatting sound that would make me cringe if it were a human instrument at a human concert. I have no idea if he's better at it than Cassius or not.
And general popularity is good to have anyway. Happy people is usually a more peaceful and easy to control society.
So, Amicus is at a disadvantage then.
Unless he clearly outperforms Cassius.
I sigh, watching the wolf's cheeks puff up each time he blows into his little horn, his eyes almost crossed with effort. I guess you elect your officials?
Yes.
So, does most of... I find myself almost saying the name of my planet again. It's harder and harder to keep this secret from Alex, especially as our relationship has become more casual. Our tribes. At least I think that's what they are on the Simian planet. I just have to hope Alex doesn't actually look it up. But he continues on like he didn't even notice my pause, like he always does.
Anyway, despite the competition, I still consider you a friend, and I hope you feel the same. Maybe we can have lunch in the garden soon, no matter the result.
Yeah, let's do that.
Wonderful.
We sit in silence for another 10 minutes or so, watching as Amicus finishes his horn playing, and Cassius takes a spotlight again to begin singing. Actually, just howling. Cassius' head leaned back, muzzle tipped towards the ceiling, looking like Wolf on Earth as it howls to the moon. I think he's saying words, but I can't really understand, especially with the odd, high-pitched tone it has. Meanwhile, a little gauge pops up in the bottom screen, a needle going back and forth with the pitch of the howl.
They want that indicator to stay in the middle. It represents better control over the song.
It's short, only a few minutes before it's Amicus' turn, doing much the same as Cassius, except his howl is deeper, fuller, a lot better, I think. I also like to think that the needle stays in the middle more often than it had for Cassius, but I'm not sure. Toward the end of Amicus' song, Com's voice crackles gently over our heads.
Alex William, the dance begins in 5 minutes. Please proceed to the throne room doors.
They need to get better speakers for that shit, man. My heart skips a beat as we both stand up, Alex leading the way to the hall. I wonder if he's nervous too. Even though he looks calm, his tail lashes back and forth as we walk. I don't try to talk to him, feeling like we're both a little preoccupied in our own thoughts right now. We get to the big double doors and wait side by side. Alex's paws are folded neatly in front of himself, so I do the same. Try to breathe evenly. Never been good in front of big crowds, and even though it's technically only Kato there, I can't forget the fact that millions of people are going to be watching.
And trial begins in 5, 4, 3, 2.
The doors slide open and I find myself staring into a darkened throne room. The windows deeply tinted so that only a vague hint of sunlight comes through. I immediately see Amicus straight ahead of me, bathed in a bright spotlight. The same can be said for Cassius, about 10 meters to his right. Kato sits on the throne, just like in my dream. I also notice Virginia and Neferu sitting next to each other on one of the benches. That alone makes me even more nervous, but then a voice comes over the PA. Not calm, but someone else, sounding old and frail.
Presenting Pet Alexius from Moon Homorpha and Pet William from Planet Simia.
Amicus and Cassius reach out one paw, and Alex starts to walk forward on his toes, looking light and sophisticated. I quickly follow suit, trying to sort of mimic his walk. I never practiced my entrance with Amicus. Start to wonder if I'm even more underprepared than I thought I was. No time to think about that now. I do the best I can with my stupid prancing walk before coming to a stop in front of Amicus, reaching out a hand to rest on his big paw. He smiles reassuringly down at me, and for some reason his presence makes me a little less nervous than I had been while waiting alone for the trial to start. We stand there quietly for a moment, but then that old voice starts up again, and now it's in a howl, high, wavering, and faint.
Explorant adver...
I don't know what the fuck. I start to recite the story in the same howl. It's hard to hear. And now that there's words... Wait, I can't understand it. He's speaking... Oh, fuck. The lingua isn't translating the song. Immediately I start to panic as I see Amicus raise up his paw. I probably have a look of horror on my face because his reassuring smile has turned to a frown. Jerkily I raise up my hand to touch it to the wolf's paw, trying to stay calm. I can do this. Sure, I attached a lot of the movements to the words in the song, but I remember the order of the poses, I think. Still, the unexpected blunder has me flustered and stumbling, my movements hesitant and definitely unelegant. I'm so frazzled that I don't really have time to dwell on the fact that Alex and Cassius are doing the dance at the same time. Are we competing for Kato's and the watching triumvirate's attention? I try to stay focused on Amicus, watching his movements, hoping that I might remember enough of his cues to get through the movements correctly. My falling apart must be affecting Amicus as well, his brow furrowed in confusion, his movements also becoming slower, more hesitant. Fuck. I think I feel sweat running down my face. I'm probably turning my striped makeup into a streaked mess. Several times I am caught staring at Amicus, unsure of what to do, until I look over at Alex to see what he's doing. The cat looks totally in his element, stretching and elongating his body luxuriously in tandem with Cassius. The wolf isn't bad himself, taking a clear lead in the dance as he dips and sways with Alex's body. Meanwhile, I fumble around with Amicus, watching as the powder on my sweaty arms smears on his fur, leaving long black smudges on his chest and arms. Finally, we get to Mira's death, and at least I know when this is supposed to happen because I see Amicus reach out dramatically for me. It's the only moment in the entire dance that I feel confident in what I'm doing, and I put everything into my swoon. But so does Alex. Here's that picture. Well, this isn't the picture, but it's close. Amicus is already next to me to catch me before I start to fall, but Alex swoons while Cassius is still meters away from him. The other wolf smoothly glides to his side to catch him. Alex lays there in Cassius's arms, splayed out dramatically, looking somehow serene and distressed at the same time. The spotlight almost makes the pair glitter, and even I feel like there's a good deal of chemistry between the two of them. There was a small but definite hope in my head that Alex might help us out here. Maybe throw the dance in our favor with a fall or a stumble, but it looks like he's putting everything into his performance. Cassius, despite his reputation of being weak, looks strong and confident, easily supporting Alex's weight as the cat dips further towards the ground. At the same time, the wolf's howl reaches a new pitch, the climax of the story. And that's when Alex turns his head to Cassius for a deep, passionate kiss, and there it is! There's the picture that I saw on the fucking... Whoa! I just saw where that hand going. Let me get a quick thumbnail of this shit. Holy fuck. That's... I didn't notice the hand before, but this picture was on the Itch.io page. Kinda spoilery. Even though Mira is supposed to be gone at this point, Alex reaches up to caress Cassius's face, pulling him in deeper. Meanwhile, their bodies press closely together, Cassius very clearly grinding his hips against the cat's, the paw that's not supporting Alex, instead running up his thigh before dipping under Alex's underwear, pushing it up until almost the cat's thigh is showing. And they just writhe against each other like that, as if caught in the throes of passion, the movements of their muscles telling me lots going on past those lips. The entire act stuns me, almost making me forget about the disaster of our own dance has been. Cassius turns, carrying Alex with him as he faces them in the other direction before breaking the kiss. In fact, the roping and grinding getting even more intense. He's giving everyone a good view of what's happening. If the whole idea of the dance is to capture attention and make the story and feelings believable, well, I believe them. In fact, I believe there's a lot more going on between the two of them than I had originally thought. It might explain why Alex doesn't want to hurt Cassius' chances of being Emperor. Maybe my hopes that Alex would help us were completely naive. That's when I'm suddenly snapped back to reality as I hear Amicus's grunt above me. Oof. I've been so enamored with Cassius and Alex's kiss that I'd forgotten our own. Seeing a preview of what I might have to do with Amicus, though, I blush, steeling myself, getting ready as the wolf starts to lean down towards me, his lips puckered up slightly. Already my own lips, but then suddenly Amicus turns his head to the side slightly, landing a kiss on my cheek instead. It's soft and fleeting, and before I know it, Amicus is pulled back before gently lowering me onto the cold marble below. I recognize the word Adastra and the howl before everything goes quiet. I hear Alex getting up a few feet away, and so I do the same, Amicus quickly hurrying over to help me up in my dress. It's only then that I see the various drones floating around above us, the attached lenses making me realize that they're cameras. Quickly duck my head, not wanting the people to see the smeared offensive makeup on my face. Amicus holds me close to his side, not saying anything, thankfully. Cassius continues to look straight ahead, and I can see Alex glancing at us, looking confused. Then a calm voice.
The triumvirs have made their decisions. Lupus, Cassius. Adrote, Cassius. Lux, Cassius. Ghibli, Cassius. Tracili, Cassius. Adastra.
The camera drones swivel to focus on Cato. He shifts on his throne before grunting out his answer.
Cassius.
The trial has been decided. Cassius is the victor.
There's a moment of stunned silence. Then the windows up tint and the camera drones lazily drift away into some ceiling compartment. I'm left standing there, looking around at the others. Cato's walking down the steps from the throne in the direction of Cassius. Meanwhile, Virginia is whispering to Nephru behind a fan she's casually waving into her face. Cassius is
petting Alex's head, murmuring to him under his breath. Finally, Amicus stands awkwardly to my side, not even looking at me, his paws behind his back and his eyes on Kato. I suddenly realize, again, how stupid I look. Can I go change? I mumble to Amicus, keep my voice low, like everyone else, as if we're in a library or something. Sure, do you want? I don't let him finish. I'm walking as fast as I can to the double doors, knowing that everyone's eyes are on my back as I pause to touch the black panel. That's rough. Once I'm in the main hall, I'm able to breathe a little easier, starting to feel the anger coming up through the absolute humiliation. I don't know exactly what I'm angry at, not Amicus, even though he maybe should have had an idea that the howls don't translate. Not Kato or the Triumvirates, they'd made the right decision. I've been a complete disaster out there. I guess I'm just mad at this whole system. That the responsibility of getting home rests on me just as much as the guy that got me here in the first place. It isn't fair. So I guess I'm pissed at Amicus in a way, but the anger is a lot broader than that. I'm angry at the entire situation. I go straight to the bathroom, roughly trying to yank off the stupid dress. It's tied around my neck, and I spend the next minute doing an awkward dance, trying to find buttons on the back so I can loosen it. Eventually, I just rip it off before wiggling out of the dress, feeling a little guilty, only after I see the beautiful fabric crumpled up on the ground. I stand there breathing heavily, sweaty and hot. I look at the mirror, and I'm a little surprised to see the makeup is still mostly intact on my face. I'm always surprised about that, too. Whenever I have to wear stage makeup and I'm sweating, I'm imagining it's like, oh, fuck, but that's the power of powder. Which reminds me, I'm also pissed that the first time I get paraded out in public, it's in a racist costume and makeup. I get in the shower, letting the hot water run over my face, feeling a little better now that I'm alone and with my thoughts, and out of that tight dress. Still, my mood is a bit dark. I guess now I can actually start to consider that I might be living here forever. While my mind initially rejects the idea, I guess it's not the worst fate. I'll at least be living in a palace with Amicus, and I know he'd take care of me. At least I think he would. Maybe this whole pet thing is temporary, and if he loses the trials, he'll just throw me out with the trash. Maybe he'll kill me like he'd once mentioned on the ship. Out of my gloomy contemplations, though, I know that that's not the case. He wouldn't do that. I can't promise myself that I'd be able to keep friendly with him if things really do go south. He told me that this would be easy so many times. Even if the lingua hadn't messed up, I doubt we still would have won. After a good half hour, I finally get out of the shower. I stand in the front of the fans for a bit, enjoying the way it whips my hair around before I pick up some underwear off the hook and tie it on. I'm pretty fast at doing that now, even not having to think about it. Finally, I open the door. Cool air that rushes in is refreshing after such a hot shower, but I'm immediately treated to the side of Amicus walking away from the door, probably in the middle of pacing. He immediately turns around at the sound, though, his eyes wide.
Hey, William, how are you?
He's doing great. I don't imagine he's doing great. I walk over to the dresser opening, the one that's full of children's robes. You know, like the dresser you have in your room that's full of children's robes? By the way, right now is probably not the time I should be recording, now that I'm thinking about it. Not only are we about to have a bunch of people over, so there's a bunch of stuff going on, and we're introducing a new dog to the house, but my throat is there's a little bit of something going on there. I think it's about time to replace this bottle. Fortunately, I already bought a new one. It's over there. But, Now, I want to play more of the game, goddammit. I'm going to do it.
Really?
Sure. I hear Amicus huff behind me.
Please, I don't want to deal with that mood of yours right now. I just want to talk.
That's a good way to start a conversation. I don't want to deal with this mood you're in. Oh boy, Amicus, you are such a passion project. I actually got to put on my glasses. I hope I get frames soon that, like, I feel comfortable in all the time, because this shit is not doing well. That's fair, but him telling me to stop sulking is just making me sulkier. You know, I would have loved to just talk like a week ago about this stupid trial. Imagine how much better it would have gone if I had actually memorized the dance rather than just following cues from you in the song. I whip out a robe. Which, by the way, isn't a song! You always make fun of Earthlings in our primitive ways, but at least we actually have a variety of music. Oh, and we can actually sing, not these creepy howling sounds that sounds like you're dying. Amicus frowns at me, his ears flat. You're upset. Now what made you think that? Stop it, William. I'm just as upset and disappointed as you probably are. Was it the cameras, maybe Kato, that made you nervous? What happened? I'm quiet for a moment as I start tying on my robe. Then suddenly Amicus's paw reaches out, grabbing my right hand and yanking it away from my clothing. What happened to your paw? I look up and see the wolf staring at the palm side of my hand with wide eyes before turning it this way and that. What? Your skin, it's bunching up. Are you having a reaction to the powder? I stare at him confused before pulling my hand away to look at my pruny fingers. No, I was just in the shower too long. My skin does that when I'm wet for a long time. I've never noticed that before. You take short showers. The wolf frowns at me, then snatches my hand back up again to stare at the fingers in fascination, even as I try to yank it back. At that point, I feel my mood about to take a turn in one of two directions, either exploding at Amicus in frustration, or anger over everything. And anger over everything, or just laughing. I found myself doing the latter, chuckling at first before letting out a loud guffaw. Amicus gives me a strange look, finally letting me go. Are you sure you're alright? You're worrying me. I sigh as I finish tying on my robe before flopping back onto the bed, hands above my head as I let the pleasant cool air drift down from the ceiling to blanket my body. I know I'm going to get cold in a few minutes, but for now it feels good. Remember how you said the lingua has trouble translating some things? Yes, I hear the wolf pause as he figures out what went wrong. Heard nothing but wailing Latin in that howling noise. I had no idea what I was doing. Oh, God. There's a heavy thump, and I feel the mattress crater and tilt sideways a bit as Amicus sits down next to me. Say yeah. William, I'm so sorry. I didn't even contemplate that possibility. It's fine. I don't think either of us could have. I mean, I've listened to music from the Cats before. I've never had that issue with lyrics translating. I shrug. I don't know. Doesn't the lingua try to understand intention too? Maybe I'm meant to hear the true language when you guys sing? It wasn't happening while you were doing your song, even though I didn't realize it then. Oh, you heard me sing? I can hear the embarrassment in Amicus's voice. Yeah, sounded fine, honestly. I was just being a dick earlier. I know. But still, I'm tired of you trashing on human culture. I know. And I knew that makeup was offensive, by the way. I looked like an idiot for all of Adastra to see. You looked good. I turned my head toward the wolf. Oh, really? Fumbling around like an idiot with no clue of what he's doing looks good. Amicus stays quiet this time. I stare back up at the ceiling. I guess at least I'm keeping up the dumb, primitive ape act, right? Amicus just sighs, getting up. I watch as he slowly walks over to the sofa and sit down. I have to say that although you are a very kind, intelligent person, you're very frustrating when you get into these moods. Frustrating? Just so gloomy and self-defeating. Remind me of Cassius sometimes. I pull a face. Since when is he self-defeating? He seems pretty full of himself to me. You don't know the real Cass. He very much dislikes himself. Also, don't compare me to your brother. I really don't want to be thinking about him right now. I'm just saying, I prefer you in lighter spirits. It suits you more. I'll work on it. A long silence goes by, and with the way that Amicus is shifting around, I can tell he wants to ask me something. Oh God, really? What is it? Well, of course he was going to ask about that.
I guess that little celebration is out of the question now.
The dinner? I sit up suddenly, giving him an incredulous look. Seriously? Whoa, I was just kidding. We just lost the trial. You're one trial away from losing the emperorship, and you're seriously thinking about that?
I was just having a bit of fun.
No, you want a pity handy.
It's not like I need you to do it. I can get the job done myself.
Then do it.
I will.
Angus sits there huffily, not making eye contact. I sigh, remembering what the wolf had said about improving my mood. I often criticize Amicus for his tantrums, reminding him that it won't help us to sulk. It's kind of hypocritical that I don't hold myself to the same standards. Sorry. I've just got a lot on my mind, obviously.
Listen, I know this went much differently than what we had planned, but I will certainly win the next trial. I've defeated Cassius many times before.
Do I have to do anything?
Other than watch, no.
When is it?
2 weeks from now.
You'd better win.
I will.
I sigh again, realizing that the knot I've had in my stomach the past few weeks has a bit longer to stick around. And I might still... I make a jacking motion in the air. Later on, I'm just not in the right state of mind right now.
I understand. It was too early to make light of things, though. Maybe we could do something else that would make us both feel better.
Something else?
Yes, like I could just hold you.
Amicus's voice gets uncharacteristically high on the last word.
Hold you?
Hold me. I repeat his words. Why would you want to do that?
Well, companionship is part of pet duties, and holding or embracing is often how it's expressed. It might also be comforting to you, considering how stressful the past few weeks have been.
Again, that hopeful look, and again, I actually feel bad for him. How lonely do you have to be to just want to cuddle someone? Not at all! I love cuddling, what the fuck? But at the same time, I want to. I might not want to admit it, but I've actually been lonely these past 3 weeks, emotionally and physically. Also, I've really liked our short hugs, so a longer one. Trying not to look too eager myself, I sigh and stand up. Amicus's ears immediately perk up in happy surprise. He leans back, legs together, waiting as I walk up to him.
Do you...
I sit down in his lap, a little awkwardly at first, as I wobble around, and finally settle on turning sideways, knees drawn up as I lean my shoulder against his chest. Amicus pauses, then wraps his arms around me. Despite the awkward start, I'm amazed at the way I just sort of fit against the curve of his body. His big, furry arms envelop me, and I feel the muscles tighten briefly before relaxing. His soft stomach cushions against my side, making it feel as if I'm leaning against a big, furry, but firm waterbed. His chest is broad and thick, propping my head up comfortably as he scoots his butt a bit out to help us better recline. Then he tucks my head under his chin, and just like that, I'm surrounded by his warmth, the cold that had started to bite at my bare skin dissipating immediately. I feel a little thrill in my chest at the feeling of having this wolf, so large and powerful, hug and cuddle me so gently. Something about that is so nice. Amicus just holds me there in silence for a while, and I feel his paws shift around a bit like he's kneading through the robe to the skin on my back. Finally, his deep voice rumbles through his chest and against my ear.
Is this all right?
Yeah, this is fine. I blush, embarrassed at how much I'm enjoying this. Originally, I just wanted to make him feel better, but he was right about this making me feel better. Amicus rubs his chin down against the top of my head, and I hear him inhale.
I suppose this isn't a normal thing to do on Earth?
Well, it is if you're dating someone. It's not a usual thing with friends, though.
Ah.
Amicus paws at me a bit more, making those tiny movements as if he's trying to feel me as much as possible without being obvious about it. What is dating on your planet? I shrug, though it's hard to do against the wolf's tight embrace. Just asking someone you like out on a date basically just means you like the person and you want to know more about them, and dating helps you do that. Oh, sounds fairly casual. How does one initiate dating? I don't know, just ask them, give them flowers if you're old-fashioned, but it's pretty casual, honestly. Why are you so curious? It's Amicus's turn to shrug. I always want to be careful about your boundaries. It's easier when I understand your culture better. I lean against the wolf, realizing that even though I'd made a complete fool of myself just a half hour ago, I feel fine. I kind of hope that this isn't the last time we do something like this. Knowing Amicus, it likely won't be. It's a few days later when I'm finally able to hang out with Alex like we'd planned. Cassius had stepped up his campaigning over the past several days as his chances of becoming emperor increased. So did Amicus after his decreased. The difference being that Alex often found himself going on campaign trips with the White Wolf, while Amicus always left me behind. I think Amicus had picked up on the fact that I don't like being out in front of so many people after the whole dance incident. Still, he promises me that when he wins the next trial, we'll go out to the city to celebrate. For now, though, I'm happy to stay in the gardens with Alex, enjoying a quiet midday meal as we both talk and sip our tea.
Honestly, they should have us redo the dance if your lingua wasn't translating.
Was yours?
Well, no, but I knew it wouldn't. Wolves never intend for their lyrics to translate over the lingua because it ruins the howl, which they see as to be the whole point of the singing. I can understand Amicus overlooking that, though. Most wolves never see another sibling species in person in their entire lives.
Well, it's over now. On to the debate thing they're gonna do next.
Oh yes, Cassius has been training with the best rhetorician ever on the moon, Marcus Manius. Manius, really? I notice that he puts a bit of emphasis on the name, and I look over at him. Alex sips at his tea daintily, watching the fountain lazily. He's offered Cassius many tips on convincing the triumvirates. Very useful tips, actually. Is Amicus doing anything similar?
I'm going to try this without the glasses now. They're starting to hurt. I realize then that Alex is offering me information on what Cassius is doing to prepare for the trial. At least I think he is. Whether that's the case or not, I try to remember the name of the rhetoric guy. My dumbass, rhetoric. Knowing I should tell Amicus later. I'm not really sure. He hasn't told me all that much about what he's doing, but hopefully it's something similar.
Well, I recommend he study the triumvirates and their cities, if only to find the best way to convince them during the second trial.
Yep, definitely offering me information. Thing is, after seeing the way he and Cassius interacted, I wonder if I can fully trust him. You know, Cassius was saying something earlier while I was serving him about a week ago. Did you know he has plans to get rid of the triumvirates? Alex's eyes widened for a moment.
Oh, really? I wonder why.
Something about it being easier to rule directly rather than through elected officials.
Well, that's some radical thinking, isn't it?
That's what Virginia said.
Well, she's always been rather reasonable, honestly. Alex leans in, lowering his voice.
I'd rather she become the Empress, but unfortunately the wolves don't allow females to hold positions of much authority, so her chances at the throne are nil. Alex's eyes suddenly widen as he looks over my shoulder. I raise my eyebrows, then look back to see Neferu making his way towards us. Oh lord, I knew that spacing was gonna lead to something. I turn around to see Alex looking down and towards the ground, his tail lashing around before he holds it in his lap. Oh, okay. The jackal stops to stand in front of us. Without a word, he delicately takes one of Alex's paws and bows low to kiss it. Alex raises his other paw to his mouth, blushing furiously. Meanwhile, Neferu just nods at me. Oh, God, it had to be this voice.
Good day, Alex and William. How was your midday meal?
Alex still had his paw to his mouth, so I answer for him. It's okay. How are you?
Splendid.
I noticed then that he's carrying a bottle in his paw, the glass glinting in the sunlight with his every move.
I was just taking a walk through the gardens this morning when I happened across a shockingly large spider that skidded across the ground at my paws.
Neferu sweeps his paw in front of himself as if showing where the spider ran.
I can't help but wonder if I'm in danger here.
Alex finally speaks up then, squeaking with the first syllable.
No, they're rather harmless. Their venom is very mild.
Oh, well, that's a relief to hear. Here, Alex, on my home planet, I'd often have to shake my loincloths out before wearing them just in case of scorpions.
Luigi's boofy. You want the ball? You want to sit? Go get the half a ball.
Oh, really? That's terrifying.
It certainly can be, but it's something you get used to.
Alex and Neferu smile at each other for a moment, and I frown at the cat, wondering what the hell he's doing.
Oh, yes, I came to give you this.
Neferu leans down and holds out the glass bottle. Now I see it's filled with a honey-colored liquid that sloshes lazily in the bottle.
The Buna seed oil I promised. Much better for the fur than the Adastra oils they have for us.
Alex reaches out and takes the bottle, blushing again.
Thank you, Neferu. I'll use it first thing tomorrow.
And I'll see you again tomorrow to make sure you do.
The jackal winks, and I think I hear Alex made a strangled noise in his throat.
In the meantime, would you like to take a walk with me?
Neferu once again extends a paw. Alex coughs awkwardly before reaching out to take it.
Wonderful. You're always such great company. Would you like to join us as well, William?
I think back to what happened in the baths. No, thanks.
In that case, I'll see you around the palace.
Yeah, see you, William.
Yeah, that's lovely. Just sort of take the person we were talking to and just leave. Dick. Neferu offers his arm to the cat, and just like that, they're off into the gardens, disappearing around the many bushes lining the footpaths. I stare after them a bit confused, still unclear on what exactly the jackal is doing. I'm also reminded that I need to ask Alex about why the hell he told Neferu about my intelligence. Only problem is, I don't know how to do that without seeming suspicious. Technically, there isn't any reason why it's supposed to be a secret, and I feel like bringing it up will only give the cat reason to dig more deeply. As I'm wondering all of this, I notice a shape in the bushes, near the ones Alex and Neferu disappeared behind. I see a flash of red and maybe an elbow poking out. What the amicus? I yell out in his direction. I see the wolf jump, suddenly coming out from behind his cover.
Yes, I was just having a look at the roses.
The wolf walks towards me, his paws behind his back. I raise an eyebrow at him. Are you spying on us? Were you trying to avoid Neferu or something? Amicus ignores me this time.
How was your day, William?
Okay. I try to look around the wolf's side at whatever he's hiding behind his back, and he turns accordingly to keep it obscured. What are you doing?
Well...
Amicus takes a deep breath, and I feel myself starting to get nervous. Then he goes down to one knee. Oh, Jesus, with the fucking piano music and everything.
William, over the past few weeks, I've come to enjoy your company immensely.
My mouth drops.
And over the past few weeks, I've come to realize that we share so much in common in terms of our goals and desires.
Amicus gives me a coy smile at that. What are you...
So I decided I should take the next step, to make you feel more welcome and to show you how much I appreciate your kindness and understanding.
The wolf suddenly swings his paw to his front, revealing what he'd been hiding. It's a bouquet of purple flowers. Lavenders, to be exact. Ooh, those are good. along with several smaller white flowers sprinkled into the mix.
William, will you date me?
The music stops. I stare at the wolf, still taking in the presentation he'd just given me. My mouth still hangs open, and I make a few sounds as I try to form a coherent sentence to respond in my mind. I probably messed that up, huh? Well, hopefully the message comes across clearly. What do you think? I am stunned! And that's good? Amicus, what is this? I did something wrong, didn't I? Well, I mean, did you mean to do it? The whole thing is crazy, but Amicus's demeanor doesn't really match with the proposal he'd just made. Did I mean to ask you out on a date? Well, yeah. Did you? Yes. The wolf was really fidgeting, tugging at his cape nervously as he lowers the bouquet to hang limply at his side. I have an odd butterflies in the stomach feeling that won't seem to go away. I don't know what it means, but I try to ignore it. The wolf suddenly deflates, looking dejected. Did I pick up the incorrect meaning? I clear my throat, trying to gather my wits. What do you think dating is?
Well, what you told me. It's a relationship status that enables you to become closer, learn more about each other, along with normalizing physical intimacy.
Well, he seems to have it down for the most part. The part I'm having trouble with, though... Well, people that date also tend to have, I guess, feelings for each other.
Well, yes, I have very friendly feelings toward you, and I want to make you more comfortable around me, especially when it comes to physical intimacy. Isn't that part of dating?
I sigh, realizing that I hadn't explained it well enough. And then I hadn't realized that Amicus was planning to do this either, and I hadn't planned it. Well, usually people don't do it unless they love each other. My voice gets quieter and quieter over the course of the sentence until Amicus has to poke his ears in order forward to hear me. Love. Yeah. Oh. Amicus stands there a moment before the inside of his ears turn bright red.
You said it was casual!
He just asked to be fucking friends with benefits, essentially. It was what it seems like. Raises his voice, the sudden increase in volume making me jump. Well, it is! I mean, you don't necessarily have to be in love today, but the intention is to usually find the love.
Dear God, was your intention just to humiliate me after the dance?
The hell are you talking about? How was I supposed to know you were planning this?
I think me asking those questions had made it fairly obvious.
You assume way too much.
Clearly.
Wolf tosses the bouquet to the side, letting it land on the bench before it rolls to the ground. Amicus slumps onto the bench next to me, his ears still red. Let him grumble to himself for a minute or two, wanting to let him cool off from the initial embarrassment. I reach up and rest a hand on his broad shoulder. Sorry, I didn't mean to embarrass you. Besides, how are you supposed to know? It's an Earth thing. Amicus waves a paw.
Fine, like you said, I assumed too much.
I lean over to pick up the bouquet, seeing how the flowers just kind of looked bunched together. You made this yourself?
Well, yes. A garden has many flowers.
It smells like you.
Yes.
It looks good.
Thank you.
I sit quietly for a few more minutes as I pretend to examine all the flowers in the bouquet.
So, it's either friendship or love with humans. No physical intimacy unless you're bound to fall in love.
What do you mean?
Like this dating culture you have. You were very interested in giving me that sexual favor. Does that mean you're also interested in love with me as well?
I blush.
Not exactly. Didn't you say dating allows for more intimacy, but dating is also meant to look for love?
I sigh and set the bouquet aside. Things are changing, becoming more casual. I say the word carefully and Amicus snorts. But I guess the term you might be looking for is friends with benefits.
Benefits?
Friends that have sex, basically.
Oh, I see. We haven't done that, though.
No, but I'm not gonna make you date me just to get a hand job. Amicus scratches behind his head before looking away again. Once again, I find myself feeling bad for him. Listen, if we weren't having this whole... I lower my voice. Illegal space adventure, I might say yes. What, really? I said might.
No, really.
I think you're missing a key word there.
I think I understand.
So turning red again, wishing I'd just kept my mouth shut.
Well, maybe I might as well.
Well, you already asked.
Without knowing the full meaning.
I try to think of something else to change the subject, knowing that my blush is as clear as day to the wolf, and that he's very much enjoying it. Anyway, Alexius told me that Cassius was training under a rhetoric person, Marcus Manlius or something. Amicus suddenly frowns.
Marcus Manius? Really?
I think that's what he said.
Damn.
Amicus' tone is that of awe.
Damn.
Is that bad?
It's simply surprising. He's the most famous Adastran rhetorician there is. Or rhetorician, I don't know.
Should I be worried?
No, in fact, now that you've told me, I'm in much better shape. I now have an idea of what style he might use, so that will make it easier to counter his points.
Oh Lord, Alex is not fucking trustworthy. He's probably fucking with us. If you're sure.
Of course. Now come to my room and help me practice, just to make extra certain I'll win.
We get up and walk back to the palace through the gardens, leaving the bouquet of flowers behind on the bench. Amicus seems to have gotten over his embarrassment about the whole incident pretty quickly. Just like him to be able to do that, actually. In fact, we're laughing and talking just as easily as we always have, the wolf nudging me every few minutes to punctuate something he said, each one causing me to stumble.
Anyway, Cass tends to stutter over his words in front of large crowds.
I don't identify.
Not much of a rhetorician can do about that.
Wolf reaches out a paw, pressing it to the black square.
Besides, what exactly is he...
Amicus and I stare in surprise as Cassius stares back at us with what looks to be even more surprise. Then his eyes narrow. Excuse me. Tries to move around us, but Amicus blocks his way, growling.
What the hell are you doing in here, Cassius?
Amicus seems to reserve his actual yelling only for Cassius, so it makes me jump when I hear it. Cassius collects himself quickly, despite Amicus's intimidating snarls.
Not much of your business, is it?
If you're in my room, then it's my business. What are you doing?
The wolf starts to advance on Cassius, stopping just feet away.
Move, Amicus, otherwise I'm calling Cato.
Amicus eyes Cassius closely, then finally pulls back, folding his arms.
Snooping around to find something that might give you a chance in the trial. I can tell you now that you'll be coming up short.
Obviously. You've nothing to offer to help me win.
Then why come here?
Cassius ignores the other wolf, walking past Amicus before passing by me. He turns then.
And you know I shouldn't be so worried after your pitiable display that you and your pet put on.
He turns to me and I can't help but frown at him.
As stupid as he is ugly.
I know that Cassius is trying to get under Amicus's skin. He knows that he cares about me. As Cassius reaches around to brush my chin with a paw, I can't stop myself from batting it away. Cassius's eyes widen then, and I see his paw draw back. I flinch, but immediately Amicus is there, reaching out to grab Cassius by his cape. Oh shit. The smaller wolf was pulled back from me, but Amicus doesn't stop there. As Cassius stumbles past Amicus, the bigger wolf swings his paw, smacking Cassius square in the nose. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Cassius immediately goes down on his ass, at which point I hear another sound. Amicus and I stare down at the smaller wolf as he sits there stunned, and he suddenly scrambles up to his feet, a paw to his rear. Amicus, you bastard! Oh, I'm not screaming that. I'm not screaming that. I'm not screaming anything, as a matter of fact. That's... Ooh. Okay. I take a step back as Cassius practically sprays blood from his mouth. Amicus pulls me to his side, eyes narrowed, but I can feel his heart hammering against my shoulder. Ooh.
I'll have you both in the dungeon for...
I'll throw you both
in the dungeon for that. I'll have him executed when I'm emperor.
I see tears start to spill out of Cassius's eyes before he turns and stumbles out of the room, his tail hanging limply to the side. Oh, shit. Amicus and I stand there for a long time after he leaves, the silence almost oppressive after the loud fight. A few minutes later, Amicus is flat on his stomach, looking under his bed as he mumbles something under his breath. I stand awkwardly off to the side, watching as he sweeps a paw underneath, as if feeling for something. What are you doing? Amicus grunts as he gets to his knees and stands up, looking at the ceiling as he turns in a slow circle.
Looking for whatever Cass might have been doing.
You know what he was doing?
I have my suspicions.
Which are... Amicus stops his turning and looks at me, folding his arms.
Well, I'm not sure, but a recording device, possibly. Or he was just snooping for information.
Will I just ask Calm?
No, his capabilities are very limited despite what his intelligence might suggest. He doesn't record our activities specifically, so we can't spy on each other. Rules put in place millennia ago.
I sigh and look at the door, still feeling a little shaken up at what just happened. Why can't you lock the door or something? Amicus shrugs.
That's something only the Emperor can do. Again, rules that have been in place for a very long time.
That doesn't seem safe.
Well, only the most trusted are allowed in the palace after all, which tends to be only family.
Aside from Neferu.
Aside from him, yes.
You don't have much freedom for being the Emperor's son.
You just noticed.
Amicus huffs and stands in the middle of the room, his arms folded, a deep frown on his face. He's probably just trying to find out what you were planning for the next trial. We know some stuff about him already. Amicus continues to look concerned. What is it? Amicus lowers his voice.
Worry it might have something to do with you. After what he said as he was leaving, it's left me uneasy is all.
Oh yeah. The thing about executing me. I haven't had much time to think about the possibility of someone on the verge of near absolute power wanting me dead yet. Do you think he was serious? Amicus is quiet for a moment.
No, but obviously I'm not going to assume he wasn't. I won't even give him a chance at the emperorship now.
I frown. And you were going to before?
No, I'm just going to make extra sure now.
I'm quiet, deciding to sit on the bed instead. I don't like what the situation has become a lot more... I don't like that the situation has become a lot more serious than it already was. After a moment, Amicus comes to sit next to me, the depression he creates in the mattress forcing me to lean sideways into him. He wraps an arm around me.
Don't worry about it all. He has no chance. And besides, I wouldn't let him touch you.
How would you be able to do that if he's the Emperor, though? By the way, in case you're hearing all that, Spoof has this, like, plastic... No, it's not plastic, necessarily. Ew, it's fucking gross. Ew. It's this, like, big bone thing. It's part of this, like, big bone. He has one of the edges, and, he had decided to start going to town on that thing right next to me. Not that I don't mind him being around, but, like, it's noisy, you know?
Well, I'm also his older brother. Some relationships don't change, even if the official ones do.
I stay quiet, unconvinced.
Anyway, it would look awfully bad on his record. He just let his anger get the best of him. He'll quickly forget about the matter with the next trial coming up.
Amicus squeezes me.
And this is all assuming he'd win. He won't.
That's what you said last time.
And we had an unforeseeable mishap last time. There isn't much possibility for one of those to happen in this trial.
Famous last words. We sit there a while longer, Amicus rubbing my shoulder with his paw. Despite my rising anxiety, it's comforting. And before long, I'm leaning my head against his shoulder. A week later, Amicus and I sit in the gardens enjoying the cool, fresh morning air. So, what's your main argument? I suppose I could use a recap in that. Instead of saying what's about to happen, I could say what has happened. That would work better.
That Adastra has been on a steady rise politically and economically since the beginning of the Adastra policy era.
It's nice that they made a policy after a movie.
Why take steps backwards when we're so clearly moving in the right direction?
Oh, that's a terrible position, man.
And Cassius? That Adastra's decline over the past few hundred years is due to that policy. Instead of looking onward to the children and other siblings, we should instead be looking inward to better ourselves.
Amicus scratches his nose.
Oh, that's the basics anyway.
Hey, is that a new sprite we got there?
Obviously, there's much, much more to it.
So, how are you going to counter that argument? Seems like a pretty good one to me.
If the wheel on your chariot is caught on a stone, does that mean the campaign should be turned around and ended? He looks at me and I stare back. Well, the answer is no. You simply need to give it a push.
In other words,
the downturn of the past 200 years is simply a stone in the road. Why throw away 10 millennia of progress due to a few centuries of light hardship? Besides, it was completely predictable. The war with the Camians and the resulting end of diplomatic relations with most of the other siblings caused it. We certainly can't have any leverage in the galaxy when the only siblings speaking to us are the cats. If we can fix those relations, we could be well on our way to prosperity again.
Well, that and unstunting your children.
Yes, that too.
Which I still can't believe you did.
Again, it wasn't me. Anyway, that will also be a part of my argument. Upraise the children, fully as the partial uplift programs and are now clearly a failure.
And the end of slavery.
And consider the debts repaid, yes.
Debts that didn't exist in the first place, sure.
Listen, William, I have to use very careful language so as not to upset the people, not to mention the triumvirates. Feelings are sensitive at times like these, and must be considered despite how tedious or untrue it can be.
Amicus is right, the wolves are very sensitive when it comes to their culture and history. Starting to realize that their hubris is probably their biggest downfall. I lean back on the bench, starting to feel a little sweaty under the rising sun. Isn't that going to be Cassius' whole thing, though? Appeal to their feelings, throw out the etiquette, and get straight to the point? What a nationalist would do?
Possibly, but I am confident my composure and consideration will win over the triumvirates.
Your composure. You're banking on composure after you just decked your opponent in the face? It's not going to be a good look. You ever considered not being so confident? Maybe preparing for the worst?
I'm confident that I'm prepared for the worst.
I roll my eyes and Amicus glares at me.
I don't understand why you're so insistent on projecting yourself onto me. Just because you aren't sure of yourself doesn't mean that I should be the same.
That was not cool. I frown. Ouch.
Sorry.
I strongly believe in what I'm doing. How can I ever be an emperor if I'm not sure that what I'm doing is right? Sure. But all I'm saying is that you might not always be right. And you need to be prepared for that. Trust me, I'm learning as I go, and after that last trial, I'm prepared for everything. How are they even going to choose the winner? Wouldn't they just pick who they agree with the most? Technically, no. They're supposed to choose the best performance, the most convincing and dramatic. How very Wolven. So, you just have to convince a majority of the triumvirates? Well, yes, but Cato's vote holds twice the power of a triumvirate vote, so I need at least 4. I need at least either 4 triumvirates or 2 triumvirates plus Cato. And what's Cato? What are Cato's beliefs? Amicus shrugs. He doesn't talk about them much. But again, it shouldn't matter. He's certainly right about Cato not talking much about himself. Tends to be the way everyone is around here. I can tell Amicus isn't all that interested in talking about this, though, so I try to think of something else. What started the war with the Camians, by the way? Their ambitions got the best of them. They began to interact with some of our abandoned children, some of which were very close to Adastra. Oh? Is that illegal or something? Well, technically not if they're abandoned, but it's never really happened. Considering if a species is abandoned, then that's a signal to the other siblings that the race is upliftable. So they weren't breaking any rules. Even if they weren't breaking laws, they were clearly provoking us by uplifting races just a few hundred light years away from our moon. They're an arrogant people. Nefer seems nice, always polite. Amicus smirks. Well, that's how they are. That's how they often get their way. A facade of niceties to pull you into their trap. Either way, the war was a draw, despite their technical advantage. Wolven tenacity beats Camian tech any day. Despite Amicus's more progressive views on things, he's not immune to Wolven hubris either, it seems. But I'm not in the mood to argue with him about that. You know, Nefer reminds me of a culture on Earth. The Egyptians. I wonder if they uplifted there, too. Amicus looks down at me, then snorts. More like they just share simple aesthetics. Your people being uplifted twice while having no knowledge of the Galaxius is impossible. The Camians rarely abandon anyway. Actually, I don't think they ever have. They tend to have the best of luck. Amicus stretches. Honestly, though, this talk is boring. This is my only day off before the trial next week. We should do something fun. Like what? Amicus looks around and grins. Want to practice Pungu with me? No. Oh, come on. I know Amicus would go easy on me, but I really don't feel like getting sweaty and exhausted right now. Why don't we just go to the island and have a picnic again? Oh, yeah, great idea. Amicus grins and hops up, already making his way to the bench as he calls out to the comm to get the food ready. With a sigh, I get up and jog after him toward the sightseer. I stand on the beach, hands on my hips as I look out at the sparkling lake. The breeze that's coming off the water is cool and soothing. Adastra City sparkles in the distance as well, making the tall structures look like they have a glass or crystal coating. I look back at Amicus. The wolf is in the process of spreading out a blanket under the shade of the trees. You sure Cato isn't going to kick your ass for doing this again? I see the wolf's ears flick down for a moment. That was for missing an appointment. I don't have any today. I resist telling Amicus that it's about much more than a missed lesson, and instead I walk over to help him spread the blanket out more evenly. Thank you. Now, shall we eat? Amicus pulls the cloth off the basket, revealing tightly packed and covered plates along with bottles of wine and viridi. Or virdi, I don't remember. This time, the food is a selection of wraps mixed full of meat and cheeses, along with chilled salted cucumbers. Okay. Amicus splays out in that luxurious Roman way as he pulls his plate of food up to next to his chest, immediately stuffing a whole wrap in his muzzle. I'm a bit more dainty, instead sitting next to the wolf, cross-legged, as I nibble at my own wrap. We eat in silence for a little while, Amicus gobbling up the majority of the food like always. I notice the wolf drinking more wine than he usually does, probably because it's its day off. After taking a particularly large swig, he points at my legs.
I don't know how you're comfortable doing that. Looks like hell on the knees.
Well, laying down like you are actually hurts my neck. I don't know how you do it for so long. I rub the left side of my neck as I say that, then carefully uncork the bottle of Verdi. Okay.
Cato's the same way, but he's old.
And take a sip of the cold drink that I have come to really like over the past few weeks. Speaking of Cato, who exactly is he? How did he become the acting emperor? I tried circling us back around to the conversation we'd had earlier, wanting to know more about the wolf that's apparently ruling all of Adastra right now.
Oh, well, he was Father's friend since childhood. He was the Imperial Legate during the Camian War.
Is that an important position?
It's the highest rank in the military, aside from the Emperor, of course. He's credited with preventing outright defeat.
Huh. Must have been kind of weird for him to have Neferu walking around in the palace.
Another reason I wonder why Virginia brought him to the palace. Cato's scars aren't just physical.
Physical?
I take it you've noticed the visor, yes? Well, he lost an eye and part of his skull during the war. Eventually, the other eye failed as well. And he had to go to our parent to have mechanical vision installed.
Huh, he ripped it in half.
Anyway, Neferu was born decades after the war, so I doubt Cato holds anything against him specifically.
Is he alright with the alliance thing? Knowing this about Cato makes me worry that he might not agree with Amicus on one of his most controversial policies.
I doubt that. But I think he understands it's necessary if we're to begin re-establishing relations with the other siblings.
I feel my stomach turn a little as I realize we might be disadvantaged in this trial as well. Amicus, what's gonna happen if you lose this next trial?
Again, don't worry.
I know you don't think it can happen, but if it does, what happens to me? He just frowns at me, a meat wrap halfway in his face before he sets it back down.
First of all, I won't have you worrying about Cassius's words. What he said was out of anger, and besides, I'll have measures in place to stop it from ever happening.
What measures?
I'm not fully sure of that yet, but I will have them in place by the time the next trial comes. Very good measures.
And aside from that, what do I do next? Amicus thinks.
Like I said before, I'll ensure a way home for you. The problem is illegality of you being here. The more people who know about it, the more likely a monitor may be alerted to what happened. I need to be very careful about who I let know about the situation.
Okay. I look down at my food, suddenly having lost my appetite. Amicus sighs, sounding annoyed.
Come on, William. This is likely going to be your last few weeks here. Stop focusing so much on what's unlikely to happen. Let's enjoy ourselves a little bit.
Will suddenly sits up, brushing the crumbs off his fur while swigging down more wine.
Come, let's practice combat.
What? I said I didn't want to do that.
Well, since you're so worried about Cassius, I'll teach you a few tricks to take him down.
Take him down?
Well, I don't trust him to keep his paws to himself now, so if he ever tries to take advantage of you while I'm not around, you can at least hold him off for long enough to get away.
Yeah, and that won't make anything worse.
Well, after what happened a few days ago, I suppose it can't get much worse.
I slowly get to my feet, straightening out my robes. I'm not so sure about that. Besides, we just ate. Amicus laughs.
It's not like you're Kato. I think I'll be able to keep my food and drink down. What about me? I'm not gonna hit you or anything.
Amicus squares his stance, standing in the sand off to the side of the blanket, still in the shade. I sigh, recognizing that Amicus is one of those moods where it's hard to talk him out of doing something. I walk over to stand in front of the wolf, my arms folded. And about Kato. I could probably beat him in a fair fight. He just caught me by surprise that last time. I pause, then raise an eyebrow. What do you mean? I mean, he started fighting no holds barred without warning. I'd have given him the business if I'd known he was going to do that. Hey, I don't think of any less of you for losing a fight to an old man. Amicus furrows his brow, the way he does when he's realizing I'm teasing him. I'm serious. So am I. I mean, you've almost had me with that one time in the spaceship. You're a real force to be reckoned with. It's not smart to tease a wolf before a fight, human. I'm not teasing. And kicking an unsuspecting man in the balls isn't exactly a win in my book. It isn't mine. Clearly. Speaking of which... Oh... Amicus suddenly steps forward, throwing a knee up at my crotch. I can only watch in horror as it comes up fast, stopping just an inch from my groin. I will stand there for a moment before I gasp and stumble back, holding my nuts even though Amicus didn't make contact. What the hell? If you didn't want Cassius to hold broken bones against you, go for the genitals. Genitals. That should be enough to stun him. This goes for anyone else who might attack you. Might try to attack you. Annoyed, I make as if to do the same to Amicus, but he's already blocking. Yes, like that. Though, try to be a little more subtle. You telegraph your moves far too much. I stop struggling with the wolf, breathing heavily. Fine. Then, as Amicus starts to drop his guard, I try to swat him in the crotch. He snatches at my hand immediately. Ah, better, William. Though you should probably try something better than a flowery slap. I try to shove the wolf away, but he steps to the side and gives me a shove as well. Ooh, I trip over something, and it's not until I'm on my ass that I realize he's stuck his foot out behind me. I look up at Amicus as he stands over me, the expression on his face showing me that he's trying very hard not to laugh. Tangle up his feet, and you should be able to send him to the ground fairly easily. If he breaks any of his bones from the fall, then at least he can't say you did it intentionally. Amicus reaches down with a paw to help me up. I take it and he pulls me up easily, almost lifting me off my feet. This is great and all, but I don't see how this is going to help me. I wasn't even the one that broke his tail, and he wanted me killed. Again, with me standing in his way, he won't ever get the chance to try anything, if he even intends to. This is only to give you a chance to get away from him. Amicus brushes the sand off my robes. Besides, this is useful in any situation, not just for Cassius. Amicus chokes on his last syllable as I ram my shoulder into him, grabbing at his legs to try to trip him up, kind of like I saw Kato do to him in the amphitheater. Obviously, someone as small as me going up against a hulking wolf like Amicus is bound to fail. The wolf does stumble back a few steps. Hey! Amicus chuckles and I feel him let himself fall backwards to the sand. Reminds me of the last time we'd wrestled on the beach, except now I end up on top with my fall cushioned by his body, my face bouncing against his massive chest. Amicus grins at me. Oof, not bad, not bad. With a little more force, you might be able to knock down someone as small as Cassius. I pin the wolf down, my hands on his shoulders. Oh, please, I knocked you down fair and square! This time, I'm the one to yell, but on my last syllable, I can't. Amicus easily reversing our positions as he rolls us both over. I find myself staring up at the wolf, his massive paws on my shoulders, his knees spread to either side of my thighs as he's careful not to rest his weight on top of me. He grins down at me, chest heaving for breath as his tongue dangles out of his muzzle a bit the way it sometimes does when he's buzzed. giving his grin a dopey quality. He's hunched over me to the point where his tongue almost touches my nose. Though I try to keep my face in a scowl, I can't stop the smile from coming, though, and pretty soon I'm laughing a little. I'm about to tell Amicus that this whole thing is hardly fair when he leans down fully, pressing his lips to mine in a kiss. Oh, hey. I gasp in surprise, but it's through my nose as my mouth is sealed to his. My eyes are wide. His closed as he... Here comes the rain as he presses harder against my lips. His closed. Oh, he's referring to his eyes. Okay. As he bent over me, his paws left my shoulders instead to cup my head sharply. One paw against my cheek, the other cupped around my head, his whole body huddling around my face. I don't move, not hugging back, but not turning away either. Instead, I just lay there as I feel my heart skip a beat, the feeling of the big, strong wolf crouched over me, kissing me, sending a thrill from my chest down to my crotch. The wolf's broad, cold nose twitches against mine before a hot huff of breath escapes it and washes over my face. At the same time, Amicus suddenly rolls off me, our lips parting just as quickly as they'd connected as he flops to the side of his back, mirroring my spread eagle position. We lay there next to each other, my heart hammering as I listened to the wolf breathing heavily next to me. Aside from that, the only other sounds are the waves washing up against the shore a few dozen yards away. A few minutes pass in silence as I wait for the wolf to say something. He doesn't. And finally he gets to the point where I have to say something. So... Amicus responds instantly with an innocent, inquisitive grunt. What was that?
That? Oh, a kiss?
Yeah. Just thought I owed it to you after Mira. I botched it during the performance, after all. Will sounds distant and distracted, like he's not paying attention to me. I finally prop myself up on an elbow, looking directly at Amicus now. Really? Like a child, Amicus looks away toward the lake, not saying anything. I wait a while longer, giving him a chance to respond, a chance he doesn't take. I sigh. Talk to me.
What is there to say?
I frown. A lot. I'm kind of confused, honestly. A big huffing sigh, then, I like you, William. Quite a bit, in fact. I know. I like you too. We technically confessed our feelings to each other when Amicus asked me on that date, but only technically. Are you drunk?
Maybe a little. But I knew what I was doing.
More silence. Amicus. Could you look at me? Amicus's ears go flat, then he slowly turns his head towards me. But his eyes are down, looking at my chest rather than my face. I think about making a my eyes are up here joke, but I know it'll fall flat with him. Listen, we've already sort of talked about this. The problem is the situation we're in. It makes the whole dating thing impossible. I see Amicus smile at the word, and then frown again.
I know.
But if we feel the same, why not be a little closer? I know you'll have to leave soon, but that doesn't mean we can't enjoy the time we have together. Sure. But I think that'll make saying goodbye a little harder, don't you?
Maybe.
But we'll find a way to see each other again. What he's saying makes sense, but this whole situation has red flags all over it. Having feelings for my abductor in a situation that's completely illegal is so wrong in so many ways. Amicus is talking about it like it could be an innocent fling, but this feels like more than that. Wolf has the same dejected look he'd worn when he came out to me a few weeks ago. So I reach out a hand and rest it on his paw, in his paw. He looks at me and then, ears still low, but his expression hopeful. Everything's just so messed up and complicated. Yes, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have kissed you. Maybe not. I swallow. But I liked it. Amicus snaps his eyes back up to look at me. Really? Yeah. Wolf lets out a huge sigh of relief. You didn't kiss back, though. It worried me that I'd made a mistake once again. I was surprised is all. What do you mean, once again? Wolf seems to contemplate something, then turns on his side, too, finally facing me. About 5 years ago, I shared my first kiss with another male. Oh? At the time, there were rumors that I'd performed poorly with a female my father had arranged me to be with. Oh. Amicus's ears turned red. Anyway, so this male approaches me during summer festival. He was the son of one of the triumvirs of Tricili. He made it very clear what he wanted from me. He kissed me on the balcony while a covert drone recorded the exchange. It was broadcast on the information channels the next day. I frown. Why? Amicus shrugs, looking down at the sand. The triumvir had a past grievance with my father. He used mine and my own son's sexual preferences to get back at him. Mine and his own son. Okay, I was like, he has a son? What happened then? Well, father used his power to shut down the networks along with banishing the triumvir and his family to Anchorus. Amicus nods up at the sky where Anchorus looms monolithically in its faded, chalky gray. It was an unpopular decision, but father felt it had to be done, obviously. It's left me a bit worried about kissing and pursuing other men. I squeeze his paw. Well, you don't have to worry about that with me, obviously. I don't know anyone here, and I'm trying to stay out of other people's business as much as possible. I know. Amicus squeezes back. I'm still sorry, though. I should have asked or not done it. Fine. Another stretch of silence, and I get the feeling that Amicus is waiting for an answer, which he confirms with what he says next. So, if you're fine with it, did you want to date me? Amicus says the foreign word very carefully. For a moment, the lingua skips a beat in its steady translation, allowing him to speak the word unfiltered. It's still his voice, but the heavy accent that comes through is surprising, even a little sexy. I know I should say no, though. The red flags fluttering ominously around there are precarious, even dangerous situation. I'll think about it over the next few days, and then I'll let you know. Amicus smiles a little. Okay. But you need to be focusing on the trial, so no thinking about this while I'm deciding. Of course. I'm growing inwardly as I realize I've just added another distraction to the wolf's goal of becoming emperor. You promise this won't distract you? Definitely not. I give the wolf a look of disbelief, and he responds with a glare. William, I've wanted this my entire life. I know it might not have seemed like it earlier, but I'm taking this very, very seriously. And I won't be a distraction? Of course not. In fact, I think it would be rather positive for me to know that you return my feelings to some degree. It gives me even more confidence. Oh, God, no. Hey. Amicus sets a paw on my shoulder, and it looks like he wants to lean in and kiss me again, but he doesn't. Thank you for understanding and for putting up with me. I have a good feeling about, well, everything now. I don't know how much I agree, considering our situation is causing us so many problems, but I set my hand on his paw anyway. Sure. Oh. This looks like a loading screen. This is the last time I saw a to be continued screen in this game. This is what picture was there. Our relationship after that conversation is strange, to say the least. While it felt meaningful at the time, I realized later that we didn't really get anywhere, except once again admit to the feelings we'd been having over the past few weeks. Amicus is extra careful about touching me now, probably because he doesn't want me to misconstrue it for something more than it is. At the same time, our conversations have becoming less casual and joking and more stiff and awkward. I hate it. In any other situation, I'd want to just sit down and talk my feelings out with the person, but Amicus is different. First of all, he's an alien, and having the feelings that I do for an alien, a wolf alien at that, is weird. Secondly, this relationship, this closeness, it's just not important in the grand scheme of things. We're currently doing something so illegal that if it were to be found out, it could bring the entire empire to a standstill. Or at least more than it already is. So instead of playing out one of the cheesy woven romance dramas I've seen on Adastra television, maybe instead I should be focusing on how the hell I'm going to exist in this empire. Especially if the second trial falls through. But Amicus wants a relationship with me, that much he's made clear. I just wonder if it truly would help him, if, like he says it will. Or if he's just saying that so I'll give him what he wants. I don't doubt that the wolf likes me. Maybe even more than that. But we've only known each other for about a month. Do we really even know anything about each other? Despite all of this, and after a few days of thinking about it, I start to warm up to the idea. We both know it'll be short, an innocent fling, like I'd thought of it earlier. I could be leaving for Earth any time in the next month, but I can't deny that I really like him, too. An innocent fling. The more I say that in my head, the better it sounds. Despite everything, knowing that I could have a relationship with an alien, the son of an emperor, actually, someone who will likely become the emperor, that's kind of cool. Besides, he did say it would help him with his confidence for the trial, and finally, I'm tired of this awkwardness between us. Amicus is my friend. I want to be able to talk normally with him again. I'm pretty sure making things official will clear everything up. Just have to go about doing it in the right way. The day before the trial, Amicus shoos me and Alex out into the gardens. It's strange, but he tells us that they need to be tended to, considering that the camera drones are going to sweep over the grounds for an opening shot before the second trial begins. It's the first time he's ever actually asked me to do a task. And when I point that out to him, he says that he also needs time alone to practice his speech. That makes sense. It's still a little odd. Alex and I stand in the gardens picking at the weeds just like I had on my first day in the palace. It's hard to believe a month's gone by, even with the 19-hour days. Guess it's been about 3 weeks in Earth time. I get to work pulling on the small white flowers and ones that seem to grow in every crevice of the garden. You'd think that drones would be smart enough to take care of the weeds themselves.
Well, they don't have appendages to pull with. All they could really do is use their high-powered lasers, but that risks starting fires.
The drones have lasers?
Oh yes, they need some form of defense mechanism.
Huh.
I mean, it's not like they'd ever use it on you. Even if they did, it's not enough to kill you. Or at least, not quickly. Just leaves nasty burns.
I find myself continuing to glance up at an Adastran spider sitting motionlessly on the wall of the palace. Wish they'd use them on these hideous things. It takes Alex a moment to see what I'm looking at.
Oh, William, you know those are important for the
Ecosystem, yeah, I know. Doesn't make them any less disgusting. Imagine one of those things biting you.
Indeed, though. Honestly, I've been vaccinated so many times after coming to Adastra that sharp, pointy things don't scare me so much anymore.
We work quietly for a few more minutes, Alex lazily humming as I try to think of a way to bring something up that I've wanted to talk about with the cat. So? Watches Alex's paws work fast, plucking the weeds with speed and precision. What's your relationship with Cassius like? See Alex's paws freeze for a moment. then quickly returned to their work, the dirty pile of weeds next to him growing larger and larger on the marble floor.
Our relationship? You already know that, William. I'm his pet, just like you are Amicus's pet.
He smiles at me. At this point, I decide to stop letting the cat play his little game with me. I give him a look that says, "Oh, come on," and I see his ears fall a bit.
What?
You know exactly what. I think it's pretty obvious the two of you are, I don't know, something more. This is the first time I've called the cat out on his polite pet facade, and I see that it's thrown him off a bit. His ears are down, and he's staring hard at his paws, pushing through the weeds, though he's no longer plucking them.
That's such a forward question, William.
I wonder if his demeanor just has to do with his cat modesty, or if there's actual laws against pet-master relationships. Come on, we're friends. Besides, I want some advice. Now his ears perk up a little bit.
Oh, with what?
Well, first I want to know if, something's going on between you and Cassius. Then I'll know if you can answer. Alex sighs huffily and sits back on his rear, looking a bit childish with his legs and feet splayed out in front of himself. I don't know why it matters. Well, I don't know how things are on Amorpha, but where I'm from, friends talk about their relationships with each other. It's actually strange not to tell your friends about who you're in a relationship with. Those ears are folded down. I can see how red they are.
We're not in an official relationship, but there are feelings between us, yes.
Really? Alex snaps his gaze to mine.
Why do you sound so surprised?
Not surprised, just fascinated. I'm not. You two are just really different.
How so?
I mean, do I have to explain it? Alex is quiet. Well, you're so reserved and quiet, and he's so... Now that I know Alex actually likes Cassius, I don't want to be too offensive. Cassius. Alex sighs.
Yes, Cassius is very Cassius, but there's a lot more to him than what he puts out in public.
So, you like him?
Parts of him, yes.
Alex has lowered his voice to the point where I almost can't hear him, so I do the same. So, are you in, a relationship? I don't know what they're called on Adastra. Alex bristles.
Well, it is simply called a relationship. The only official status is marriage. But that's only between males and females.
What about between males?
There is not. Why are you so curious?
Alex looks at me carefully, eyes narrowed. I shrug. Just wondering. Like to learn about the culture I'm in.
I see. Are you interested in Amicus?
Now it's my turn to blush.
No. William, you can tell me. I thought we were friends.
Oh, you fucking dug a fucking hole for yourself. This is bad. This is bad. Alex is not fucking trustworthy. That motherfucker does not look trustworthy to me. Could you trust a man that looks like this? Looks like he's tangled up in a fucking tent. What are you gonna trust that? I got the feeling Alex is a lot better than me at these games. I don't know, honestly. I guess I was wondering how I'd go about it if I decided to.
Aw, that's adorable.
All I could do in response is blush a deeper shade of red.
So you're asking how to tell a wolf if you're interested?
Yeah.
Well, between males, it usually happens naturally, without saying so. If you haven't noticed, there's a stigma against same-sex relationships on Adastra. Leaving the status of a relationship unsaid makes it less likely that you'll be found out.
I think for a moment. Amicus seems to want me to make the relationship official. I guess he's just going by my standards then. He probably wants me to ask him to date me, Earth style. Alex goes back to plucking some of the weeds.
However, I feel that things are changing, though very slowly. Honestly, someone like Amicus becoming Emperor would be really something. I'm about to ask Alex how prominent the rumors are about Amicus when I suddenly hear footsteps. I look up half expecting to see the wolf, but instead, is it Neferu?
Oh, it's Cato. Jesus Christ. Kato simply stares at us, his paws behind his back as usual. A moment of silence goes by before Alex suddenly stumbles to his feet, paws clasped in front of himself before bowing low. I quickly follow suit, a few seconds behind the cat. As I bow, I notice how dirty my robe is at the knees. Alex remains bowed as I do the same, listening as Kato's footsteps come closer. He stops a few feet away, and I can see his worn, blunt claws at the top of my vision. He stands there for a very long time, not saying anything, forcing me and Alex to remain stooped. As my back starts to ache, I realize that he must be doing this on purpose. Are we in trouble for something? Finally he speaks and I almost jump.
Alexius? William? How are you this afternoon?
Alex straightens up and I do the same, stifling my groan in relief. If Alex is sore, he's not showing it at all as he fixes a smile on his face.
Wonderful, Your Imperial Majesty. I hope the same is for you.
I open my mouth, trying to think of something to say, though Alex doesn't leave me much room to do so. Doesn't seem to matter, though, as Kato starts speaking, reminding me that I'm still supposed to be a near-mute primitive.
Sadly, no, Alexius. I was just in the city today, and I was hearing some unfortunate rumors amongst the officials.
Another long pause. Oh? The corner of Kato's mouth twitches, and while I usually have a hard time knowing what the old wolf is thinking, I can tell right now that he's not happy.
Indeed. Rumors about Cassius and his intentions involving triumvirates if he becomes emperor.
Takes me a moment to know what they're talking about, then I remember.
The triumvirates? I wonder why.
Alex puts on a very innocent, confused look, even though I know that he knows what this is about.
I wonder as well, which is why I'm curious to know if either of you have heard the rumor, or possibly the source of the rumor.
Immediately I feel sweat starting to break out on my forehead, and I'm glad that I'm already sweating from the heat.
I'm sorry to say that I don't know, Your Imperial Majesty.
Another moment of silence goes by, and that's when I notice that Kato's waiting for me to answer. I choke on my words for a moment, adjusting my brain to dumb ape mode. What is triumvirates? His mouth twitches again.
Anyway, I'm on my way to Cassius's room to let him know the news. Please accompany me, Alexius.
Yes, Emperor.
Alex quickly hops to attention as Kato turns with a twirl of his robes, heading back up the path as Alex quickly follows. It seems like everyone knows more than they're letting on, and I can't trust a single goddamn person. I'm left to stand there alone for a moment, watching the two of them disappear amongst the bushes. So, someone had told the officials about Cassius's plans to eliminate the triumvirates. Despite Alex's innocent act, I assume it had to be him. Either that or as a Virginia. I wonder if Kato's already or has already suspicions about Alex. A rare typo for this game. And if that's the case, if it could all come back to me. Come back to me. I hope not. The idea of playing politics amongst these passive-aggressive wolves is not at all appealing. Spent a few more hours weeding the gardens on my own, knowing that I won't be able to make as much progress alone. After a while, I meander around the gardens a bit, wanting to go back inside, but not really wanting to bother Amicus while he studies. While I'm doing that, though, I think more and more about what Alex and I had been talking about. Should I just confess my feelings to Amicus and close the awkward gap between us? I know it's weighing on his mind. Maybe asking him out will give him the boost he needs to win. Maybe I'm just trying to convince myself, but I realize that is something that I want to do. And if I'm going to do it, it's probably best to do it before the trial. Set his mind at ease. Carefully, I pick a few flowers from the gardens, and not making the giant bouquet that Amicus had made for his own proposal, but enough to look nice, at least in my opinion. As I walk to the wolf's room, I have enough time to second-guess myself. Maybe this isn't such a good idea. My heart is hammering in my chest as I approach the wolf's door, and I'm sure my face is bright red. Try to keep my breathing under control as I stand in front of the door. What should I say? Maybe just imitate what the wolf did back when he asked me out. Something's gonna be on the other side of this fucking door. Some shit is gonna be on the other side of this door, or something's gonna stop us before we go in. Some shit's about to happen. Yeah, that'll be funny and cute, right? Start feeling myself get cold feet. I just reach up to the panel, pressing it, deciding to just throw myself into this. This one will be my pointer. This right here is Neferu. This right here is Amicus. And about this area is a penis, so I can't show that. But, yeah, that's what we just walked in on. The scene I came upon is probably the last one I would have ever expected. At first, I think the two of them are fighting. Neferu and Amicus obviously have some kind of tension going on between them, so seeing the jackal splayed out on the bed, while Amicus growled and snarled above him, pinning him down, well, a fight is all that would have come to mind. But after a few more seconds of staring open-mouthed at the scene in front of me, I slowly realized what's actually happening. While Amicus might be snarling, Neferu's letting out grunts and groans that are clearly full of pleasure. His face and body say it all, too. The jackal writhing and twisting under the wolf, pawing at him as he says words that don't translate through the lingua. If that isn't enough to tell me what exactly is going on, then the jackal's slick pink cork bouncing against his tightened abs is. I guess the sounds they're making covered up the sounds of the door opening because neither of them look up. Instead, they both continue to go at it while I stare in shock. Part of me didn't want to make any sudden movements just to not attract their attention, while the other part of me just stares in fascination, not having seen anything like this before. A few times Neferu tries to reach up and touch Amicus's face, and each time the wolf bats it away or pins the paw down. Amicus seems irritated almost, like he's more annoyed about the situation than anything else. Neferu is practically the opposite, somehow maintaining that trademark smirk of his while all this is going down. Okay, I had to move the grapes quite a bit, because, there was quite a bit, but you can see, and then all the moments for me to walk in on their little session, they seem to have reached their peak. Neferu lets out a series of short moans, a strange sound coming from someone as refined and reserved as he is. You can see the results as it splatters against his torso and muzzle, his hips jerking frantically as his face morphs into a look of strained pleasure. Meanwhile, Amicus's moan is long and deep as he thrusts harder into the jackal, freezing up before practically melting over the other canine. His expression is a lot more goofy, and despite myself, I find myself thinking that's exactly how I'd imagined his orgasm face. I just sort of take this all in, still trying to understand what the hell's going on. I know what is going on, but I don't know why. There's certainly an amount of horror that goes with my reaction, as if I'd walked in on my parents doing it. I guess I'm at least glad that I'm seeing it at this angle, which means I can't see what's going on under Neferu's hips. I realize then that I need to get the hell out of here before they see me. As they both gasp at their sticky mess, I slowly start to back out, and that's when the door automatically closes behind me. God damn it. Now things are quiet. Nothing covers up that sound. And Neferu and Amicus look up at me as one. Stand there feeling as if I'm in a dream as they both stare at me. Must look like an idiot. My robe dirty from the gardens, flowers dangling from my... Oh, I forgot about the flowers. Flowers dangling from my right hand, my mouth hanging open in fascinated horror. Amicus looks the most shocked, though. I can see a million thoughts running through his head, clearly not having wanted me to see this. His reasons for sending me and Alex out to do menial yard work is very clear now. Neferu, for his part, isn't wearing his usual suave smirk. Instead, it's surprised, maybe even a little guilty, like not even he wanted me to see this. I opened my mouth. But then any will to smooth over the situation, somehow make a joke of it, even leaves me. With both their eyes on me, both of them, all two of them, turn and almost run into the door, having to drop the flowers at the ground and press the panel. Somehow I feel even worse than I had when I had left the throne room in disgrace after the dance. Door slides open, and the next thing I know, I'm jogging out into the hall. As I do, I hear Amicus struggling for words. William, wait! There's some rustling sounds, followed by a yelp from Neferu before the door slides shut, and only sounds are my echoing footsteps. Oh boy. Caught in the act, I see. Well, they aren't officially dating, but I imagine there's going to be a lot to talk about with this one. Oh boy. I'm not sure where I'm going. I just know that I need to get as far away as I can from that situation. What I just saw was only now sinking in, and so is the hurt. What the fuck? That fucking wolf tells me he's in love with me, or at least interested in me, and the next thing you know, he's fucking that jackal? What the fuck? I guess I'm more angry than hurt. I must have looked like such an idiot standing there while one of them was getting railed. And walk in on that moment. It's like it was scripted or something. Never had been so clearly into it, and Amicus looked so mean and aggressive. That whole thing was just awful. Well, awful to walk in on unexpectedly in another context. My vision blurs for a moment as I refuse to let myself cry over something that wasn't even going to be serious. I was going to offer Amicus this stupid fling, and that was it. I wasn't obligated to have only eyes for me. In fact, I knew he was into Neferu. We'd already discussed it. So this is fine. This was expected, actually. I wasn't even expecting anything. The reason I'm so embarrassed and feel like shit right now is because I walked in on the 2 alien dogs butt fucking. It was weird and messed up. I just need to collect my thoughts for a moment. That's when I realize I don't really know where I am in the palace. Most of the hallways look the same, and this one's no exception, though I know I'm deeper in than I've been before. William! Oh, Amicus's footsteps pound on the floor behind me. I don't know how far away he is, considering the echoing halls can be deceptive, but I immediately take a right through a particularly large set of double doors. Oh, the palace room. Oh. Oh, this is not the palace room. This is... Oh. Whoa. This is probably someone else's bedroom. We shouldn't be. Might be the Emperor's bedroom. The room I walk into is full of smells. Good ones, like a garden. The air is cool and fresh, even as afternoon light pours in from an opening in the ceiling. All the while, there's this sound of soft trickling of water from a small fountain in the center of the room. I stand there for a moment, eyes scanning for anyone else that might be here. When I don't see anyone, I move closer to the center of the room, looking around at the flowers and plants as I try to calm my hammering heart. No, Amicus is probably going to find me soon. All he has to do is ask calm. So I fold my arms, trying to look casual, realizing now that it would have just been better for me to hang out in the hall, maybe laugh when Amicus came out. I made a joke and acted like it wasn't a big deal. It's way too late for that now. Sure enough, the door's open, and Amicus stumbles in his underwear, his fur completely messed up, chest heaving for breath. Is he covered up? Yeah, he's covered up.
William, I need to talk about...
He doubles over, paws on his knees as he gasps for his air. I cringe as I see my flowers clutched in one of his paws. I still try to look casual, keeping my arms folded. What?
About what you just saw.
Don't worry about it. I shrugged before busying myself with brushing off my robe so they don't look dirty.
No, I want to explain what happened.
You don't need to explain it. It's none of my business.
Well, it is.
It's definitely not. I snap at the wolf. Who you fuck is none of my business. That's all up to you. Don't let me tell you who you can and can't be with. Amicus frowns deeply at me.
What?
You heard me. I don't want to hear about it. I'm not here for this shit anyway.
Here for what?
I throw my hands up in frustration. What just happened? For sex or love, whatever the hell it is you guys do, whatever it is you told me you wanted on that island. pointing to the flowers in his paw. I'm just trying to get home. I feel my eyes threatening to water up again. I stubbornly swallow that back right quick.
No, that's not what that was. Please let me explain.
I shake my head. You guys have sex. It's not a big deal. I get it. Humans can be like that too. Amicus takes a step forward, but I take one back. I guess it's just a little fucked up that you confessed your feelings 2 days ago and then suddenly you're fucking another guy. It's also ridiculous. Not only the situation I'm in, but the fact that I feel so hurt by the wolf, even though nothing has really happened between us except an alcohol-fueled kiss. And he takes another step forward, his paws up, staring wide-eyed at me.
That's not what happened. If you'll let me explain.
Then what did I just say?
What you saw, it was more of a transaction than anything. What have come?
Amicus chokes in surprise.
Well, yes, I guess, but I kind of made it. I made a deal with Decamian.
What deal?
Well, I'm sure you remember our problems with Cassius.
About him wanting to murder me.
Yes, that problem.
What about it?
Well, I did say I wasn't. I did say it wasn't something you should worry about, but like I also said, I'm taking all precautions.
Yeah.
Yes. So.
Wolf pauses. What?
I realize now that I should have consulted you on this, but it was my only immediate option.
What option?
Well, while Cassius might be willing to execute my pet, he wouldn't dare touch the pet of a Camian.
What? What? The wolf rubs behind his neck with one paw and speaks very quickly.
If I were to lose the second trial, I made it so that your ownership would transfer to Neferu. You become his pet.
I stare at the wolf.
This would ensure that Cassius would not dare come after you. If he did, it might upset the very delicate relations we have with the Camians.
A moment of silence passes. So I become Neferu's pet.
If I somehow lost the trial, yes.
I stare at the wolf.
Are you okay with that?
Amicus. Again with him doing things without even telling me. No conversation, no warning, no consideration. After all this time, he still doesn't see me as an equal. Amicus sees my expression change and quickly jumps in again.
It's the best alternative, mainly because the Camians likely use their own stretch. Neferu would be able to get you home if he had to.
So to pay him.
He wanted sex and only seemed interested in that, yes. Trust me, I took no emotional pleasure in it.
And quiet.
Don't worry, though. I made sure the contract we agreed to ensures that you will not have to be involved in anything like that. In fact, you'd almost be treated like a pharaoh.
Amicus grins proudly. I stare at the wolf for a while, suddenly feeling numb.
Are you feeling better?
His voice takes on a serious tone as he reaches out and pushes a thumb pad across my cheek. The action is intimate, and I turn my head away. We stand awkwardly for a moment, and Amicus holds up the flowers.
You dropped these?
I shake my head. They were for you. Amicus winces. I thought so. Were you going to ask me? I feel my face getting hot. Yeah. But now, we're suddenly enveloped in a very tight hug.
Oh, that was the worst moment for you to walk in. I'm sorry.
I stand there limp, just letting the wolf hug me. Finally, Amicus steps back, holding the slightly wilting flowers as he stares at them.
I hope after that you're still considering.
I sigh and shake my head, to which Amicus's ears fall. I'm just a stupid primate to you, aren't I?
What?
I told you before to just talk to me. If you're planning something that involves me, why couldn't you have at least given me a warning, especially for something like this? You what?
It was sudden, and the idea might hurt you after what happened on the island.
No shit. So you went behind my back. I know sometimes you don't even think, but you knew this would hurt?
No, I've been so busy, not to mention negotiating these things is complicated. I'm just trying to do what's best for you. Without really thinking about me, or how I might feel about any of this. I'm always thinking about you, every damn hour of the day, and this is on top of the trials. Believe it or not, William, I'm stretched a bit thin, and it would be helpful if you could work with me. Work with you how? Let you manipulate me into becoming your boyfriend, then watch you fuck another guy so I can become his slave instead. I've been pretending, but now I could actually become... I've been pretending, but now I could actually become official. I can't stop the words from spilling out of my mouth, wanting to hurt the wolf just as much as he hurt me. Manipulate... The wolf stares at me. Then Amicus's hackles rise, but instead of instilling any sort of fear in me like it normally would, I feel satisfaction. William, I will not have you accusing me of such a thing. I was more honest with you on the island than I have been with anyone in years. But not about what just happened with Neferu. What, you think I owe you celibacy? We're not dating, and you refuse to do anything with me. It may come as a surprise to you, but even in times like these, I have needs. So you did want it. Amy's looks about ready to explode, and for a moment he just stands there in silence, practically shaking. He opens his mouth, and instead of the shouting I expect, it's almost a whisper. I may not know how these things work on Earth, but you know how they work on Adastra. You said yourself that these matters are casual. What happened with the jackal means nothing to me. You mean so much to me, which is why I did it, to keep you safe. I shake my head. Well, seeing what happens in the bedroom hurt. It's really only the tip of the iceberg with what's wrong with all of this. If you actually cared about me, you'd care about what I want. You keep telling me how smart I am, but here we are again, with you doing stuff without any of my input because you think I'm too stupid to understand. No, you wolves are all the same. We're all just stupid barbarians. You don't treat me as an equal. You look down on me, and why the fuck would I want to be with someone like that? It's not even win your stupid trial and send me home. If you don't, just blast my stupid ape ass off into space. I don't want to be here anymore. I turn, heading for the door. Wait, please! Whatever he was going to say suddenly cut off when I hear the loud thud. I don't look back to see what he kicked or punched. Instead, I head out into the hall, not sure at all where I'm going. I just know that I hate everything about what just happened. Well, that was a fucking adventure, wasn't it? For a while, I just wander. I end up pacing the halls of the palace before going outside to sit in the gardens. I don't see anyone. It's weirdly calm outside, especially considering what the Emperor could be deciding tomorrow. That the Emperor could be decided tomorrow. I wonder how things are in the city and the rest of the Empire. I look out towards the faint city skyline, glinting gently in the afternoon light. Amicus doesn't come out after me. Should he? I'd said such horrible things to him. But even now, I feel like I had to say them. I'm tired of being treated like an actual pet. Now that I might actually become one. Still, I kind of wish he did come after me again. I do believe that he was only trying to protect me. That he thought what he was doing was the only way to do that. But after everything on the beach, after I've already told him to keep me in the loop. Honestly, if he'd asked me about it first, even just told me about it, I'd probably have been okay with it. Sure, maybe a little jealous, but okay. I realize that a lot of this anger is just because I feel betrayed. I feel that way because I really, really like Amicus. I'd expect him to treat me better after everything. I'd expected him to. The late afternoon heat is making me sweat, but instead of going inside, I just move under some shade. After a while, I lay back on the bench I'm sitting on, drifting off to sleep. Oh. When I wake up, it takes me a while to realize where I am. I stare at the flowers and leaves gently lit up by the garden lights until I remember that I'd fallen asleep there.
Groggily, I call it for calm, and according to him, I've only been out for almost 2 hours, for about 2 hours. But the sun here always moves fast across the sky. I brush a few leaves off my robes as I get up to walk towards the palace, realizing at this point that I can't exactly avoid going back to Amicus's room forever. At least it'll force us to talk about things after we've cooled down. At least I hope he's cooled down. My pace starts to slow as I get closer to his bedroom, unsure of what to say after everything that's happened. I decide I'm going to apologize, but also expect an apology from him as well. We both made mistakes, but we could get past this if we talked it out. We're going to walk in on some shit again. I don't know. It would be a little repetitive for them to do it again. Dinner is still sitting next to the door on its card, untouched. I pause, my hand hovering over the panel, remembering what I saw last time I opened this door. Shuddering, I steel myself and press it. Some shit is going on up there, and I don't know what it is. The room's empty. No wolf in sight. Cold air creeps out of the room, chilling my bare calves as I continue to stand in the hallway. I realize then that I'm holding in my breath and let it out slowly. I look up and down the hall in case I might see Amicus, but as always, it's empty. With a soft sigh, I slowly walk in towards the bed before changing direction to sit on the sofa instead. Comet told me that it was the 18th hour. That means Amicus should be getting ready for bed by now, a schedule he follows almost religiously. Maybe he's getting ready for the trial somehow. That'd be good. But I'm also getting the uncomfortable feeling that he's just avoiding me. That'd be bad, because despite what happened, he shouldn't be thinking at all about me. He could be the Emperor tomorrow. So I sit there, hugging a pillow, waiting. After a while, I grab the food from the hallway and manage to eat a little bit. Wonder if I should save some for Amicus, but decide that he'd be able to get his own food from the kitchen instead of these cold leftovers if he ends up returning. So I send the rest back with the drones and continue waiting. After a few more hours, Amicus still doesn't come back, and I end up laying down on the sofa, waiting to fall asleep. Another fade out. Oh! Sound of the door opening jolts me awake, and I quickly sit up, turning to look. Amicus? It's not Amicus. It's not Amicus. It's not Amicus. I stare at the jackal for a moment, feeling a sudden surge of anger in my chest. Hello, William. Are you not coming to the trial? I look around. Oh, what time is it? The 7th hour, which means the trial starts in less than an hour. Where's Amicus? Preparing for the trial. He hasn't been back all night. He was meditating most of the night. All night? Indeed. All night. Oh, God. I frown at the jackal. What do you want? Efra walks further into the room slowly before stopping in the middle, a good 15 feet away. To escort you to the trial, if you'd like. And to also talk. About what? I've already told you that you don't need to play stupid with me, William. I sit up straight, turning to face the jackal more directly. I'm not. I'm just wondering why the fuck you have the nerve to show up here after taking advantage of Amicus like that. What? I don't think I've ever seen Nefer caught off guard, so the sight is kind of funny. I smirk. Well, that's certainly a way to look at it. What other way is there to look at it? Plenty, if you'll let me explain. I sit back on the sofa, crossing my arms. Amicus already explained. I become your pet to protect me from Cassius, and in exchange for that, you made him fuck you in the ass. Again, the jackal looks shocked and then laughs, the sound high and soft. Oh dear, there are so many ways to look at this, aren't there? His suddenly cheerful mood irritates me. Listen, I honestly don't want any part in this.
Yes, but you already are a part of it, whether you want to be or not. So please, allow me to explain some things.
I don't say anything, keeping my arms folded, my expression bored. Jekyll seems to take that as a cue to continue.
Amicus approached me about this deal a week ago, shortly after the incident with Cassius. It seemed simple enough, and I had to agree with him. Your position in this power struggle is becoming ever more precarious.
I raise an eyebrow. How so?
The rumors about Cassius's intent to disband the triumvirates have saturated the trial, even though Cato has banned all discussion of it. Word is that Cassius has realized who might have started the rumors.
Nephro looks pointedly at me, though I try to keep my expression neutral.
This has implications for you, obviously, but not only because you possibly sabotaged his chances at the throne.
I feel my stomach turn a little, realizing I've gotten myself into way more than I'd ever intended.
This also brings into question your intelligence. Far too intelligent for a simian, wouldn't you say?
I open my mouth, but Neferu goes on.
Now, with all this considered, it was only natural for Amicus to come to me for help. Your life is in danger, William, no matter the facade these peaceful palace halls might project.
I stare at the Jackal, suddenly surprised at how candid he's being with me.
He asked me what I wanted most, and I answered truthfully. An alliance with the wolves if Amicus were to become emperor. Of course, he declined outright, as he should have as the prospective emperor. How could he promise something so important with so many implications all over one pet? So, knowing that was impossible, I offered something a bit more selfish on my part. Copulation with the handsome son of a wolven emperor. To this, he only needed a few moments to agree.
I grimace.
But I want you to understand something, William. If Amicus had found even that disagreeable, I would have simply asked for nothing. It is the duty of all Camians to protect any sapient fleeing wolven violence, whether they be sibling, child, or abandoned. Pet ownership is illegal where I'm from, and the idea is quite disgusting, don't you agree?
Nefer glances at me.
But wolves love their contracts, and no matter how different Amicus might wish himself to be, he is still a wolf. He despises the idea that he might owe something to a Camian. And his quickness to accept the deal showed me that despite how much he wanted to not want to fuck me, as you put it, there was a part of him that did. In the end, he was willing.
I look away, frowning.
And I think this is something that has caused a rift between the two of you. You must understand that sex is casual here. It means nothing more than indulging in our corporeal desires. It's one of the few cultural similarities we share with the wolves. I've been told that simians are more similar to cats in that such things hold much more meaning. But you are no longer on Simia, and must understand that things are different here. Even if he wants to, which I believe he does, Amicus can't change his philosophy over the course of a single week.
I finally find room to speak. You're acting like we're in a relationship or something.
You aren't. But you are to be. But you want to be. Amicus loves you. It's clear as Vita, as they say here.
I feel that little thrill in my chest, and my face blushes furiously. Neferu goes on, like he didn't just actually say that, though.
So yes, if you don't like the idea of Amicus fucking another man, then claim him as your own man.
I frown. Claim?
I'm going by wolven terms here. I'm sure you have your own.
Never just ask me to ask Amicus out?
Now, does that clear things up for you?
Even though I just woke up, I already feel exhausted. I guess? There was a little more to it than that, though.
Which I'm sure can be settled in the future. Civil discussions can do wonders. Now, we really must be going to the trial, if you're wanting to go.
Never raises an eyebrow at me. I find myself shaking my head, but not to deny the Jackal his request. Rather, it's because I don't know what the hell this guy is up to. I get up and Neferu offers his arm to me, which I stare at.
Shall I escort you?
This is something I'd seen the Jackal do multiple times to Virginia and Alex. For some reason, he seemed to really just enjoy escorting people around. After his little lecture, I can tell that he's trying to smooth things over between me and Amicus. So reluctantly, I reach out and take his arm in both hands, if only to please him. And pleased he seemed to be. A tugging at the corner of his muzzle makes me think he's trying not to smile too much. As he guides me out the door, I find myself feeling at the fur in his arm. It's much more silky and smooth compared to Amicus, not quite as fluffy. This is not as nice as Amicus's coat, but it does feel nice in a different way. There's a lot of muscle there too, and I wonder if the Jackal works out in the amphitheater, though I've never seen him in there. I guess I can see why so many people are into this guy, if muscles are your thing. As we continue through the halls, I notice we're taking a different route than one to the throne room. Where are we going?
To meet the star of the most asinine entertainment show in the galaxy. What better way to determine the fate of all things, siblings and parents alike, than through meaningless woven spectacle?
What? Neferu pauses in front of a door, gently pulling away from me while his paw is held distinctively up to a panel.
What I'm saying is that quite a bit is depending on your wolf right now, and he might need some encouragement.
I'm still staring at the Jackal when he finally presses the panel opening the door. When I look back, I find myself looking into a much smaller room, simple and bare. Just a bed and a dresser. The air is thick with the calming smell of incense as it creeps into the hallway and washes over me in a warm wave. And there, sitting on the bed, is Amicus. Before I can look back at Neferu, the wolf suddenly looks up. We both stare at each other for a moment. Then the wolf is suddenly on his feet, stumbling towards me. He stops himself halfway across the room, though, paws clasped in front of himself. I've never seen him so disheveled before. His fur is stuck up all over his neck and shoulders, his cape is askew, his eyes are red and bleary. Before I know it, I'm walking into the room towards the wolf. Are you okay? Amicus tries to smooth his fur down, but it sticks right back up.
I'm fine. I was just meditating.
You look awful. Isn't the trial in less than an hour?
Yes.
Slowly a moment of silence goes by as I stare at the wolf. Are you going then? You should get ready.
William.
I stop, waiting. The pause is long, and when Amicus finally speaks, his voice is so quiet I can barely hear it.
I don't think I was meant for this.
My heart sinks. Meant for what?
Everything in this damned empire. I've done absolutely nothing right. Everything has been handed to me on a platter my entire life. But the first time I actually have to fight for something. I know you don't think I took this seriously, but I did. I tried. I wasn't prepared. And you were right.
I see a little wetness around his eyes, but he aggressively wipes at them with an arm. Well, weeks ago I might have welcomed this epiphany. This is the absolute worst moment for it.
I couldn't even keep my best friend. I would have been a terrible emperor.
It takes me a moment to realize that he's talking about me. Amicus. Quick meal break.
You want to need me now, and you want to dance, man.
Alright. Back from eating a delicious meal, and now I am completely departed from the emotion of this scene. So let me try to get back into it as seamlessly as possible. I'm sorry, I didn't tell you everything. I'm fucking kidding, okay.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry I didn't tell you everything. That I treated you poorly, that I got you into this stupid mess in the first place, and that I can't get you out of it.
The wolf's voice catches on that last part. I knew it with some astonishment if I'm actually going to see him cry. but he manages to hold it together, looking down at the floor.
I just wanted to do what was best for you. But I wasn't thinking of you when I did it. I was inconsiderate. And I'm sorry.
Amicus stands there quietly, apparently finished. I don't know if this is more about me or about him feeling inadequate for the emperorship. I've no doubt that our little fight yesterday caused it, though. Seeing the wolf like this, it hurts. But it also makes me kind of angry. This isn't the Amicus I know. I reach up, setting a hand on his shoulder, and he suddenly looks up at me. You're less than an hour away from becoming the Emperor. You need to act like it.
What?
You think your dad would have acted like this when he wasn't sure of himself? Your grandfather, Drusus? There's a time and a place, and now is not the time. I don't know if they would have, but I'm grasping at straws at this point. And honestly, this is a lot more about you. This is about a lot more than you, or me, or anyone here. This is about the lives of millions of sapiens. About your entire empire. You think it all deserves to go to shit because suddenly you're not really sure of yourself. You're such a good person. Basically the opposite of what this society is. And you want to put that into your rule. That's amazing. But now you're suddenly willing to give up. The fuck is wrong with you? Yeah, you made a bunch of mistakes. But that doesn't matter now. What matters is that you make sure that that piece of shit brother of yours doesn't take the throne. So you better get your ass out there and beat the hell out of him in this stupid debate. I'm not sure what else to say, so I stop, breathing hard. After a moment, I realize the wolf is smiling at me, and it takes me a moment to calm down from my Hollywood movie pep talk. What? I am going to go out there, William. There's no doubt about that. I was having a moment. I was trying to be more honest with you. But thank you. I frown. You sure picked a hell of a moment to have it. I know. I've just been having a terrible time after yesterday's haul. I needed to apologize to you. I deflate a little. But there's some relief there, too, seeing Amicus somewhat back to his old self. I forgive you. But this is a lot bigger than us right now.
I know it is. What I'm feeling is a lot bigger than us as well.
Wolf sits upon my shoulder.
But I'm honest about what I said. I'm sorry. And I will never do anything involving you without your consultation again. And I will take your cultural differences into better consideration in the future.
I look up at Amicus, at his earnest face, and I find myself hugging him, and he hugs back tightly. We still need to talk about things, but we can do that later. You need to kick Cassius's ass first. Kick Cassius's ass first.
I know.
Amicus pulls back, both paws on my shoulders now.
And I will.
There's a gentle clearing of a throat behind us, and we both look to see Nephru casually lounging in the doorway. If you're finished, the trial begins in 30 minutes. Immediately, Amicus scowls at the sight of the jackal, but he nods.
I'd better be going then.
So you're feeling better now?
Much better, thanks to you.
I smile as I feel a wave of relief, even though this is just like Amicus to be so easily cheered up. I allow the wolf to pull me towards the door. Nephru moves out of the way as we exit the stifling meditation room.
Alright, I'm on my way to a shower.
I'll be watching the
rhetoric thing. I'll look for you, and we'll talk after this?
Yeah, we'll talk after your emperor.
Alright.
Amicus leans in to kiss me on the lips, then pauses before planting it on my cheek instead. With that, he winks, then turns and dashes up the hall, running at a full sprint. I hear a soft chuckle behind me. Well, that went rather well. I didn't think that would be half as easy. I glance back at the jackal as he basically reveals that he's been planning this all along. I guess it was obvious. Shall we head to the throne room? they'll be wanting us sitting down as early so they can film us. The whole thing is a dreary spectacle after all.
Alright. With that, I follow the jackal towards the throne room, hoping that what I'd said to Amicus is enough to get him in the right headspace to help him win. In just a few hours, I'll know if I'll be leaving soon, or staying for a long, long time. Either way, I'm just glad this happened. I follow Neferu into the throne room, the cavernous space just as empty as it was during the first trial. Like the first trial, though, a few of the palace regulars are sitting on the benches. Virginia on the left side of the room, while Alex sits on the right. The cat is sat alone, looking tiny compared to the rest of the room, his tail curled neatly under his paws in his lap. He smiles when he sees me, and I make as if to go sit next to him, but that's when the jackal grabs my hand. I pause, and I see Alex's own inquisitive look before I turn to Neferu. What?
Why don't we give Virginia some company?
The jackal smiles at me gently, one of his ears flicking in the direction of the she-wolf. You can. I was gonna go sit with Alex. Neferu's expression doesn't change, and he doesn't let go either, and his voice takes on a gentle, ominous tone, making me feel a little uncomfortable.
Depending on how this trial goes, we may have some business to take care of before it officially ends. It would be best if you're close to me.
It's then that I realize what he's getting at. Though I don't know what the process of becoming Neferu's pet is, I imagine it involves some sort of official business, like signing something. So I give Alex a little frown and a shrug, gesturing at the jackal. The cat continues to look confused as I turn away and follow Neferu to the benches on the other side of the room. Neferu? Virginia sits daintily on the bench, one leg elegantly crossed over the other as she holds up a paw with which the jackal kisses.
Good day to you, Virginia.
Even though I try to stay behind Neferu, Virginia peers around the jackal's muscular side to stare straight at me. I see that you've brought a guest. She holds out her paw again, and it takes me a moment to realize that I should kiss it. I did start the trend, after all.
Indeed. Amicus requested I keep him company during the trial.
As I come up from the paw kissing, I see Virginia frowning.
My brother shouldn't be burdening you with a silly chore like that. The pet is capable of staying in his room, I imagine.
It was a mutual agreement. Besides, he is rather good company once you get to know him.
Oh, really? It seems our little Simeon is full of surprises.
The she-wolf looks pointedly at me, and I don't have much time to wonder what she's talking about before Neferu is sitting down next to her, pulling me to his side to sit next to him.
That would be an accurate observation.
There's a momentary pause before I see Virginia lean forward a bit out of the corner of my eye. She speaks again, her voice is lowered.
So the rumors are true?
There's another pause, this time from Neferu.
I don't believe I'm in a position to speculate on that. It is not my place to involve myself in woven politics.
Virginia laughs softly, one that sounds completely fake.
I'm not a fool, Neferu. I may enjoy your suave tactics, but I'd rather you not use them against me.
I would not dream of such a thing, Virginia.
Surely.
Virginia shifts again, and now I know for sure that she's looking directly at me.
So, I suppose he understands what we're saying, then.
Well, he is sapient, and he does possess a lingua.
I mean, he understands us.
Virginia puts an even more emphasis on the word. I see Neferu looking at the door, still smiling, though his paws seem to clasp each other a bit tighter than usual.
You'd know better than I, being a wolf. Our children are as intelligent as ourselves, so I'm used to such an idea.
Don't feign ignorance, Neferu. You've been around him far more than I have. It's a simple question, and one that you should answer honestly. Otherwise, am I to assume that you've brought a little spy to our conversation?
Although the words seem harsh and dangerous, Virginia's tone is light, and Neferu just laughs.
You accuse me of deception, yet we both know you've already figured out the answer. Why do you feign ignorance?
The wolf fans herself with an air of nonchalance.
It's the best weapon in discourse, and it is easy to feign stupidity, at least for me.
It is expected on my part. And why would you say something like that? I have a vagina.
Damn.
Takes me a moment to absorb what Virginia just said, but Nefru is already chuckling with what's probably the first genuine laugh of the conversation. See Alex look over at us again, and this time it looks like his eyes are narrowed a bit. Takes the jackal a few seconds to get himself under control again as Virginia continues to wave her fan, looking rather pleased with herself.
Sorry, I'm not used to bluntness here.
It's not impossible for us to be blunt on this moon, Nefru, especially amongst friends. I notice the wolf is looking at me again, and once again I look down. Anyway, it seems we made quite the mistake in overlooking Simia. Fuck. I may have to do a little research of my own in the archives. Amicus clearly knows something that we did not. Research? I feel my stomach drop. Although Amicus had assured me of things, I don't even know if I really look like a simian. All it might take is a picture to know that I'm not actually from Simia. Try to put that thought out of my mind for now as the doors suddenly open and Cato walks in, making his way quickly to the throne. Virginia finally takes her eyes off me, and I can only hope that she's not going to follow through with on her research plans. The throne room is so quiet that I hear the old wolf grunt as he makes his way to the stairs before turning to face us. After a few seconds, he sits down, his heavy, muscular body slouched a bit in his seat, gazing out through his visor, at us through his visor. A few more moments pass in silence, and just as I'm wondering if the trial is going to begin, I hear a soft, mechanical whirring sound as the panel in the ceiling opens up. A dozen camera drones drift down lazily, fanning out in the air to position themselves in various locations throughout the room. One of them floats towards us and hovers just above our heads, the lens seeming to focus on my face. I drop my head again, the action having become second nature since I landed on this moon. Nefru nudges me, though.
Come on, come now. Amicus brought you here to be seen.
His tone is light as always, but I sense he's not saying that just to tease me. We're all playing a role here, and my role is to make Amicus look good, to show off to the triumvirates that he went to great lengths to obtain an exotic, fascinating alien pet. Might not like it, but that doesn't matter right now, so I lift my head. Instead of the dumb, vacant gaze I've been using this month, I go with a completely straight face.
Watch the red light on the top of the drone. When it turns green, know that you're being broadcast.
The second trial will begin in 10 seconds.
Oh, the lights turn down low.
With that, the lights slowly dim and everything goes completely silent. I just sit there looking toward the drone, Cato sitting as motionless as an ancient Roman sculpture. Then the doors open, and we all look over, including the cameras. Oh God, here they are. In walk Amicus and Cassius, side by side. They must have been waiting out there next to each other, just like Alex and I had been before the second trial. I have to wonder what that must have been like. Without a word, the two of them walk up to the broad carpeted aisle and sync with each other. I stare intently at Amicus as he passes, just in case he looks at me, so I can give him an encouraging smile. He looks straight ahead, though, a more serious expression on his face than I'd ever seen. Everything stays quiet, and the only sound being the muffled shuffling of the padded feet and claws on the carpet. Once they reach the foot of the stairs, they come to a stop, where they both bow deeply to Cato. This lasts a few seconds before Cato finally shifts again, breaking the illusion that he was made out of stone.
Very good. You may proceed.
With that, the two brothers straighten back up before walking up the steps, splitting off to stand at either side of the acting emperor. They turn around and face us, both standing at attention, arms straight down at their sides. A drone levitates down from the ceiling, coming to a gentle stop midair in front of Cato. I notice a tiny red light on the top of the drone turn green, and the old wolf fixes his eyes on the camera.
Welcome to the trial of rhetoric. Rhetoric has long been a staple of Wolven civilization, and one of our greatest assets.
Well known for our strength and tenacity, so too are we known for our use of words in negotiation.
Nefer snorts next to me, loud enough that I wonder if Kato is able to hear it. I hope not.
This is why it is not only important that we honor the art and history of debate today, but also prove our ability to use it as well. Being a competent rhetorician, Jesus Christ, is essential to being a competent emperor. Remember the rules. You will have the floor for 20 minutes. Do not reference your challenger. Now, Amicus.
I see the slightest of twitches in Amicus's frame as he continues to stare ahead.
Yes, Emperor.
Oh shit.
Freaking out.
Oh shit. Got a spoofy freak out behind me.
Yes, Emperor. Please, honor Adastra and proceed to the floor. Offer your policies through the art of speech.
There's a slight pause, and Amicus makes his way down the stairs. If he's nervous, which I know that he is, he's not showing it at all. His movements are calm and reserved. He walks several paces forward, away from the stairs to stand in the middle of the aisle, just slightly ahead of me. He's so close, and I wish I could say something, get up and give him a hug and tell him that he's going to do great. But I know that time has passed. That the moment that everything has been building up to has just arrived. It's a strange feeling, watching something that's going to have such a huge impact on your life, but not being able to participate at all. I can only hope that Amicus is ready. He begins to speak, and when he does, it's not like his usual voice. Instead, it's deeper, broader, sonorous, I guess. What the fuck does sonorous mean? Let's get to Google. Do I dare? Okay, Google. Sonorous definition. I guess it would be sonorous.
Here's the definition of sonorous.
Yeah,
Of a
sonorous.
person's voice or other sound, imposingly deep and full.
Cool. That's not fucking a lot to ask of someone who's been talking straight for hours on a sore throat. Actually, it's closer to human singing. What?
20 millennia ago, we were chosen by the Romanus. Out of 1,000 species, they chose us. And was that not for a reason?
He's moving his arms and paws a lot too, in broad, sweeping motions. That's good. It's not unlike the dance, though he mostly stays in the same spot.
15 millennia ago, we rejected them. We became the first abandoned sibling, and our empire entered a decline of the likes that we had never seen before, closing off relations with siblings, losing children, losing resources.
Drone floats around his body, and I can tell that he's playing up the performance of it, dramatically gesturing with overly exaggerated expressions. I realize it's like I'm watching those dramas I've seen on Adastrian television.
We fell long and hard, as if our very moon was sucked into the pit. 5,000 years of misery and desolation. 5,000 years until Drusus saved us all.
Amicus goes on to describe the history that I had a vague knowledge of. Drusus re-established contact with the parents, reunited the Wolven Empire, and renamed the world Adastra, a name that represented everything the Empire stood for.
Since then, we've spread far and wide across the galaxy, found lost children, established roads to resources our moon desperately needed. But what we found to be most valuable? Rekindling diplomatic relations with the other siblings. With them, we shared knowledge and wealth, establishing ourselves as true siblings once again. Until the war. While our reasons were sound for initiating the conflict, the sudden and unexpected attack frightened the other siblings, leaving them to abandon us once more. We defended our rights and our dignity from the Camians.
Oh, Never mutters that under his breath, thankfully.
But at a great cost. Our empire has suffered for our victory. But there is a way to reverse this.
I don't know if the wolf is doing a good job since I have no point of reference, but as far as I can tell, he seems to be doing great. No stuttering or stumbling. Fuck you. His acting is pretty good, especially if I'm comparing him to the dramatic actors I've seen on the screens. His movements are powerful but elegant, just like his voice. And I find myself beaming with a sense of pride that I've never had for someone else before. He goes on to describe the policies he's already told me about, reestablish relations with his siblings, fully uplift the children, reshape their role in the Empire. And the first step? Amicus suddenly turns to face us. His gaze is on Neferu. An alliance. One that has been proposed by the Camians. This may seem like a worrying prospect to you. It has never been done in the history of the Galaxius, but I can promise that while Emperor, I will demand respect and equal treatment from the Camians. Their arrogance will be tamed, and Wolven dignity will be restored. The light on the camera drone in front of us is green, broadcasting our image to the entirety of Adastra. I'm at least glad that Neferu is able to control his eye rolling right now. With the course of my rule, I will place Adastra on the same pedestal as all the other siblings, if not higher. No longer will we be the half-sibling of the Galaxius. No, we will once again stretch beyond our system, beyond the quadrant, and yes, eventually beyond the galaxy. Amicus points to the ceiling. As Drusus proclaimed 10 millennia ago, to the stars. So I say now, to the stars and beyond. Amicus pauses dramatically in the pose, then bows before turning to walking back to the throne. Thank you, Cato. Say, fuck! Thank you, me! I did a good job sitting here and watching that happen. Thank you, Amicus. Cassius? I let out a breath watching Amicus make his way up the steps, passing Cassius as his brother makes his way to the same spot on the floor. So that's it. Amicus's part is done. Now it's Cassius's turn. And I watch as he walks to the same spot, an angry scowl on his face. It's angrier than usual, almost furious. I wonder if he's upset about how well Amicus had done. But then he starts speaking, and I realize it's part of his show. Nationalists always provoke and harness anger. For 300 years, our empire has been in shambles. I jump and even feel Neferu tense up next to me as the white wolf practically screams. Not because of the war! Not because we chose a different path. No, this is because of Drusus and his flawed vision of the Galaxius as a whole. My brother was right about one thing. Adastra is the lowest of the low amongst the siblings, the laughingstock of the entire galaxy. No references to Amicus, Cassius. Cato barks him across the throne room, but the other wolf ignores him, swiping his paw through the air, his movements aggressive and violent. Enough of being the butt of jokes, of being spat upon, of being considered at the level of mere children. It is time for Adastra to once again be respected, revered, and feared, just like before Drusus. Cassius' speech goes on like that, describing Adastra in terms that makes it sound like the worst place in the galaxy to be. Just to say he wants to make Adastra great again, I imagine. I don't know if this is good or not. He's definitely being way more intense than Amicus was, and if that's the goal, then I'm worried. I glance over at Neferu and Virginia, and the troubled looks in their faces tells me I should have been more worried. I look up towards the throne, but Amicus is as still and straight-faced as ever. I feel myself start to sweat, wondering if this is the beginning of the end. My brother stated that the war was responsible for our sudden decline, a decline not so sudden when it's been happening for thousands of years. No, that war was the best thing that could have ever happened to this empire. It showed that we were unafraid, unintimidated by the most powerful force in the galaxy. We were mocked and laughed at openly before the war. Now those laughs are quieter,
behind dainty paws as our siblings realize just how dangerous we can be. They take us seriously now. Cassius turns his angry gaze on us. But not seriously enough. Look who they sent to propose this. This alliance that my brother spoke of.
No references to Amicus, Cassius!
Kato is quieter now, as he knows he can't stop okay, fucking nice, say that. The camera light turns green, and I once again get the feeling that the broadcast is displaying Neferu.
The one and only flower of Camia. The Pharaoh's... Wow. Ooh, you asshole. Son, with his oils and perfumes.
Ooh, shit.
Stinking up the halls of the Pava Palace.
I glance up at Neferu, but his expression is hardly changed, though I see a hint of a smirk on his lips. Meanwhile, Virginia is hiding a look of shock, of horror, or both, behind her fan.
This alliance is highly suspect, and I must wonder what is really going on during those negotiations. Actually, let me give you an idea.
Cassius makes a sort of signal with his paw, then pauses. Everything is silent for a moment, and looking at the cameras, none of them are agreeing. I look around at the others, and I can tell that they're as confused as well.
What are you broadcasting, Cassius?
Cassius didn't even turn around to acknowledge Kato.
Just showing a small video clip.
You're allowed to do that? That's not cool. You're hijacking
Of what?
I see Amicus bristling next to Kato, and I feel the hair standing up on my own neck.
Of a traitorous act between my bro...
No. Oh, no. Yeah, of course. Yep.
Of a traitorous act between my brother and the flower jackal.
What?
Amicus is so puffed out that he looks almost twice his natural size.
What are you doing? Yes, Cassius, what are you doing? Kato, he bugged my room!
Amicus starts to move, but Kato reaches out from his throne to hold him back.
Stay there, brother. It's almost over, and don't worry, it's censored.
Cassius sneers back at Amicus before the red light on his drone suddenly turns green again. Cassius stares at the lens for a moment, letting the silence drag out for a dramatic effect.
Shocking, is it not? I already described the flower of Camia. Do we also want the flower of Adastra to be our emperor?
Time, Cassius.
Kato's voice is soft, sounding almost astonished. Amicus is clearly having a much harder time keeping his emotions in check now. Even from this distance, I can see him working his jaw. But Cassius doesn't seem to be finished.
And let me leave you with this.
Time, Cassius! Yield the floor!
No, I will not yield. Adastra is the one out of time. This empire is stretched thin, and that proposes that we stretch even further. When do we break?
Cassius whirls around and points a finger at Amicus.
He looks towards the children and the siblings while completely ignoring us.
Cassius's bristled fur slowly starts to lay down again, the wolf making a show of trying to get himself under control again.
So, let me leave you with this. While campaigning in the outskirts of Adastra City, areas my brother completely neglected, I came across a young child with the same disease that afflicts me.
Of course, he's fucking pulling out all the stops here, aren't he? As his voice becomes much more quiet, gentle, lowering his muzzle a bit to stare at the floor.
Unlike me, she had no medication to speak of because her poor farming family could not afford it. She was bound to a wheelchair, her bones so frail that something as simple as a bath causing them to dislocate and break.
As his voice catches, and to my surprise, I see a tear slide down his cheek.
How dare this empire let our people fall into such a state that we cannot even care for our own people? I'm hearing that even now we can't afford to vaccinate those beyond our glittering city.
Cassius looked back up at the camera.
It may seem as if we cannot hear you past the walls of this palace, but I hear you. I promise to always hear you. I will not cater to the needs and wants of the siblings or children, to the Adastra city elites or officials. Cassius sweeps a paw dramatically to his chest. Not to the stars, but to you, the people of the Empire. Thank you.
Cassius bows low to the camera before turning back to walk to the throne. There's a long moment of silence as we all just stare at the White Wolf, then Calm's voice crackles over our heads.
Triumvirates, make your decisions.
Suddenly I feel something grasp me around the wrist and look down to see Nefero's furry black paw holding on to me.
William, very quietly, we're going to get up and head to my room. Move around back so that the cameras do not see.
Why?
Because what Amicus had feared is about to...
The Triumvirates have made their decisions.
I see Nefero's eyes widen in surprise.
Already?
He seems to say it himself. He stands, and I have to stand with him as he starts to walk up the aisle towards the back of the room, pulling me along with him. I look back at Amicus, and I see the wolf looking right back at me, finally. His eyes are full of worry and regret, and I can tell that everyone knows that Cassius has won. My stomach drops, and I realize what I've been terrified of all happening all month is actually happening. We've lost. I can only stare at Neferu's muscular arm as he pulls me towards the doors, towards an unknown and unwanted future.
Luthers.
After all this time, after everything we'd done, we've lost.
Amicus, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
Calm, could you please calm down?
I'm sorry.
Neferu pauses. I look up at the ceiling towards where I imagine Calm to be, if he were real, and I look back at the throne.
Adrote. Amicus.
Amicus looks just as shocked as I am. Cassius, meanwhile, has his jaw set grimly. As always, I can't read Cato.
Alux. Amicus. Gable. Amicus.
What the hell is going on? Oh no, it's gonna be spun. It's just seemed like everyone thought Cassius was going to win, and if it was all based on that performance, then he should be winning.
So silly. Amicus.
There's a pause, one that has me realizing that we just won? I don't think it's that simple. Did we really just win?
Adastra.
Cato was staring straight ahead with his visor. I can see his paws gripping into the armrest of his throne. Silence goes on so long that Calm asks again.
Adastra?
Cato lets the silence continue for several more seconds before finally opening his muzzle.
Cassius.
I don't know what to think. Calm immediately responds.
The trial has been decided. Amicus is the victor.
The silence that follows that this time is deafening. No one cheers, no one moves. Even Virginia's fan is frozen, as if we are all stuck in a picture. All the while, the cameras continue to hover over our heads, each one of them flashing green for a moment. Finally, Calm is again the one to break the silence.
This concludes the second trial. Thank you.
With that, the camera lights turn off completely, and the drones hover up towards the compartment in the ceiling. The lights come back on. As they do, Neferu is once again pulling me toward the doors. I want to hold back and watch, but the jackal is insistent. And the next thing I know, the doors are quietly sliding open, and we're walking into the equally quiet, though much less tense atmosphere of the marble halls. Where are we going? We just won. As I say that, I feel the excitement finally replace the shock. We won! No, never we won.
Clearly, but that does not mean you are safe yet.
What? Neferu's quiet for a moment. At this point, the jackal is having to let go of my hand, allowing me to just follow behind him. What even happened?
Who do you think should have won, William?
I frown. Does that matter? The triumvirates decided. Amicus won.
True, but not just the triumvirates. We're watching. We all know who should have won.
This is what I was worried about. They're going to spin it. The anti-authority candidate got screwed by the authority.
the elected officials, the triumvirates, who were threatened by a rumor based around Cassius possibly getting rid of them if he won. So, that's going to get spun. And it's because of Alex. Or Neferu, if he is way less trustworthy than we thought. And we didn't really think much of him at the time anyway. I feel myself getting defensive. Cassius was being a total asshole, and besides, he cheated! He went over his allotted time and referenced Amicus and his points. Nefer laughs mirthlessly. Rules do not matter. I'm sure you probably realized by now. Cassius did exactly what he should have, but he lost because of you. What? The triumvirates clearly made their decision long before the trial. We were hoping that they would not go against the will of the people, but Cassius' performance forced them to. You talking about the rumor about Cassius getting rid of them? That would be the one. I had thought that such a clearly lopsided win on Cassius's part would have deterred at least most of them. Their hunger for power is insatiable, it seems. Again, I feel myself getting defensive, but there's also a sense of worry creeping in. Well, I don't know. I think Amicus did great. Besides, it's their role to keep the Emperor's power in check anyway, isn't it? Yes, but that's not the point of the trials. And the people know that. Adastra will not be happy about this. Well, what does that mean, then? We come to a stop in front of Amicus's room, and finally the Jackal turns to face me. That I cannot tell you. I'm not an expert on the politics of Adastra. I am simply a student here. Amicus may have won this battle, but I can guarantee that the power struggle is far from over. Amicus can explain more to you when he arrives. For now, wait for him in this room. Jackal starts to turn to leave, but seems to notice the confused and probably worried look on my face. He pauses, then sets a paw on my shoulder. Do not fret too much over this. It is par for the course in woven politics, that much I do know. Drama is their identity, and we can only be along for the ride. Nefer smiles at me. Amicus will keep you safe, and if there's a need you have that he cannot fulfill, I'm also here. I know Neferu intends for that to sound salacious, but I also think he means it in a nice way. I put my hand on his paw. Thanks. Jackal nods at me before turning away to walk up the hall, probably towards his own room. Once he's out of sight, I press my hand to the panel and walk into Amicus's room, sitting on the sofa to wait. It's strange. Amicus won, but it doesn't exactly feel that way after what Neferu just told me. Amicus didn't genuinely win. He'd won because of a rumor, basically making the entire trial thing pointless. Still, I can't exactly feel bad about that. Cassius bugged this very room to show footage of Amicus fucking Neferu. Close my eyes, rub them with a hand as I realize how much that might have damaged Amicus's reputation. Not only did the people realize this trial was decided from the beginning by corrupt triumvirates, but also that their soon-to-be emperor had sex with a male. A Camian male at that. But again, Cassius losing because of his intention to get rid of one of the few checks on his power seems like karma to me. Weren't they keeping the Emperor's power in check by making the decision that they did? Technically, Amicus will become Emperor now, though I guess it won't be official until Cassius actually concedes the third trial. I turned these thoughts over and over in my head for the next 20 minutes, a bit annoyed by the fact that even though I got exactly what I wanted, several issues had to come with it. Suddenly the door slides open and I forget my worry for just a moment as I see Amicus standing there. He only gets a few steps into the room before I'm already there, wrapping my arms around his body as I hug him.
Oh, hey, William. Everything all right?
The wolf sets a heavy paw on my head, rubbing the pads gently against my scalp. Are you?
Of course.
Amicus smiles down at me warmly, but having known him this long, I know that's not exactly true. Well, we won.
We did.
He's quiet for a bit, continuing to rub my head. This isn't really how I imagined it would go.
Amicus laughs softly. Neither did I. But we did win, and that's the important part.
Amicus hugs me tightly again. Is what Cassius did, what he showed. How bad was that? Amicus grimaces. Bad. But I'll find a way to get through that. Seems my first job as Emperor will be rebuilding my image. When do you become Emperor? As soon as Cassius gives up. I don't think he's in the mood to do that quite yet, though. We stand there for a while, Amicus continuing to stroke my head as I lean it against his chest, listening to the soft beat of his heart. I'm just glad it's over.
I feel the same.
So what next?
Well, for now, I must go to the city. The Triumvirates requested the Imperial family to be seen at once.
Oh, why?
Well, everyone assumes the trial's to be over. They'd like to discuss things with the family before they leave Adastra for their own cities.
I see.
They also requested you go.
Gotta bring along the narrator. I lean back to look up at the wolf. Really?
Yes, though I told them not to expect it. I know you wanted to see the city, but it's up to you. Well, it won't be the actual city, just the district where the delegates live. Things are a bit chaotic in the city center at the moment.
Chaotic?
The citizens are excited after the trial.
Ah. I imagine excited means angry. I could. But doing official stuff seems kinda scary.
You wouldn't have to do anything. Just look happy to be there. But it's up to you.
Would it help you?
Possibly. I would certainly be happy to have you there.
Then sure. The wolf's eyebrows go up in surprise.
Oh, really? Well, all right then. Let's go.
Now?
Yes, I believe the others are already in the chariot. Are you ready?
I think so, unless I need to bring anything.
Not at all. And sorry, I know things are moving fast at the moment. It's to be expected after the trial, but we can talk in private when we get back, all right?
Okay. Amicus is already turning to pull me along, but I stop him. When he turns, I do what I'd wanted to do since right before the trial started, and I kiss him on the lips. The chariot is really just a large metallic carriage. It has benches inside with an open top. He has a squeaky toy now, get used to it. There are no horses, of course, and it seems to move on its own. It's the first time I've ever seen wheels being used for transportation here, though. As we're walking up to it, I notice Virginia and Neferu already sitting in the front, and Cassius is in the back with Alex, very deliberately looking away from us. I whisper to Amicus as we get closer to the chariot. Cassius is going?
Yes. I think Cato made him go.
Despite everything the White Wolf has done, especially in the trial, I can't help but feel a little sorry for him. Don't. It was all on purpose. I can't imagine having to go out in public right after your years-long campaign was defeated. It wasn't. For the record, in case I happen to be right about these predictions, they are just predictions. I don't play these games beforehand. So I have no fucking clue what's about to happen. I just hope everything goes well. Amicus hops in first, sitting next to Virginia before reaching down to pull me up next to him. I thought we'd be flying there.
We usually do, but since the ship we used to take to the city crashed a few months ago, we decided the chariot is safer and more inconspicuous.
Yes, something that will come in handy considering the state of the city right now.
Yes.
What's the state of the city? Virginia fixes her eyes on me, really looking at me for the first time in a while. Riots, looting, the usual, though a bit unusual for Adastra City compared to, say, Lux. Amicus glances at me, but that's when there's a sudden jerk as the chariot moves forward toward the tree line. Virginia looks at Amicus. I must say, your pet is much more fascinating than I'd originally thought. He could barely speak when I first met him.
Yes, he was shy.
Guess I should have told Amicus that my act had been exposed at this point. Well, we must reconnect with this Simia then. They seem oddly intelligent.
Yes. Thank God for the trees, Venus. Too harsh today.
Amicus clearly tries to change the subject as the road turns into the thick forest. We're blanketed in an eerie green glow as the forest envelops us. Strange, glowing insects fly around our carriage, and I notice how ancient the trees look, gnarled and rough, almost completely blocking out the sky. Hopefully they allow us to freshen up a bit before the ceremony. I'll be a mess by the time we reach the city. Virginia whips out her large, embroidered fan again, waving it frantically in her face. Kinda wish I had one too. My skin is almost immediately sticky with the humid air.
You look fine. Besides, we'll all be in the same state.
Amicus glances over at the jackal.
I have to wonder what brought you along, Neferu.
My presence was requested.
By whom?
Oh, for the sake of Vita, don't start, Amicus.
What? I'm simply curious.
No, you're trying to start a fight, which is the last thing we need in front of the triumvirates. Besides, isn't your policy to befriend Camians?
An alliance isn't a friendship.
Camians see it as a friendship.
Besides, everyone probably thinks you're already very close after what was broadcast.
Virginia!
She hides her smirk behind the fan as Neferu grins beside her. I'm simply reminding you that it might still be fresh in everyone's mind when we get there. Amicus slumps in his seat, his legs stretched out in front of him.
All the more reason to seem distant. That will probably affect my reputation for years.
Oh, don't be so dramatic. The people love such scandals. They simply pretend to be outraged. Amicus snorts, but doesn't say anything more, signaling that the conversation is over. I wonder if Cassius, sitting right behind us, is listening in. Probably. I find this whole thing strange. The wolf that tried to sabotage Amicus by leaking what was basically a porno sitting right behind us. Turn my head ever so slightly, trying to look back at Cassius to see if he's looking at us. I don't see anything. So I turn more fully and find that the white wolf is laying down, eyes closed with his head in Alex's lap. Alex looks up at me and smiles with a wave. I wave back awkwardly before quickly turning around. Virginia and Neferu seem to be caught up in their own conversation at the moment, while Amicus continues to sulk, staring at his feet. So, what exactly is going to happen when we get there?
Well, the meeting with the triumvirates, as I said earlier. After that, we'll likely get to walk the streets of the district, visit the shops and a restaurant.
So I'll just stand next to you?
Yes.
Alright. For the rest of the ride, I lean against Amicus's side. After several minutes, I start to nod off. Amicus notices and wraps an arm around me, and I'm able to comfortably lean against his chest to fall asleep. God, when people were saying I was really behind in this game, they weren't fucking kidding. The next thing I know, I'm being nudged away by Amicus. I find myself staring at several buildings, the sudden change in scenery leaving me dazed. Still trying to get my bearings as Amicus hops out of the carriage, reaching up to lift me down. When I look back up, I'm able to see a large group of wolves off to the side, watching us intently. Immediately, I feel self-conscious, the crowd being the largest gathering of wolves that I've seen in person. Come in all shapes and sizes, and I'm surprised to see a few of them that are almost as short as I am. One characteristic all of them share, though, is their thick-bodied stature. Amicus guides me around to stand in front of the chariot, with Neferu, Virginia, Cassius, and Alex holding me close to his side. One of the old wolves steps forward from the group.
Welcome, Imperial family. Thank you so much for coming on this day of the second trial. It was a marvelous show.
That seems like a bold thing to say after a clip of Neferu and Amicus having sex was shown. Doesn't seem to be any awkwardness, though, the old wolves looking eager to talk to Amicus.
I am Cicero, first triumvirate of Adrete.
The old wolf walks forward towards Amicus, setting his paws on the bigger wolf's shoulders and touching the sides of their muzzles together. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Cassius shooting us a sour, angry look. Wolf and Amicus hold a short conversation, the older wolf asking Amicus what he thought of Edward Tay, what problems the city was currently having, and how they might proceed in the future. You're getting ahead of yourselves, man. After that, he then moves on to Virginia, where the conversation is much shorter. Another wolf from the group moves forward to talk to Amicus, the conversation following a roughly similar pattern. There's no talk about Amicus being emperor, but the assumption is there. And when each of them gets to Cassius, it's almost equally brief as it was with Virginia. Despite the novelty of this situation, I quickly become bored, and the conversations blend together very quickly as over a dozen of these old wolves come forward to introduce themselves to Amicus. For his part, Amicus does a really good job of seeming enthusiastic for each introduction, by mentioning that he already knows who they are and that he thinks very highly of their city and region. Occasionally, they'll glance at me and comment on how strange I look, though it's usually with a positive tone, congratulating Amicus on snagging me. It does seem to make Amicus uncomfortable, but I keep a straight face and bow each time, seeming to delight the old wolves with my etiquette. Eventually, these introductions end, and as we start to move towards the shops, the triumvirates continue to follow us, and I find myself having a harder time keeping up with Amicus. He's practically surrounded by the triumvirates. I give up on trying to stay next to him, and even though he keeps glancing at me and calls to me a few times, I just wave him on, choosing to instead walk alongside Neferu and Virginia. Sure, it's annoying, but he's about to become emperor, so it makes sense that he's so popular. As we walk through the streets, wolves call out to Amicus from doorways and windows as he tries to wave at all of them. Further up the road, a group of children, puppies, I guess, show up with flowers in their paws, handing them out to Amicus and the triumvirates. As I watch this happening, I notice a particularly patchy-looking child, no taller than my waist, standing off to the side awkwardly, looking right at me as she holds a flower in her paws. I pause, unsure if she means to give it to me. When I do, she moves closer. So I bend over, reaching out, and her paws widen, probably simultaneously horrified and fascinated at getting the crazy alien's attention. Nevertheless, she comes closer and shyly pushes the crumpled, wilted flower into my hands, before suddenly leaning in and touching the sides of her face to mine. For a moment, I see her watery, bloodshot eyes. Then I feel the slightly damp fur brush my skin before she makes an odd yelping sound and runs off down the street. Oh no. Thereafter, wondering if I'd done something wrong.
Found yourself a gift.
I look down at the white flower, noticing that several petals are missing. I guess?
That one didn't look healthy, did she?
Not really.
Maybe Cassius had a point with his speech.
I think they both made good points, honestly. Never gestures at the gaggle of wolves moving further and further away from us.
Better catch up before they leave us behind.
Yeah. Look down at the flower one last time before dropping it to the road, feeling a little guilty as I do. Why would you do that? Even though the ceremony is technically over, the triumvirates don't seem to want to leave Amicus alone. I'm kind of amazed at how well Amicus is dealing with them, considering how irritating and how irritated I'm feeling. Amicus tries to bring me over to his side a few times, pointing out trinkets and souvenirs that he tries to explain, as if wanting to show me a bit of Adastran culture. It's nice. I can tell he wants to involve me, but it's far too busy. With triumvirates and locals breaking every 5 seconds to tell Amicus something, or ask her to tell Amicus something. Wish you could just tell them all to go away, but I know it doesn't work like that. On top of this, my joints are already really starting to ache from all this walking, and I wonder if living in the palace for so long has made me soft. Eventually, I just trailed the group of wolves, browsing the goods they do. It's interesting, sure, but everything's so similar to what we have on Earth. Necklaces, earrings, brushes, clothes, nothing all that mind-blowing. Eventually, Amicus very loudly calls out that he'd like to go to a restaurant with his pet if everyone would please allow him through. I take this as my cue to move to his side, and he immediately puts an arm around mine, holding me close. As we walked up to the street, the many wolves still following behind us, Amicus puts his muzzle close to my ear, and my neck, one that's oddly painful.
Everything okay, William? You seem a bit uncomfortable.
I shrug. Everything around here is new to me, so I guess I do feel a little bit off.
Well, let's settle down in a restaurant. We can cool off and catch our breath there. The wolf gives me a quick squeeze with his arm, and despite my slightly sour mood, I can't help but smile a bit. I mean, it is kind of cool that my friend is so popular, even if it's because he's going to be the next emperor. I just don't have a good feeling. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. We walk into a small but cozy restaurant, and I can tell right away that it's rather upscale with its carved pillars and the fancy tapestries on the wall. Then again, everything in this district is kind of upscale, I guess. The triumvirates follow us right into the restaurant, though, and let out a frustrated sigh. Amicus notices right away and signals at a wolf standing behind a podium. This particular wolf is staring at us wide-eyed, apparently gobsmacked at seeing the soon-to-be emperor show up in his restaurant. He practically trips over himself to get to us, banging his hip on the side of the table as he does. Yes, your Majesty? Amicus grimaces. Just Amicus, please. Could you get us a secluded table, preferably with no one seated next to us? Of course! The wolf stumbles over himself again before leading us to a corner of the restaurant, gesturing at a table there. He then turns to a couple next to the table and begins to frantically hiss at them to move. They stare at him in astonishment until Amicus steps in to stop them. They're fine, just don't let any of that group over there sit next to us if that's alright. Amicus jerks his head over to the gaggle of old wolves, all of them staring at us rather hawkishly. Oh, yes, of course. Hurries off towards said group, and we're finally able to sit down, or lay down. The seats are, of course, in the Roman style. Amicus settles down with a huge sigh, stretching his big body over the bed. There he is! Sorry about that. I should have warned you about how frustrating it can be with all the pointless chatter. I shrug. Seems about right for politics. Oh, it is. But don't worry, it's rare that all the triumvirates are in the city all at once. This is for the trials, of course. Yeah, makes sense. You sure you're okay? I can never seem to tell. I'm fine. I rub my arms, the skin's sensitive and sore, just like my joints. Wonder if I'm getting sunburned, too. Alright. So, what do you think of the city? This part of it, at least. Wish I could take you to where the skyscrapers are, but as I said, things are a bit chaotic at the moment. It's pretty cool. It wouldn't exactly be out of place on Earth, definitely different, but really similar. Oh, well, you were uplifted by us after all. Yeah. Oh, you were uplifted by us after all. Yeah. So this is what you're going to do as Emperor? Come to the city and just talk? He chuckles. Oh, there will be much more to it, I'm sure. I'm hoping Cato will teach me a bit, if he's able to get over the trial. I remember that Cato did vote for Cassius. He's probably furious about it right now. Won't you have, like, advisors and stuff? Well, yes, but I must choose them. Would you choose Cato? I could. Will you? Well, maybe, but recent events have left me a bit unsure of that. Why's that? Amicus shakes his head. Don't worry about it now. We should be celebrating. I mean, you could become emperor at any moment. Shouldn't you have someone who's got a good head on their shoulders at the ready? I suppose. Who would you suggest? I get the feeling that he's goading me to offer myself, but that definitely wouldn't be the case. The few wolves I know make the decision pretty easy. Virginia. Amicus raises an eyebrow in slight surprise. Oh, well, yes, I would definitely consider her. The only problem is the image of a female telling me what to do. The tail-raiser reputation is bad enough. I roll my eyes. Maybe wolven masculinity is something you could fix while you're emperor. Amicus doesn't seem to know how to answer that, but he doesn't have to as our food arrives. I'm a bit surprised since we didn't order, but looking around it seems like everyone gets the same thing. Uh-oh. That motherfucker over there is not happy. I don't know. There's the usual olives, grapes, cheese, and bread, but also seafood and even eggs, which surprises me. Amicus thanks the nervous waiter before immediately starting to dig in.
I do the same, but while I'm spreading cheese onto the bread, my mind wanders back to what might be happening in the city right now. So, how bad are things in the city? No one seems to be concerned about it.
What I've been told, it's fairly mild. Riots are common in Adastra, but they don't last long. I think the people will calm down within the next few days.
Oh, okay. So they don't, like, dislike you or anything? It takes Amicus a moment to swallow down his mouthful of bread before speaking.
No, most of the anger is directed at the triumvirates. I will say, though, I have my work cut out in rebuilding my reputation.
Because of the sex video?
Yes.
Amicus tries to smile it off lightheartedly, but I can see his ears turning red. Must be weird going out in public like this, knowing that everyone saw it.
I was told by one of the triumvirates from Lux to simply say it was fake. Not sure if it'll work.
Could be a good idea.
Really, the biggest issue is that it delegitimizes the alliance process with the Camians. People will believe that I'm beholden to Neferu somehow.
Amicus's expression finally falls a bit, staring down at the food as his munching slows down. Well, multiple people have left the frame at this point. I'm sure they'll get over it. From what I've been told, it seems like they're quick to forget.
Oh, yes, as soon as the next scandal comes along, hopefully one not involving me.
Yeah. He sat in silence for a while, and I could tell something heavy is on Amicus's mind. In the meantime, I'm a bit distracted with itching specific spots on my arms, feeling tiny little bumps on the skin. You've been poisoned, mother fricker. I wonder if I'm allergic to something in the meal. So I stop eating for the moment, and choosing instead to lounge on the bed.
William, I've been meaning to ask you something.
Yeah?
Do you want to stay here, even after I become Emperor?
Question catches me by surprise, and I'm left to try to gather my thoughts for a moment as Amicus continues to look down. What do you mean? Amicus sighs and glances at me.
I mean, do you want to stay here with me, even if you have the ability to go home?
Amicus quickly looks down again. I'm sorry, I know it's not my place to ask, but I thought I might as well ask. I stare at him for a moment, then I look down too. You know I need to go back. At the very least, I need to let my friends and family know that I'm okay. I know that they're looking for me in Italy right now. Probably all of Europe at this point. I need to let them know. Amicus coughs hastily.
Of course.
But that doesn't mean I don't want to come back. I do. I just know that there are problems. I lower my voice as I remember that we're in a public place and mentioning illegal first contact would not be a good idea. If we can fix the problems, honestly, I'd love to come back and stay for a long time. I kind of surprised myself with that statement, but it's true. Amicus glances at me in surprise.
Really?
Yes. If it wasn't a risk to your empire.
Of course. I mean to speak to the parents as soon as I'm able. I'm certain we can figure something out.
Look at Amicus's face right now, so sad but a little hopeful, reminds me of something that I've been wanting to do for the past week. And Amicus?
Yeah?
Glance around quickly, making sure the nearby patrons aren't listening. Do you want to date me? The statement's so ridiculous, so silly, and the situation comes out all quiet and weak. But I don't know how else to ask it. The word is so complicated between us now with how I try to explain it to Amicus. Something that I don't think I've ever said to anyone before, but just like Amicus, I find myself looking down immediately. It's quiet for a moment, and the restaurant suddenly lights up with a golden hue as the sunset hits the windows just right. I hear a long exhalation and realize that the wolf has been holding his breath. I look up then and see Amicus smiling at me. Oh, that's nice. There's a mixture of happiness and relief on his face, maybe even a little amusement. I guess we've been dancing around it for so long, we both knew by now that it's what we wanted. That's what we've been building up to.
Of course, William. I'm honored that you'd have me.
I even see his eyes glistening a bit. And I want to get up right there and then and join him on his bed, but public setting holds me back. I imagine Amicus is feeling the same way, and I wonder if maybe asking here in public wasn't the best place for it. But it was done. I feel myself grinning despite myself. Wolf grins right back. Like you said, while I'm here, we might as well get to know each other better. And if you do figure something out, I can come back. Amicus nods and turns his head in a way that he's able to wipe an eye on his shoulder. Probably hoping I wouldn't notice. He looks so relieved. I realized even after we made up in the meditation room, he was probably still feeling unsure of where we stood romantically. But there are boundaries. And if I'm dating you, you have to tell me everything and no slipping around behind my back.
Of course, I've promised to tell you everything, especially everything that concerns you. And I don't ever intend on breaking that promise to you.
And sleeping around. Amicus ears flick back and he glances over at our neighbors who are definitely trying to eavesdrop. Lowers his voice to a good deal.
Definitely not. Not that I have anyone to be with, but we can discuss all this when we get back to our room, and
he lowers his voice even more.
Maybe do a little more as well.
He was fine as I roll my eyes, but then they come back up as I smile. Sure. Immediately his tail starts thumping the bed, and the eager look on his face has me shaking my head. Can't deny that I'm excited too, actually. Feeling kind of nervous now that I just promised him that. How do we even start? We sit together a while longer, the conversation moving a bit to more casual topics like how the districts of the city are divided up. Though as the hour passes, I start to feel hot and a little dizzy, and when I mention this to Amicus, he suggests we head back to the palace. Fate is completely set by the time we're heading out towards the carriage. Of course, several delegates around us as we start to head off, but Amicus promises it'll only be 10 minutes, and I head out into the street alone. Oh no. Alone to stand next to the chariot. It's a bit nicer out here in the open air compared to the stuffy restaurant. I can tell now that I was definitely getting sick. All that soreness and exhaustion was just the beginning of a creeping fever that I can feel breaking out across my skin. I end up sitting on the carriage step, head bowed as I feel myself starting to sweat. It's not anything I haven't felt before, but there's an odd prickling sensation underneath it all, like pins and needles just under my skin, leaving me wanting to itch at various places on my body. I just wish Amicus would hurry up. Now there's two, since I'm the only one standing out here. You've made sure to emphasize that. Something bad's gonna fucking happen. I can't even remember where Neferu and Virginia went. Someplace shopping, I think. Simeon. Wait, what? Oh, that was Cassius. Simeon. Cassius' voice is low and quiet to my left, and I glance over to see him leaning up casually against the chariot. Make a half-hearted attempt at bowing at him, sort of just flopping my head in his direction. Wolf glares before walking towards me. What game are you playing? That was probably the worst time for this to happen. Game? I'm a lot stupidly looking toward the restaurant to see if I can see Amicus through the crowd gathered in front. Do not act stupid. I know you're capable of understanding. I just shake my head, but immediately regret it as I feel all the food I'd just eaten roll around in my stomach. I'm really sick, way more than I realized, and I can't believe how hard and fast it's hitting me. Do you remember several weeks back in which you served me during midday meal? Virginia and Neferu were there. I just stick to silence now, worried that moving at all is going to make me hurl. Of course you remember. You told the triumvirates about what I intended to do with them, didn't you? Cassie moves closer, but the feelings coursing through my body leaves me not caring all that much about him right now. I need to get to Amicus. I need to tell him that something's wrong. I hug myself, feeling that prickling sensation erupt to the surface, My skin on my arms and chest and legs burning and itching in the most horrible way. I gasp.
What is that? Some sort of simian language? Listen to me. I want to know what you told them. And how you knew to tell them.
I felt bumps on my arms, bumps that weren't there just minutes ago. I look down, and even though it's hard to see in the darkness, I'm at least able to see that my skin is splotchy and discolored. Shakily, I touch one of the splotches and watch as a tear of clear... Oh... What the hell? Something grabs the front of my robes and pulls me up.
Are you listening, Pat? I said
I was worried about small movements, but that huge lurch pushes my stomach over the edge, and I immediately projectile vomit straight into the middle of Cassius's torso. We both stare at the mess on his fur, which is starting to drip heavily onto his garments. Oh gods! Oh gods! Little screeches, and at the same time I vomit again, right in the same spot. Cassius immediately stumbles back, screeching as he waves his paws uselessly at the mess, and actually starts to retch himself. I'm not able to see if he's actually throwing up, too. Instead, I crumple to sit on the ground, feeling the world spin around me. Thankfully, the next thing I hear is Amicus's voice. It's like he's coming from far away, even though I can tell that he's crouching right next to me.
What did you do to him, Cassius?
I did nothing. He...
Hear splattering noises. The pipes are calling.
Hey, Spoof. Hey, Bubby. I know you're over here trying to get that bread, but you ain't gonna get my bread. You ain't gonna get my bread. No bread for you.
William, what happened? What's wrong?
I sway, and Amicus lets me lean into him despite my vomit-covered robes. I don't know.
Was it the food? Are you...
I stick out an arm and feel the wolf catch it delicately, examining it. Gods. He mumbles it under his breath. What happened? Cassius? I hear my footsteps, and for some reason I feel myself becoming embarrassed that everyone's seeing me like this.
That barbarian! He vomited on me!
It sounds like Cassius is about to cry, but for some reason that's pretty funny to me right now. I try to laugh, but my throat is so sore.
Virginia, he's sick.
We need to get him back to the palace. Get in the carriage.
It's too slow!
I feel the world tilt as I seem to just levitate off the ground, then I realize that Amicus has picked me up.
The Priesters have much faster vehicles. We could get one from them.
William.
I hear his voice, but for some reason I can't respond. It's like a dream.
There's no time. I'm running back.
Really?
Amicus!
But I feel my body bouncing up and down, thrown left and right. It's like I'm in some kind of demented thrill ride. I reach out into the darkness to stop it somehow, but all I feel is something furry and warm. Everything hurts and itches at the same time. What is this?
William? Hey, stay with me. I'm here.
Who? I force my eyes to open, even though they burn so much. I stare up at the gnarled things above me, and I wonder what they are. All that comes to mind are bony, skinless hands reaching up to the sky.
Can you hear me?
There's a breathless, wheezing voice from above me as the horrible, bouncing ride continues. I just want to sleep. There's another sound, an odd droning one, and the earthquake finally stops.
Amicus! Get in, you fool! Neveru, he's having seizures. He has pustules all over his body.
The voice above me sobs and gasps, and I want to reach up and put a hand over its mouth so that it's quiet so that I can sleep.
Calm yourself. Virginia is having a physician flown into the palace. You need to...
Everything mercifully goes quiet again. I float through the void of quiet, soft black clouds that tickle and nip at my skin. It itches, and I want to itch, but something seems to be holding me down.
What?
I open my eyes slowly, staring up at the ceiling. I'm starting to get really annoyed that I can't just fall asleep. I have so much to do tomorrow. We're going to a trip in Naples, I think, to try the authentic Italian pizza. gonna have a terrible time if I don't get at least a little. I realize that I can't move. Icy fear grips my chest, and at the same time I see something large scuttling up the wall. A giant spider skitters upwards, its movement off, like a puppet being pulled up by the strings. Comes across the ceiling, and even though it's the size of a giant crab, I can't move at all. Adastran arachnids are disturbingly large. I grit my teeth as it comes to a stop above my head, then falls straight down onto my face. Legs fanned out. Oh shit, get off! I shove at it, at the things pressing at my face. I told you to hold him down. I'm trying, William. Listen to me, please. You're safe. We're helping you. I focus on the monsters above me, their massive white teeth and red glowing eyes. Their horrible hands come down to press on me, and I feel the prickling pain all over my skin, Spoofy. All over the skin. Stop fucking climbing on me, you asshole. I thrash around, but it's no use. They're too strong. He's having another seizure. Who's that flower man? I lean against the side of a building on the empty road. What? The night is peaceful and quiet. Mostly quiet. Air clopping sounds in the distance. Galloping sounds. I frown and lean forward a bit, looking up the dark road. I see a horse running towards me. Its eyes glow red and spit flies from its mouth. Afraid, I press myself closer to the building, but the horse ignores me. Instead, as it runs past me, I see that it's dragging something. A wolf's headless body, its arms spread out, a stump leaving a long red streak across the cobblestones. I open my mouth to scream. We have nothing on record for his species. Then profile him. Is there a reason why we don't? Just heal him, please. It's just aviapox. Well, clearly it has a different effect on his species. His nervous system is already damaged beyond repair. You should consider... Things never seem to go as planned, do they? I'm sorry that you had to experience this. I did not foresee it. What? Who? What? Who the fuck? Who is this? Do not worry. You are still on the correct course. You will be able to complete this task. I just need a little time. Understand that this will not be easy, even for the parents. The pain will be temporary. What's happening? You will know in time, but not yet. Time loses meaning. Blackness, simultaneously eternal and non-existent. Nightmares ebb and flow, building and fading. Scenes from my earliest childhood to my landing on Adastra, all warped by horrific and violent imagery that never happened. But as soon as each one ends, I forget. Just like any other dream, except one. I'm huddled in the seat of the ship, freezing cold, numb with desperation and fear of impending death. How is this happening to me? What did I do to deserve this? I glance back at the crumpled form of the wolf in the back of the ship. His head is framed by the pool of blood, the metal pipe just a few feet away of where I dropped it. I made a huge mistake. The anger and terror I'd been feeling over the past several hours, days, weeks, builds until I scream and smash both my fists on the glowing panels in front of me. The next thing I know, light blasts the interior of the ship, and I cover my face with my hands. Still, the light pierces through and I see blood red. The ship vibrates violently, and I know right away that we're being pulled into it.
I reach out despite the impossible light uselessly pounding at their unresponsive panels. After a few moments, the brightness and heat become unbearable, and I finally throw myself to the floor, crawling away, crawling towards my wolf. Amicus, help! The light continues to grow, and soon everything is lit up in a blinding white. The heat's so intense that the metal melts underneath my hands and knees. I am on fire. I am fire. I feel lines of molten lead course through from the base of my neck down my spine, branching out into my limbs, even my toes and fingers. I can only float in the inferno, dumbly wondering why I still feel if I'm dead. Wondering if this is death, as the ship, the wolf, and I become a part of a star. Once again, time is lost, and I exist only as fire. I stare up at the sky, the air suddenly cool, as I try to comprehend the sudden change from the harsh, all-consuming starlight to the gentle, cold moonlight. Still, fire continues to lance through my head, neck, spine, and limbs in agonizing lines, my body mapped as a tortured stick figure. Hurts more than anything I've ever experienced, but it's fading after what happened in the star as I try to relax in the sand. After a few minutes, I realize that I can hear the waves, and I feel something drawing me towards the water. Well, I was scared of getting up, of any movement at all, terrified that it might trigger the pain anew, but it doesn't. It almost feels like I'm not moving at all. I glide towards the water, watching the surface reflect the bright planet and moon in hypnotic ripples. Entering the lake and feeling the cold, gentle water wash over my skin is the best feeling I've ever felt. It envelops me slowly, moving up my legs, torso, and finally my head, and just like that, the pain and fire is chased away, subdued to a small, tingly throb. I gasp in relief, somehow able to breathe under the water. I drift through the dark water, watching the globes of light dance and sway above me as I finally resurface. It's only then that I remember Amicus. Fear grips me. Was he still on that ship? Did I leave him behind in the star? I look up and see the lights glittering from the palace, and I begin to swim towards it, somehow moving much faster than I should be able to. Instead of swimming to the beach, though, I end up moving toward the balcony, straight to Amicus's room. As I get closer, I realize that someone is on the balcony. It's Amicus, and my heart fills with relief. He's got his back to the railing, leaning against it casually. Even though I can only see him from behind, I realize that it's not the Amicus I know. Instead, he's in full robes. He's a lot skinny. He's a lot more skinny than I remember. I slow down, wondering why he's not looking at me with all the splashing noises I'm making. Just as I'm about to call up to him, though, I see brown arms wrap around him, smoothing over his arms and back, and that's when Amicus turns to the side. I see now that those arms belong to another wolf, smaller and brown-furred, one that I've never seen before. Amicus is doing the same to him, paws moving around his body in a way that's awkward and hesitant. A pair of young lovers making out for the first time. I watch, suddenly feeling embarrassed. I'm back in Amicus's room, and that same teenaged wolf is now on the sofa, bent over, hiding his face behind his paws. I've never seen Amicus actually cry, but I can tell that's what he's doing now. I feel a sense of complete and utter shame, that feeling that you've let everyone down. It consumes me. I reach out towards the young wolf, wanting to comfort him, wondering if he'll even know who I am. Suddenly, I'm sucked back out into the cosmos. There's no parent this time. Instead, I float peacefully through the vacuum, staring down at what I assume is Adastra. Even though there isn't anyone here with me, I sense beings all around me. I also get a sense of approval, like their work is done. Finish Mira's work, young human.
Just like that, I start to drift back down towards the moon, descending faster and faster until everything becomes a blur. This time, coming to feels real, and I immediately know I'm not in a dream. I smell lavender. Amicus. My eyes feel like they're glued shut, and I have to rub them to get them open, fully open. First thing I see is the sky, the planet Anchorus, and the moon Torque, both of them glowing brightly. I stare at the two floating orbs for a while, waiting for things to fall into place as to why I'm out here. I'm laying down on something hard like concrete, and I feel soft, but weighty things on my chest. But I feel soft but weighty things on my chest. My hands are curled around it, and I lift it slowly to have a look, even though it feels like a 50-pound dumbbell. Flowers. Flowers with a bit of lavender mixed in. Slowly, I turn my head, and again, I get the feeling of heavy weights attached to my body. I somehow manage it, and immediately see that I'm in the amphitheater. At the same time, I see more flowers, and I realize that they're arranged all around me in a circle. Moving my head around also makes me realize that there's something scratchy and prickly on my head. Still struggling with my heavy hand, I reach up and grab it. I lift it from my head and hold it in front of my face, my eyes taking a few moments to focus and find that it's a wreath. Pink flowers woven into twigs, into the twigs. Finally drop my arm to the side, getting too tired to hold it up and watch it lazily roll a few feet away. The movement sends a wave of tingling through my body, and it fades quickly. The heavy weakness is also starting to fade, but I'm more worried about how I got here and why I'm covered in flowers. From what I can tell, I'm in the gardens, though a part of it I haven't been to before. I close my eyes, trying to remember how I got here. Amicus, the trial of rhetoric, the restaurant, being sick. Again, I lift my arm, though it's easier this time, and I look at the skin. It's covered in crusty, yellowish scabs, though they don't hurt. I don't know why, but I get the feeling that the skin underneath is completely healed. I try to think again. I do remember throwing up on Cassius, but after that, just terrible dreams. Did they heal me somehow? Is the flower thing part of that? I'm feeling some of my strength returning, so I force myself into a sitting position, joints popping and muscles stiff. Still, with every movement, things get easier. I do get lightheaded, though, and I have to sit there for a moment, looking around again, wondering where Amicus is. He'd sounded so desperate and sad the last I heard him. I need to show him that I'm okay now. At least I think I am. I slowly push myself up, listening to the gunshot cracks of my knees, as if I hadn't used them for days. I stand unsteadily in the center of the square, looking around at the circle of flowers. I'm startled when I turn and see a wolf behind me, but it's a sculpture. A male wolf decked out in armor, both of its paws raised to the sky. He's got a bunch of flowers weaved around his wrists and on his head, too. I wait a few moments, listening for anyone that might be nearby. All I hear is the insects around me. So I start to move towards the path that I know leads to the palace. Although I'm pretty sure I'm not dreaming now, this eerie scenario has me questioning that. The whole situation is surreal. All the things that I remember happening last feel so distant. Despite spending all my time on Adastra trying to be covert, I find myself longing to find someone. Anyone, really. I just need to know what happened. And pretty soon, I do find someone. His back is to me, stooped over, fur almost ghostly in the glow of the garden lights. The cat busies himself with some flowers, a pair of metal clippers in his paws. As I get closer, I can hear him humming just above the noise of his busy snipping. I'm just opening my mouth when I see his ears perk.
Cass, you know I don't like these games.
Alex turned to face me, a knowing smile on his lips. That quickly disappears the second he sees me, though, replaced by a look of complete shock. Whatever he was trying to say doesn't seem to want to come out, and instead he just stands there gaping at me. Hey. I can barely talk, my voice rasping out like sandpaper on wood. Take a step forward, and that's when Alex finally reacts, jumping in almost a foot in the air and in a backwards motion, putting space between us as he yelps. What? How? He stutters and stumbles over his words. I've seen Alex flustered before, but never like this. There's real fear in his eyes as he stumbles back towards some bushes. Wonder if he's just going to take off running, but instead he stands there, quivering as he holds the clippers up in front of his chest, as if contemplating using them as a weapon. I raise my hands reassuringly. Hey, Alex, it's me. I cough a few times, trying to clear my throat. See how Alex's ears twitch at the sound as he slowly lowers the clippers, though he moves to the side, away from the bush, giving himself a clear path to the palace.
William?
But how? He's staring at me like what he's seeing is impossible. How what? I'm regaining my voice slowly but surely. What's happening? Alex finally seems to get a hold of himself, first slowly laying flat again as he eyes me, looking almost suspicious.
I can ask you the same thing.
This catches me off guard. Why?
Well...
Alex looks around before focusing on me again, tilting his head as if to look at me from a different angle.
You were dead.
Dead?
Well, not completely, but you were in a coma that we were told you would not wake up from.
Oh. I look down at myself as if to confirm that I am indeed alive and well. Aside from the patchy scabs all over my arms and legs, I feel okay, aside from the grogginess. I thought the doctor healed me. Alex's ears perk.
Doctor?
I think there was a doctor. I heard him when I was brought back here. Alex's eyes narrow.
Amicus told us you were vegetative before he arrived. How did you hear him?
I don't know. I might have dreamt it. I was really out of it.
You were still conscious when he arrived. If you were still conscious when he arrived, he should have been able to halt the damage caused by the virus. Who was the doctor?
With every passing second, I regain more and more of my wits, and Alex's demeanor is confusing me. He thought I was dead, and instead of being happy, I feel like he's interrogating me. I was also when I realized something else. Wait, you all think I'm dead?
Well, not me anymore, obviously. This is all very strange. How did you survive exactly?
Now the cat is starting to annoy me. I look past him towards the palace, the situation finally dawning on me. Where's Amicus? The cat is quiet for a moment, as if contemplating something, then quirks his head.
I'm not sure. He's been here and there, though I haven't seen him for at least a day.
I walk past the cat towards the palace, realizing what sort of state the wolf might be in.
Where are you going? I'm very happy to see that you're well. This is all just very sudden and unexpected.
I ignore Alex, not really in the mood to figure out why he's acting like this. Because he's a spy. He's making me feel like I'm still dreaming. So I walk quickly, and I'm relieved that he doesn't follow me. The wave of cool air that hits me as I enter the palace is a welcome feeling, and I find myself grateful to be back. Despite having apparently been here the whole time, it really does feel like I've been away for weeks. I pick up the pace as I head towards Amicus's room, practically jogging. I have to let him know that I'm okay. The short distance to his room feels like it takes longer than it ever has before, and I'm glad that I don't run into anyone else on the way. That interaction with Alex was weird, and I don't want to repeat of that right now. Finally make it to his door, and immediately I hear muffled chattering behind it. I don't hesitate though, and I press my hand to the panel. The door slides open, and instead of the usual blast of even colder air that I would often get from Amicus's room, it's stuffy, warm, and it smells a little musky. Oh, Lord. The lights are dimmed, and my heart sinks when I see the empty bed. I linger in the doorway, though. Something feels off. The droning chatter is calm, giving what sounds like a monologue of the history of some past emperor. I see wine bottles, too, mostly bunched together at the top of the bedside table, and there is also a few laying here and there on the floor. Amicus? Call out, starting to become afraid of what I might find. Take a few tentative steps into the room, and then I hear a loud snore, and instantly, the worry grip in my chest starts to release. I'd recognize that sound anywhere. I hurry over to the other side of the bed, where I find Wolf splayed out on the floor, a wine bottle next to his head, only in his underwear. He's clearly asleep, or passed out, muzzle hanging wide open, as another thunderous snore shakes the floor. Amicus! I rush down next to him, resting a hand on his cheek, trying to shake him awake. His only response is a few more broken snorts before drooling out the side of his muzzle. I switch to patting at his face, and grabbing his muzzle and shaking it around, noticing how crusty the fur is. Something I've never felt on Amicus before. Amicus! I consider slapping him like I've seen people do in the movies, and I see the bottle next to his head and decide to go for another approach. Snatch it up and hurry to the bathroom. I held the bottle under the faucet for a good 5 seconds, letting it fill up with soapy water to the halfway point before I hurry back out into the room. Meanwhile, Calm doesn't seem to notice me, droning on about how this particular emperor was known for having a fondness for orchids. Crouch down to next to Amicus again, hesitating for a second as I wonder if maybe I should call Cato? Probably not Cato. Never, maybe? Just in case Amicus is actually in trouble? I don't know how much a wolf can drink before I can kill him, but the sheer amount of bottles laying around the room worries me. But I just go ahead with my plan and upend the bottle over Amicus's face. Pours directly onto his nose and immediately chokes, turning his head this way and that to avoid the stream of bubbly water. I have a moment to wonder if drowning him is the best approach, before he suddenly sits up, pawing at his face. Gah! Wolf covers his eye, and it's only then that I realize how irritating the soap must be for them. Shit, sorry. Should I have gotten some water from the shower so you can rinse your... Should I get some water from the shower so you can rinse your eyes out? Amicus freezes, still covering his face. He slowly lowers his paw to reveal his bleary, bloodshot eyes. He stares at me in a way that he has never has before. It's kind of surprised like Alex has been, but rather than fear, Amicus simply looks empty, numb. You okay? Reach out, but Amicus turns his head away.
Away with you, ghost. Enough of your torment.
He keeps his head turned away, eyes closed. Ghost. Amicus, it's me. I reach out and grab his face, and that seems to shock him as he jumps and turns to look me in the eye. I can tell he's drunk. Very drunk. And there's an extra distant look in his eyes that I don't like. Amicus, what are you on? Did you take something? I hold his big head steady, feeling the fullness of his cheeks in my hands, looking into his familiar eyes, no matter how glazed and unfocused they are. Then I find myself throwing my arms around his neck and leaning into his body, the reality of the situation crashing down on me from all at once. Amicus gasps into my ears as my touch suddenly makes him realize that I'm real, that I'm here. Clumsily, he starts to stand up, pulling me up with him. It's difficult because I don't let go, almost getting lifted off my feet before I settle on letting go for just a moment to hug him lower, around his body, pressing my head into his chest, nearing his heart hammering inside. Finally, he's able to get a grip on me and push me away, despite my intention to cling to him forever. He holds me at arm's length, staring at me. I clutch his paws on my shoulder, staring up at him, feeling my eyes start to water.
Is this possible? No, please, I can't handle another hallucination.
His expression keeps morphing from hope to and awe to devastation. I feel his paws grip into my shoulders tightly, almost painfully, as if to make sure I'm real. It's me. I woke up in the garden for some reason. I'm okay. I want to hug him again, but he keeps holding me away, looking me up and down, pushing my hair back and feeling my crusty skin.
But how?
I don't know. I just remember having some crazy dreams, and then I was in the garden. As I'm talking, I think Amicus is finally believing it's me. I notice that his body is starting to sway in a worrying manner. Amicus? Reach out to steady him, but as I do, his eyes roll back, and I realize there's no way in hell I'm going to be able to keep a wolf over twice my weight from toppling over. I try anyway, wrapping my arms around him, and Amicus falls backwards, his bulk pulling me down with him before he falls back first onto the bedside table, sending bottles flying while his upper back and head smashes into the wall. Ugh. My fall is absorbed by his much softer front, but the sound is loud. The room's shaking and probably waking up the entire palace. Waking the wolf up the second time is a lot easier, probably because he'd fainted rather than passed out from having too much wine. Or at least able to move onto the bed where Amicus sits cross-legged, pulling me onto his lap and just holding me there, his paws moving around my body, still trying to make sure I'm real. For a moment we don't talk, the wolf just pressing his nose to my hair and breathing in deeply. I feel a little self-conscious, knowing that I must not smell very good right now, but that doesn't seem to bother Amicus as he goes on pressing his nose to my head and neck, taking in my scent. Finally, he does speak, but it's one word. How? I turn my head to the wolf, resting my cheek against his neck. I don't know. I don't really even know what happened to me.
You got sick. So sick. You were having convulsions, brain and nerve damage. It was terrible.
Amicus's arms tighten around me, his voice, normally deep and strong, now sounding weak and broken. This statement worries me, though, and I have to wonder if I really am better. There seems to be patches missing from my memory, and I do feel different, like I'm not fully myself, but I don't fully want to think about it right now. I think I remember a little bit of that. I had left my arm up, showing Amicus the shiny, crusty scabs on my arm.
It was aviapox. I can't believe I didn't consider the possibility of disease and illness for you. I'm just so used to the idea of any new arrival on Adastra going through that process. Obviously, we did it a bit differently. Yeah. And honestly, I'm not even sure I'd have you do it. I don't know if you'd react differently to those vaccinations. Each species has their own customized cocktail. Aviapox isn't included in the vaccination set. It's such a mild virus, we'd never seen anyone react to it the way you did, even other primates. I think back to how quickly I became sick, how quickly I almost died. I noticed Amicus looking down at me again, and I look back up at him. What? Amicus shakes his head. I'm just still trying to make sure that you're still here, that you're real. I'm afraid if I let go, if I even look away, you'll disappear. His arms tighten around me again, squeezing the huff of breath out of me. I'm here. I promise. Well, I've had a lot of hallucinations. Too many stress tablets, I think.
Stress tablets?
Yes. Quite a few of them, in fact.
With wine?
Oh, yes. Amicus!
I don't really know what those stress tablets are, but I imagine mixing space Xanax with alcohol is a horrible idea. Amicus doesn't seem so bothered by my reprimand, though, instead just snuggling closer to me, his crusted face fur prickly against my skin.
I love you, William.
I get the familiar swooping feeling in my chest like I'm on a roller coaster. I'll clutch onto his arms. I love you, too. Amicus sighs and sets his chin on my head.
I thought I'd missed the opportunity to say it. I still can't believe you're real.
Well, I am. I promise.
I still don't understand how. This shouldn't be possible. You were declared to be in a permanent coma. No brain activity. I had to set you out in the garden and only hope for a miracle.
Miracle? And he lets out a shaky sigh, running his fingers through my hair.
When a sapient falls into such a state, we simply let them fade away in a peaceful setting, or possibly recover if the parent allows it. I sat out there for a while, but I couldn't bear to see you waste away. So I came back up to my room to drink and prepare for the emperorship.
I imagine Amicus laying those flowers around me, and I feel my heart break a little.
Did the parents come to you? Is that why you're here? I had hoped that they would.
I shrug.
I really can't remember much.
It does not matter. My prayers were answered. Praise the gods.
Amicus starts to smother me again with his hugging. Little bits of imagery from my dreams is starting to come back to me. Something that happened in space. Someone talking to me.
And judging by the only human I know, your people are full of surprises. We can figure it out later. I just want to hold you right now.
Okay.
And William,
Yeah?
please try to avoid mentioning that I lost consciousness when I saw you.
Of course.
So we sit there for a while longer while Amicus just sort of cuddles with me. After about an hour, we finally decide to move to the shower, considering the state we're both in. We shower together, taking turns scrubbing each other. The hot water really brings life back into my limbs, and those worrying tingles have faded to the point where I'm barely noticing them now. Amicus gently rubs at my crusted skin, and we're both surprised to see it come away, exposing new unblemished skin underneath. Why didn't I expect that a shower scene would have this?
Incredible. I never knew humans healed at such a rate.
Yeah. I don't know if that's really the case, and my mind continues to wander back to those vague, hard-to-remember dreams I was having. Meanwhile, Amicus leans back against the wall as I rub soap onto his front, smiling gently as I lather up his chest. I can tell he's still fairly drunk, but that doesn't stop his cork from becoming fully erect between us, and which I just pretend not to notice. His eyes widen as if he suddenly realizes something.
Wait, did anyone else notice you?
I pause, both my hands cupping his sizable pecs. Yeah, actually, Alex was in the garden and I talked to him.
Just Alex?
Yeah. Amicus seems to relax a bit.
What did he say?
Just seemed really surprised.
Unsurprising.
But he was acting a little weird. Amicus shrugs.
He keeps things to himself for the most part. I'd be worried if you ran into Cato or Cassius specifically. I need to think of a way to explain this to them. This simian guise is becoming harder to keep up.
I'm about to mention more of about Alex's demeanor. That's when Amicus just starts hugging me again, his dick hot and firm, crushing between us as he does. I don't care, though, and Amicus doesn't seem to either.
I don't understand any of this right now, but as long as it's real, I don't care.
It feels so good like this, his wet fur slicked down tightly to his thick body, which presses against me perfectly. Amicus finally shuts off the water, and we're blasted with hot air. I'm dried in less than a minute, and I stumble out to try and fix my poofy hair in the mirror while Amicus stands in the shower stall a little while longer. After another few minutes, I watch him step out and come up behind me to nuzzle my ears, embracing me once again. He really can't keep his paws off me, but I completely understand why. It was the fucking flowers, man. I guarantee it. I mean, Cassius mentioned a kid in his speech. Cassius loses. All of a sudden, random kid gives us a flower. All of a sudden, we're fucked. And Alex, who we're believing is an informant of a bunch and all this bullshit, was not happy. So, I'm thinking we were fucking poisoned. He starts nudging me out into the bedroom before turning me around to face him, lowering his face to mine, and I finally realize where this is going. It feels so sudden, especially after everything that's happened, but I think we could use more time to adjust, but I kiss back anyway. We've kissed a few times before, but only with our lips. Now his tongue presses against my mouth, and I only hesitate for a moment before letting it in, his thinner, longer tongue caressing mine with a surprisingly nimble strength. That would be kind of hard to make out with the way his muzzle is shaped, but Amicus makes it happen, his lips clamping around my mouth as he kisses deeper. I'm amazed at how bold he's being, and I wonder if maybe it's because he's still pretty inebriated. He raises my head gently, walking me backwards slowly, his cork poking against my groin and thighs occasionally until I come against the bed, Gently he lowers me down, the rest on my back, both paws coming to press on either side of my shoulders when he looms over me, grinning before he pauses.
Is this okay? I think. I mean, are you okay? We can wait until tomorrow when you're less drunk. Grins again.
I've been wanting to do this for so long to show you how much I love you.
Amicus leans down, nuzzling my neck.
I thought I'd miss that chance. I can't tell you how dark these past 3 days have been for me. I ran out of tears yesterday. Amicus looks away for a moment. I'm not going to miss that chance now.
Oh, well, here we go. I reach up and hold his head steady again before I lean up to kiss him. It's maybe alcohol-fueled and it may be sudden, but after everything that's happened, after what Amicus has been through, I want us to be able to do this before anything else happens. He huffs loudly through his nose, the burst of hot air tickling my face as he falls to the bed, rolling to the side to pull me up on top of him. His massive soft body cushions me like it always does, rising and falling with his quickening breaths, his kissing becoming more and more aggressive as he lets out little growls and snarls. All the reservations I had about having sex with an alien will fall away at that moment. After everything that's happened, and especially after almost dying, I just don't care anymore. We grind against each other, both of us hard now, as we just explore the other's body, his giant paws sliding up and down my sides while I do the same to him. Eventually I sit up, straddling his waist, looking down at him, just sort of taking him in. Again, he has that silly grin on his face, his paws on my thighs, kneading at the skin and muscle. You're beautiful. That makes me laugh. Beautiful? Well, you're adorable. Amicus raises an eyebrow. I'm not sure that's the correct descriptor for the next Emperor of Adastra. I lean forward and aggressively rub at his belly, his weak spot, immediately neutralizing his snark as his paws flop back above his head, all eyes almost rolling with pleasure before he squeezes them shut. He rises and arches around my hands, leaning into the rub as I slide my hands up to his chest, then all the way down to his lower stomach. When that happens, I feel his dick jump against my rear, making me realize how hard I'm getting him. I'm getting the same way as I make the strong, thick body below me undulate with pleasure. His head rolls from side to side, tongue flopping back and forth. When I giggle against him, it seems to finally bring him out of his trance. He growls and grips my arms.
That is cheating.
With that, he rolls me over, easily reversing our positions as he mounts me, pinning my hands above my head with one paw. With the other, he tries to rub at my stomach, which makes me laugh and squirm until he finally lets off. That doesn't work on primates.
Seemed like it worked well to me.
Lets go of my hands and leans down to nuzzle at my face, his cold nose exploring my chin, cheeks, and forehead. He then starts to adjust his positioning before he suddenly stops, looking up at me. His ears lower, and I can tell that he's embarrassed. What?
Do your humans, the males, do you go through the rear?
Oh. Think about that. That would be the expected route, but looking at Amicus's length. The wolf follows my gaze and looks even more embarrassed.
We don't have to. I don't want to hurt you, of course.
I brought myself up on my elbows, looking between the two of us.
Yeah, maybe some other time. You're kind of thick. Amicus smirks. Thank you.
He starts adjusting himself again, squatting as he sort of waddles up so that our dicks are parallel to each other.
Maybe this?
He slowly lowers himself until we make contact. Alright, so this is happening now. You know the drill. It gets too descriptive. I can't read it out loud. Not trying to get fucking kicked off of the website here. But I will describe as we go. Basically, it's just, rubbing against each other. He's grabbing both and he's going to town, it seems. Okay. And you've finished. Oh, Lord. Alright, I think we're good now. Essentially, they finished, had
a light banter about how good each other were. Took a shower, came back to sleep. Said like, I'll be here when you wake up. And it was like, you better, otherwise I'll never forgive you. And then they're spooning and going to sleep. And he says, thankfully I don't dream. And now we're moving on to the dots. I don't know what the dots mean. Oh, get up.
Get up, someone says. I jump at the same time I feel Amicus jolt against me. We both struggle to sit up while pulling the covers up around us. Oh, it's Cato, and he looks pissed. Get out of the bed, or out of the bed. The jarring appearance of Cato has me staring at him in surprise, unsure of what to do. Amicus immediately moves, though, pulling me off the bed with him, standing slightly in front of me as he hands me the blanket to cover myself up. We both stare at Cato, the old wolf actually shaking with fury. Make yourself decent, Amicus! Amicus hurriedly snatches up underwear from the dresser, giving me one of my own as well. As I'm struggling to tie mine on, I notice Cassius standing in the doorway, something shiny and flashing with lights in his paw. What the fuck? He doesn't have the usual sour look on his face, though. Instead, he almost looks scared. Cato lets us stand in silence for a moment before turning his head towards the door. Felix, enter! Felix? I hear shuffling around out in the hallway, and Cassius moves to the side to allow a neatly robed wolf to enter. He looks about as old as Cato, although nowhere near as big. He moves timidly, looking about with his ears down. Yes, sure, Imperial Majesty. Is that the alien you treated for avian pox? Which I kind of figured out is basically this planet's equivalent of bird flu, avian, bird, pox, flu. Cato jerks his head at me, keeping his eyes on Felix. Felix turns to look at me, and I can tell that he's trying to think of the right thing to say. We're in trouble for existing. Finally, he just gulps and nods his head. Yes, I treated him 3 nights ago for avian pox. And his species has no profile. No, I could only tell that he was a primate. How is he conscious? Come, escort Felix to the dungeons. Oh, fuck. This line on my shirt is lining up with the line of the game footage, and it's freaking me out. But also, the fact that Felix is going to the dungeon. What the hell?
Yes, Cato.
What? Why the dungeons, Your Majesty? Felix looks imploringly at Cato before the probes enter.
Proceed to the hall or risk being shot, Felix.
Please, what is happening? Even while he speaks, Felix backs away out of the room, Cato completely ignoring him. We're fucked. We're an illegal alien, literally. Because we had no profile, we are... Ooh, this is not good. We all listen to the doctor's stumbling steps out into the echoing hall, the wolf making an attempt to ask Cassius what's happening before things fall silent again. Cassius, come in and close the door. He's not doing good either. But fuck him, I don't give a shit. Cassius, looking even more scared now, steps inside and allows the door to close. Cato stares at the two of us. At this point, Amicus has one paw on my arm, keeping me firmly halfway behind his back. I'm still able to look around his shoulder at the furious acting Emperor. Slowly, I'm starting to realize what might be happening right now, and Cato's next words confirm it. Amicus, did you make first contact? Amicus is silent for a beat, but responds in a strong, confident voice. No, of course not. What in the world are you talking about, Cato? Cato stares, jaw clenched, then screams at us at a volume I didn't think he was capable of, and I surely cannot emulate in this house. Do not play games with me, Amicus! I would do it if I was comfortable. To his credit, Amicus only jumps a little bit, his grip still firmly on my arm. The silence that follows rings in my ears as Cato seems to work to calm himself down. When he speaks again, his voice is barely above a whisper. He is unprofiled. All children, abandoned or not, are profiled.
He is not a simian, so what is he?
Amicus is frozen, and I feel my stomach drop, so I'm gonna piss myself. I see Kato working his jaw.
And is it true he's your lover?
Lover? How do you know anything about that? Did y'all remove the recording device from the room by chance? Or did you sort of ignore that? Amicus doesn't answer this time, and that seems to be enough for Kato.
Fine, do not answer. We will take precautions. Come!
Yes, Kato.
Oh shit.
He said terminate William. No!
Amicus simultaneously throws himself in front of me while reaching back and hugging me to him with both paws, backing me against the wall. Drones begin to enter the bedroom, but Kato barks out another order.
Pause last directive!
Pausing last directive.
My view is obscured now, but I can hear Amicus's heavy breathing, my heart hammering so hard that I can feel it through his back. Once again, Kato allows the silence to stretch out before speaking.
Then tell us the truth, Amicus. You must not harm him! Otherwise, I will give you nothing, and I'll have you thrown in the dungeon when I become Emperor.
Ooh, that's playing a hand you don't have. Oh no! Why is the footage not keeping up? Has this been happening the whole time? Oh shit! Okay, this is essentially what we're looking at. Kato's in the middle of the room, Cassius looking scared, Amicus looking pissed. Let's see if it keeps up. Okay, so it was just stuck for a little bit. Sorry about that, and sorry for the fact that I didn't notice it for 7 goddamn minutes. More silence. I wince, wondering how that could have possibly been the right thing to say. Then I hear a low growling sound. One I'm sure is coming from Kato.
How dare you? You think you'll become Emperor after this? In fact...
I hear a quick movement, and the next thing I know, Amicus is wrenched from in front of me. Ooh! I watch as he slides across the floor before Kato pounces on him, pinning him there.
Cassius! Grab the alien! Set the Nervo to lethal.
No, please! I'm frozen, but I manage to look over at Cassius, who seems just as frozen as I am, holding up the Nervo in his trembling paws.
Move, you idiot!
Cassius jumps and hurries over to me. I start to pull away, but he grabs me in an awkward hold, setting up the Nervo against my neck. No! Amicus struggles double, and Kato is bucked around like he's on a mechanical bull.
Cease struggling, Amicus! He will not be harmed if you do as I say!
Amicus seems to calm down a bit at that, panting wetly against the floor as he looks straight at me, face full of desperation.
You've proven yourself to be an incompetent fool, even more so than I had originally thought. You've endangered our entire empire. For this, you will not become Emperor. Rules be damned! It's a wonder how you thought you'd get away with this. It can only be a miracle that the monitors have not found out, and they surely would if you became Emperor with that thing.
Kato stands and wrenches Amicus to his feet, twisting the other wolf's paws behind his back hard enough that Amicus lets out a bark of pain.
The third trial begins today. You will lose, and Cassius will become Emperor.
Kato begins to push Amicus to the doorway.
Do as I say, and I will let the alien live. Otherwise, we can do all of this in the most unpleasant way possible. Understand?
Amicus is quiet until Kato shakes him by his pinned arms.
Oh, yes. Good. Now, to the amphitheater. We will do this quickly. Do not make any stupid moves, otherwise I will let the drones escort you instead.
Kato presses Amicus to the door. I see Amicus glance back at me, look on his face one of utter helplessness. They're out the door by the time Cassius realizes he's supposed to be following. He jumps before awkwardly pushing me after them. Damn. It's already sunset when we get to the amphitheater. We must have slept for the most of the day. Amicus and Kato are already standing in the center of the amphitheater as Cassius struggles to move me down the steps.
Set him down, Cassius, and get down here!
Shakily, Cassius plants me down on one of the stone steps before suddenly undressing. That's when I notice that he's tucked the Nervo into his waistband. Possibly because of the frantic nature of the whole situation, Cassius seems to have forgotten it, and I watch it fall into his clothing as he drops it from his waist. He then stumbles his way down to the center. Amicus, meanwhile, stands stiffly next to Cato, his paws clenched, and I feel my heart sink as I see the look on his face. He has no idea what to do. Several camera drones had followed us to the amphitheater, their lights glowing an ominous red. For several moments, Cato watches them arrange themselves around the small theater, their lenses flashing in the fading light.
Cato?
What, Cassius?
There was no trial scheduled for today. How will this be broadcast anywhere?
This will not be live. I'll think of a reason to tell the people later. We only need a single clip of you being victorious. They will never believe this.
Amicus is putting on a brave face. I can hear his voice shaking.
Pug Nu is a combination of skill and luck, and it's not always the strongest that wins. We will manage.
And how... Cato suddenly whirls on Amicus, throwing a punch so hard into his jaw that the other wolf spins almost 360 degrees before collapsing on the hard floor of the amphitheater. I'm standing up without even remembering to doing so, heart hammering in my throat as I look down at Amicus. He doesn't move. Meanwhile, Cato shakes his paw lightly, like it only stung a little bit. Cassius, on the other hand, is clasping both ears in his paws, staring down at his brother in a mix of shock and horror.
Cato! What are you doing?
Making it look more authentic is all.
Amicus stirs on the ground then, groaning and pushing himself up. I see dark spots forming under his face, blood dripping from his nose. The camera drone drifts down slowly, filming Amicus as he spits blood. I realize then that I have to do something. I've been told to sit on the sidelines for far too long, and I'm not entirely convinced that I'm going to be okay after this. I'm a risk to the entire Empire. Why would Cato let me live after I'm done being useful? I have to do something. So I quietly sit back down and lean over to reach into Cassius's pile of clothes, quickly finding the Nervo and pulling it out. Then I stand back up and take a step downward, and no one seems to notice.
Come on, Amicus, get up! You need to grapple with Cass.
Why didn't we just use makeup instead?
There's no time!
Cato finally bends down to grab Amicus under the arms and heave him up to his feet. The big wolf left to stumble unsteadily, blood running down his chin.
Cassius, get Amicus in an ankle lock and drop him. That should be enough.
They set up their scene even though Amicus seems almost completely out of it. All of them are distracted, and I realize that this might be my only chance. Oh, God! Slowly, I take one step at a time down toward the center of the amphitheater. Meanwhile, Cassius is struggling to pick up Amicus's leg, almost losing his own balance as he does. After that, Cato tells Amicus to fall back, which the wolf does, slowly. Cassius pins him on the ground after that, and I don't think it looks convincing at all. That doesn't really matter now, as I'm only a few steps from the ground floor.
Now, stand and raise your paws in victory, Cass. Look proud.
At this moment, things start to move in slow motion. Amicus is flat on his back, but he's looking right at me. An ankle lock isn't a pin. That's a submission move. There's a questioning look in his eyes, then a pleading one, as if urging me to step back. I don't. Instead, I take the final step down onto the floor of the amphitheater just behind Cassius, moving towards Cato. But the white wolf continues to celebrate his pretend victory, and he turns with raised paws to face me. I see the sudden recognition on his face. I run out of options and jam the Nervo right into his chest. Instantly, Cass is shot backwards several feet to crumple next to Amicus, shivering and convulsing. Before I can even turn to Cato, though, the old wolf is on me, grabbing the Nervo out of my hands and pulling me close by the front of my robes, my teeth clacking together with how fast he does it.
He's looking at the Nervo rather than me, though.
Damn it! Thank the gods that idiot didn't have it set to lethal!
Kato fiddles with the device, and I realize he's about to use it on me. I struggle, kicking at the massive wolf, but he's strong. Stronger than even Amicus. But just as he flips the device around, the 2 metal prongs pointed at my face, I see a paw come over the top of Kato's head. Amicus grips into the metal grating of Kato's face mask, fingers locking into the gaps before he pulls. Ooh, shit. Kato screams, and I hear the horrible mix of crunching, tearing, and an electronic hiss as I see red spurt from the old wolf's face for just a moment before he goes down. Amicus stares at me with wild eyes as he tries to keep Kato pinned.
Liam, run! Run to Neferu, run!
I stare at Amicus numbly for a moment in which I want to do so much, but can't, then turn and start to run. I run as fast as I can, disappearing behind the trees and bushes just as I hear Kato yelling for Com to execute me. Hearing that, my whole body numbs up. I can barely feel my feet hitting the ground, pumping my arms as I tear through the garden. I don't even bother with the paths, just instead crashing through the foliage and brushes, scratching up the skin of my arms and legs as I trample over something covered in thorns. I don't even care as I start running, as I run straight through a 10-foot wide spider web. Ew. The massive spider in the middle hitting my chest and then falling and disappearing under my feet. The sound of Kato and Amicus struggling behind me has long since faded. Now all there is my heavy breathing and the snapping and crashing of plants around me. I wonder if maybe I should stop making noise, try to hide instead. But I worry that Com will know exactly where I'm at. I know they're following me right now, and ominously I can't hear a damn thing. I can't see them either. Just the flashes of branches and greenery around me. When I finally make it to the main path to the palace, I catch my first glimpse of the drones. They're hovering further up the path, towards the amphitheater. It makes me wonder if they're stuck on a grid somehow and had been unable to follow me into the actual garden. I think about turning back and trying to hide in the garden again, just as I rush through the entrance, but realize immediately that they're too close. Sure enough, I hear a crack behind me just as I turn the corner in the main hall toward Neferu's room. I get a glimpse of it out of the corner of my eye. I'm not sure what I expected the weaponry to be. A red laser, an arc of electricity, actual bullets maybe? What I do see is a strange bending of the air in the space I'd just been in a second ago. Like looking through a warped piece of glass before suddenly it snaps back to place, making my ears pop and throwing my body sideways. I stumble, but I don't stop. Neferu's room was just a few dozen feet ahead of me, and now I can hear the drones and odd, angry buzzing like wasps.
Halt, William!
I hear Com's gentle, calm voice, a stark contrast to what he's actually doing right now. He startles me, and I put on the extra burst of speed just before I reach Neferu's door. I can only hope that he's there, otherwise I'm going to be cornered. It'll be where I die. With my breath wheezing through my throat, I throw a hand out, desperately pressing the black panel of the door. Nothing. It doesn't open. It's locked. It shouldn't be locked. I thought doors don't lock here. I see the drones out of the corner of my eye, and I pound on the door as hard as I can, screaming as loud as I can, Neferu, Neferu, help! There's a pause, and I hear something to my right that sounds like static getting louder and louder, and I press myself against the door, waiting for whatever it is the blast will do to me. Then I'm falling through space. I'm convinced then that I've died, that this falling sensation is what it's like to die. Will I land on something or just fall forever? I get my answer almost immediately as I hit the ground face first on the hard marble floor. This isn't Neferu's room. I'm dazed as there's a sharp crack behind me, and I feel the force of it sending a gust of air out over me. Oh, it is Neferu's room. Oh yeah, I just assumed that this was the Emperor's room. Oh damn, fuck, whatever. Neferu's voice yelps above me as I hear the sound of the door sliding shut.
Come, what is going on?
Disengage your door security measures, Neferu.
What's happening?
Neferu is crouching over me now, and I think he's talking to me, but Com answers him instead as the jackal starts to help me to my feet.
The child is to be terminated. Please disengage security to allow drone entry.
What? No. William, what's happening?
Never has pulled me to my feet at this point, looking me right in the eye. I find myself way more out of breath than I thought I was, and I try to gasp out for an answer. Amicus, lost emperorship.
Never open the damn door!
Cato's voice crackles through the speakers above me, making me jump. It's strained and breathing heavily, and I wonder what he's doing right now, what Amicus is doing. Jackal pushes me back to stand behind him, keeping himself between me and the door. Even though he's got his face set to a stern glare, he's as calm as he always is.
Cato, what a pleasant surprise to hear your voice. May I ask why you want entry into my quarters?
The Emperor's quarters, you dog! Come! Override door security!
Overriding security?
There's a hiss and click from the door, and suddenly it slides open. Quickly, Neferu backs into me, much like Amicus did earlier this morning, and I find myself pressed back into one of the pillars, the Jackal's body almost entirely covering me up. Although I know Amicus is a good deal bigger than Neferu, I'm still struck by the Jackal's size now that he's so close to me.
Step aside, Neferu, or is being shot.
Don't shoot the Jackal! Neferu, what are you doing with it?
Cato is breathing heavily, and it sounds like he's moving around.
It's your damn thing! Have you called a ship?
Oh, that fucking asshole, Alex. I fucking knew it. Yes, Your Imperial Majesty. There's more muffled moving around, and I wonder what Cato's speaking into. Maybe a drone?
Neferu, I asked you a question!
Simply protecting a fellow Camian.
The pet rule. There's a moment of silence.
A what?
Camian.
Neferu enunciates it very slowly.
Camian.
And I look up to see the back of his head, just as confused as Cato.
God, don't press so hard, cat! What do you mean, Neferu?
Cato's voice takes on a more growly tone as he turns his attention from whatever he's doing back to us.
I mean that the child has been granted citizenship in the Camian kingdom, and it would be unwise to attack him.
Neferu's voice takes on an almost smug tone.
An attack on him would be an attack on us all, surely. You understand this, Emperor?
You lie!
Would you like to test that?
There's a long pause. In the meantime, a low rumbling sound grows, audible not only through the intercom, but through the floor of the palace as well. The ship is arriving, Your Imperial Majesty. I knew Alex was a piece of shit.
Yes, I could see that, cat.
Oh, he's got his sight back. That means Amicus fucking lost. He's probably fucked up.
Neferu.
Another long pause.
We will discuss this further once I'm back in the palace. I don't know what you and Amicus have planned, but know that I'll be keeping a very close eye on you. That creature is not to leave the palace.
The wolf suddenly grunts, and I hear the voices of other wolves as well.
I'm fine, just get me to a hospital.
There are more sounds of movement, grunting, cursing, and voices of concern before the wolf speaks to us again.
And remember, you have no way off this planet at the moment. It would be wise to do as I say.
Of course, Your Majesty.
Cato grunts.
Come. Cancel last directive. Execute William if he tries to leave the palace.
Yes, Cato.
The connection suddenly cuts off, and the two of us are left to stand in silence. Finally, Neferu lets out a long, soft sigh.
Damn.
Jackal finally takes a few steps forward before turning to face me.
Well, this situation is less than ideal. I received news that you somehow rose from the dead last night, and now this. Come, send us the physician.
Even though I've caught my breath at this point, I realize that I'm sweaty and covered in scratches.
Cannot comply with directive. Felix is currently in the dungeons.
What? Why?
Under the orders of the Emperor, Neferu.
Damn.
This time, the Jackal says it out of amazement rather than annoyance.
Well, send bandages and a salve at least.
Yes, Neferu.
William, what happened? Where's Amicus?
After a few more deep breaths, I begin to go over everything that had just happened, starting at the point where we were woken up by Cato, and ending where I'd attacked Cassius and made a run for Neferu's room. I tried to keep things vague, like Cato just decided Amicus was unfit for the job and wanted to illegitimately put Cassius on the throne, but of course Neferu immediately realizes that I'm leaving things out.
Then why does he want you executed? It seems odd he'd suddenly decide to do all of this now.
I hesitate, and it's at this moment that the door slides open, causing me to jump and cower as the drone enters.
Steady, William. It's just the medical supplies I requested. Have a seat on the bed.
There are 2 beds, but the Jackal gestures to the smaller one. Dumbly, I point this out to him. Why do you have 2 beds? As I sit, Neferu sets the supplies, all laid out on the metal tray, to the side, uncorking a bottle and dipping a brush into it. He then starts to apply a dark orange liquid to the cuts on my arms and legs.
Well, one's for the Emperor, and interestingly enough, this one is for the Emperor's pet. Lift your arm.
I do as he says, still feeling numb as he starts to coat a rather deep cut on the underside of my arm.
Can we go find Amicus? Where's Amicus, Com?
That information is confidential and only accessible by the Emperor Neferu.
I see the Jackal's eyes narrow as my stomach twists. What does that mean?
Could mean any number of things.
I clutch my hands together, feeling my anxiety grow. But is he alright? What if Cato did something to him? Neferu rests upon my shoulder.
I understand your worry for Amicus' safety, but also understand that Cato would not even think of taking Amicus' life. Your wolf is likely imprisoned somewhere after what he did.
That doesn't make me feel all that much better, but I manage to hold still as the Jackal continues to treat me. After a period of silence, though, Neferu sighs.
So, at this point it seems like we're in a rather precarious situation. I promised Amicus that if something happened to him, I would do everything in my power to keep you safe.
Neferu pauses, and only continues when I look to meet his eyes.
It would seem that it would seem that what he worried about has come to pass, and now I must carry out that promise, but to do that, I need you to be honest with me so that I may know exactly what we're dealing with.
I gaze at Neferu for a while, wondering how much is at stake right now. The events of the past hour have left me emotionally drained, numb, aside from the twisting anxiety of wondering what's happening to Amicus right now. I feel myself deflate. Amicus made first contact with me. Cato found out. I wait for a moment, wondering if the Jackal is just going to toss me out into the hall after learning such a terrible secret, but when Neferu doesn't say anything, I look up. I guess I expected to see a look of shock, or even horror on the Jackal's face, but it mostly just looks annoyed.
You know, I had suspected such a thing, considering all the odd quirks you possess, but I also had thought that even Amicus would not be so foolish enough to do it.
I must have grown a little defensive. Hey, he didn't know. We'd been contacted by the wolves before, but we lost the history of it somehow.
Even so, he should have taken more care. That's in the past now, however. We must focus on the present.
Aren't you worried about getting in trouble?
Me? Why would I be worried?
Isn't unauthorized first contact, like, really, really bad?
Well, yes, but I'm not the one that committed the crime. The burden rests on Amicus and the wolves. I'm merely here to help a sapient that I did not know was an uncontacted alien.
Neferu starts to wrap the bandage around the deepest cut on my arm. And how did I become a citizen?
I authorized it at the embassy shortly after the deal I made with Amicus. You were never officially his pet, thus never a member of the Empire. We thought it best to simply grant you citizenship in the meantime.
You can just do that?
Oh yes, I'm the son of the Pharaoh.
Don't I have to sign something or something?
It's been taken care of.
How?
Again, son of the Pharaoh.
I sit in silence for a while, trying to comprehend all of this while still worrying about Amicus.
Can we find out where Amicus is? We will shortly.
How?
Even if it was supposedly a secret, word spreads fast in these halls. Why are you helping me? This is all so crazy. I've told you before, William. It's the duty of a Camian to help a sapient in distress. I stare at the jackal. Uh-huh. And why else? Niffer smiles gently at me. Despite our past interactions, I consider Amicus a friend. You're very important to him, and I see it as my duty to keep you safe. And would it be strange that I consider you a friend as well? Friend. Does that have to do with the Alliance? Niffer continues to smile. I suppose there are a few other reasons. Those reasons are pretty easy to figure out. Keeping me protected will keep Amicus happy, and Amicus knowing that Neferu did that will make the Alliance more likely. Assuming that we get out of this mess. Obviously, Neferu won't say, but knowing this is most likely the main reason actually makes me feel a little bit better. I don't have to worry that the jackal has some other nefarious plan in store for me.
Virginia requests access to your quarters, Neferu.
And here might be the answer to your earlier question. Granted, calm. The door slides open, revealing Virginia. Uh-oh, she looks not pleased. She doesn't look happy. Immediately she stalks into the room, eyes on me glaring. I wonder what exactly she's waiting for, then the door slides shut. What in the name of Romanus have you done, alien? Neferu chuckles. Easy, Virginia. He's been through quite a lot in the past hour. Easy? Cassius and Cato are in the hospital. Amicus is in the dungeons. Cassius is to become emperor. Our plans are in ruins, Neferu. Our plans? Uh-oh. The wolf folds her arms and walks around slowly so that she can better look at me. What happened? My first instinct is to stay quiet, cross my eyes in that dull, vacant stare and pretend not to understand, but then I realize I don't have to anymore. I come to this realization after the second trial, but now that everything has fallen apart, and now I actually have some protection, I find myself bristling at the She-Wolf's accusing stare. Cato's a complete monster. He staged the third trial so that Amicus would lose. I used the Nervo on Cassius, and should have done the same to Cato, then Amicus ripped his visor off. Virginia gives me a look of surprise, probably not expecting me to be so honest. Or maybe she's just shocked at how brutal things got. She then looks at Neferu, who nods in response. But why? That's when I hesitate again, but again, I feel like it doesn't matter much anymore. Amicus made first contact with my species. What? Wolf looks horrified, bringing a paw to her muzzle. Now this is the kind of reaction I'd expect. Why would he do such a thing? I don't know. His research on my planet told him otherwise, I think. Virginia just stares at me, then looks away toward the door. Honestly, knowing your brother, it's not all that surprising. I know my brother's an idiot. I didn't know he's psychotic. Now I really bristle. The idiot thing might be kind of true, but talking about Amicus like this after everything that's happened while he's sitting in the dungeons, wherever those are, it makes me angry. Hey, he had no reason to believe we weren't part of the Galaxias, the library, or archives, or whatever the fuck told him that we were. He just panicked and rushed things when he found out the truth. Nefer and Virginia stare at me, looking unconvinced. I sigh. So where are the dungeons? Is he okay? Can I see him? Virginia paces around to the side, staring into the fountain. He was stunned by a drone, but he was conscious as he was escorted. The dungeons are under the palace, possibly just under our feet. I look down automatically at the marble floor, picturing the wolf sitting down there. Can I see him? Obviously not. Cato has allowed access only for himself. That authority will pass on to Cassius when he becomes emperor. I continue to stare at the floor. I feel better now that I know that he's at least alive, but I want to see him. I need to see him. So what do we do now? I like to see that Virginia is talking to Neferu. I'm working on it. This will take some time to sort out. And it was all going so well. As it often does before it falls apart. What are you talking about?
Gina glances at me in mild surprise, like she forgot I was there. It does not concern you, William. You look injured. Why don't you rest? I stand up. Look, I think by now you should know that I'm not some idiot slave for you to order around anymore. It was an act. I understand everything you say, and I know all of you have your own little agendas. I see Virginia bristling, but I just don't care anymore. But honestly, I don't really give a fuck what either of you want. I just want to help Amicus. So if that's part of this plan you're talking about, then I want to know about it. Two aliens stare at me. Then Nefer starts laughing, but I cut him off. Stop acting like everything's so fucking amusing to you. This isn't funny. Amicus is in trouble, and even though he put me in this mess, he's the only one I know for sure that gives a damn about what happens to me. Thankfully, the jackal does stop laughing, regarding me with those blue eyes. You're right, William. I apologize. I was just not expecting such a powerful retort. I like it. He then turns to Virginia. He's a part of this as much as we are. I believe he should know what we're up to. Virginia sniffs. Granting him Camian citizenship seems to have bolstered his boldness. I wonder if that was a mistake. It was necessary. Nefer then turns to me. William, these plans were meant to be set in motion once Amicus became Emperor. We both have interests in Amicus becoming Emperor. We did not interfere in the trials, but we did plan to begin work once it had all been confirmed. All but confirmed he would become Emperor. What interests? Well, it may come as no surprise that I wish to have the alliance. Virginia, on the other hand... She never glances at her. The wolf barely seems interested and shrugs her shoulders. To be his chief advisor. In the end, we both agreed that Amicus would be best to fulfill both our interests as opposed to Cassius. We simply agreed to help each other accomplish these plans of ours. Interests. I guess that's the appropriate word to describe what most relationships hinge on in this stupid empire. Do you even care that your brother's in the dungeons? I asked Virginia directly, surprising myself. Or do you just care about what interests you? Virginia scoffs at me, and Nefer gives me what I can only imagine is a warning look. I care deeply about many things. What I don't care for is being lectured by an alien who does not understand the meaning of woven legacy. I don't say anything, and Nefer coughs. Anyway, we have plans to work together to see if there might not be a way to redeem Amicus and place him on the throne. Already? Wait, did you already have plans to unseat Cassius if you won? Yes. I shake my head, realizing how much of a facade this entire empire really is. Well, then I want to help. And what would you be able to do? Well, I never had a problem with Virginia while I was pretending to be a pet. I find talking to her with her directly to be rather unpleasant. But I guess that it makes sense that she'd be bitter towards me. I'm technically the reason her brother's in the dungeons, and her chance of being advisor is now 0 under Cassius. Virginia may be right, William. You're on unstable ground with Cato and Cassius, the two most powerful wolves on the moon. You should probably stay hidden in my quarters for the foreseeable future. I frown. All day, every day? Yes. I don't like the sound of that at all. Well, it could be useful if the third trial was truly staged. Obviously, your word doesn't hold much weight, but if we can find footage to go along with it, we might be able to put a dent in Cato and Cassius's image. I look at Virginia, and she's already stalking off towards the door. Unfortunately, I have to attend a meeting in Cato's stead, for obvious reasons. We'll have to discuss all this in depth later. As she reaches out for the black panel, I suddenly have an idea. Virginia? She doesn't say anything, but her ears perk. Could you talk to Cassius when he's Emperor about letting me see Amicus? I just want to make sure he's okay. A short pause as the door opens before I see her nod her head. I'll see what can be done. With that, she steps out and the door closes behind her. I'm left alone with the jackal, my new, well, not master. Guess more of a partner. He smirks at me. Try not to antagonize her too much in the future. She started it. I recognize that, and it is wise of you to put your foot down, not only with her, but with me as well.
But she's very smart, very, very smart, and it's essential that we have her on our side. He's not wrong. I realized just before she left that she's basically my only connection to Cato and Cassius, both of whom I doubt would want to talk to me. Now, Jackal moves to the door himself, calling over his shoulder. Unfortunately, I also must take my leave. I'm going to gather a bit of information from the city. I'll be back towards the end of the day. Again, try to stay inside this room. It's locked to everyone but the Emperor. With that, the Jackal leaves the room as well, leaving me alone in the room. I lay back, wondering how things went so wrong so fast. I don't like any of this, and just like my first day on this moon, I feel out of place and completely out of my element. I just wish Amicus was here. I roll over, hugging the pillow as I try to fall asleep. The idea of me staying in Neferu's room constantly for the foreseeable future doesn't last long. In fact, a few hours later, I find myself leaving his quarters and wandering the halls of the palace like I have so many times before. Cato and Cassius probably won't be back for a little while, so I don't really have anything to be worried about as far as I know. Just as I'm thinking this, I see something out of the corner of my eye. Oh! A gray tail, green stripes. Alexus. Seeing the cat suddenly reminds me of all those suspicions I've been keeping bottled up about him, if only to keep the peace in the palace. Again, with all that thrown out the window, I find myself fast walking in Alex's direction, determined to confront him. While I feel like complete shit after what's happened, I also feel completely liberated. Cat's out of the bag. I can basically say whatever I want now. Well, mostly. Definitely should still be careful. I turn the corner as I'm thinking this and find myself standing a few dozen feet away from the cat. Alex bent over as he waters one of the plants. He's humming again, and he's smiling when he looks up at me. That smile immediately vanishes. He drops the watering can, sending it and the contents spilling across the floor with a clanging noise. He basically lost all chance of looking not suspicious in the first second he saw me.
Ah! William, how are you this fine morning?
Terrible. What are you doing?
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Are you feeling ill? What happened to your arm?
Alex's eyes go from the bandage to my bicep, but I ignore him, taking a step forward. In response, he takes one back. What have you been up to?
Up to?
His eyes dart left and right as if looking for an escape. Telling Neferu about me, telling the Triumvirates about what I told you. I don't know if he actually did that last one, but his reaction seems to tell me. His eyes widen as he backs away.
I have no idea.
Did you talk to Cato yesterday after you saw me in the gardens last night? You realize what's happening right now, right?
William, you're scaring me.
The cat continues to back away. I follow, and that's when Alex just gives up on his act, turns tail, and sprints down the hall. Before I know it, I'm running after him, his eyes focused on his thrashing tail as his sandals slap against the marble floor.
Stop chasing me! I don't know what you want!
I don't bother responding, starting to reach out to grab the back of his robes. Just as I make contact, though, he comes to a sudden halt, pressing himself against the wall so that I stumble and slide past him. He's at a door, and he presses his paw to the black panel so that it slides open before he dashes inside. I don't think he was really thinking about where he was going to end up, because I know that that's the bathing room, and I know he's trapped. I turn around and run inside after him, just in time to see him, still sprinting, slip dramatically on the wet floor, flying through the air for a moment before landing painfully on the corner of the bath. Ooh, I hear him wheeze before he plunges into the hot water. If he lost his breath, it's back as he comes back up with a gasp, letting all out in a scream of pain. Ah, hot! The cat scrambles out of the water clumsily, scrabbling at the sides of his claws before finally rolling out, looking small and disheveled with his fur all matted up against his skin. He curls up, and to my surprise, I see that he's crying. That sight alone is enough to give me some doubts that Alex is the conniving saboteur I think him to be. He looks so pathetic right now.
I stand over him for a bit, looking down at his pitiful form before clearing my throat. You okay?
Okay, I think you broke my ribs. Me? You're the one that ran away for no reason. No reason? You advanced upon me in a threatening manner. The cat curls up again and makes some more sobbing noises, and I'm between believing him and believing that he's flat out faking. Sit on the bench. I reach down and for a hand to help him up, but he swats it away. I narrow my eyes. Answer my questions, Alex. The cat finally sits up, sniffling and rubbing at his nose while the other paw clutches at his side. I have no answers. I'm simply a pet. Painfully, Alex gets to his feet before setting himself gingerly on the bench while slipping off his wet robe. Yeah, and I was simply a pet just yesterday. I'm not as stupid as you think, Cassie. Fuck, I almost called him Cassius. Alexius. Alex looks up at me, that pathetic, sad look replaced by one that I can't really explain. When he remains quiet, I try again. I know everyone has interests here. What are yours? Maybe we have the same ones. You're not being very subtle, are you? What you did yesterday wasn't subtle at all. Who else would have told Cato that I was conscious again, that me and Amicus are lovers? Alex frowns and shrugs. How am I supposed to know? I told Cassius last night. He could have told a number of people, especially Cato. That makes me pause. Of course Alex talks to Cassius on a regular basis, probably every night. It would make much more sense that the wolf was the one to tell Cato rather than Alexius. But what about the lovers thing? You were the only one that suspected. Well, him and Neferu, but Neferu wouldn't tell. Uh-oh. Alex scoffs, having taken off his robe and in the process of examining his side. Looks fine to me, no blood or anything, but he winces as he prods at it. You think it wasn't obvious? It was a prominent rumor ever since the first trial. That, and I guess Cato did walk in on us in bed together. I feel my resolve failing a little bit, but then I remember Neferu again. But Neferu told me that you confessed my intelligence to him. Why would you do that? This time the cat's reaction is rather different. His ears blushing as he looks away. He was curious about you, and he can be very persuasive. I'm sorry I told him, but again, I thought it was obvious, and I didn't think he'd tell you. Alex scowls, massaging his ribs. I glare at the cat, wondering if I just made a huge mistake. But what about the triumvirates? I told you first, and then they all suddenly found out somehow. Alex squirts his head. Well, Cassius was discussing it with someone else, wasn't he? Virginia. Maybe it was that person? Neferu had said that they hadn't interfered at all in the trials, and Virginia... Neferu said that, and Virginia didn't show any indication that she might have sabotaged her own brother. Then again, I have the feeling that she's probably a lot better at acting than everyone else here. I know I can't really trust anyone now, except Amicus. Maybe Neferu. I'd been so confident just moments ago, and now I find myself feeling guilty as much as I watch the sopping wet cat clutch himself, hunched over. I don't trust him to be telling me the truth, not at all. But I also don't trust myself in being so confident that he's lying. So, shamefully, I reach out a hand, resting it on his shoulder. He flinches, then glares up at me. Sorry. I just thought... I'm just trying to figure out what's happening. Alex carefully moved my hand off his shoulder, but he didn't seem all that angry. That's fine, just don't do it in such a brutish manner next time. You frightened me. Yeah, I'm sorry about your ribs too, even if you did do it to yourself. Alex probably hears the smile creeping into my voice at the end of the sentence because he glares at me again. That really hurt, you know. Now I have to go to the city to see a physician. I'll have to take the awful bumpy carriage, too, that since Cassius forbids me from flying. Alexius shakes his head. I rub my arm awkwardly. Why's that? Alexius looks up at me. Ever since his father's ship crashed and the investigation was botched, he's petrified of it. Botched? Yes. So they don't know how it crashed. Odd thing, isn't it? Yeah.
Just when I'm having my doubts, I get another flare of suspicion as to why he's telling me something like this. But I brush it to aside for now. So you know about everything that's happened.
Vaguely, though I rather not be involved anyway. I suppose it's not so inconvenient for me that I go. I was meaning to visit Cassius in the hospital today anyway.
The cat stands up, bending down with a grimace to pick up his robes. And I am sorry about what happened to your wolf. I hope you're able to figure it out.
I don't trust the motherfucker. And with that, the cat walks out of the bathing room, his tail dragging limply behind him. I want to say more to him to figure out exactly what he's up to. I might have been wrong about him, but I also don't feel satisfied with his explanations. I can tell now that we're not exactly friends anymore, even before I cause him to shatter his ribs and boil in the hot tub. Whatever. I sit on the bench for a while, thinking about soaking in the bath. I realized then that the last time I did was with Amicus, and doing so now alone would be way too depressing. I get up and leave, hoping that Virginia took my request seriously. Imagining the wolf below me alone is too much to think about. So I head back out into the halls, deciding to just go back to Neferu's room and stay there like I'd been told to. No. Jesus, this fake fucking game just keeps on going forever. I mean, I like it. Don't get me wrong. It's like spaghetti. I fucking love spaghetti. But goddammit, sometimes it just feels like it never ends. A few days pass like this. There's a bizarre calm in the air. The palace is quiet, despite the absolute chaos that is the top echelon of the empire is in right now. Yeah, the top. Yeah. In the meantime, Cassius becomes emperor with surprisingly little fanfare. I watch it on the screens. The young white wolf's right leg and left arms in casts, which is explained several times to have happened in the third trial, as he's coronated by Cato, who is now missing his visor. That isn't explained to the viewers at all. I don't feel much as this happens, realizing how fake all of this is, how it doesn't seem to mean anything despite how much I'm told it means. It's all theatrics. What matters most now is taking the two of them down and getting Amicus up and out of that dungeon. Even now, I'm not really thinking about getting home, despite the fact that the stretch drive should be returning at any moment now, if it hasn't already. There are bigger things at stake here. The main one being my best friend's life. And that's why on the third day after the fake trial, I find myself eagerly involving myself in a discussion with Neferu as he tells me his plans. Cato is due back at the palace that day, and we both suspect he'll be making a trip to our room.
So the most important thing is to the wolves is drama, a scene, something memorable. That's all they seem to care about around here.
Neferu sniffs dismissively as he sips at his wine, and I find myself starting to see why Amicus might find him so irritating. Not that he's wrong, though, and I usually find myself agreeing with him. So, make a scene that makes Cato and Cassius look bad.
Well, most importantly, we need to find, or even make up information about them that will irreparably damage their reputation in the public sphere.
Like what Cassius did to Amicus during the second trial? Neferu smirks.
Even worse than that, William. Preferably something that shows disloyalty, or insults the pride of the wolves in general. That's something they often can't look past.
Didn't Amicus having sex with you show disloyalty, or hurt their pride? Neferu waves his paw dismissively in the air.
No, it's been established among the public that he was simply furthering his goal of an alliance with my species, which was completely in line with his character. As for pride, well, he wasn't the one raising his tail.
I sigh. So, we need something about Cassius and Cato that's out of their character.
Yeah, something that shows them to be not who they say they are. The public must distrust them.
Jesus, we're fucking sipping wine while planning the destruction of an empire. Neferu strokes his chin.
Would be convenient to have all the footage that Virginia was talking about, but considering how secure it might be, that could be impossible.
Worth trying to get, though. Yeah. The recording device in the fucking bedroom.
Yes, I'll have to discuss that further with Virginia.
So, what should I be doing? Well, it feels good to talk about that, what can be done to help Amicus. I personally want to do something. Nefer pauses and smiles at me.
William, my duty is not to put you in danger, as I've said. I won't have you... Well, I don't care. I need to help. I'll do whatever I have to do.
Nefer raises an eyebrow at me.
Oh, yeah? Even if it might risk your own life? Cato is only barely tolerating the protective line that being a Camian citizen affords you. I would not push him further.
Then I'll do things behind the scenes. I don't care. I just want to do something. Nefer sighs deeply.
We'll see. Just keep in mind that the most important thing to Amicus is that you stay alive. That's what you can do. That's what you can do that will help him the most.
I take that in. Still not fully convinced that there's nothing I can do.
But I'll certainly let you know if I believe there's a way for you to help. As for me, my status leaves me untouchable. Unless Cato wants to risk another war, which I guarantee you he does not.
I'd imagine. He had first-hand experience.
Indeed.
Never Cato wishes to enter your quarters.
I jump, wondering if the walls are thin enough so the old wolf could have heard us. Nefer doesn't seem surprised, though.
As expected. Come, please tell him to hold on for a moment. I'm in the nude.
Yes, Nefer. I almost used my real voice. Nefer looks at me.
I suppose our mission starts now. I have my own drone recording in the corner there. Hopefully to catch old man saying something incriminating. What I'd like you to do is to crouch behind those bushes. Keep hidden and quiet. What? I thought I was supposed to be involved. You will be. But I'd rather he not filter himself because of you.
Hesitate for a moment, then do quickly as I'm told. Even though I do feel a bitter at the feeling of being tossed aside once again. Man, you know a story is getting good when the main character is constantly pushed to the side.
Never, I will override the security again if you do not.
Cato's voice crackles over the speakers, but that's when the jackal opens the door, and for a moment his voice comes from two places at once. I'm pretty well hidden behind a few trees and bushes, my surroundings dark enough that I'm pretty sure Cato won't be able to see me through the leaves and twigs I'm peeking through. The two males stand awkwardly from each other before Cato suddenly strides in, forcing the jackal to step aside, though Nefer keeps that smug smile on his face.
What a pleasure it is for you to visit me today. I'm gonna need some fucking water for this scene. Oh my god.
As Cato walks in, I get a glance at his face for the first time. Oh, man. Well, that's holy shit. Yeah, that's one eye out and the other eye not working. I see that he lacked his visor in the broadcast, but seeing it up close, the stern look I'd always imagined under his now broken machinery is definitely there. His eyes have a milky gray quality to them, heavily scarred. The old wolf stops just in front of the fountain, his ears perked up high. I wonder if he can see anything at all. I never asked just that.
How's your sight, your former highness?
I see one of the ears twitch before the wolf slowly turns around.
Non-existent, young prince. Oh, please, just call me Nefer. Where is the alien?
Nefer pauses.
Alex? Or do you mean... You know damn well who I'm referring to, Jackal.
Nefer raises his paws defensively, even though Cato can't see.
I bet he can.
I don't know how. Maybe his hearing, his wolf hearing, or his smell. He can probably fucking smell us. Oh, God damn it.
Apologies, Cato. William told me he would be in the gardens doing landscaping work.
Cato snorts.
I didn't hear him out there. It is a rather large garden, very beautiful one as well. Kato doesn't respond, instead staring up out the room. Would you like some... Oh shit, wrong voice, god damn it!
Yeah, the voices are similar. It's almost like there's only so much you can fucking do with one throat.
Would you like some wine?
Nefer gestures at the bedside table, picking up his own goblet to take a sip, loudly. I see Kato's ears twitch again before he turns to the jackal.
What is your plan with the alien?
Nefer frowns.
Plan?
Do not ever play games with me. That will be my only warning to you, Jackal.
Kato's voice is so cold and ominous that even Neferu's grin wavers, but he recovers quickly, taking another loud slurp of wine.
Such good wine. One of the few superior products your people produce. Now, as for William, I'm simply fulfilling a promise to Amicus.
I see. That wasn't so hard to tell me then, was it?
Speaking of, quite astonishing that he was so easily beaten by Cassius of all people.
Quite.
I wonder how he's able to accomplish such a feat.
It was broadcast. You would have been able to see it.
Shit. I don't watch Adastra broadcasts. Too much melodrama and propaganda for my tastes.
Pug New is a combination of skill and luck. It's not always the strongest that wins.
Of course, though I have to wonder, might any of that luck have been manufactured?
Kato was silent for a moment. Kato being silent is when you know that something is very wrong.
Are you implying something, Jackal?
Oh no, I'm simply curious. I came to study the politics and workings of the Empire while also trying to improve relations between our species. I feel knowing all the facets of Wolverine politics is important.
Kato sneers.
There's a fine line between studying and spying here.
Neferu chuckles.
Well, what I do know is that you wolves often go about things in a theatrical fashion, and it's sometimes hard to tell what's real and what or not. I assume the fight to be somewhat staged.
Kato chuckles, and immediately I know that Neferu is making a lot of mistakes here. I'm not sure what his plan is. Maybe he thought that Kato would be more friendly with him, or that he could lull the old wolf into a false sense of security somehow. Maybe he's just trying to feel the old man out. I also get the feeling that maybe he shouldn't have had all that wine before doing this. His suave, carefree attitude works on most, rather, either to charm or to annoy, but Kato is not someone I feel it will work particularly well on. Either way, it's clear Kato knows exactly what's happening.
I know Cavians pride themselves on their own intelligence, but I have to wonder why considering your extreme stupidity.
Oh?
Neferu casually sloshes his wine about in his goblet.
Your arrogance amazes me, young one. I know you were fortunate enough to have been birthed after the war, but it's as if you were never taught the history between our peoples.
I've spent countless hours studying this history, Kato, and that's mostly why I'm here.
Mostly. It seems the rest of that reason is to fuck with the delicate balance our empire is currently in.
Certainly not. I am merely an observer.
I want to tell Neferu to shut up, to just tell Kato to go look for me out in the gardens or something. I can see the hackles on Kato's shoulders rising. And I can only hope that the jackal was right about being untouchable.
I know I offered you to stay in this palace as long as you pleased, and I never withdraw an offer without good reason. But have you thought of moving out to the city? There are many more accommodations out there.
Oh, no, thank you. I much prefer it here. Everyone is so interesting.
It's just like a Camion to take full advantage of a wolf's tolerance.
Neferu quirks an eyebrow.
Tolerance? Not a word I often associate with a wolf.
I can tell that Neferu is losing his cool as well.
Our tolerance for your arrogance was unprecedented.
Neferu seems confused for a moment.
Oh, are you referring to the war? I'm sorry, we're quite a bit more blunt where I'm from, so I did not realize what you were getting at. Neferu smirks. For a moment, I thought you were coming on to me, much like Amicus did. Definitely too much to drink, or this jackal is just a lot crazier than I thought he was. You wolves tend to be aggressive like that. Oh, shit. Kato becomes a blur, closing the 5-foot distance between the two of them in less than a second. Oh, shit. Next thing I know, Kato has the jackal up against one of the pillars, slamming Neferu so hard that I see the plaster crack and fall away. Neferu gasps loudly, kicking at Kato a few times as he struggles with the old wolf's thick arms. Get off! Neferu kicks out again, this time at Kato's groin. If the old wolf felt anything, he didn't show it, instead holding Neferu tightly in place while he snarls in his face.
Speaking of tolerance, I have tolerated your arrogance for far too long, just because you are the Pharaoh's son. The second son and of a ruler who has so little power over his kingdom in the first place. I shouldn't be surprised.
Kato pulls Neferu forward, then slams him back against the pillar again, causing more plaster to fall at the jackal's teeth to clack together loud enough that I can hear it.
You're all the fucking same, every single one of you, but somehow you're the worst I've yet to meet.
Again, Kato slams Neferu against the pillar, and I start to stand up, wishing I had a Nervo. Neferu growls, trying another kick.
Is this the next generation of Camion we must deal with? I know you weren't alive for the war, but it seems another one is inevitable if you're an example of what's to come.
Neferu tries to speak, but lets out a choked cough. Kato loosens his grasp, and Neferu gasps a few times.
No, Amicus was a bit less rough. But if you wanted to put your paws on me, you only had to...
Oh, God. This time, Kato almost lifts the jackal off his feet, cutting Neferu off with a horrific gag like he's throwing up.
I must say, you have a funny way of going about building an alliance. It's as if you thought tail-raising would get you whatever you wanted.
Now Neferu really starts to struggle, kicking around aimlessly, throwing his head left and right, sending drool flinging from his muzzle. Kato doesn't relent, and I know this is my cue to do something.
It's been a while since I've killed a jackal. My paws have been itching to do it again. Maybe you'll be my next.
I don't know what to do exactly. I have no weapon, but I wonder if maybe I can at least distract the wolf long enough for Neferu to get away, to breathe again. So I run out of my hiding spot, breaking the fucking story, rustling the branches and leaves as I do. Kato was so focused on what he's doing to Neferu that he doesn't seem to even hear me. As I run at him, I can see the wolf grinning maniacally into Neferu's face, like this really is something he's been wanting to do for a very long time. He finally seems to hear me at the last second, turning his head to my direction before I lower my shoulder to try to tackle him off of Neferu. It's like hitting a brick wall covered in fur. I make contact with the old man's side. For a moment, I get a whiff of musk and perfume before I'm sent right back down to my ass. I wonder for a moment if I've dislocated my shoulder, looking up in a daze at the result my attack might have had, if any. To my relief, I see Neferu on his paws and knees, gagging and coughing, drool stringing from his muzzle. Kato is standing slightly to the side, looking in my direction over my head. He clearly knows where I am. He only focuses on me for a moment, though. Then he turns his head in the direction of the coughing jackal, Neferu crawling away at this point. Kato makes his way towards it before drawing back a foot. I can only reach out, not even having enough time to ask Kato to stop before the wolf kicks the jackal between the legs. Oof! He does it so hard I can see Neferu's knees slip off the ground for a moment before he pitches face first into the marble on his knees and clutching at himself as he lets out a howl of agony. I cringe, immediately thinking of the time I kicked Amicus and how much harder Kato must have kicked Neferu. I start to move towards him again in case Kato thinks of doing anything else, but the old wolf simply stands there, breathing heavily, head tilted down as he listens to Neferu moan.
For the kicks you gave me earlier, that should put your whoring out of commission for a few days, no?
Neferu is curled up on his knees at that point, paws tucked into himself. It's at this point that I see a gush of red liquid overflow from his muzzle, and a horrific one at that.
Wonder if somehow Kato had kicked him so hard that he ruptured his organs or something. But no, it's the wine. It spills across the marble. Kato wrinkles his nose at the retching sounds before carefully stepping around the jackal.
As I said, I won't withdraw my offer for you to stay. But there are many apartments in the city. Just know that you will not be able to take your new citizen with you. Otherwise, I'd like to try this discussion again in the future, if you're willing to be more cooperative.
Stalks out of the bedroom. At the same time, 2 white drones float in, hovering over Nefru. One lowers itself to the ground to begin cleaning up the mess, while the other one holds out what looks like a couple capsules on a plate, which it balances on a metal appendage.
Nefru, you seem to have vomited. You like anti-nausea medication?
I stumble over to the jackal to kneel at his side and try to help in any way I can. He simply causes his eyes. He simply keeps his eyes screwed shut, holding up a paw before returning it to a sore spot. Awkwardly, I rub at his shoulder, trying to ignore the smell as the drone does its work of cleaning up the puke. A few minutes later, I manage to help the jackal to the bed, his breath ragged the entire way. It's strange seeing him like this. Usually, he's so confident and in control. Never expected anyone to do anything like this to him. But I guess if someone was going to do it, it was Kato. Are you sure you're okay? As for what's probably the 3rd time as I sit next to him and never manages to smile despite the clear pain he's in.
No. But I'll have to go to the physician to be sure. All the way to the city since Kato saw fit to imprison the palace doctor.
Do you need, like, ice or something? I don't know, he hit you so fucking hard.
I'll manage. I just miscalculated. I'll know how to handle him in the future.
I frown, not really feeling like that's the case. As I'm trying to help him, though, Khan's voice comes over the intercom again.
Virginia requests access to your room, Nefru.
Nervously straightens up, moving his paws from his crotch to his thighs.
Granted.
She nods at the 2 of us before wrinkling her nose.
Smells like rancid wine in here. Indeed. What do you need, Virginia?
To my surprise, Virginia turns to me. Instead of the hostile expressions she'd been wearing the last time we'd encountered each other, it's much kinder, much to my relief. William, I had a stroke, apparently. I had a discussion with Cassius about seeing Amicus. He seems accepting of the idea under one condition. There's a pause. What? Well, he wishes to speak with you in private. Private? Nefru immediately speaks up next to me.
That is not wise, William. We should negotiate with him to allow me to be there.
Virginia laughs. You really think Cassius would allow a Camion in on a private conversation? Virginia pauses, eyeing the jackal Nefru, currently still hunched up despite his attempts at looking straight.
What happened to you? Nothing of note.
I raise an eyebrow, which Virginia sees.
William, what happened?
Oh... I pause, watching as Nefru raises his own eyebrow but makes no attempt to stop me. Well, Nefru pissed off Kato and Kato hurt him.
What? I was attempting to pry information from the old man about the staged trial. I was unsuccessful. Why did you even think you could be successful? Kato knows exactly what we're up to, no doubt. This is someone like you. It jeopardizes everything, Nefru.
Virginia seems completely bewildered, and now that I think about it, I have to agree. What was Nefru thinking? But then Virginia narrows her eyes as she sees the jackal grinning, now openly covering his crotch.
What? Well, I may not have achieved exactly what I wanted, but I attained something just as valuable.
Footage of Kato trying to kill the Pharaoh's son. Nefru glances at the corner of the room where the drone is.
You recorded it all. Yes, and an attack of the Pharaoh's son will not look very nice in the Camion news channels, will it? Nefru.
A dark tone enters a wolf's voice.
That risks war.
The jackal rolls his eyes, adjusting himself rather lewdly.
I would never actually send it, but Kato does not know that. It's simply convenient blackmail material if things don't go as planned.
Virginia squeezes the bridge of her snout, closing her eyes.
You don't know Cato very well, do you? And neither do I. Sometimes I believe he wants another war. Did he hit you?
Virginia's eyes drift lower.
Yes. Anyway, he's no longer the Emperor. It's Cassius I'd use it against. You know Cato's his advisor. But still not the Emperor. I would hope your brother has large enough stones,
again the jackal adjusts himself,
to do his job, and not listen to a warmongering advisor. One would hope.
Virginia continues to look unconvinced. I shift around impatiently next to Neferu. So did he want to see me now? Virginia turns to me again, looking as if she'd forgotten I was there.
That seemed to be the case.
Neferu sighs loudly.
At least try to convince him to allow you to be present, Virginia. I don't want William to be left alone with him. There's little to worry about. Cass is not Cato, but I can try.
Virginia looks to me.
Ready, William?
I quickly get up, following the wolf to the door. I look back at Neferu, the jackal looking uncharacteristically disheveled, as he's still hunched up around his junk. He gives me a meaningful look, probably meant to tell me to be careful, so I give him a quick nod before following the wolf out the door. We walk in silence, the only sound being the birds and the swishing of our robes as we make our way through the halls. I'm not sure exactly where we're going, but after a while I realize it must be the throne room. I stare at the back of the she-wolf's head, contemplating a few things. Virginia is the person I know the least about in the palace, which probably means she's doing the best job at playing this little game. I want to ask her a lot of things, but I'm worried about overstepping boundaries, something that seems rather easy to do with her. As we get closer to the door, I can't help myself from asking at least one question. So do you care that Amicus is in the dungeons? Like, you want him now, not just because you want to be a advisor, right? Immediately I see the wolf's ears flick back in hopefully mild annoyance and not extreme anger. Her voice is steady when she answers me, though.
First of all, it's not any of your business what my motivations are, William.
He doesn't follow that up immediately. But so we're left in an awkward silence. So, as we walk the last 10 feet to the throne room door, she pauses there and finally looks at me, her eyes narrowed.
But Amicus is my brother, and for that alone I love him. And though he's a complete dullard, he's one of the few to be genuinely kind to me in the palace. He is a good wolf.
Virginia turns away, raising a paw to hover over the black panel.
But you would already know that.
With that, she presses the panel and the doors slide open. Oh boy. I immediately spot Cassius near the other end of the cavernous room, looking a bit small and insignificant on the extravagant throne. Probably not the best impression for the Emperor of Adastra to make. As I'm thinking this, we begin to make our way towards him. A drone hovers in front of the white wolf, holding up a screen under his face. He's not looking at it now, though, instead narrowing his eyes at the two of us as Virginia escorts me to the base of the steps.
Here he is, brother.
Cassius shifts around in his seat, and for a moment I think I catch a sight of some sort of booster seat under his rear.
Thank you, Virginia. You can leave us be now.
Virginia hesitates, clasping her paws together in front of herself.
Brother, I would feel more comfortable if I were allowed to stay. I'd rather not leave you alone with an unprofiled alien.
Cassius snorts, waving his paw dismissively. I've interacted with it many times before. I will be fine. If not, then the drones will take care of him.
Cassius makes eye contact with me as he says the last part, clearly meaning for me to take it as a warning or a threat. Virginia hesitates again, and Cassius's eyes drift towards her in question. And that's when wolf bows deeply before turning away. As she passes me, she gives me her own look, not unlike Neferu's. Be careful. Oh, here we go. The false emperor. I continue to face Cassius as I listen to Virginia's soft footsteps recede behind me. Then I hear the door open and close. I keep my eyes low on Cassius's feet, though I can tell he's looking directly at me. The silence drags on. I wonder if the White Wolf is using Kato's technique of using silence to intimidate. Finally, though, he clears his throat loudly, or his loat throudly, apparently, almost making me jump.
First, I want to say that you may speak freely here. I only want the truth.
I look up at him then, and see that he's not looking at me anymore. Instead, it's to the side, as if he's lost in thought.
I'm confused as to how all of this could have happened. So, know that if you speak the truth, you will be free from any consequences.
Consequences? Make that sound as if I committed some sort of crime or conspiracy. I mean, maybe. I've been a part of some, but it's definitely not my fault. What do you want to know? Cassie's eyes flick to mine then, and I see mild surprise there. He's probably not used to an alien like me speaking directly to him in full sentences. He pauses again before resting his chin on a paw, clearly trying to look casual.
Who exactly are you?
Raise an eyebrow. William, you already know this.
I know your name, but I want to know more than that, more beyond that. What is it that you're doing here? How did my brother find you?
Immediately our conversation reaches a point where I find myself unsure of what to say. How much can I say to him? Obviously I can't trust him at all. I know that. But I also know that he's in complete control over what happens to Amicus, and there may be a few things I have to give up to keep my wolf safe. So I square my shoulders and look Cassius in the eye. I want to know that Amicus is okay first, and I want to see him. Immediately, Cassius' demeanor changes from sour suspicion to sour fury.
Excuse me, you aren't the one to make demands here. I am the Emperor, and you will answer my questions.
I get the vague sensation of my balls drawing up into my stomach as I realize how dangerous all of this is. My thoughts go to that physician, Felix, being sent to the dungeons without a second thought. But I know I have protections, and I have to trust them now if I am going to make any sort of deal with Cassius. Yeah, but you're not my Emperor, I answer to the Pharaoh. I'm spitballing, but it seems to be working as it gives Cassius pause. After a moment, it seems like he's able to collect himself.
So I've heard. But remind yourself that you are on Adastra. Therefore you are to abide by our laws and customs, and lying to the Emperor is punishable by death.
And again, that feeling in my stomach. But I have to remind myself, rules don't matter here. It's all about playing their game. Now that Cassius would never have me executed or imprisoned while Nefru is here. It would be far too risky for the Empire as a whole. I can't be intimidated by empty threats, even if they threaten my life. If I want to help Amicus, I have to push the limits. At least within reason. I also remind myself that I'm not completely untouchable, as Nefru's balls can attest to. I just want to see my former master. If you can guarantee me that, then I'll tell you what happened. Another long pause as Cassius just glares at me. Then he lets out a little huff. Fine. It's almost funny to see how he's still acting like a child despite now being the Emperor of Adastra. So I take a deep breath. I consider lying, of course, but what Amicus did was an honest mistake, at least in my opinion. Lying will probably only make things worse than the truth should be. What? Lying will only make things worse when the truth should be so understandable. So I start at the beginning. How Amicus came upon the records of my people in the archives, how he rushed to my planet to find a willing pet, how everything suddenly went south when he found out far too late that we were not part of the Galaxius, and finally, how we tried to keep it all a secret to keep the Empire safe. I emphasize the keeping the Empire safe part, even if it wasn't originally at the top of my priorities. I'm telling the truth, even if I'm stretching it a little bit. Cassius listens to all of this with various reactions: contempt, surprise, anger, then contemplation. I'm struck by the contrast between him and Kato. While Kato keeps his emotions in check, aside from the occasional explosions of rage, Cassius wears it all on his sleeve. Not that different from Amicus in that way, even if his personality is. And Cassius still doesn't say anything. I sigh. It was an honest mistake. You've got to understand that.
I already know that it was a mistake. Even Amicus would not make first contact on purpose. I just wondered what sort of stupidity caused it.
He had no reason to think that we were uncontacted. We were recorded in a library or whatever. Cassius suddenly shifts on his throne.
What are you? Species and planet name.
His last sentence has the inflection of an expectant demand. Now I'm left to stand in silence. No fucking way why am I telling this wolf brat where I'm from? Cassius must see that on my face immediately because his fur once again puffs out in anger.
Do you want to see Amicus or not? I need to know this to verify that what you're saying is truthful.
Is that really why? I know what you wolves do to other aliens. Why would I give my people away like that? Cassius puffs himself up even bigger, and I wonder if he's going to start screaming at me. Then he suddenly just deflates.
The problem here is first contact, yes? So why would I go out to find and do whatever you think it is I do to your people? I have no interest in furthering the problem. I simply want to know.
But why do you care? Cassius snaps his eyes back up to mine.
Believe it or not, William, I'm trying to help Amicus. Do you not know the consequences of such a crime? He could be executed for this.
Now my heart does a backflip. What? Why?
Because it is a sacred rule created by the parents. Disobeying them risks our entire empire to abandonment.
But you're the Emperor. If you want him kept alive, can't you just do that? I found myself starting to panic a little. I thought that maybe Amicus would be kept in the dungeon for a while, but never thought he was at risk of being executed.
If it were only I that knew of this, maybe. But there are others that know of his crime, and they expect me to terminate all evidence of the first contact.
Cassius stares at me, and I realize part of the evidence is, of course, me. You're talking about Cato? He's just your advisor, right? You can ignore him. This time Cassius doesn't respond, looking away again.
If I can make the case that this was truly a truly honest mistake, then maybe I have a chance of convincing these others. But he had convinced them that this wasn't first contact at all. Are you even sure your people are completely unaware of the Galaxius?
I start to say that I'm pretty sure, but he's looking at me in a strange way. Our governments are pretty secretive. They might know something.
So it's possible that a crime wasn't committed at all, simply a misunderstanding. Knowing where you came from can help us determine that.
Is Area 51, they found wolves? I've been caught off guard by all of this. I guess I just expected Cassius to let Amicus rot in the dungeons while he enjoyed his emperorship, but I'm reminded of what Virginia said earlier, that although they might stab each other in the back, they're still siblings. Didn't you once say that you don't care about the parents? Wouldn't it be part of your plan to let them abandon the Empire? Cassius sighs deeply.
I've said many things, but I found that once you become Emperor, your perspective on things change.
Like, how much you need the parents? Cassius glares at me, and so I just go on. How would they find out anyway? Amicus said something about monitors. Obviously, we can just talk about it out in the open without anything happening. I look around as if expecting a monitor to poke its head out from behind one of the pillars.
I don't know. But what I do know is that the fewer who know, the better.
What even is a monitor? Cassius shrugs.
Again, I don't know. None have appeared in living memory, but that does not mean we should not be cautious. The risk is far too great.
I don't really understand this. I feel like if the parents are as powerful and all-knowing as these aliens make them out to be, then they probably already know that I'm here. If you had your memory of when you came back from the dead, which is understandable, you were dead at the time, then you would know the parents already know that you're there. Before I can bring this up to Cassius, though.
So, what are you and where are you from? think. He's right that it wouldn't make sense for the wolves to go after Earth. It is technically the last thing the Empire would want, especially with Cassius' Emperor doing his isolationist view, considering his isolationist views. But most importantly, it could help Amicus. Take a deep breath. And if I tell you you'll let me see Amicus? Yes. I don't like only being able to go on his word, but for some reason I feel like he's being sincere. As nationalists, they lie, they use emotions instead of facts. I'm a human, found from the planet Earth. Human. Earth. Cassius mumbles the words, the lingua cutting off and allowing me to hear the wolf's accented voice unfiltered. He pulls the floating drone at his side towards himself, tapping at the screen a few times, probably making notes. Feels incredibly wrong at that moment, like I betrayed all humans somehow, but again, I can't see why it would put all Earth in danger. On top of that, I'm also counting on Amicus becoming Emperor eventually. And I know he'd never do anything to my planet. I'm playing the game. Cassius stares at the screen a while, and I shift around on my feet. So, can I go see him now? He snaps his gaze up to mine. Yes, now is best. Kato should not be back for a few more hours, but I can only give you 20 minutes, just to be safe. Kato, what about him? What do you mean, what about him? I want to ask Cassius why it sounds like Kato's in charge and not he himself, but I know not to press those buttons right now. Never mind. So, can I see him regularly? Cassius sighs loudly again, standing up. If it's not often, and you come to me first, and if Kato's away... Yep, definitely not fully in charge. Kato's clearly got some control over Cassius. Either way, I'm too happy at the thought of Amicus being able to see Amicus regularly to care at the moment. Anyway, calm. Escort William to the dungeons to visit Amicus for 20 minutes. And that's when I remember I have other questions. Wait, do you have contacts with the parents now? Cassius looks at me strangely. Yes, we made contact after I became Emperor. It was expected. Oh, that's good. Indeed. Though we had to implement the traditional technique, it's a bit archaic, but highly effective. Oh, so do you have the stretch drive again? Cassius looks at me suspiciously. Hey, I need to get home eventually, and you'd be getting rid of the problem you have if you got me here. Got me there. Well, no, not yet. But I've spoken to them a few times. I'll be meditating on that today. I'll keep you updated when we discuss things in the future. You want to talk to me again? Yes. Cassius then stalks off while a drone circles around me, telling me to follow it. I think about apologizing then for the whole Nervo incident, but then I realize if he's not going to mention it, then maybe I shouldn't either. I realized then how strange the whole exchange has been. Cassius had seemed like a whole different person. But I guess now he thinks of me more as an equal, or at least in terms of intelligence. No, he doesn't. Oh, God. Oh, this whole thing gives me fucking bad vibes, dude. It makes him almost tolerable. I'm led to a part of the palace that I've never been to before. We go through a small door into a small room that has a small pit in it. Very small. A ladder leads down into this pit, a pit that I can only imagine leads to the dungeons. The hole is dark. I like dark holes. And as I pause, I can feel the drone hovering behind me.
Please proceed down the ladder, William.
I get a prickling sensation to the back of my neck, and I wonder for a moment if this is some sort of trap! I mean, of course, it feels like a trap. I have a creepy AI nudging me towards a pit of darkness all set up by Cassius. Despite the feeling, I force myself downward, shakily lowering myself to the ladder several times, feeling as if I'm going to slip and fall. I have no idea how deep this thing goes, but as I start to think it might be a significant drop, shit, my foot hit solid ground. Cool. We're in
a tunnel. We're in a tunnel. I like the tunnel. I like the tunnel. To my surprise, I get exactly what I had been expecting. What it looks like, well, a straight-up dungeon. Dim yellow lighting is cast across the stone walls and floor. The air musty and stale, the halls quiet. The air's cold, and fleetingly, I'm glad that Amicus has at least that. And as I'm thinking this, I hear movement up ahead. Shuffling footsteps and shadows being cast on the walls of the half hallway in front of me. I take a few steps forward, but calm buzzes behind me.
Remain close to the ladder, please.
I stop and wait impatiently, wondering if what's up ahead is indeed Amicus. Gonna get the creeping feeling that I'm being betrayed somehow. That what's up ahead is some sort of monster Cassius decided to feed me to. Instead, though, what turns the corner is Amicus. For a moment, my wolf stands there at the other end of the hall, staring at me. Then, before I know it, he's running at me. Usain Bolt gonna tackle your ass Goldberg Spear style. Go fuck you. Pow! I start to move forward, but Calm tells me to stay put once again, more firmly this time. So I force myself to wait, watching as my wolf sprints at me. As he gets closer, I open my arms, and the next thing I know, I'm caught up in a mass of fur, warmth, and tears. William! I'm spun around in a circle, my face pressed hard against the wolf's neck before I'm set down again. Amicus doesn't let me go, though, clutching me tightly to his body. He'd sounded so happy at first, but now I feel him gasp and shake. Amicus? I'll pull back as much as he'll let me so I can see his face. I see then that he's crying, not even trying to hide it as he looks down at me with reddened eyes. He looks okay, for the most part. His forehead is a bit disheveled, and maybe he's a little thinner, but otherwise he looks healthy. The most notable change is actually his smell, a hint of musk without any scent of lavender. Amicus is looking at me closely, and one of his paws comes up to brush a thumb pad across my cheek. So then I realize I'm crying too. So I press my face against his chest again, and we stay like that for a while. After about 10 minutes, Jesus, you spent half your time just standing there. What are you fucking doing? My breathing is under control, and the wolf's grip on me loosens, though he doesn't let go. Finally, Amicus is the first to speak. William, I am so sorry. What are you still doing here? You're Camian. You need to go to Nephru and tell him that you want to be taken home. What will you Sticamia? His voice breaks. You need to get off Adastra. It's not safe for you here. At the very least, have Virginia help smuggle you from the palace. You could... I reach up a hand and press it against his muzzle, both to stop him from telling me to do things I won't be doing, but also, because I feel like Calm is recording this, even if Cassius doesn't mean to monitor us. Amicus pauses in surprise, and as I clamp his muzzle shut, and I see his eyes well up again as he reaches up to cup my hand and press his face into it, closing his eyes. I'm fine. I'm here to help you. I choose my words carefully. I'm going to help you, and I'm not leaving until I do. William, I'm not leaving. Please. This time I bring my other hand up to his mouth. I'm safe. Nephru's keeping me very safe. Nothing can be done to me. I'm a Camian now. 10 minutes.
10 minutes reclaiming William.
Already? Suddenly I'm pressed up against the wolf's chest again as Amicus hugs me tightly. I'm such a damn fool. I never think of others. I ruined your life, and for what? No. I press back again. I know that I can leave with Nephru's help, but I'm choosing not to. Amicus opens his mouth to say more, but I cut in before he can. I want to be here, and I'm about to say take down Cato, but I cut myself off. Help you. Even Cassius wants to. I'm gonna get you out of here no matter what. More tears start to well up, so I just hug him, and we stay like that for a while. I wish I'd thought of things to say. I'm sure there are things I could have brought up that might have helped me.
or Amicus. But my mind is blank, as all I want to do is hold my wolf. Please, just don't involve yourself too much. Keep yourself safe. Being a Camian doesn't guarantee all that if you meddle. You can hear Amicus trying to choose his own words carefully. Yeah, Kato's already shown me that. Amicus jerks back, looking at me. Did he do something to you? Not me, Neferu. What happened? Neferu was being forward, and he got kicked in the nuts. What? Yeah. But he's the Pharaoh's son. Yeah, so I know that I need to be especially careful. The look of shock on Amicus's face slowly changes to one of slight amusement. Oh, that's something I can't imagine. It was definitely something. I'm glad to see Amicus smiling at least a little.
1 minute.
I feel a flash of annoyance at the AI before Amicus is hugging me tightly again. I'm going to be careful. I'm just going to help everyone figure out how best to clear your name. Oh shit, oh, calm about the break.
I love you, William.
I love you so much. I love you too.
Time limit has been reached. Please proceed to the ladder, William. Please proceed yourself, Amicus.
Amicus's brace doesn't loose, and instead he lowers his head to kiss me. I kiss back.
Please untangle your limbs and oral cavities and proceed to your respective directions.
Wow, that's very specific. Amicus huffs in annoyance before drawing back. And I'll be back. I should ask Cassius for the right times. Alright. There's much more I want to say to you, but so please, return soon, if you possibly can. Of course, as soon as I can. Amicus gives a small smile, and though I see tears in his eyes, they don't overflow this time. Damn. Oh, that was not a smooth transition. The journey back to Neferu's room is when it all hits me at once. And I have to constantly wipe my eyes in case someone like Alex or Neferu or Kato comes around the corner and sees me. I already desperately miss Amicus. And now that I've just left him, I'm reminded of how alone I feel now. And that he's not always by my side. Next time I visit, I'll bring a bunch of stuff to say, do, eat. I can't imagine the dungeon food is any good. Maybe we can find some privacy next time. And we'll maybe be able to plan things out. Maybe pass information on to him somehow. The thought of this makes me feel a little bit better, and my eyes are mostly dry as I near the jackal's room. It's at that moment I get a strange whiff of something in the air. Like mothballs? That's all that comes to mind. It's something I've never smelled in the palace before, so I find myself pausing in the hallway looking around. Nothing seems out of place. It's quiet and bright, as it usually is, but that's when I realize where I am. There's a door to my left, and I immediately know that's the meditation room. I remember that Cassius mentioned that he wanted to meditate, to talk to the parents. Is he in there doing that right now? And is the smell part of it? Reminded of the night I first met Amicus and that I'd smelled something like burning rubber in the air. This isn't that, but I have to wonder if maybe the parents emit this odd smell when they arrive? I stand there for a moment listening. I don't hear anything, but that smell continues, and I know now that it's definitely coming from that room. My eyes are squarely locked on that black panel. I want to open it, but I know I can't. If Cassius really is in the middle of talking to the parents, I could ruin everything. So I start to turn away, deciding that I'll ask Neferu what might be going on in there. As I do, the door opens, and a cloud of billowing white smoke comes out. Oh, he is shaken. I gasp and jump back, seeing a figure standing in the doorway. It's Cassius, and he's hacking and coughing, gasping for breath. I see he's shaking too, and I'm about to back away when he locks eyes on me. His eyes are wide, bloodshot, and I can see what looks like vomit on his chest. His muzzle hangs open as if he's trying to talk to me. He's hyperventilating, though, and that's when I finally step forward. Cassius, are you okay?
I have to walk into the cloud to get him, and I'm enveloped in that chemical smell, immediately coughing out the acrid smoke. Help me. Holy shit. Cassius reaches out to me, and I catch his paw. Immediately he slumps against me, and I stumble against under his significant weight. Nowhere near that of Amicus, but he is a wolf after all. What happened? I try to peer into the room, but it's so smoky. I see what looks like a little fire in the middle, though. A pot burning something inside. Did Cassius hotbox himself with something? Parents. Demons. I don't know what to do. First I start to try to pull Cassius along to Neferu's room, but I immediately switch course, deciding that I definitely won't make it. Amicus's room is closer. I just hope I can still get in there. I can't. Cassius whines and then suddenly lets out a retch. Try to ignore it, just kind of hoping that someone else will come around the corner to help me, even if it's Kato. As I'm thinking this, I realize that the hall seems to stretch further and further ahead of me. The light takes on an odd quality, strangely sharp and bright, and just like that, I instantly fall into what feels like a dream. Ah, you got a contact high. Oh shit, the rainbow filter's on. God damn it, what were you smoking? Parents! Cassius squeaks. I'm angry. Not just because of the dumb wolf got me high on who knows what, but because I'm realizing that this is what Cassius was referring to when he said that the traditional technique of contacting the parents had worked. All he was doing was getting high on some DMT shit. Is this how it's always been? Are the wolves, all the aliens, just getting their crazy parent ideas from some drug? It all continues to extend ahead of me, and suddenly I feel like I'm looping in time, like time doesn't matter at all anymore. I can see why Cassius is panicking. I'm starting to myself. After it seems like an eternity, I manage to find Amicus's door. Shakily, I reach out and press the panel, the door sliding open. I practically throw Cassius onto the bed. He seems to have stopped blubbering at this point. I collapse onto the sofa, my anger at the wolves and so-called parents dissipating from my mind as the high increases. I raise my hands in front of my face and immediately regret it as they start to stretch and bend. Quickly, I jerk them back to my chest, hugging myself, trying to keep my breathing under control. Feels like I'm sinking into a crater, like the ceiling is raising up and above me, and that time won't start moving again. I gasp and clutch at the cushions, shutting my eyes, trying to calm myself down.
You seem to be worried about something. Want a stress tablet to help you out?
That voice sounds kind of like calm, kind of not.
They help you chill.
What? My confusion over Calm's voice melts away as mercifully darkness takes me. Oh shit. I'm relieved to find myself back up in space. I float, content, calm, happy, even though I sense someone watching me just behind me.
Behind me. There is no behind me, because I don't have a body anymore. Instead, the feeling creeps just outside of my awareness. In case you forgot, we were walking past the meditation room, came out and was like, I'm dying of drugs, and then we got a contact high and now we're out here. Instead, the feeling creeps just outside of my awareness. Whenever I try to focus on it, it slips away. So instead, I just let it go, floating in space, feeling almost nothing. And feeling nothing right now, after everything, feels good. But after a moment, I start to get vague, far-off feelings. Not my own feelings, but the feelings of others, and I pick them up like distant whispers. We've interfered far too much already. Nothing goes to plan with the wolves. It must be done. I'm only half listening, coasting on the waves of soothing empty space. If this is how the drug makes you feel, I'm pretty into it. The more we interfere, the harder it will be to predict anything. There is no other choice. The voice feelings cease at that moment, and I continue to... Whoa. Okay, this setup isn't gonna work. I see. The voice feelings cease at that point, and I continue to ripple on the waves of the universe. That's when I notice something appearing in the center of my infinite space. Ah, There's the parent that we saw before. I've seen this thing before. I think. Dreams that had fled my mind the moment I'd woken up suddenly come flooding back. I focus on this being, the creature that's been following me since I was abducted. He looms there. He's staring at me, even though I'm everywhere at once. The silence goes on for a while, or maybe not. I still don't have any sense of time. That is until the creature speaks.
William.
The voice is deep and masculine, rumbling through my being. I wait a moment, then try to acknowledge him, made difficult by the fact that I don't have a mouth to speak with.
If you wish to communicate, then do so. I can hear you.
What? I try to think the word at him, but it's slow and clumsy in my mind, and I just wish I could talk. There's a rumble of amusement through the air.
If you desire a body, simply will it to be. The loss of self is a disturbing feeling for you creatures, I know.
What he's saying doesn't make all that much sense, but I try anyway, and just like that, I feel my being start to pull together. I start to materialize right in front of the creature, and I see my hands in front of myself again. When I look down, I see my body, naked. As soon as I see that, I feel a shock of embarrassment, and my robe suddenly appears on my body. I still don't feel right. Like I'm still not in this body that I see. Still, it does feel better, and I'm able to open my mouth. What is this? My mouth feels strange and rubbery, and at the same time, it feels like cotton is coating the inside.
This is...
For the first time, the creature seems unsure of what he should say.
Well, it's a bit complicated to explain. Well, it's simply a space where you and I might be able to communicate peacefully.
That's not really an answer.
No, but if I were to explain it in depth, it would waste the small amount of time we have together, confuse you even further.
I try to stay focused, wanting to know as much about this guy as I can before the drug wears off. You're a parent? The rumbling laughter tickles at the edge of my existence again.
No, definitely not. I am a monitor.
Monitor. Icy fear trickles down my imagined spine as I realize what this all might mean. The monitor quickly holds up a paw.
No, don't worry. You're not in trouble.
I watch him cautiously, as if he's only lulling me into a false sense of security before annihilating me on the spot. Again, that feeling of amusement.
Now that would be impossible to do here.
I try to keep my thoughts focused. What about Amicus? Is he in trouble?
No. He only did what we had planned for him to do.
Planned? There's a pause, as if the monitor is gathering his thoughts.
No, I'm simply receiving instructions.
From?
The parents.
I stare at him. They're talking to you?
Yes, about you and what I can and cannot tell you.
Why don't they just talk to me then?
Because they cannot. Direct communication is impossible.
Then
How I was specifically designed to be a bridge between your, let's say, dimension and theirs.
I don't really know what to think about that, but I get the feeling that I shouldn't be distracted by these things right now.
That would be wise.
Fucking talking to my thoughts. So, what do you mean planned? The parents set Amicus up somehow?
Your abduction and introduction to the Wolven Empire was meant to happen.
Why? Another slight pause.
The wolves could single-handedly undo the Galaxius, but you can change that.
I frown, feeling some anxiety through the drug-induced calm. What? How?
The wolves are
A stubborn sibling. Possibly a mistake made at the very beginning, but the parents can still see the correct path and destination.
See? Can they see the future or something?
In a way, yes. Their minds exist in many times at once.
I'm starting to become lost, and suddenly I begin to feel like a primitive life form, incapable of understanding this ancient alien monolith before me.
Do not feel that way. You yourself may not understand, but your species as a whole is more than capable.
My mind automatically thinks back to how we were abandoned by the wolves, and by maybe even the jackals, too.
You were abandoned by all the siblings.
For a single moment, multiple images of several different creatures crossed my mind. A bear, a wolf, a jackal, a lion, a ram. They're all recognizable. And what they wear is recognizable too, reminding me of several different cultures on Earth. The images finally stop on a tiger in a flowing dress with intricate designs and patterns, what looks like a sari?
I'm sorry.
Draped over her shoulder. As the image fades from my mind, somehow I know immediately that that's Mira.
Yes, we reigned in the wolves, Jesus, once before with the help of the Hindos. But it lasted for a far shorter period of time than we'd foreseen. That's why we've turned to you, to play her ancient role.
But we're not part of the Galaxius. Everyone failed at uplifting us, so isn't something wrong with us? Another pause.
In a way, yes. But after the attempts, all of the parents realized that humans would factor into the Galaxius later. Now.
All? Aren't the parents competing with each other? This time I only get silence in response. I wonder if he's just been told that he can't tell me that. So, what am I supposed to do? What do you want with me? The answer this time is immediate.
Restore Amicus to his rightful place on the throne.
Oh, wait. But there isn't any other explanation. And how do I do that? Silence. Why me? More silence. Blow out air and frustration, or try to, since nothing comes out. Why can't you all just tell me what to do? You brought me here, didn't you? Just tell me! Nothing. I'm about to just give up, wait out the trip, when the monitor begins speaking again.
Interference often leads to destabilization of the events that should follow. The Galaxius must develop and learn in its own way.
Except for now, right? This is interfering, isn't it?
Except for in various instances where the children and siblings stray too far off course.
This time I'm the one left unsure of what to say. I'd always seen the parents as all-knowing beings with only good intentions for the children, but now... how do I know they can even be trusted? What I do know is that the monitor is apparently able to hear all my thoughts. We definitely heard that. Still, he doesn't say anything, just regarding me silently. So, I guess you can't tell me what the purpose of all this is, then. The Galaxius as a whole?
That knowledge has not been earned by the Sapiens yet.
My mistrust grows. Well, can you give me something, anything that might help me with getting Amicus out of the dungeon? If I'm straying off the course, then tell me how to get back on it. The monitor pauses for a moment, as if getting more information from the parents.
Watch the cat.
The cat? Alexius? I wait, but again I get silence. I shake my head. If the parents really are all-knowing and all-powerful, then why can't they just tell me?
We are neither of those things. Hence why we must be so careful. I just stand there unsure what else to do.
I look around. Is Cassius alright?
The false emperor? Yes, he's somewhere around here.
The monitor looks about dismissively. Did he hear us?
No, he's too busy panicking.
A side effect of being a coward imposter.
Ooh, it burns. Ooh.
I frown, feeling that's a bit harsh, even on someone like Cassius. Can you help him? Maybe bring him here? I get a feeling from the monitor that I can only describe as an annoyed sigh.
I suppose.
A few moments pass before I start to see something appear next to me. Hi, there he is! Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. This is fucking weird. I don't know. The unmistakable shape of Cassius materializes, frightened and shaking. He immediately sees me.
William! Where are we? What happened? Are you...
Then he sees the monitor.
Ah!
He jumps behind me, shielding himself from the creature.
The demon! Help me!
I get that feeling of amusement from the dragon creature again, and I frown. Have you been scaring him? I get the feeling of a shrug from the creature.
If he's scared, that's his choice.
And the parents are okay with you doing that?
Possibly not, but the white wolf means little to them.
What?
That seems to get Cassie's attention, and he pokes his head around my side to glare at the monitor. Oh, what the fuck, Kato?
Excuse me, but I am the Emperor.
Why was that Kato? Why was that Kato?
No, you are not.
I frown, the scene growing more and more surreal before me.
Excuse me?
Cassius seems unable to think of anything else to say. Just as I'm about to step between the two of them, I find myself unable to hold my consciousness together any longer, and I begin to drift off. Why was that Kato? Was that a typo, or was that part of the surrealness? Surrealness. Slowly I come to on the sofa. Yeah, that'll make a mess. My eyes cracking open as I wince at the throbbing headache I have. There's a cold sensation around my mouth, and I reach up to feel that I've been drooling all over myself. I roll over, feeling a wave of dizziness as I do. I pause there, waiting for the wooziness to pass. When it finally does, I'm able to focus better on my surroundings. I stare a full 10 seconds before I remember where I am and what I'm doing there. I look over at the bed and see Cassius lying spread eagle on the covers, his eyes fluttering. I watch him for a while, realizing that he's still unconscious. He did take in a lot more of the drug than I had, so I guess that makes sense. Very slowly I slide my legs off the sofa and sit there as a second dizzy spell overtakes me. Wait a solid minute for this one to pass, so that when I stand up I don't end up just falling over. When I'm able to do that, I stumble to the bathroom, feeling more and more clear-headed by the second. When I get to the sink, I rest there, staring at myself in the mirror. My eyes are red, and my hair is messed up in every direction. I wet one of the towels and wash my face, and by the time I'm finished, I feel mostly better. As I rest there against the sink, I think back to what just happened. Not just the drug trip I'd been sent on, but what I'd been told. All the dreams I had had since being on this moon. I remember everything. I don't know if it's real or not. If I'd really just spoken to the parents. It seemed too intricate to not be real. My mind wouldn't be able to make up something like that, would it? Then again, I don't know what Cassius was smoking. As if on cue, I hear the wolf snort in the bedroom, and I make my way out of the bathroom, finding Cassius on his side now, facing away from me. Cassius? Slowly I walk around the bed to see that the wolf's eyes, just as red as mine, are open, staring off into space. I try again. Cassius? You okay? The wolf mumbles something, not even looking at me. Spoof's licking my foot, and it's tickling where I don't want to move. Because his tail is wagging, he seems very happy. I walk up to the side of the bed, reaching out tentatively before gently touching him on the arm. That seems to jolt him from his daze, and he jerks away, gasping in surprise and fear as he pulls back and looks up at me. I hold my hands up to show him that I mean him no harm, and he stares at me for what feels like over a minute.
Finally, he mumbles out my name. William. I nod slowly, not wanting to make any sudden movements. Yes, I'm William. You're in the palace, and Amicus is old.
I know where I am, idiot.
Seems like he's returning to his old self. Well, that's good. He had a pretty bad reaction to whatever that was. Cassius is pushing himself up into a sitting position, doing it slowly, just like I had. He lets his head hang for a while, probably going through the same dizzy spells I just experienced.
You okay, Bobby? What are you hacking up? You'll be hacking. You a hacker now? Doing hacks?
I wait patiently, deciding to move back over to the sofa while I do. His ears perk up as I sit down, and he looks back up at me.
What are you doing?
I frown. What do you mean?
I mean, why are you still here? You may leave.
I guess I could. Just want to make sure you're okay first. Cassius says a soft... Let me fucking try to actually put syllables into that. Cassius lets out a soft, indignant snort.
You think I believe that? You're dismissed.
I give him an incredulous look. Seriously? First of all, this is Amicus's room. Second, I'm a Camian. I don't see you ordering Nefer around like that. This time Cassius lets out a louder snort.
Ha! He's royalty! And an actual Camian. You think I'd pay you the same?
Camians see all the citizens as equals. I'm worth just as much as he is in their eyes. Instead of snapping back, Cassius just lowers his head, eyes closed, before he lets out a deep, forlorn sigh.
I'm tired. If you wish to antagonize me, please leave it for another time.
I've been pushing the boundaries with Cassius on purpose to see what his limits are, and I'm getting more comfortable conversing with him without fear. Still, I'm a bit taken aback by Cassius' sudden tone of defeat. It's one that I haven't heard often. We're both silent for a minute or so, then I finally speak up. So, what was that? The smoke stuff. It was a drug, right? Cassius is silent for a bit longer, and I wonder if he's going to ask me to leave again, but instead he just sighs and finally looks up, his eyes looking a bit more clear now.
It's called Somni, a plant from the southern region of this continent. It helps us connect to the parents.
Yeah. You said it's the traditional way?
The old way, yes. Usually we communicate through parental tech, but as you know, they're not currently speaking to us with that method.
Apparently he's still having trouble coming back to reality. So, this forces it to happen?
In a way.
Does it work? Cassius glares at me.
You would know. You were there.
I go silent, that statement coming as a surprise to me. I'd seen Cassius, of course, but I'd thought it had only been a part of the hallucination. You saw me?
Oh, please, Simeon, whatever the hell you are. You're only trying to humiliate me further. I was right next to you.
So that had been real. I sit back in my hands contemplating all this. I'd read about DMT experiences back on Earth, how if you break through you can meet extra-dimensional beings that tell you all the secrets of the universe. I would have considered my experience to be all in my head. But if Cassius was actually there... I noticed then that Cassius is looking very closely at me, gauging my expression. What?
He spoke to you, didn't he? What did he say?
I try to think of what to say. If this is real, then I doubt telling Cassius everything will help me out in any way. He must see the hesitation on my face because his fur bristles.
The Emperor demands you tell him what they told you!
I glance up at Cassius, feeling less and less afraid of him with every threat he sends my way. He really is all bark and no bite. He just sort of asked me what I was doing there, that's it. Cassius glares at me before finally seeming defeated once again, looking down.
But he seemed okay with me being here. Oh shit, that's not my line! The Emperor demands this line!
But he seemed okay with me being here. He was a monitor, too. I don't think Amicus is in any trouble. Cassius shakes his head.
I don't trust anything he said. He was a demon.
I sigh. Well, what did he say to you? You look pretty scared.
I was not scared.
I let an involuntary laugh before I could stop it.
Damn you! I was simply unprepared for the experience. It was much more intense than the previous one I had, that's all.
Cassius looks at the ground again, and I can see that the insides of his ears are burning red. I know that laughing at him was a shitty move on my part. I should be working to get him on my side, to help Amicus. I make an effort to get my expression under control. Listen, I'm not against you, Cassius. Actually, I think we're working together here. I'm just trying to figure out how best to help your brother. Cassius continues to stare silently at the floor, though I see an ear twitch as if acknowledging what I just said. If we're going to work together, we need to be at least a little bit honest with each other. Maybe I can help you figure some stuff out. I realize how hypocritical that is, especially considering that I'm hiding what the parents had just told me. Cassius lets out a skeptical huff.
You help me?
Yes. Cassius seems to contemplate, then shakes his head.
Well, nothing there could help us. They simply torment me when I try to communicate with them.
Torment?
They appear as demons to taunt me.
Jesus, fuck. Ladies and gentlemen, the pipes. The pipes, they are recalling me.
It seems that the parents truly do want to cut off contact with us, which I'm fine with.
Cassius says the last bit with such meek defiance that I almost feel sorry for him. I don't know what the hell that last part was, but okay. Maybe it was just the drug. I've heard plenty of stories of people freaking out on mind-altering stuff, especially if they have problems with anxiety.
I do not have a weak mind, William.
That doesn't mean that you have a weak mind. Sometimes you just...
Enough! I will not have you speculating about my mental capacities.
This time I'm the one sighing, wondering for the 100th time how the hell this wolf is Amicus's brother. So, they didn't say anything to you. Cassius pauses, a frown tugging at the corners of his mouth. No. I raise an eyebrow at him.
What? Of course they said things to me, but nothing useful.
You sure?
Of course I'm sure. The parents have turned on us. That's all I need to know.
I think back to the conversation we'd had in the hallucination. The monitor had told both of us that Cassius isn't the Emperor, and if Cassius had heard what I heard, then that's probably what he's thinking right about now. Right about now! I know that's not even what it said, but funk soul brother, check it out now! But I know now isn't the time to challenge him, and I can tell that he's trying to recover from the trip. Still looking at him right now, staring at the ground, looking disheveled and defeated. I feel myself wanting to help him. Out of everyone on this moon, he seems to be the most stressed out. And I feel bad for him, despite everything that's happened. But I know he doesn't want my pity right now. So I eventually leave Cassius alone on the bed and wander back out into the halls, feeling as if weeks had passed since I'd last been out here. I think back to what that dragon-like creature had told me, about how I'm here for a reason, that this has all been planned out by parents who seem to be completely frustrated at the behavior of the wolves and their inability to follow through on their plans. For a brief moment, I wonder how much more smoothly things would have gone if I had been abducted by someone like Neferu and taken to somewhere like Camia. But then I wouldn't have met Amicus. Besides, it seems like it's just the wolves that are giving the parents problems, not the other siblings. Which reminds me of the only bit of advice that the parents had given me. Watch the cat. Spy on Alexus. That's something I think I can do, if I'm careful. Despite the new level of scrutiny I've fallen under, I've also been walking around the halls of the palace for the past few days without incidents. I don't think that's the right word. I've even come across Cato a few times, but for whatever reason, he's completely ignored me. All for the better. So, I start to scour the palace for the cat. He's actually pretty hard to find when he's not looking for you. But I at least know that he's usually in the gardens, if not in the hallways watering the plants. So after eating a quick lunch, I decide to start my search in the gardens. I look back and forth through the foliage as I walk quietly along the various pathways. It's quiet, pleasant, and peaceful. Adjectives. But after everything that's happened, it has an ominous edge to it, like something could jump out at me at any moment. I do this for about half an hour before I start to realize how fruitless this search might be. Alex would be hard to find even if he was out here, and besides, he could even be all the way out in the city doing his ambassador work, whatever that is. Just as I'm about to give up, though, I hear something. Sniffing, gasping, and crying? I pause, listening. It's a bit difficult to hear through the slight rustling of the leaves in the wind, but there's definitely someone out here that sounds upset. Can't really tell who it might be, since it sounds like they're trying to keep quiet. Then there's another sound, too, another voice, and this one I recognize. Alex. Soft murmuring sound like he's soothing someone. Probably the person who's crying. I wait there a few moments, waiting to see if the sound fades or gets closer, which would tell me if they're moving, but it stays constant. So, convinced that they're sitting down, or at least standing in the same spot, I creep closer to where the sound is coming from. Ooh, I'm a creepy crawly. It's in a secluded part of the garden, coming from a small square that's surrounded by trees and bushes. I'm familiar with this square, the one that's with the statue of Drusus, where I'd been laid out to die. I know that I can't use this little path that leads me to the statue. I'd be seen for sure. So I walk up to the bushes that surround it and start looking for a break in the various branches and leaves. The sobbing sound continues, and I can hear Alex's voice more clearly now. Still can't tell exactly what he's saying. Don't worry, and all is well. Can't imagine what's happening in there. I start to wonder if this is exactly what the parents had hoped I would come across, and my heart starts to hammer in my chest. Am I about to find something that's going to help me out out of the mess we're in? I finally find a thinner coverage in the foliage, and I'm able to see through. First, I see Alex, his back to me, crouched in the ground in front of the statue. He's draped over something. Someone hugging them, his face pressed to the side of their head. I can only see their ears and parts of their shoulder, but I know right away that it's Cassius. He's got his head bowed deeply towards the ground, his paws to his face shaking with his sobs. Alex hugs him tightly, whispering into his ear, clearly trying to comfort him. Cassius only responds with an occasional shake of his head before finally blurting out, "But am I a fraud?" His voice squeaks uncharacteristically on the last word as Alex responds with a gentle shush before nuzzling the wolf's muzzle. I watch for a few more moments before drawing back, feeling uncomfortable, knowing that this is a private moment between the two of them. I know now that this won't exactly help me in any way aside from making me feel worse for Cassius. Still, I found Alex, so I move away toward a bench that's further up the path, one that gives me a good view of the entrance to the square, and at a distance that won't make me seem suspicious. A good 10 minutes pass before there's any movement. First, Cassius comes out. In the process of straightening out his armor, his expression blanks, he stalks up the path, away from me. I wait a while. A good while. Maybe another 5 minutes, wondering if Alex somehow took a different exit from the square. But at that moment, I see him walk out, looking completely neutral as he looks around. I freeze up, positive he's about to see me, even though that would be okay. But instead he walks straight ahead towards the pond. Watch him go for a while, then follow. Feels strange trying to spy on the pet ambassador like this, especially when I have no idea what I'm doing. This is the only hint I was given to free Amicus, and if this is the only way, then I'm gonna do it. I find the cat at the pillars, already pulling away at the weeds. I sigh and wait, watching for a while, realizing that this could last hours. Oh yeah, that this could last hours, since Alex always seemed to enjoy weeding for some reason. The cat is so meticulous about gardening here, and I have to wonder why, considering his efforts really wouldn't be all that visible in a garden this big. Then I remind myself of why I'm here and settle down on another bench, one that's also a good distance away, so that I won't seem too suspicious if he sees me. This time I sit there for a few hours, occasionally adjusting the way I'm seated as my ass gets sore on the stone bench. As the sun sets, I realize how boring spying actually is. Around the second hour, the sun has completely set, and I debate just giving up and trying another day. At that moment, a drone suddenly drifts up to me, making me jump and duck my head in a little bit, as if that will help me hide from Alex.
Never regrets.
I hiss at the drone, and Com's voice automatically dips into a whisper and goes on as if nothing had happened.
Your location if you need his assistance.
Of course, at that exact moment, I see Alex strolling up the path, though he doesn't move toward the palace. Instead, he starts walking up the path in my direction, and I quickly stumble off the bench and into the bushes, praying that he didn't see me as I hide myself amongst the leaves. I don't think it worked. The drone follows me and then pauses at the edge of the sidewalk. I remember that those things probably can't move off the grid of the pathways. Just the leaves, I can see the damn thing's lights on, stubbornly waiting for my answer. At the same time, I hear the soft scraping of Alex's sandals on the pathway as he moves closer. Damn it. It would have been better if I just stayed on the bench. Now this drone is going to reveal me to Alex while I'm hiding in the bushes like the most suspicious person in the palace. See the green tips of the alley of cat's ears poke above the bushes as he hums softly. I crouch lower in the foliage until I can't even see that. I will the cat to just ignore the drone, but the humming stops, and so do his footsteps, and I know he spotted it.
Do you have a stray drone out here, Com?
All drone machinery is accounted for. Shit, fuck. All drone machinery are accounted for, Alexus.
What's this one doing?
Ooh, I feel my heart stop swallowing hard. There's a pause as if Com is calculating something.
That information is classified, Alex.
By whom?
Deferu.
There's a pause and a chuckle as Alex's footsteps pick up again, moving further away to my left.
Oh, that jackal.
I'm still holding my breath as I listen to the footsteps fade up the path before slowly rising up from my crouch, glaring at the drone. Tell Neferu that I'm busy, but that I'll be back tonight. I have some things to tell him.
Message received. Thank you, William.
Yeah, no problem. I say it sarcastically as the drone floats off in its slow, lazy way. At this point, the sun is set completely, and I have to wonder why Alexius is headed into that particular direction, leading either toward the gates of the palace or the lake. I follow the path slowly, keeping my eyes peeled for the cat. At first, I'm almost positive that he would be heading for the gate, maybe on his way to the city. This would be the end of my little mission, since I know I can't leave the boundaries of the palace without being hurt somehow, properly killed. But instead I spot the cat's form, just barely visible in front of the lake, its surface glinting from the light of the moon. I stop and hide behind a tree, making sure that I'm not close to any of the lampposts. I watch as Alex moves around under the little gazebo with the watercrafts under it. Sure enough, a few minutes later, he comes gliding out on the sightseer. He floats up over the shore, then out onto the lake, in the direction of the island. I know right away that I'm seeing something important. There's nothing on the island for the cat to take care of, as far as I know, and unless he's going out there for a nighttime outing on the beach, extremely doubtful, then he's definitely doing something suspicious. I wait for a while, watching as the dark form of the cat and the craft get smaller and smaller until they basically disappear in the direction of the island. Of course, I know I can't follow him out there right now, but I can definitely tell Neferu about it. Neferu is in his room when I arrive, tapping away at what looks like a transparent tablet. It's an odd thing to see. It's an odd thing to see, considering the non-existence of portable technology in this palace. Maybe it's a Camian thing. As soon as he sees me, though, the display slides back into the small metal bar, and that's been projecting out as he turns to face me.
Hello, William. You were gone for quite a while.
Yeah.
Care to share how your visit went with Cassius and hopefully Amicus?
It takes me a moment to remember exactly what he's talking about. After my little trip, everything that happened before, it seems so distant. I tried to tell Neferu as much as I remember involving Cassius before the parent thing, and he seems impressed.
I suppose bringing Cassius to our side won't be as difficult as I'd previously thought. It seems he has similar misgivings about Cato.
Yeah, and Amicus is doing okay. Just a bit depressed about everything that's happening, obviously. I pause then, which Neferu notices.
Is there something else that happened?
I take a deep breath, thinking how best to describe what I went through. Well, when I was coming back, there was this weird smell coming from the meditation room. Nefer raises an eyebrow, and I go on to explain how I had ran into Cassius again. Then everything that happened afterwards. When I finish, the jackal is quiet, just watching me with a narrowed gaze. This is usually the look he gives me when he's thinking hard about something, so I give him some time to respond. When he does, it's hesitant and reserved, not usually something I hear from Neferu.
So it was a drug-induced hallucination, yes?
Well, I guess so, but I think it was real too. Like, Cassius was there, and he remembers seeing me with him. What's wrong?
Well, that is a very primitive way to contact the parents. To put it bluntly, it does not work. It was a method used in the early days during first contact between sibling and parent. They visited multiple times, and in between visits, some siblings, especially the wolves, would try to contact them again via psychotropic drug use. This could occasionally bring visions of higher beings, though they were not the parents, of course. Simply imagine beings conjured up by chemically imbalanced brain. A chemically imbalanced brain. This is likely what you experienced. To truly contact the parents, you must do it through parental tech. Complicated machinery that is able to transcend dimensions. It is usually only usable by a single person, such as the Emperor for the wolves or the Pharaoh for my people.
Nefer stopped talking at this point, allowing me to take all that information in. So maybe I had imagined it all, even if it had seemed so real. They told me they had a plan for me, and everything.
Oftentimes, such drugs stroke the ego of the user. They make you feel as if you are the center of the universe, as if you are important. Not saying you aren't.
Have you tried it before?
I've had brushes with such substances in my youth. Good for experiencing the fragility of reality and how we perceive it, but little else.
He's really trying to downplay this. I see.
Still, it sounds like you caught Cassius in a moment of vulnerability. He could trust you more because of it, if you treated the situation delicately.
Maybe.
Think back to when I saw him crying in front of the statue. But I don't want to tell Neferu about that. Not really feeling it would be all that useful or appropriate to share. This reminds me of what else the parents had said to me. Well, they also told me something else. To watch Alex.
Did they now?
Yeah, and I did. He's been acting weird ever since I got here, so I spied on him today, and he sailed off to the island in the middle of the lake just now. Neferu's got a strange, knowing smile on his face. What?
I just find it interesting that you have similar suspicions of Alex that I did.
What do you mean?
I've been studying the cat myself and noticed a few odd things as well, including his trips to the island.
I frown. What?
And you didn't tell me? Well, this rather desperate situation we're in only came about very recently, and I had little use for this information until now.
Well, what do you think he's doing? Nefer shrugs.
I don't know, as I've not yet followed him out to the island. You can imagine that I'm planning to now that we could use Alex on our side as well.
Turn everyone against Kato?
Yes.
So if he's doing something bad, then we could use it as blackmail.
Essentially, he is the closest person to Cassius and could possibly grant us access to classified information.
I sigh, growing weary of all this backstabbing. If it's the only way to help Amicus, I guess.
Oh, there are many ways, and I have a last resort plan in place.
I wait, but Neferu does not go on.
Which is... Well, considering Amicus's birthright, he still has the ability to challenge whoever is on the throne, but...
Really? Well, this time Amicus could have just challenged Cassius again? Then I realized Neferu was about to go on. But what?
A fight to the death. Since the wolves love their violence, the Emperor would have to accept the challenge.
The thought of that instantly makes me feel sick. No way.
Again, last resort. I doubt Amicus would challenge his own brother, and I doubt Cassius would accept, at least at the moment.
I can't even begin to contemplate a situation like that, and Neferu quickly changes the subject.
Anyway, I should be off. I'd like to catch Alex in the act, and based on previous observations I made, I have another hour to do so.
I blink in surprise.
Hey, movie.
Right now? Shouldn't we wait until, tomorrow night?
He only goes once a week. Considering how urgent our situation is, I should get this done now.
Can I go too?
William, remember what I said about needing to keep you safe?
Yeah, and it's Alex. What's he gonna do?
We should be prepared for anything.
Well, I think it's better if we both go, in case something does happen and you need my help. Never lets out a soft sigh.
All right.
I'm surprised by how quickly he gives in.
I suppose you deserve to be treated as an equal in these plans we're making. Though if Amicus finds out I'm bringing you on these missions, he'll have my hide.
I'll let him know I wanted to be a part of it.
As if that'll convince him anyway. Let's be off.
Okay. My excitement picks up as I get to my feet and follow Neferu to the door.
If we run into anyone, especially Kato, we simply tell him we're out for an evening stroll, understood?
Yep. Despite the potentially dangerous situation we're going into, my mood is lifted, knowing that things are finally moving again. Luckily, there's another sightseer craft in the gazebo, though it looks much older and the floor of this one isn't transparent, which I'm fine with. I'd rather not gaze into the inky blackness of the water beneath my feet as we're sailing to the island. Neferu is quiet most of the time, looking confident in everything he does as he prepares the craft. Finally, he reaches out his paw to chivalrously pull me on board. The lake laps quietly around us as we approach the island, a black mass amongst the ripples of reflected moonlight in the waves. I immediately spot Alex's craft sitting on the beach near where we'd had our little picnic all those weeks ago.
We travel a little further up the shore, down to the side of the craft, before we drift out onto the beach. Neferu holds out a paw again to help me down, even though I don't need it. As I settle onto the sand, though, he leans in close to whisper in my ear.
Wait here. Unfortunately, I believe symbiont footfalls are louder than that of a jackal.
Okay. But call me if something happens, or you need help. I see a smile on Neferu's face, and though it's amused, not in a condescending way at all.
Of course, my friend.
He's gonna die. He's gonna die. He's gonna fucking die, isn't he? Oh, Jesus. And with that, the jackal disappears into the night, leaving me with only the little craft and the gentle sounds of the waves to keep me company. I don't have to wait long before I hear voices coming from further up the beach, and I know right away it's Neferu and Alex. I wait a few moments to see if Neferu will call my name. When he doesn't, I frown and look around before quietly making my way toward the voices. Not like I expect he needs my help, but I don't want to miss anything important. I feel like the moment of confrontation with Alex should involve me. As I get closer, I'm able to make out the words, and I see that the two of them are right on the edge of the woods, standing just a few feet apart. I crouch and hide along the tree line as I listen more closely to what they're saying.
Beautiful night. I've always wanted to come to the island and gaze at the moon and planet away from the lights of the palace.
Oh, I see. It is incredibly beautiful here, isn't it?
While he's speaking in his typical pleasant tone, I can definitely tell that Alex seems a bit nervous. His voice tight and a bit out of breath.
So...
Yes?
Alex looks around nervously.
I heard you speaking just before I happened upon you. Is there someone else with you?
Me? Oh, no, definitely not. You know, it's rather embarrassing, but sometimes I just talk to myself.
Don't be embarrassed. It's something I do as well.
Oh, I see.
Alex seems to be relaxing a bit under Neferu's treatment, but tenses up again at the next sentence.
Though I don't usually whisper to trees. Now that is a bit odd.
Oh, shit! I see Alex's ears flatten, though I'm a bit confused at the statement. Whispering to trees? Alex doesn't seem to have an answer ready and stutters in the most guilty way imaginable. Weirdly enough, though, he sidles up closer to Neferu. Oh, boy. I don't like this. Something bad's about to happen.
Neferu, you're the one that's acting a bit odd right now, you know?
Small Cat's demeanor suddenly changes to a more... Oh, he's gonna stab him. He's gonna stab him. He's gonna stab him. He's gonna act like he's flirting with him, but then he's gonna stab him in the fucking stomach or some shit. Small Cat's demeanor suddenly changes to a more sultry approach, relaxing his shoulders and drifting a paw down his body. Doesn't seem natural at all, though. Unlike Neferu's smile, he stares down at the approaching cat. He's still smiling when Alex reaches up to cup his cheeks and kiss him right on the lips. You got poison lipstick? I blink, surprised at the sudden turn the scenario has taken. Neferu looks anything but surprised, though, grinning throughout the kiss as Alex tries to kiss deeper. Finally, the cat seems to notice a lack of response from the jackal and he draws back, frowning. Neferu shakes his head.
Oh, Alex, you know that's my technique. It will not work on me. Now, why don't we have a look at that tree?
Alex freezes up, looking around, and that's when I think he spots me. Shit.
Who's that?
Neferu turns his head just slightly in my direction, and that's when Alex makes his move. He sends a kick sailing between the jackal's legs. Just as I'm readying myself to intervene, Neferu's paw is there, so solidly stopping the attack. Ooh, he was prepared. There's a pause, Neferu holding Alex's leg, forcing him to balance on one foot as Jackal's smile turns smug.
What a pity that you're not the first to try such a move on me. I've learned people on this moon fight dirty.
Alex squeaks, but balls up a fist anyway, sending a straight punch square into Neferu's stomach. It connects with a hollow thud, bouncing off the jackal's abs like they're made of bricks. Neferu only grunting slightly in response.
Ooh,
No, that's more like it.
Suddenly, Neferu uses a leg to sweep Alex's only foot off the ground, sending the cat onto his back in the sand. Neferu follows him down, pinning the cat there, almost engulfing Alex with his much bigger body.
Get off me! Help!
Alex spots me as I come out into the open, standing next to the two of them. I don't know if that was the right move, William.
William, help me! The jackal's gone mad!
Again, I would be louder, but I'm not trying to fucking sound like I'm screaming in a basement. I fold my arms and stand over him, and Alex quickly realizes I'm definitely not there to help him.
What are you two doing? I told you I know nothing, William! Why must you keep attacking me like this?
Alex continues to struggle meekly under the jackal, not even looking like he's trying to escape.
Attack you? Then why is my stomach why is it my stomach that is sore?
Alex doesn't seem to be listening, and tears start brimming in his eyes as he begins to sob. Oh, the pity excuse. Now I'm fully convinced that his sobs are in the bathing room are all an act.
William?
I turn my attention back to Neferu, who's smiling as always.
About 10 paces directly in front of me is a large tree, larger than the others that surround it. Do you see it?
I look ahead and immediately see what Neferu's talking about. The tree noticeably larger than the others, its branches stretching dozens of feet into the air, the leaves looking like silver in the moonlight. Yes?
Go up to it, circle it, see if you can find a hollow.
What the fuck is a hollow? I know what hollow means, but what a singular hollow? I do as I'm told, feeling a little apprehensive as I step just inside the dark woods.
Wait, Neferu, William, I don't understand. Why are you doing this?
I realize at that moment how much I'm trusting Neferu here. I have no idea what's happening at all. The trunk of the tree is thick, enough that I wouldn't be able to touch hands if I were to hug it. I start looking for the hollow Neferu described. As I walk around the tree, I immediately spot one on the other side of it. I look into the black hole, feeling a bit nervous at what I might find in there. I stop as tiny red light in the hollow flares to life with my voice before fading again. What the? It happens again, pulsing to the sound of my voice.
You found it?
Yeah, and there's a little red light in there that's lighting up with my voice. I watch the hypnotic ebb and flow of the light as I speak.
Thank you, William. You may come back now.
Gratefully, I return to the side of my Gamian friend, noticing Alex's demeanor has completely changed now. He's sullen, almost expressionless as he lays under the jackal, not even pretending to be trying to escape at this point.
Well, that settles it, doesn't it, Alex?
Alex remains quiet, staring up at the sky. What is it? Nefer looks up at me.
Classic Amorphian parent tech. They often combine plant life and machinery to create their gadgets. Rather ingenious. And they've recently been sharing their knowledge with us on Camia.
What a mistake that was.
Wait, but what is it? A communication device. It uses the branches of a massive antenna, capable of transmitting information great distances, though it's likely transmitting to Adastra City. There's likely a second spy there who then beams the information through a much more powerful machine straight to Amorphia.
Nefer grins in Alex's face.
Isn't that right, Alex?
Once again, Alex remains silent, seeming to have shut down.
So, do you want to be the one to tell Cassius, William?
Oh, that finally gets a reaction out of Alex, and he stiffens up, fur bristling out as he snarls at Neferu.
And for what reason, Jackal? We're all spies here, including you, especially you.
Oh, I have no idea what you're talking about, Alex.
Nefer's tone says otherwise. Alex continues to glare up at the jackal, his fur starting to lay flat again.
Oh, you think I'm that stupid? You think
You think I just let you fuck?
Ooh. Ooh. Okay.
Let you do that, without any regard to your intentions, without studying you. I know why you're here, jackal. Do enlighten me, cat. You're floundering here, looking to make a name for yourself. The Pharaoh practically tossed you off the planet in an attempt to cultivate a hopeless alliance on Adastra.
Neferu's eyes narrow.
How unfulfilling it must be to be the second-born, unable to escape the shadow of your brother, unable to make your father proud. Stuck on this moon, getting your balls kicked in by the bigot wolves.
Alex sounds and looks almost unrecognizable.
Even your sisters, the third and fourth born, have secured positions of greater prestige than you.
I see Neferu's grip tighter into it. I see Neferu grip tighter into Alex, but the cat goes on.
In an era when the royal family has already given up so much power, you're desperate behind that facade of confidence, terrified of withering away into historical insignificance. You'll be less than a footnote in the Kamian history books.
Neferu isn't smiling anymore, and I can tell that he's been caught off guard just as much as me by the cat's complete change in character. Still, he keeps his hold on the cat, remarking coolly,
I would choose my words more carefully if I were you, considering your position right now. As I was saying, we'll be reporting this to the Emperor as soon as we return to the palace.
Alex seems to deflate again, apparently satisfied with the hits he'd gotten in on the jackal.
What do you want? Don't play stupid. What do you want from me? You've known I was a spy since you first got here, and you're only doing this now because you want something.
Oh, how considerate of you.
Damn it, my mush mouth today.
Oh, how considerate of you. Well,
Neferu looks up at me.
What do you think we want, William?
Full access to the archives. Alex snorts.
I don't have that.
Then get it. We know how close you are to Cassius. Make something up as to why you need it, then grant us access.
For what reason?
To help Amicus. Cassius will not be harmed by this. You have until next week, otherwise the Emperor will know of your treason.
Alex remains quiet, and Neferu seems satisfied with that, pushing off the cat and getting to his feet.
Let us be off.
Jackal speaks briskly to me before turning on his heel and making his way back to the craft. I don't like this. The reason I don't like this is because that's a communicator in that tree. Right over there, just 10 feet away. So whoever the fuck is on the other end of that fucking thing heard all of that. Now, there's a number of things that could go wrong with that. There's us knowing about treason but not reporting it. There's Alex's grand speech, which could be edited down as a smear piece. There's all kinds of shit. I don't think this was a win for us here.
I look down at Alex, watching as the cat simply stares at the moons, not even acknowledging me. The way back is a bit awkward. Never quiet, clearly upset. I haven't really ever seen him like this before. And I have to remind myself that I probably rarely see the real Neferu. He's putting on an act just like Alex. Just like they both have to. And though I'm curious about his family situation, I have enough sense not to pry. Instead, I ask what I'm most worried about. What's to stop Alex from betraying us? He could just as easily tell Cassius about our plot. The jackal is staring off into the water, his elbows on the railing of the sights here as he hunches over.
He won't. He can't bear the thought of Cassius knowing of his betrayal.
I don't know if that's true. The usual confidence and natural smugness that's usually in the jackal's voice is completely missing, his tone flat. You sure?
Yes. His love for Cassius is almost equal to that of his loyalty to Omorpha, sorry. Which is why I assured him that Cassius won't be harmed by our plans. We have little to worry about.
I don't fucking think so. The Jackal's mood puts me off from asking any more questions, and we sail the rest of the way to the palace in silence. 3 days later, Alex is able to gain full access to the archives. He doesn't explain to us how he did it, instead simply notifying Nefru of the specific time he'd open the archive for us, and to be ready. That sounds like a fucking trap. I don't have to argue to come along this time. Instead, Virginia tells me that I'll need to go if we're to erase my profile from the palace's database. Doing this will allow me to leave the palace without being killed by Com, just another last resort in case things go bad. Nefru stays behind this time, deciding it to be best considering he's not exactly needed for what we're about to do. So, Nefru is already implicated in the last thing, we're the constant threat, and Virginia's about to get fucked over too. So we're all gonna get fucked all at once. I don't like this. Maybe I'm just paranoid, but I don't see this ending well for us. Alex walks stiffly. God damn it. Alex walks stiffly ahead of us, not speaking or really acknowledging us in any way. I find it unnerving after knowing the cat for so many months, though Virginia doesn't seem bothered at all. We walk to a portion of the palace that I haven't been to very often, mostly because I was never shown the area. Alex comes to a door that he presses his hand to, and unlike the other black panels, this one flashes a green color before the door opens. We walk inside the room, and I get my first look at the archive, looking like some Atlantis shit. I guess I'd expected rows of bookshelves, full of some type of digital storage or whatever the wolves might use. Instead, I'm greeted by the sight of a giant blue glowing sphere with a honeycomb pattern covering its surface. What's most striking about it, though, is the swirling characters that appear and disappear just over the surface. They're symbols I don't recognize, not any that I've seen on Adastra before. A couple of those are fucking hiragana characters, I'm not gonna fucking lie. Sitting in front of the floating sphere are 2 stone dragons, mouths open and silent snarls. Alex seems to be in a hurry as he walks up to the globe. Without hesitation, he sticks his paw into the swirling blue, and the characters and swirls seem to congregate around it before the whole thing pulses. Seems to satisfy the cat as he turns away. That should give you full access. You're on your own from here. With that, the cat leaves. I'll have to tell someone we're breaking into the archive. I watch him disappear out the door, for the first time feeling a bit sad at how our relationship has changed. Virginia remains unbothered, though, walking up to the blue sphere as I follow. I stand there awkwardly for a moment before clearing my throat. So what is this thing? What is that line? Oh, it's a fucking... Oh, she has a nose ring attached to an ear piercing. I'm like, why would you fucking do that? When you, like, scratch your head and, like, The archive. Yeah, but it's parental, yes, and no, I don't know how it works. It was also used as a method of communication with the parents before they ceased contact, hence the meditation pillow. Virginia gestures at the pillow before she leans forward slightly, a streak of blue light wrapping around her head briefly before she leans back. It connects to the host's brain, similar to the lingua, and operates on mind control. Wow.
Yes, I haven't used it often, but it's fairly easy to control. You'll find out soon enough.
Oh. I feel a bit nervous, but Virginia focuses back on the blue globe. Suddenly a small screen appears over the sphere, and I see what looks like the amphitheater.
What day was the final trial?
I'm about to answer when suddenly Virginia just waves me into silence, focusing on the screen again. I see the scene change to a bloody sunset, and I feel the same anxiety I'd felt the day as I see Cato and Amicus appear on the screen, followed by me and Cassius. The angle is high, and the scene is a bit distant, probably from the palace, but I can make everyone out clearly. Cassius trips and hurries down the steps to the amphitheater, and I want to look away, but don't, as Cato turns on Amicus and punches him in the face. Virginia's reaction is small, but noticeable, clearly surprised by Cato's brutality. What follows is the awkward staged posing in the pen. Again, an ankle lock is not a pin! Then the footage of me using the Nervo on Cassius. This is followed by Amicus tearing off Cato's visor. After that, I run off screen, and I get to watch as the drones descend on Amicus, and he suddenly goes limp as they, I assume, stun him. Virginia watches all of this with an open mouth until Amicus is escorted away and Cato is picked up by a small ship that lands in the middle of the amphitheater. Then she shakes her head.
Males.
Really? Really? Okay, we're going with that. Virginia sighs out in frustration as the screen fades. So you got the footage? I filed it away to a domain accessible by both me and Nefru. We'll figure out a way to use it delicately. And the investigation into the crash? This is something that I brought up to Virginia and Nefru before we came here, even though we both seemed skeptical that it could be useful in any way. That even Cato wouldn't be so devious as to kill his own friend, a friend that happened to be the Emperor. Even now, Virginia sighs as if it's an annoying inconvenience, but focuses for a moment until she seems satisfied. Done. All documents related to the investigation are now in the same location. We'll go over it later. Well, at least you and Nefru can. There's a momentary pause. Well, that was easy. What did you expect? Parental tech makes everything fast and easy. Something's gonna happen. Yeah, I suppose. So, are you ready to use it? I think so. Virginia smiles at me. Don't worry, it's easy. Simply keep your mind clear of anything except your objective, your profile, and how it should be wiped clean from the archive. My profile. I try to think up how I should imagine a profile, but Virginia stops me. You're already thinking too much. Just this. Your profile. Wipe it from the archives. I swallow hard, but allow Virginia to gently push me forward until the tendrils touch my head. Until one of the tendrils touch my head. It's a cool feeling at first, and suddenly my body seizes up involuntarily as it feels like my entire brain twitches. Keep focused on your objective. My profile. Gone. My profile. Erase it. My profile. Delete from archives. Oh, shit. A dagger screams pain, blood, hissing, breath, spurting red, absolute anguish. William, no, please. Don't leave me here, please. Come back to me. You can't leave me to be alone. Amicus screams right into my ear, and I've never heard him sound like this before. It's horrible, and I know I need to comfort him, to tell him I'm not leaving. But my voice is gone, and air hisses from my throat. No, 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 speak to me! Amicus's voice raises in pitch, panicking, becoming desperate. Then it all stops. You can prevent this. But only if you submit yourself to the benevolent will of the parents. Will you? Damn, what a fucking choice. This game has had like 2 choices ever. Both times it has been the fucking monitor asking us a question. I don't know what would happen if we said no. Obviously the right answer is to say yes. Obviously what we're supposed to do is say yes, so that we can go along with the plan that the parents have put in place. But if it was that cut and dry, why would they give us a choice? Why would there even be the option to say no? For the time being, I'm going to say yes. But I am very curious as to what would happen if you say no. Maybe sometime we'll explore that. I gasp and pull back, head reeling. I think that time is going to be now. Let's see what happens. No. I gasp and pull back. Okay, so no, fuck that. We're saying yes. Again, I gasp and pull back, head reeling. I feel soft but strong paws grip me around the shoulders. Are you alright? I look around, wide-eyed, feeling almost sick as the weird feeling of control in brain... feeling of control in brain suddenly leaves. I don't know what to say, but Virginia glances back at the sphere. Might not be suited to a simian brain. Calm?
Yes, Virginia.
Locate William's profile.
There is no such profile archived.
Well, you did it at least. Let's get you back to Neferu's room. Walk through the halls, Virginia having to help because of my unsteady feet. I'm stunned, feeling as if I'd just come up from another drug trip. But it's not what I felt, or even the visions of violence that have me shaken up. It's Amicus's screams of despair that linger in my head. I have to see him as soon as possible. I have to make sure he's alright. And is this the fucking to be continued? Is this it? No? Holy shit, this fucking... This just goes on forever. And I'm glad. No wonder it took so long to get back all the updates.
You smell so good.
Yeah, they're nice to see you too, Amicus. Amicus has me pinned to the floor on the little blanket that I brought with me. He's smothering me with his big body, grinding down against me as he licks and naps at my neck. Nips, not naps. I haven't even been here more than a minute. Wait, what if Calm sees? I gasp around the licks, and Amicus responds by holding my head in his giant paws, keeping me steady as he starts to push his hips against me, his thighs forcing my legs upward. Amicus mumbles into my throat.
Then let him watch.
Calm isn't watching, as far as I know. Somehow I'd been able to convince Cassius to give us more privacy. Actually, I think I just grossed him out when I asked, wrinkling his nose as he instructed Calm to keep the drone at the top of the ladder this time. At that moment, I feel the wolf's hard length pressing against my ass. And even though I'm in my underwear and robes, I pull back. Whoa, not now, Amicus. Amicus goes on nuzzling me, moving my face and locking lips with me, and for several seconds while he continues to push his hips against me. He finally pulls back a little.
I know, I'm just playing around a little. I've been down here too long. I love you, everything about you.
He's getting... That makes me uncomfortable. Clearly. It makes me uncomfortable because, like, when you're in solitude, the way you see the world changes. I don't know. That's all I'm able to say before he starts to kiss me again, licking and sucking. And I'm at least glad that it tastes like they're providing him with some mouthwash stuff down here. Never seen Amicus so horny before, which is saying something. His paws gripping and stroking at me almost desperately as his muzzle kisses at every inch of my neck and face. He pushes his body down against mine, his considerable chest and belly crushing me flat against the ground. When his muzzle starts dipping down lower, snuffling against my chest and on my robes, I decide that I've had enough. I reach around and grab his upraised ear, getting a handful of thick, furry ass as my fingers squeeze dangerously close to the spot under his tail. Predictably, Amicus gasps in surprise and pulls back, quickly sitting up so his rear is safely pressed against the blanket and I have room to finally sit up myself.
What was that for?
For not letting me catch my breath. And I know you don't like things near your butt.
Well, emperors shouldn't have things near their butt.
Wow. That makes sense. I roll my eyes at his silly but understandable insecurity and crawl up to Amicus to sit in his lap, the wolf eagerly pulling me in.
I love you.
I love you too. Amicus rubs his paws up and down my arms and shoulders, still just feeling me out.
I can't wait to get out of here. No more hiding when I'm emperor. I'm going to show you the real Adastra. Being stuck behind these walls is not how the emperor's beautiful lover should be treated.
I touch back, pressing my hands over his paws and resting my head against his chest, listening to the rumble of his voice. Oh, and what's the real Adastra? Amicus pulls his paw away for just a moment to wave it dismissively before returning to press it against my chest.
These politics, it doesn't represent the moon's true face. I need to take you to the other cities and landscapes. The people are vastly different, too, from region to region.
I listened to him contentedly for a few minutes, happy to just hear him speak again. Reminded of how easy it is for us to just talk to each other. You know, considering all this fucking stuff with the backstabbing and everyone knowing stuff and everyone working behind each other's backs, to return to a character as simple as Amicus really not only is comforting, but it also makes him seem like such a fucking lightweight in terms of like the political scheme. We actually have time to talk. Jade was in a different city on official business, so Cassius had granted us a little more time than the last visit. Amicus rocks back and forth as I pet the fur on his chest, listening to his heartbeat. It's clear that they allow him to bathe down here, but the lack of any perfume leaves only the slight smell of his natural ew. While I miss the lavender smell I'm used to, I don't mind the masculine ew, especially after a little reunion just now. I want to sit here forever, feeling completely calm and safe for the first time this week. I know it has to end, though, and there's so much to tell the wolf, so I pull back, looking up at Amicus's face. Amicus.
Yes?
I need to talk to you about something.
Go on.
Amicus leans down, pressing a nose against my hair and inhaling deeply. It's about the parents, I think. I need to talk to you about something they showed me. The snuffling in my hair pauses as Amicus absorbs what I just said.
The parents. The parents. The parents!
Apparently, the fan is scared of parents. Yeah.
The parents?
I sigh, wondering if I'm going to have just as much trouble convincing Amicus of this as I did with everyone else. What everyone else? I guess Neferu and whatever. I still remember the look Neferu gave me when I told him about the drug trip I had. Amicus seems to sense my frustration and hugs me a little tighter.
Hey, I'm just surprised. I believe you. I have no reason not to.
He nuzzles my head again.
Did they come to you in a dream, or...
Sort of. I tell Amicus about what happened in the hallway in front of the meditation room. Reaction's falls a little fucking flat when you don't actually have the dialogue. Not even a few fucking minutes, I'm already criticizing people who are making this shit for a living. What the fuck am I doing? I push through his shocked exclamations and go on to describe the dreams I've been having as well.
What? But why wouldn't you tell me this?
I shrug against his body. I forgot about them as soon as I woke up. I didn't remember until after what happened with Cassius.
Well?
I feel Amicus's chest puff up with pride.
Sounds like I really am meant to be the Emperor, huh?
That's what they said. And you know what else this means? The monitors know I'm here. They're okay with it. So I guess it's not really even illegal, right? There's a pause.
I mean, it may have just been a dream, but it's nice to hear nevertheless. Also, stay away from that room. While I find it funny that Cassius is using Somni to make contact, I'd rather you not use it.
Amicus kisses the top of my head as I let out a sigh of exasperation. I didn't do it on purpose. And you said you'd believe me. Amicus lets out a chuckle that rumbles through his torso and into my back. It's a comforting feeling, and despite my annoyance, I find myself pressing deeper against him.
I believe that you saw these things, but who can say if it was real or not? Sometimes I have dreams of entities that I believe are the parents, but I don't necessarily believe it actually is them.
I'm quiet for a moment, letting the silence drag out, and I know Amicus well enough at this point that he's got his ear pointed up, waiting for me to respond. Trust me, seriously, you need to trust me on this, Amicus. Amicus spends his own moment being quiet, resting his cheek against my head, contemplating. Do you trust me? There's only a short pause.
All right, yes, I do trust you.
There's a sense of conviction in his voice, and I can tell that he really is determined to believe me. Thank you. But I only say that because of something else that happened.
What was that?
I take a deep breath. Amicus, sensing my anxiety, suddenly turns me in his lap to face him, letting me lay my head against his chest as he pets the side of my face. Jesus Christ!
Hey, you can tell me anything, William. Like I said, I believe you.
He says it even more firmly this time, tipping his muzzle down to look at me as I look up at him, meeting eyes. Alright, so I was in the archives with Virginia yesterday. Amicus' eyes widened.
The archives? What are you doing in there?
This reminds me that I also need to tell Amicus about what we've been plotting this past week. I'll tell you in a bit, but something happened when I was hooked up to the machine.
You connected with it? Why would...
In a bit. Anyway, while I was hooked up, I had another vision from the parents. Amicus thinks.
Well, I suppose that would make more sense, considering that's the way the Emperor speaks with them. But it's only the Emperor they speak to.
Yeah, well, for whatever reason, they started talking to me. Actually, you started talking to me.
Me?
I think so. You were, yelling, telling me that you didn't want me to leave you.
Oh, well, that does sound like something I would say in such a situation.
But you sounded really scared and sad, and I felt like I couldn't breathe. My throat hurt, and it just felt weird. He seems to contemplate all this, but doesn't say anything more. I start to get frustrated, but I realize that I can't really expect him to offer more information that I don't already know. I guess I had hoped that he would have more insight into why parents do things the way they do, but really, I'm on my own figuring all this all out. I sigh and lean my head against the wolf's chest.
Hey, what's wrong? I'm sure you'll be fine. The parents are very mysterious. My father had several visions he had trouble interpreting.
I feel like something bad is gonna happen, really bad, and I don't know what it is that I should do to stop it.
Did they give you any guidance at all?
They just said to give into their benevolent will, or something like that. Amicus gently pushes me back so that he can look at me directly before he smiles gently.
Well, there's your answer. The parents only want what is best for all of us. Just follow their guidance. Keep your mind and heart open to them, and all will turn out as it should.
Sentences wouldn't be out of place during a sermon in a church on Earth. I'm reminded again of how these parents really are seen as gods. It's a comforting thought that I could just do as they say and be just fine, made all the more comforting by Amicus' confidence in the matter. But there's a nagging feeling in the back of my mind that there's more to the parents than the wolves seem to know. I lower my voice a bit. I just don't know if I trust them.
Amicus laughs, and that actually does annoy me.
Hey, I'm serious. There's something off about all of this, the way they're going about things. If they want me to do something, then they should just tell me instead of showing me scary visions.
Amicus forces himself to stop laughing and clears his throat, trying to look serious. I'm sorry, William. I just sometimes forget that you're outside the Galaxius and aren't accustomed to these things. The parents are nothing but benevolence and goodwill. We all feel their guidance in our lives, even if we're not able to speak to them directly like the Emperor. The fact that you're able to do so is an incredible honor. You should be happy, not worried. Amicus strokes my hair. Yeah, but don't you think me being an outsider gives me a different perspective on all this? What if they aren't what they say they are?
They are, and have no reason not to be. Amicus' voice becomes more firm. I could tell he's starting to become uncomfortable with my questions. My advice to you, listen to them. They will help you, and maybe even figure out a way to get us out of this mess.
Besides, it's a great relief to know that you may be here for a reason. I started to think I was meant to find you. Amicus hugs me again. I decide not to press further. I love and trust Amicus, and he's clearly on board with anything to do with the parents, and I doubt I'd be able to make him question that. Not that I really want to anyway, I just worry that I'm being led down a path that I don't really want to go down. Oh, William. Amicus, clearly sensing my continued anxiety, pulls me forward to kiss me. I kiss back, and it feels good even though my stomach continues to churn.
10 minutes remaining, William.
Yes, I'm going to continue with that calm voice despite a commenter seemingly mentioning it in every video. You know, I fucking love it when people go through, like, every video of a series and they leave comments along the way. And so I'm getting this, like, in real time update as to what they're thinking about the story. And it's really cool. I really love it when people do that, when they go and watch all these in a row. One person did it, and they were being really complimentary and really nice, but like everyone would be like, except that calm voice, that thing was fucking atrocious. I'm like, well, thanks. And it really says something that's the thing that sticks out to me amongst a sea of compliments and all this. I do remember all that stuff too. I'm not I'm not pretending that was the only thing that was said. Don't worry. Com uses his loud voice to call down to us from the top of the ladder. Amicus and I sigh in unified frustration. Want to have a little fun before you go? I look down and I'm kind of amazed to see that he still has a boner, which makes me wonder how much he'd been really engaged in our conversation. I have to tell you, I catch myself and lower my voice, what we've been doing to get you out. You can do that and other things at the same time. Amicus tries not to look too eager. I roll my eyes, but press my hand against his chest to draw it slowly down the wolf's front, over the curve of his stomach. He immediately moans quietly, and I reach the lower part of his abdomen, and I see the bulge jump in his underwear as his hips even thrust up a bit too. I laugh at his eagerness, and I have to admit that it's kind of nice to have something more lighthearted to do while I discuss all of the troubling issues with my wolf. And what the fuck happened there? For the next little while, I walk around the gardens, taking advantage of the mild weather. I've noticed it's become cooler and less humid over the past week, which is nice. Apparently, this is as cold as it gets on this part of Adastra, though, and it never snows. I sigh and sit on the bench, thinking back on my meeting with Amicus just an hour ago. It had been easier to say goodbye to the wolf this time, especially now that I know Cassius is willing to let see each other as much as is possible. That being whenever Cato is out, which is good, because he's gone a lot of the time doing his official business, or whatever. Amicus once again has recommended I distance myself from the plotting so as to not get caught up if we get exposed. I reassure him even though I know I'm going to do whatever it takes to see this through, even if it means I will have to put myself in danger. I don't want Amicus to be down there for another day. Just yesterday, Cassius, or Cato, banned all talk of Amicus on Adastra, which Neferu told me only caused the rumors to really start flying. They range from Amicus being imprisoned, true, banished, or even executed. This is good for us, I'm told, because the public, whether they like Amicus or not, generally doesn't feel he should be struck from existence just because he lost the emperorship. What's up, Bree? What's up, Bree? You walking here? In other words, the people will likely be on our side when we finally reveal everything. Hopefully. It's really all we can rely on, considering the Emperor holds so much power, even if the way it was achieved was illegitimate. The triumvirates barely check the Emperor's power, so unless the people as a whole come together, it would be difficult to remove Cassius from the throne. If Cassius still refuses to step down, our options will be very limited, and most probably won't turn out well for me. or anyone here that's not part of the family. Still, Cassius is proud, very proud. Nephru and Virginia think he'll either step down or at least accept combat to go out with honor. And the fan is back, thank fuck. Hopefully the first, because I really don't know how Amicus would deal with the idea of having to kill his brother. I sigh and lean back on the bench, really getting frustrated with all this political bullshit. This had been the exact type of thing Cassius wanted to get rid of, but now it just seems worse than ever. Just as I'm thinking this, I see Alex. He's just up the path, standing right in the middle of it, and he's looking right at me. I give a start, and then just stare back at him. He doesn't move, just goes on looking at me. I start to wonder what the hell he's doing. Didn't have his usual smile on either. And as a soft breeze blows through the leaves and foliage, I start to feel like I'm in some kind of horror movie. And actually, now that I know who he really is, I do start to feel a little concerned about what he's capable of. So I decide to act casual and stand up, raising a hand and walking over to the cat. Hey, Alex. Alexius will do, William. Okay. Hi, Alexius. Ahotep be with you, William. What? I feel things should be more formal between us from now on. That is all. No, I mean, why that greeting? I'd heard Nephru use it many times, but no one else. You are Camian, are you not? It gives me pause. Oh. Yeah, guess I am. Cat smirks. Odd, you seem to have forgotten your own citizenship. I shrug. Still getting used to it. I mean, it's something that even some siblings desire, not to mention children, or even the uncontacted. Why did I say it so weird? Uncontacted. What the fuck was that? Raise an eyebrow. That's so. Certainly. Who wouldn't want to be part of the most spoiled civilization in the galaxy? I sigh, still tired from thinking about all this political maneuvering. Playing games with Alexius is the last thing I want to do right now. That's a bullshit, Alex. What do you want? Excuse me? You're excused. I walk past the cat, listening to him sputter in surprise.
You have some nerve to talk to a sibling like that.
I frown, glancing back. What's that supposed to mean?
You're not even a child, yet you throw your weight around here like you're the most important person in the palace. Important person in the palace.
I laugh loud. Ha ha ha! I see the cat's ears pinned back. Are you fucking kidding me? All you assholes have been throwing me around like you're all plotting all your plots and fake niceties. I'm just trying to survive. Also, last I checked, Camians are all equal, so I don't really give a shit if you're a sibling. Alex looks completely taken aback, which is completely satisfying. And haven't you always implied that the wolves are fucked up for looking down on the children and treating them like slaves? Alex coughs to clear his throat. My apologies. I simply lost my temper for a moment. You were just being a bit rude. Or maybe, deep down, you're just as speciesist, or whatever, as the wolves. Even though you try to pretend you're not. Nephru is the same way. Even I'm surprising myself a little. It's like the lid is finally blown off and I'm just using Alex to vent all my frustrations with this place. Not a good idea. What's gotten into you, William? There's a long pause, and I finally sigh, rubbing my face. Sorry. I think I'm losing my fucking mind here. For the first time in a while, I see the cat crack a genuine smile. I can tell you that you're not meant to be a diplomat. Definitely not. For a moment, I feel that old familiar kinship that I had with the cat not even a few weeks ago. I do believe in any other situation, in one where we're not all spies, Alex and I could have been really good friends. I know that can't be the case now, though, so I stop smiling and look Alexius right in the eye. But seriously,
What do you want? I can tell you're trying to get something out of me. Alex becomes serious too, smile fading. He considers me for a long while, probably realizing that I'm not going to play his little game. Alright, William. Who are you? I know you're not an abandoned child. What is it that you want, and what are you doing here? So you want to know everything? Yes. And why should I tell you? Alex smirks. Why be blunt if you're going to play the game anyway, William? I'm just curious as to why you're so curious. I hardly matter in all of this. That is a complete lie. Everything has changed here since you arrived. This is why I want to know. But why does it matter that you know? I'm an important link between Omorpha and Adastra. It is my job to know what is happening in this empire. Aha. So, who told you that I'm uncontacted? Cassius? You've deduced correctly, but I also know that the monitors seem to approve of it, which is rather odd. I shrug. Again, I don't know what's going on. Anyway, I don't see why I'd tell you anything if I don't know anything about you. Why, I'm just a simple pet. I don't know anything that's going on. His tone of voice tells me he's mocking me. I raise an eyebrow, but don't say anything. Alex sighs. The simplest way I can explain it is that I'm trying to maintain peace in the Galaxias as a whole. That mainly involves watching the motives of the wolves. Why is that? Because they can be dangerous. Okay. Are none of the other siblings dangerous? William, Adastra is the only civilization in the galaxy to wage war on another sibling in over 10 millennia. And they were the perpetrators of the previous war as well. Not only that, but they waged war on an almost parent-level civilization. They're suicidal. And I can't imagine why the Camians want an alliance with them. I think. Do you not want the alliance to happen? Seems to go against what Alex would want. I thought he wanted Amicus to take the throne. I want the Galaxias to remain safe. Is the alliance something you want to happen? I frowned, wondering why he's asking me. I mean, to me, it seems like it would create peace, so yeah. Alex's eyes narrow, like he figured something out. What, do you want the wolves to stay isolated? I just want order. The wolves have none of that. Silence stretches out between us. I suppose you're still not going to tell me anything about yourself, then. I didn't say I would, and there really isn't much to tell. How about this? How did you secure Camian citizenship? That's not something that's just given out to children who are presumed to belong to wolves. The question takes me by surprise, though this whole Camian thing does seem to be what's bothering him the most, especially after his greeting. I think, but the truth doesn't seem harmful here. Honestly, it was just to protect me from Cassius. He doesn't really like me, if you haven't noticed. The expression on Alex's face tells me he definitely doesn't believe me. Cassius wouldn't harm you unless you did something that deserved it. He said he wanted to execute me because I backtalked him and Amicus slapped his nose. Alex's ears flatten. Cassius says things. He's very passionate. That's one way to put it. I shift on my feet, starting to get tired of this conversation. Listen, I have nothing against you, Alex. I'm just trying to get through this as much as you are. Neferu gave you the citizenship, right? Yeah. And you're working with him to make the alliance a reality, correct? That stops me. What? No, I'm focused on Amicus right now. Alex glares. Which is still part of the alliance. I guess so, but honestly, that's not really my top priority right now. It is part of your top priority. I'm getting frustrated and I start to sidle off towards the palace. Yeah, we established that. Listen, I'm gonna lay down. I'm tired. Alice goes on staring and doesn't say anything. Again, nothing against you. Hope that we can just go back to normal in the future once this is over, you know? Indeed. With that, Alex turns and walks away up the path, leaving me to stare after him. I decide to ask Neferu about what happened with Alex. I know they had some kind of relationship going on, so maybe he can enlighten me on the cat's motives. Or the tightness of his asshole, which really seems to be the only thing that it was going on. I don't fucking know. My mouth is already open as I'm walking into the bedroom, and I'm hit with a blast of sound. Speaking of dance-off, look at this shit. We're fucking moving and grooving over here. In front of me is Neferu with his back to me, though I can see he's in his underwear. He's moving fluidly around. Yeah, very fluid. I know there's only so much you can do with Renpy. This is actually really cool. Arms and paws waving about and pausing at odd angles while his feet slide across the ground, gliding back and forth. At first, I think he's doing some kind of exercise, but then I can hear him singing over the music. It's wordless because it doesn't translate through the lingua, just sort of a howling sound, though very different from the wolves. It's very loud, and it's a wonder I couldn't hear it in the hallway. Doesn't necessarily sound bad, but I could tell Neferu wasn't putting much effort into making it sound nice. Still, I feel like I'm walking in on something private, so I consider backing out. Of course, that's when he spins around and immediately spots me standing there in the front of the door, my mouth still open. Quickly, I fix my face into a pleasant smile, trying to act casual so I don't embarrass him. Oh, hey, Neferu, I paused as I see Neferu grinning back at me. I was just... You okay? I have to almost shout over the music. Ah! The jackal is swaying back and forth a little bit, almost like he's still dancing.
Oh, William, what an incredibly pleasant and joyous surprise.
Thanks? The jackal begins to dance again, facing me this time, though he doesn't sing, thankfully. Are you okay?
Better than I've ever been, my simian friend. What do you think of the music?
Neferu nods at the ceiling. It's nice. Kinda loud.
I'm sorry, I need to hear sounds from my home every now and then. The wolves have no spice in their music.
Jackal slides his paws sensually over his torso, smoothing the fur down to better accentuate his pecs and abs, his eyes glued to mine. I look around and note the 3 bottles of wine on the bedside table. Oh, you're drunk.
I'm drunk.
Neferu spins in a circle and actually almost loses his balance, something I've never seen him do. I've seen him buzz before, but he's always managed to keep his composure. But now... How drunk?
Too drunk, but...
Neferu steadies himself against a pillar, leaning and rubbing his head against it.
At the same time, not drunk enough.
I quickly make sure the door is closed behind me before moving closer to the jackal. Do you need help?
What?
I raise my voice above the music. Do you? Neferu waves a paw at me.
Wait, calm, pause music.
Pausing, dancing among the dunes, fire kit.
I need another drink.
Neferu reaches out towards the table even though it's a good 10 feet away, and I look over to see one of them is half full. There's a pause, then Neferu opens his eyes, frowning at me.
I said I need a drink, William.
And what do you think I'm going to do about that?
You're a slave, you know what to do.
I stare. Excuse me!
You are a slave.
Neferu puts a finger in my direction with every word.
Don't let the wolves tell you any different. As long as you are here, they are your master.
But you were treating me like a slave just now.
I was making...
Neferu pauses as he makes a strange swallowing, hiccuping sound.
I was making a point, clearly. Sorry, should I simplify my words for you?
He goes on staring at the bottle as if wondering if it's worth it to make the journey there. Turns back to me as if just remembering that I'm there, though he seems to have trouble focusing his eyes.
Don't worry, William. I'm just as much a slave as you are. You have the advantage of someday leaving, though.
move closer, deciding to sit on my bed, while Neferu goes on hugging at the pillar, as if letting go will cause him to fall. That wouldn't be good, considering the fountain is right there. You can't leave whenever you want? Neferu chuckles and guffaws, another sound I've never heard from him.
You don't understand. I can leave, but I can't leave.
Yeah, I don't think I do understand. Suddenly, Neferu's ears flatten.
You really fucked this up for me, do you understand that?
I blink. What?
You fucked my life.
This time Neferu uses his foot to point at me, or really just sort of kicking in my direction. What the hell are you talking about?
If you hadn't come here, Kata would not have had the excuse to nullify Amicus's emperorship. I would be halfway through negotiating my alliance by now.
Wait, this isn't my fault. I was brought here against my will, Neferu. Neferu makes another deep swallowing sound, then just belches loudly.
Yes, I'm sorry. I forget it's mostly that big idiot's fault.
I feel my temper snap, and I stand up. Now it's not the time I wanted to find out that my most important ally actually blames me and my boyfriend for the situation he's in. Hey, I know you're drunk, but I'm not gonna listen to you say this shit. You can call me back when you've sobered up and stop feeling sorry for yourself. I start walking towards the door quickly, feeling a little sick at the whole situation. And if Neferu really is turning on me, that means the only person I could trust here is in the dungeon. I really would be alone.
Wait.
His voice is so quiet that I'm almost not even sure if I've heard it. I pause, though, looking back over my shoulder. He's still leaned up against the pillars, ears down, gazing at the ground. About to ask him to repeat himself, but that's when he suddenly lets out a gasp and slides down the pillar to his knees. He crumbles to the ground, paws covering his face as he trembles and starts to sob loudly.
I'm so sorry. I don't know what I'm doing.
I stare open-mouthed, watching the jackal cry for several seconds. Apparently too drunk means way too drunk. Still, this jackal clearly has a lot of problems that he doesn't tell anyone about. You fucking think! Actually, he doesn't really have anyone to tell them to on this alien moon. And the fan is back. Oh, Christ. At least I have Amicus. So after standing there in stunned silence for a moment, I walk over to Neferu. I stand awkwardly at his side for a moment, watching his broad, black-furred shoulders heave up and down before I kneel and rest a hand on his back. I see his ears perk up at him for a moment in reaction, but otherwise he doesn't say anything. I'm generally not the best at comforting someone, especially when they're crying, but I rub my hand in a circle through the fur. Hey, I get it. This whole thing is really frustrating, but we'll figure this out together. I give the jackal a few minutes to finally calm down. Then I start to pull him up, pushing him into the direction of his bed. He doesn't resist and stumbles up to it before falling face down onto the covers. He wipes his face with a pillow, and while he does that, I quickly grab the wine bottles, moving them to the floor so they're out of his reach. Finally, Neferu lets out a big, shuddery sigh.
Can you rub my back again? It feels good.
Jackal's voice is stuffy from his clogged nose. Sure. I kneel beside the bed before starting to rub Neferu's back again. He sighs, head turned away from me. I let the silence go on for a while, listening to the... I'm even giving rubbies in a fucking video game. My life is a goddamn cycle of shit. I let the silence go on for a while, listening to the jackal sniffing every couple of seconds before I finally speak. So, what happened?
I drank.
Yeah, speaking of which, Calm, bring us a glass and pitcher of water, please.
Yes, William.
And, take the wine bottles away, too.
Yes, William.
Oh, my precious woven wine.
Nefru says it in a mock, sad voice, but combined with his already sad state, there's not much of a difference. Again, what happened?
Oh no. I suppose I realized how challenging this will all be. I can't say I trust the Wolven people to oust Cassius. They're rather accepting of corrupt officials.
I think, trying to approach this delicately. Is your family making you do this? Like, they won't let you come back unless you cultivate the alliance?
My family doesn't even expect me to accomplish that. But that's why I must do it. If I don't, I might as well be banished.
Seems kind of unfair that they'd put all this on you.
After what I've put them through, it's only fair.
I wait for more of an explanation, but he doesn't go on. So is what Alex said on the island about you and your family true?
More or less.
Again, he doesn't seem interested in talking about it, so I just go on rubbing his back. Well, we're gonna get Amicus out of the dungeons and onto the throne. I know you don't believe that I've talked to the parents, but I really think I have, and they're on our side. Nefru chuckles. So, you'll get that alliance.
I hope so, my friend.
We sit in silence for a long while, and even I start to enjoy the hypnotic motion of rubbing Nefru's furry back in a large spiral motion. My mind wanders back to the cat. Speaking of Alex, I had a weird conversation with him today. I think he thinks we're, like, conspiring against him or something. Nefru grunts.
Stay away from that cat. He's nothing but trouble.
Well, he kept bringing up the alliance. He seemed to want to know my role in it. Nefru turns his face toward me, his eyes bloodshot, but the tears dried up at this point.
I assume it had something to do with not wanting the alliance to happen.
Yeah. Nefru takes a deep breath and presses his face into the pillow, letting out a long groan.
All I can say is don't trust him.
Yeah, definitely not. I just don't really get what he's doing.
Neither do I. And that's why you should stay away from him.
Really? I thought you two, I don't know, talked and did stuff together.
Which didn't shed any light on his motives. Considering the way our relationship has changed, I doubt I'll get any more information out of him.
So you can't just seduce him again? Nefru cracks a smile.
Last time I tried that, he referred to me as a whore, which isn't exactly inaccurate.
Doors open and the drone glides in, setting the water down on the bedside table before fetching the bottles from behind the jackal's bed. Nefru watches it go morosely. I clear my throat, trying to distract him from the departing alcohol. I get what you mean, though. It seems like he favors one side, then the other. I don't get it. Nefru waves his paw.
Best not to worry yourself with him, and simply stay away. The Morphins are famous for their quirks and seemingly contradictive behavior.
Alright. I rub for a while longer, switching hands as my arm starts getting tired. I'm starting to think that the jackal has fallen asleep when he suddenly speaks again, jolting me out of my trance.
We will be revealing our hand to Cassius tomorrow. With any luck, Amicus will be free by the end of the week.
Oh. I'm surprised, finding that hard to take in. I knew this would be coming, but not so soon. How are we gonna do that?
Well, we have 3 pieces of information that can help us. The first is the footage from the 3rd trial. Hopefully that'll be enough to convince Cassius to step down.
Nefru suddenly shifts and slowly sits up, groaning again before reaching for the pitcher and the glass of water.
The second is the footage of Cato attacking me. I'd rather we not have to use that, but if Cassius isn't convinced by the first, then we may have to resort to it.
Nefru drinks deeply from his glass, and I watch him impatiently as he drains the entire thing. And the third? Nefru gasps and leans back, setting the glass down.
Remembering a little theory about the previous Emperor's accident?
I nod. Alex said the investigation was botched. Nefer glances at me.
The fact that the cat tipped you off is worrying, but it is very odd. The investigation wasn't botched, but rather was called off by the acting emperor.
Cato?
Indeed. The investigators were only able to get as far as discovering a possible malicious software installed in the ship's navigation system. Considering software has to be installed through a port, and that the ship is heavily protected whenever outside the palace, the installation likely would had to have happened while inside the palace.
So, Cato. Nefer chuckles.
More than likely, yes, but I don't understand why. Cato was good friends with the last emperor, and as far as I can tell, he was supportive of his policies.
Well, how people act on the outside doesn't really seem to matter much around here.
Or anywhere. What convinced me of Cato's involvement, however, is the fact that every single investigator has gone missing since.
What?
Mm-hmm.
I start to feel that icy fear in my chest again. If it is Cato, then he really is the ruthless. What I saw happen to that doctor, Felix, could only be a taste of what Cato is capable of.
Unfortunately, because there is no solid evidence linking Cato, I am afraid I might not be very effective. It might not be very effective. It could be another last resort, though. Anyway, would you like to go with Virginian to try to convince him with this information?
Really? You've been trying to get me to stay out of the way for the past week.
Keep you safe, but I have noticed that Cassius may have taken a liking to you as of late. You know him to some degree and could use that knowledge to better convince him.
Well, I wouldn't say he likes me, but yeah, I can try.
And as I've said, Virginia will be there to help as well.
I assume you're not going? Nefer smirks.
I'm the last person he would want to see while discussing the possible end of his rule. Besides, I know I'm not going to be feeling my best tomorrow. I think I'll stay in bed for once.
Drink more water. Nefer sighs, just sort of looking at the pitcher. I roll my eyes, reaching to pour him another glass.
Oh, how kind of you.
I'm a slave, right? Nefer winces as he takes the glass from me.
No, you are a Camian, and I think we'll be very proud to have you.
With that, he once again downs the entire thing. I toss and turn a tide to. I toss and turn most of the night, even while Neferu snores loudly in his own bed. And go over what I might be able to say to Cassius in case things go wrong for whatever reason. I find that difficult to do, though, especially considering how angry and unpredictable the wolf can be sometimes. I managed to get maybe a couple hours of sleep. As soon as the sun starts shining through the opening in the roof, I'm up and ready for Virginia to come get me. Didn't happen until about an hour later, and Nefer only lifts his head for a moment when the wolf enters before groaning and dropping it back to the pillow. I'm hoping that he doesn't remember what happened yesterday, for his sake. The amount of anticipation in the air is almost too much for me to handle as I follow Virginia to the throne room. It's a feeling that I haven't felt since the trials, since when I thought I was about to be able to fly back home. Now, though, it's the anticipation of that I'll be able to get Amicus out of the dungeons. It's gonna go bad. Something bad's gonna happen. Some shit is gonna fucking happen. I don't like this. I don't like this. We pause at the door, Virginia glancing at me. Remember, speak only if absolutely necessary. This is of the utmost importance. I nod silently. I get the feeling that she hadn't wanted me to come, but Nefer probably insisted. The wolf reaches out and presses the panel, opening the door. I follow her in and immediately spot Cassius on his throne, still on his little booster seat. But there's someone else, too. We chose him today because Cato still hadn't returned from his trip, thus leaving Cassius alone. But now, though, Alex is here. kneeling beside his throne, his head on the armrest while Cassius strokes his head. That was a little redundant. His other paw occupied with a tablet-like device. He glances up.
Ah, sister. And William, what was it you needed?
Virginia is silent until we stop at the base of the steps. I come to a stop just behind her, to her left. Cassius narrows his eyes as he looks down at us, probably realizing that this is no ordinary visit. Meanwhile, Alex just stares at us inquisitively, looking innocent and oblivious as he always tries to. Brother, I have something very, very important to discuss with you. Cassius regards her for a moment and glances at me.
Why is he here?
It involves him. It involves all of us, actually. Cassius frowns deeply, expression growing more and more sour.
And what is it, Virginia?
Virginia takes a deep breath. Cassius, you must abdicate. Oh, it's not going to go well. Oh! Takes Cassius a moment to take that in, but when he does, his eyes widen and his nostrils flare, leaning back in his throne like he's been slapped.
Excuse me?
I wonder if this is the best way to go about telling Cassius that we're about to try and take the throne from him. I look around, wondering if there are any drones that he might use to blast us with. Cassius, we all know that this is illegitimate. You must consider...
Enough! I will hear no talk of this! From my own sister, no less! Leave at once!
The young wolf is shaking in his seat, wide-eyed, ears flat. Well, you must hear it.
I must not! I followed every protocol. I am in my rightful place. Leave now or I will have the drones escort you.
Alex is sitting up straight now, staring at us, his ears perked. I kind of wish that we could have had him leave the room. Virginia remains calm, simply gazing back up at Cassius with an almost stoic look. Brother, you must hear it because we have proof of your deception. Cassius seems to have recovered from his initial shock, though he's still trembling a bit, his chest heaving for breath.
What proof?
Virginia takes a deep breath. You know that we already know of about the staging, but we have footage of the third trial. All of it. Cassius stays quiet, unsure of what to say. We have contacts in Adastra that will release it to the public tomorrow evening. Cassius swallows hard.
I will close the news channels.
Not only to the news channels, but in portable formats as well that may be copied and spread. You will not be able to stop all of it. Cassius opens his mouth, then closes it, then opens it again, then closes it. He didn't see this coming at all. Oh, there's that look. Finally, his shoulders drop and he stares at the floor. Virginia, how could you do this to me? Virginia frowns, actually looking a bit sad. How could you take the throne in such a dishonest manner? Mother taught you better.
Do not speak of Mother!
Cassius' response is instant and angry before he deflates again. The silence stretches out for a while before Virginia speaks again. I know you, Cass. I know you're an honest, honorable wolf. I know you don't want the emperorship like this. Cassius goes on, staring off into space. Oh no, William, why? Do you even want to be emperor, Cassius? Oh, Virginia looks sharply over at me, but I ignore her for now, looking right up at Cassius. He turns his gaze slowly to me.
What sort of question is that?
Remember when we saw the parents together? Cassius instantly bristles, his ears turning a deep red. You remember what they said, right?
I don't remember.
Sure. Anyway, you know what the parents think, what they want. Just listen to them. They only want what's best for this empire. Cassius closes his eyes, taking a deep breath. That's not the thing you should have said to him.
Why are you doing this to me?
Oh, he says it quietly. Sorry. That's what happens when the direction follows the line. And I'm not sure if he's talking to me, Virginia, or the both of us. Because we also want what's best for the Empire, Cassius. And that involves a legitimate emperor that rightfully sits upon the throne.
I can't just abdicate. How many emperors have even done that? The humiliation would be too great.
For the first time, I hear some resignation in Cassius's voice. And I actually do believe that he doesn't want this emperorship anymore. I jump in again. We can make up any story you want, Cassius. It doesn't have to be a shameful thing. We can make it seem honorable. Even though I think it is already if you do step down. Again, Cassius is silent. I can only imagine all the things that are going through his head right now. He knows that the release of this footage will destroy his image, cause unrest, probably to the point that he'd never be able to recover if he remained on the throne. He already knows that he's been beaten. No, he doesn't. Oh, there's that fucker. Alex, meanwhile, continues to sit at his side, just staring at the two of us. I'm surprised he hasn't said anything at all. And again, I'm not sure whose side he's on. He's on his side! How hard is this to fucking figure out? Also, you need to demote Cato from an advisor. Otherwise, he will become acting emperor again. Cassius looks sharply at us. We know he's behind all of this. That you're a puppet, Cassius. Oh! Cassius bristles and Vegeta shoots me another warning look. But you're still the Emperor. You have complete power over your advisor. You can easily cut those strings. Cassius looks like he's about ready to say something to protest, but again, he slumps down, just glaring at his knees.
That would automatically make Amicus Emperor.
Not a question, just a defeated statement. We don't say anything.
I suppose he was always destined to be that.
I was a fool to think I could make this work. Virginia's ears perk up, and I feel a swooping feeling in my chest like I just missed a step. Alex looks up at Cassius, frowning. Cassius shakes his head.
I'll need to think. You said tomorrow evening?
The 14th hour. Oh yeah, time's different there. Cassius sighs, then nods.
I see. I'll make an announcement tomorrow after breakfast. I need to meditate.
Certainly. He's not gonna do it. He's not gonna do it. He's gonna fucking... some shit. Oh, God. Cassius drops his paw to his lap and picks up the glass tablet again. And just like that, we're dismissed. As Virginia turns to go, I quickly speak up. Why? Why are you making demands? Okay. Cassius? Can I see Amicus again? He rolls his eyes.
Gods, yes. In fact, he looks up at the ceiling. Come, set William's access to the dungeons as unrestricted. He'll be free by tomorrow anyway, I'm sure.
Thank you. I bow, because it feels like the right thing to do, but Cassius only grunts in response. I then quickly follow Virginia out into the hallway, almost skipping with relief and excitement. Oh, God, it's not gonna go that well. It's not that easy. Something bad's gonna happen. Something bad's gonna fucking happen. Holy shit, that was easy. I whisper to the she-wolf as she maintains that stoic look. It really was, wasn't it? It seems that Cassius isn't enjoying his position on the throne after all. Did he think it would be easy? I think he never looked past beating Amicus. Now that he has, well... I shake my head. If that was his only reason, then he deserves this. Well, I don't believe it was his only reason. He simply didn't prepare himself beyond the trials. Virginia side-eyes me. And don't get too excited just yet. Nothing is final until Cassius says the words. Yeah, it looks like he's definitely going to. It does, yes, but remain careful and vigilant also. Virginia pauses as he reached the branch of the hallway where it would part ways so that I could go to the dungeons. I stop and look up at her, stepping from one foot to the other, eager to tell Amicus the news. You've noted my loyalty to Amicus over the past week, yes? Yeah. At the very least, this would be deserving of some... This would be deserving of some time of official position, don't you think? I imagine that's some kind. You want to be chief advisor, right? Yes, and you are very close to him. I'll get him to make it happen. The wolf almost looks shocked. I don't know why, though. I'd assumed this was always part of the plan. Thank you, William. Of course. I'll see you later today. I'll leave the wolf standing there, trying not to walk too fast on my way to the dungeons. Oh, it's gonna look bad. Oh, okay. Amicus is shocked when I tell him the news, obviously, but like Virginia, he tells me to stay cautious, which you should be. Anything can happen between now and when Cassius makes the announcement. We're definitely not guaranteed an abdication during said announcement. Either way, I promise Amicus to come back down first thing in the morning to tell him the news. I leave in good spirits, and I catch Amicus's tail wagging more than it usually does. We might actually be at the end of this nightmare. We're not. We're fucking not.
William.
Uh-huh. I stare at the ceiling, wondering for a moment where I am.
William, your presence is requested at breakfast.
What? I try to focus, the memories of last night slowly coming back to me. I'd returned to Virginia and Neferu, having a drink to celebrate our tentative victory. I joined them, and maybe I had too much. It's a bit blurry. But the splitting headache is evidence enough. Then I remember that Calm woke me up. Wait, breakfast?
Yes, your presence is requested immediately.
I hadn't had breakfast with the family since Amicus was imprisoned. Why would they request me now? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because they're going to get fucking imprisoned or shot or some crazy shit. It gets me nervous, knowing what's about to happen today. I look over to once again see Neferu sleeping on his bed, his fur uncharacteristically mussed up just like yesterday morning. Quickly, I jump out of bed, throwing on my robes and trying to straighten out my hair as I hurry out towards the dining room. Wonder if maybe Amicus is already out of the dungeons. Nope. Maybe he's the one requesting my presence. Nope. As I reach the door, I realize that's not the case. No shit. Oh, fuck! Oh, fuckity fuck fuck! Oh, fuckity fuck fuck! It's the fucking gang! It's the fucking crew! It's the fucking motley crew! It's fucking... Holy shit times. This is some shit. I am not fucking happy with this arrangement. Virginia, Cassius, and Cato sit on the beds while Alex kneels in front of Cassius. As I walk in, I can immediately tell that something is off. Really. The air is tense. I come to a gradual stop, unsure of what to do, as the rest of them glance up at me.
Ah, is that William? How nice of you to join us. Would you care to serve us our food and drink, please?
Something is very wrong here. Did Cassius tell Cato about what happened? There's not much else I could do except walk over and kneel beside Alex, reaching out to begin serving the wolves. It's completely silent as all of them just watch me fumbling around with the food. Finally, Virginia breaks the silence. Cato, is there a reason you called us all to breakfast? Cato turns his head in Virginia's direction.
Can't I enjoy a meal with the royal siblings? I simply wanted to discuss my trip with you.
Oh, I see. It's just been so long since we've had a scheduled breakfast.
It may be a good habit to get back into. Wouldn't you agree, Emperor Cassius?
Oh, yes, definitely, Cato. How was your trip?
Wonderful. I had the pleasure of visiting Edrote. Being the entertainment capital of Adastra, I had such a good time observing the plays, despite my inability to observe.
Kato starts laughing loudly, and I can tell why everyone's on edge. This isn't like Kato at all. I set a plate out for Kato while Alex does the same for Cassius, and while he's working on Virginia's plate, Kato shifts.
William, can you hand us all our goblets? I am absolutely parched.
I notice that the goblet's already been set out in front of each wolf, already filled with wine. This is a problem. Carefully, I hand Kato his goblet, then turn and reach for Cassius's. Fear not, these are the events that shall follow. I blink, and notice Cassius staring at me, raising an eyebrow. I shake my head and push the goblet into his paw. Oh, we both heard that shit. What were the lines? Fear not, these are the events that shall follow. Oh, we're getting instructions. Are we getting instruction from the parents? Holy shit. I'm about to grab Virginia's, but Alex has already finished her plate and hands her goblet as well. For a while, the wolves eat and drink in silence. At least Virginia and Cassius do. I notice Kato not touching his food at all, simply watching the rest of us. We're all getting drugged to some shit. Cassius lets out a loud cough. Alex hits a paw on his leg in concern. Sorry, something in my throat. Takes another drink of his wine. Keep your mind and heart open, Great Ape. You shall receive guidance. A vision flashes and the tension somehow builds, and I know now that something terrible is about to happen. Now you figure it out. I've been saying this shit for like 20 fucking minutes.
So, Cassius, I hear you have an announcement to make this morning.
Whoo! The entire room freezes as the wolf stops eating and Alex stops serving. I sit there on my knees, trying to keep my breathing even, trying to deal with feeling like I have voices in my head. With feeling like I have voices in my head, and with Kato apparently discovering our plan at the same time. Cassius finally speaks, or tries to. He coughs again, harder this time. I notice him starting to shake, and Alex again puts a paw on his leg. Cassius, what's wrong?
Yes, what's wrong, Cassius? Don't you have a speech to give this morning? You might have to postpone it if you have a cough.
Cassius suddenly sits up, trembling. He stares at Kato, wide-eyed, disbelieving, one paw moving to his throat. Cassius! He turns to Alex, reaching a paw out to him, which the cat catches.
I can't breathe.
Cassius wheezes, looking down into his goblet, then he suddenly spasms, curling over his stomach before another violent spasm takes him, and he arches out onto the bed, screaming, I didn't think Cassius was going to be the one getting attacked. Good lord. Oh, shit balls. That's a fucking sight right there. That, I remember seeing that expression on Alex's face on Twitter. I did not think this would be the scene. Holy shit. I don't like that face. That expression is fucking terrifying to me. It's a hideous sound, full of agony. It's so sudden I'm left to just stare in shock, still on my knees. Virginia stands up, moving over to around her bed to get closer to Cassius. Meanwhile, Alex screams as well, staring in horror at Cassius. Cass, wait, what is it? What happened? Cassius just writhes under him, even as Alex tries to hold him down. He notices his mouth foaming red from the wine the goblet still held in his paw before he drops it, spilling it onto the bed and floor. Cass! Why am I even... Cass! I can scream now. Alex's voice is filled with despair, probably realizing at the same time I do that Cassius has been poisoned, and he might be dying.
Oh dear, are you cramping, Cassius? Perhaps you ate too fast.
The hair raises on the back of my neck as I sense Kato sitting behind me. He'd found out about our plan. He'd put a stop to it just like that. Cato, this was too far! What was it? Was it the wine? I almost don't register what Alex just said, but that's when I feel Cato get up from behind me. A few steps he's standing over Alex and Cassius before he swings a paw hard into Alex's face. Kablam! Sends the small cat flying so far he's thrown up against the wall. He crumples there, unmoving. Virginia ducks when this happens, but bravely moves forward, grabbing Cassius and turning him over onto his stomach. For a moment, I think Cato was going to do the same to her, but he seems to get himself under control.
Was it the wine, then? Well, who served it?
He looks around inquisitively, even while Virginia sticks her fingers into Cassius' mouth, shoving them deep until the screaming wolf lets out a retch. Cato's eyes settle on me.
What did you put in his drink, Simeon?
I stay there on my knees, dumbfounded. Then there's a splattering sound as Cassius vomits up his breakfast, tinged red from the wine. Virginia stubbornly continues to gag him, forcing out every little bit that she can.
Well, I suppose we'll have to investigate, won't we?
Come! Send a medical ship from Adastra City! Tell them the Emperor's been poisoned!
Yes, Virginia.
He looks down at me, and then before I can move, he reaches out and grabs my arm. I felt the power of a wolf before, main one being Amicus, of course, but this is different. It's like he's made of stone. Cato starts pulling me towards the door, and every step feels like my arm is about to be yanked out of its socket. As Cato marches out into the hallway, I grasp at his arm with my other hand, trying to relieve the pressure somehow. The wolf stares straight ahead, ignoring me even as I try to pull away. I can walk! I grit my teeth, my hand already numb. I look left and right, trying to figure out how I might get away. No chance for that, though, as I realize we've reached Amicus's room. Suddenly I find myself on the floor as the wolf throws me violently into the room.
I suggest you stay here. You have no means of escape anyway. I'll be back to discuss things with you.
There's a strange humor in his voice with that last part. And before I can even look back, the door shuts and I hear another sound. A click. I sit in Amicus's room in stunned silence for a long, long time. I still haven't been able to comprehend the series of events that have just unfolded. All I could piece together was that Alex, for whatever reason, had tipped Cato off as to what we were planning. No shit. I suppose Cat hadn't expected Cato to use such drastic measures, judging by his reaction, but he'd wanted to put a stop to our plans just the same. I don't bother myself with trying to figure out Alex's motives anymore, though. Instead, I'm left to sit here and wonder if there's anything I can possibly do to get out of this. Well, I mean, last I remember, those curtains back there lead to a balcony. I soon find out that the clicking sound was the door locking. I suppose that means Cato is the acting emperor again, which, with Cato being either incapacitated or even dead. I ask Calm about Cassius's health, but he only tells me that the information is not available to him. So I wait, sitting on the couch for hours, wondering if the next time the door slides open, it will be my death. I need Amicus. These thoughts become too much for me, and I have to get up and walk around, trying hard not to hyperventilate. Maybe Nefru will be able to do something. He's fucked. He's fubbernucked. They've definitely locked his ass up by now. He must have heard about what happened by now, unless Cato did something to him as well. Yeah, well, that fucking wine definitely fucked him up in a way that is not typical, so I wouldn't be surprised if they poisoned him as well. With a deep breath, I push past the curtains and out onto the balcony. Yeah, I fucking said that there was a balcony. It's already late afternoon, but that's not what catches my attention. Instead, it's the smoke rising over the city, the sun shining behind it all to give it a strange red glow. I stare, wondering what could have possibly happened in the short time between this morning and now. Calm?
Yes, William?
Why is there smoke over Adastra City? There's a pause.
Here's what I found. At approximately the 11th hour, Cato proclaimed himself Emperor of Adastra. Shortly after, Emperor Cassius was poisoned by a child pet. Cato then dissolved the triumvirate and assumed absolute control of the empire. There are destructive riots in all the major cities.
Is Cassius alive?
That information is not available to me, William.
I sigh and stare down to the water, feeling sick. I wonder how much of this is my fault. At least a little bit, if not for all of it, for just being here in the first place. Now that Kato's framing me, I'm going to die. A vision blurs with tears before one drops down onto the sloshing lake below me. And then I remember. I deleted my profile from Com's database. I'm trying to remember what I was told about how exactly it works. Something to do with the AI's security system. Well, he might be able to deduce what room I'm in based on my voice. He should be blind to my exact location. That would mean leaving the boundaries of the palace shouldn't alert anything. Maybe if I experimentally stick an arm over the railing, then a leg. Before I know it, I'm on the other side of the balcony, the lake sloshing below me. I think about what I can do. I could swim for the shore, make a run for Adastra City, and maybe find someone to help me. Maybe one of those contacts that Nephru and Virginia keep talking about. I could also just hide somewhere, maybe even on the island until things settle down for a bit. Running into a city in chaos probably wouldn't be the best move. But I already know what I'm going to do. I'm not going to leave the palace. Why? I'm going to find my way back in. I need to get to Amicus. I need to tell him what happened and figure out a way to fall back on our last resort. My stomach twists at the idea, but I know that we're out of choices now. With that, I look down at the water and let go. I plunged into the water with a splash, the cold taking my breath away in an instant. Immediately, I realized the mistake of jumping into the lake with a heavy robe. I'm able to kick out of the loose-fitting garment within a few seconds, though, and I start swimming around the edge of the balcony towards the shore. It's not that far, but I start to worry as I feel my arms and legs burn from the strain. Even though the beach is right in front of me, it seems to take longer than it should for my feet to touch the ground. Just as I feel my limbs start to give out, I feel the sandy bottom of the lake against my toes. I gasp with relief, struggling through the deeper end of the shallows before stumbling onto my hands and knees, forcing myself to move forward until I reach the beach. Reach the beach, reach the beach. This looks like a bright summer day. The previous screen had a fucking dusk setting. What the shit happened? Even now, in this moment of desperation, I have to lay out in the sand for a moment, gasping for breath as I feel my numbed limbs come slowly back to life. I just ate, so I'm like out of breath. What the fuck? I suppose all the anxiety and no food all day have left me feeling weak. I finally realize how exposed I am out here. How easy it would be for someone to see me from the gardens or even from the windows of the palace. With a grunt, I force myself to roll over and start crawling for the tree line in the garden so that I can at least have some cover. I thought we went to the island. I didn't realize we went to the same fucking... As I crouch there in just my underwear, still trying to catch my breath, I realize how quiet it is out here. Again, it's like striking... It's a fucking thing. It's a striking contrast to how violently things had changed just hours ago. Finally, after a deep breath, I start pushing my way through the gardens, walking through the foliage rather than using the paths. I doubt anyone's taking a garden stroll, considering what's happened, but the one thing I learned is that no one's predictable here. Also, it wasn't dusk, it was the morning, because we got up for breakfast, so it would be more dawn, and I guess day fucking broke in the 2 seconds we were in the water. So I tried to keep hidden, using the large, exotic-looking plants as cover before leaping across paths and ducking into the plant life again, hopefully not attracting any spiders. As I get closer to the palace... Why are we going to the palace? That's where Murder McFuckface is at. As I get closer to the palace, I try to think about how I'm going to do this. Oh! The thing you should have figured out a while ago? Oh, Lord. With any luck, no one's actually in the palace. It makes sense after what happened. Would it? You're just telling me it would make sense, game. I don't like it when people tell me that their shit makes sense. If anyone is in the palace, I just have to hope they aren't Kato. There's also the problem of actually getting Amicus out of the dungeons. While I might be blind to calm, Amicus definitely isn't. I need to get to Neferu. You would definitely know about what's happened by now. Maybe we could come up with a plan if he doesn't have one already. He always seems to know what to do. Well, usually. I just have to hope that something hasn't happened to him. So I come up to the palace entrance. I look around. The quiet's starting to become unnerving. I don't see anyone, so swallowing hard, I jog through the entrance of the palace. The cool air of the hallways hits my damp skin and makes me shiver, both in the cold and the tension. I'm sure to keep close to the walls, always looking ahead to a doorway or pillar that I can duck behind in case I see someone. Luckily, that doesn't happen, and I'm more and more convinced that no one is actually here. Before I know it, I'm coming up on the hall that holds Neferu's room. My breathing quickens as I get closer to the door, knowing that I'll feel a lot better if I can just have some guidance. Some shit's gonna be on the other side of this door, dude. They've done this dramatic door gag multiple times. I've been here for a while and I've gotten used to the way of things, but I'm completely out of my element now. I make it to the door and reach out, pressing the panel to slide it open. The room is empty. I stare for a moment, as if doing that will make the jackal magically appear back in his bed where I last saw him. Then I see something on the floor. Green shards of shattered glass, wine bottles knocked from the table to the floor. An ominous feeling starts to blossom in my chest as I note the purplish-red stains among the glass. The spilled wine dried from how long it's damp in there. I swallow again to wet my throat, looking to the ceiling, about to call out to Com and ask for Neferu's location before stopping myself. I don't know if actually alerting Com to my location is a good idea. I'm pretty sure the security portion of the AI is separate from the rest of Com, but I don't want to chance it. I sit in there for a moment, unsure of what to do now. I could go around the palace looking for the jackal. He could be anywhere, really. But seeing the glass, knowing what's happened, I'm just denying what's obvious here. I just have to hope he's okay, wherever he's been taken. I lean against the frame of the door for a moment, trying to think of what to do next. I could look for Virginia, but I have no idea where her room might be. Besides, if the state of Neferu's room is anything to go by, I wouldn't be surprised if she's been taken somewhere against her will as well. Kato probably knows everything about what we're planning. There's really no other choice but to go into the dungeons, tell Amicus about what's happened, then maybe he'll know what to do. Just as I'm turning back to go out into the hall, though, I hear footsteps. I quickly draw back into the room, reaching up to the panel to shut the door again, because that sound wouldn't be suspicious or audible at all. Before I do, though, I hear something else. The sound of muttering in a very familiar voice. I linger just inside the room, listening as the voice draws closer. Oh dear, oh Kellen, this is too much! Too much! I grit my teeth listening as the cat comes closer, sounding like he's alone. I suddenly make up my mind as to what I'm going to do next. I'm gonna be killed. I'm gonna be killed. What was I thinking? At that moment, the cat passes the doorway. He's got his paws up to the side of his face, too busy staring at the ground to even notice me. He's close enough that all I have to do is reach out and grab him by the straps of his robe before yanking him into the room as hard as I can. Immediately, the cat shrieks, the sound bending comically with the force of my tug. I swing it around and toward the middle of the room before turning around to quickly shut the door. Alex is still yelling as he tumbles to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop next to the shattered bottles. He curls up there, covering his face as he cowers on the ground. Wait! I'm sorry for whatever it is I did! The cat continues to grovel before finally peeking through his paws to look up at me. He goes quiet, though he remains fetal, as it's deciding if he should still be scared or not. Suddenly, he seems to make up his mind and quickly stands, brushing off imaginary dust as he fixes his face into one of bland disinterest. Oh, William. I thought you might be someone else. My apologies. I glare. What reason did you have for grabbing me so roughly? No more bullshitting from you. What the hell is going on? The cat finally stops fidgeting and faces me, though he doesn't make eye contact, staring at the door behind me instead. Well, I'm sure you already know that, don't you? I'm surprised Cato let you out, to be honest. Something like Alex's demeanor, not only the way he's acting now, but the way he's been acting for the past month, gets it to me at that moment. I step forward suddenly, and though I want to hit him, I settle for just giving him a hard shove in the chest that sends him stumbling back with a noisy slapping of his sandals to the stone floor. What the fuck, Alex? He windmills his arms, trying to catch his balance, and when he finally does, he brings his paws up to his chest, his ears pinned back, his claws unsheathed. I don't know if Alex is any good at fighting, but I'd rather not get raked by those things, so I hold off giving him another shove. Besides, he's looking scared again, staring at me wide-eyed.
Don't touch me!
I grit my teeth, forcing myself not to do it again. Then tell me what it is you're doing. Why did you do this?
What?
This time I step forward and raise my fist threateningly, and immediately the cat covers his face, cowering. I realize then that Alex probably doesn't have any fighting skills at all. Or he's an actor. Like he's been doing the whole time. But he actually might be a coward rather than just pretending to be one. This realization cools my desire to really hurt the cat, which is exactly what he would want you to do. Instead, I just wait again until Alex lowers his paw, looking at me with fear. I guess that's a good thing. Amicus had told me in the past that the few sapient primates in the Galaxias are really only known for a few things. One being that they can't swim, that's racist, and the other being their incredible strength. I suppose it's a good reputation to have, even if it's not true for humans, but Alex wouldn't know that. I take another threatening step forward. Tell me!
All right!
I'm surprised by the cat's sudden exclamation, his eyes screwed shut as he raises his paws to his head for tugging at it in distress.
I'll tell you whatever it is you want if you just leave me alone! I'm tired of this goddamn palace and psychopathic wolves and half-developed children!
I ignore that jab at me, staring at the cat, waiting.
I'll probably be deported soon anyway, if not executed.
Cat's voice catches in his throat, and he raises a paw to his mouth, seemingly about to cry again. He really is scared, and that gives me an idea. Listen, I'm trying to help Amicus to his rightful place on the throne. Maybe, if you help me out, and Amicus does become emperor, I can work something out for you. You know how close we are. I wait as he tries to gather himself, clasping his paws together before simply looking at the ground. He doesn't say anything, though, so I sigh. Why did you tell Cato about our plan? Alex echoes my sigh, looking away off to the side.
There's a lot of the Galaxia's politics you wouldn't understand, William.
Well, simplify it for me, then. I may be half-developed, but I think I'm starting to get the hang of how things work around here.
And if I tell you you'll leave this cursed moon, you'll help me leave this cursed moon. Get a fucking professional in here, Jesus Christ.
I grit my teeth. Yes. Alex side-eyes me before shaking his head.
I became a pet for a single reason, not for ambassadorial or Adastra morpho relations, not even to gather intelligence. I mean, originally that was my purpose, but I became close to Cassius over the course of several official meetings and dinners. My department took notice and altered my assignment.
Cat goes quiet again. Alright. What are you here for now? Alex takes a deep breath and looks at me in the eye. Chaos. I wait, but that's all the cat says. I frown at him. You're here to create chaos? Alex's voice suddenly becomes monotonous. An unstable government creates an unstable society. Progress is stalled and outward endeavors turn inward. The society worries less about what is happening outside their borders while becoming more concerned with their own issues. It's like he's reciting something he's heard many times before. Thinking about it, the explanation seems to have some reason to it. Alex's seemingly senseless decisions, shifting alliances, and general odd behavior could be explained by this. He's only here to make things more difficult for the wolves to integrate back into the Galaxius. To prevent them from progressing out of the technological and economic slump they're currently in. He's not just against me, Amicus, Cassius, or even Cato, but rather all of us at once. I think about the billowing smoke over Adastra City, what's probably happening to dozens of cities right now, and I suddenly feel an overwhelming feeling of disgust for the cat in front of me. A lot of things have happened on this moon that bothered me, but this particular act of sabotage is probably the worst. Just something about how careless it is. Not knowing what will even happen. That it will hurt, not just that it will hurt the Empire, the people. Alex sees the look on my face and quickly takes a step back, looking away.
I understand that it may seem harsh, but it's my duty as Amorpha to Amorpha and the Galaxies as a whole to keep us safe from Adastra. If you knew the history, I assume you started the rumors about the Triumvirates, then pinned it on me. I may have started the rumors, but I never implicated you. But you knew that would happen.
Alex opened his mouth and shuts it, looking away again. And after I woke up in the gardens, told you about the doctor, you probably told Cato about our relationship then, too. Alex frowns deeply, taking another step back, looking almost like a child that got caught doing something wrong. I feel my face grow hot, not really confident anymore that I'll be able to hold myself back from caving this cat's face in. Maybe later. But this isn't important right now. Even if this creature in front of me is responsible for half my troubles, if not all of them, where is Neferu? Or Virginia? Alex looks surprised for a moment, and a sudden shift in conversation.
Well, Virginia is to be married to Cato later today. Whoa! Okay.
My stomach lurches at that, but before I can even start to comprehend what that means, Alex goes on.
As for Neferu, well, you don't know.
I've been locked in Amicus's room all day. I don't know anything.
Ah, well, Neferu is scheduled to be executed, I think.
I stare. What, when?
I'm not completely sure. I woke up alone in the dining room and saw it on the news channels. No, when is he being executed? I don't know. It was going to be sometime today.
But it hasn't happened yet, right?
I don't know.
Calm! I cut Alex off, not caring anymore about alerting Calm to my location.
Yes, William.
Has Neferu been executed? There's a pause. For a moment, all I can hear is my heartbeat hammering in my ears, and for a surreal moment, I feel like I'm going to pass out, and I have to square my stance to make sure I don't go falling over. The pause seems longer than normal, like Calm is having trouble finding the information that I asked for, and then...
Here's what I found. The execution of Neferu, the Pharaoh's second son, is to take place in the Royal Amphitheater on the 14th hour, for crimes of espionage and conspiracy to murder.
Fuck.
Emperor Cassius.
Shit. Oh, fuck.
The execution will be broadcast live on public.
How much time until the 14th hour?
14 minutes and 31 seconds.
Shit! What the hell am I supposed to do? That's not enough time at all. Even if I can get to Amicus, I can't get him out in time before... The cat... Oh, this is the monitor! The monitor, da-da-da, monitor, fucking Deus Ex, fuck it, whatever. The cat. I turn my eyes on Alex, and he immediately backs away again, trembling. Can you get Hannah? Well, fucking can you? Can you get Amicus out of the dungeons? In that moment, I almost slap him, but I stubbornly force my shaking hands to stay at my sides. Can you fucking get him out or not?
I think so. Cassie's giving me almost unlimited access to comm security.
My heart leaps in my chest. Then let's go down there and get him the hell out! I turn to the door, but notice Alex is still frozen in the same place. The look at my face makes him cringe again.
Yes, but you won't let him imprison or execute me if I do.
Alex, I will kill you right now if you don't fucking do what I tell you! The cat jumps and yelps as I scream at him, scrambling to head to the door with me hot on his heels. The cat was at least right about one thing. I would never be able to be a diplomat, if that's what he really is. I'll follow as closely to the cat as possible, practically stepping on his heels. Alex is clearly aware of it as his ears twitch back and forth nervously, trying to inconspicuously glance back at me every now and then. Halfway to the dungeons, though, the PSA system crackles over our heads.
Citizens of Adastra, please prepare for an imperial address by Emperor Cato.
Alex looks back, but I force him to keep going with some prodding in his back, praying that maybe this won't have to do with the execution, or that Cato might be canceling it altogether. Fingers fucking crossed. Of course that's not the case. Well, at least they didn't make me wait to find out.
Citizens, it is a momentous day in the long history of our glorious moon.
I shove at Alex's back again. Just run. Alex does as he's told, though it's not as fast as I'd like to go.
After 10,000 years, we're finally choosing our own path. We are taking control of our destiny.
I'm beginning to realize that after waiting for so long, unsure of my own destiny might be, it's going to be decided today, no matter what the outcome might be.
And that begins with showing our fellow siblings that we will no longer tolerate their Shit, this is live, isn't it? Fuck! Their belittling, their false sense of superiority, their arrogance.
Alex and I come up onto the door that leads down to the dungeon, and the cat awkwardly starts climbing down the ladder, having a great deal of trouble with his robes.
And we especially will not tolerate spies, which I have kneeling before me as I speak.
Hurry! I yell at the cat as I start sliding down the ladder myself, almost knocking him off as we reach the ground at almost the same time.
The offer of false alliances, the whore of jackals, the flower of Gamia.
I follow the stumbling cat through the musty hall of the dungeon, never having been in this deep before, considering my meetings with Amicus had to take place near the entrance. We reach a cell door, and Alex presses a part of the panel in the wall, a beige marble slab rather than the more glossy black panels above. It opens to a small, cramped cell. A bed in one corner, a sink, toilet, tiny shower in another, and what looks like a desk near the door. Amicus is in the bed, curled up on his side, facing away from us. Amicus! I shove, sending him smack face first against the door frame with a yelp. Oh, no. He's gonna fucking close us in there and lock us in, and we're gonna be fucked. The big wolf starts to stir before I reach him and throw my arms over him. I feel him jump underneath me, and I know I've just woken him up. He turns his head to look at me.
William?
He sits up against my hugging, automatically wrapping his arms around me.
Wait, how did you...
He looks over my shoulder.
Alex?
Amicus! Cato was the emperor. He's about to execute Neferu. You need to... I choke on my words, only now feeling the weight of the information I'm dropping on Amicus right now. You need to challenge him to combat! I surprise myself as I suddenly start to cry, realizing my own words as I say them. In that moment, I can see all the confusion, bewilderment, and shock in my wolf's face. His mouth hanging open just slightly. He probably wants to ask me a million questions, but in that space of a few seconds, I see his expression set to one of serious determination. That's the expression we need! That's the man!
All right. Where is he?
The sudden shift from confusion to a sense of duty and confidence actually stops my crying, even as the first tears spill over. The amphitheater, it's happening right now! There he is. For just a moment, the wolf continues to hold me, wipes a tear away with his thumb, then gently moves me aside as he swings his legs over the edge of the bed.
Alex, can I leave the dungeon?
Let Amicus leave the dungeons, please.
Alex looks up at the ceiling, clearly unsure of what he's doing.
Shall I remove Amicus from the prisoner list, Alex?
Yes.
It is done.
At that moment, I suddenly realized then that Cato isn't being broadcast down here. I don't even know if the execution has been carried out yet or not. Amicus hops off the bed.
All right, we must move.
This time, Alex is knocked on his ass as Amicus practically steamrolls him on his way out the door. I jump over the cat as I follow my wolf. Though much bigger, Amicus is still just slightly faster than I am as I sprint after him, his thundering footfalls echoing through the halls.
What of Cassius?
He yells back at me as I follow. Poisoned! I don't know what condition he's in right now. I gasp out the answers I can't see his face as Amicus is silent, continuing to run. We reach the ladder and Amicus somehow climbs the thing with 3 gigantic lunges, skipping several rungs at a time. The poor fuck has not been able to train, has not had proper nutrition, not had proper anything, preparation. He is probably in the least possible conditioning he could be for challenging someone who is repeatedly proven to be way stronger than he is. But Amicus has gotten one over on him before when it came to figuring out his weakness, when he ripped off his visor. The only way Cato was able to get out of that was with the drone's help, so hopefully this is a...
So now, let this be a warning to Camia, or any other sibling race.
I run out into the gardens in the direction of the amphitheater. I just catch sight of Amicus's tail as it disappears around some trees down the trail that leads to where Cato should be.
We will not hesitate to eliminate you if you meddle in our matters.
There's a sense of finality to those words, and I know that we're out of time. I'm on the path to the amphitheater, and though it only takes me a few seconds to make it to the end, it feels like an eternity.
You are on the right path.
I burst through the clearing of the amphitheater just as I hear Amicus yell, "Stop!" I look down into the steps to see my wolf standing at the base of the stairs, his paws out wide, standing in front of Neferu and Cato. The jackal has knelt on the ground, his paws restrained behind his back somehow, a look of dazed disbelief on his face. His face is forced to look up because Cato has a hold of his head fur, tilting the jackal's head up so that his neck is fully exposed. In Cato's other massive paws, a shiny gold decorative dagger. And it's just a few inches away from Neferu's neck. Meanwhile, directly across from me, sitting in front of the statue of Drusus, sits Virginia, a wreath of flowers on her head, looking shocked as she stares at her brother.
I challenge you, Cato! I challenge you to a trial by combat for the throne, as is my birthright!
Oh, shit! It's always hard to judge Cato's facial expressions, but I can see the tightness in his jaw all the way from up here.
Who?
Cato glances upward, and for a moment I wonder if somehow he knows I'm there, that he can see me. But then I notice the camera drones hovering overhead, broadcasting this to all of Adastra. The entire Empire is seeing this.
Why don't we wait until this is finished, Amicus? It would be wise to stay your paw, Cato, unless you're afraid you'll lose the trial.
The corner of Cato's scarred eye twitches. I can tell then that Amicus is playing this all up to the cameras, and that seems to settle it for Cato. With a grunt, he pulls Neferu up to his feet by his head fur, making the jackal wince before shoving him toward the front seat where Neferu slumps down. Then the old wolf walks past Amicus, setting the dagger down on a long, curved bench as well, across the aisle from Neferu.
You know what, Amicus? I think you're right. This is something we should do immediately. We don't want to leave the Empire in limbo for any longer, do we?
Amicus watches the other wolf wearily as he walks around him to stand in the center of the amphitheater.
It's best to settle everything as soon as possible.
I know that Kato's referring to all of us. Cassius, Virginia, Neferu, me. And I'm sure Amicus does too, because he glances back up at me for just a moment.
Then let us settle it!
Slowly, there should be some more fucking dun 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 dun. Some fucking something more than awkward nature sounds, please. Slowly, I start to make my way down the steps, glancing over at Virginia to see that she's sitting up completely straight, staring at Cato and Amicus, her paws clenched in her lap. I move toward Neferu, who's sitting on the front bench, hunched over a bit. I can see metal glinting where his arms are held back.
Alright then. Trial by combat. Simple pug new with no weapons. Just teeth and claws.
Cato stretches.
I'll give you the advantage of sight, Amicus. There should be no trouble for you at all, eh? At all, eh?
Even though that's true, Cato still seems very, very confident. And he has every right to be, considering his skill at fighting along with the fact that Amicus has been locked up for several days in a cramped cell. He probably only said that to increase the humiliation if Amicus loses. If he dies. Suddenly I start to feel the dread and terror begin to poke through the numbed shock I've been feeling. But somehow Amicus looks completely calm. And I take some sort of comfort in that. Quietly, I sit down next to Neferu and he glances over at me.
Oh, William, what brings you here?
Though his words are casual, his usual smug demeanor is gone. Practically blanked out as he sits there, slightly hunched. Are you okay? I whispered to him, and Neferu takes that as a cue for me to do so as well. Jackal shrugs his shoulders.
Not exactly, no. But I'm alive for the time being, so I suppose that I can't ask for much more.
I look back into the amphitheater, wishing that I were able to do something more. I try to catch Amicus's eye, but he keeps his focus on Cato, his own eyes narrowed. He looks confident, prepared, ready for whatever it is that Cato throws at him. But I'm not ready. I'm not ready at all. That brief interaction in the dungeon, those few seconds of holding on to one another, that could be the last time that we ever... I blink back tears again, knowing that won't do me any good right now.
Are you ready, Amicus? Yes. Then let us begin.
Immediately. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay. Okay, here comes the fucking... Dun, 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 dun. Immediately, the two wolves begin to circle each other, paws raised up to their chests, open and ready.
I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you.
The only difference from past pug new fights I've seen is that they're both baring their teeth. Amicus does it in a way that I've never seen before, not even when he was furious. It's vicious, feral, like I've seen wolves do in nature documentaries. Then, they clash! It's so fast that I'm not even able to tell who moved first. One moment they're several feet apart, and the next their paws are clasped together while their jaws snap in the air, both going for the other's throat. Glistening strands of saliva, go ew, as they're flying as they both bite and block with their teeth, ears pinned back, making hoarse, angry barking and growling noises. It's something I've never seen an Adastra and wolf do. Not even in their fake dramas. It feels raw and instinctual, like it's a part of them, something they try to conceal only to come up to the surface when they're trying to kill. I find myself hugging my chest, feeling as if my heart might explode as I watch Amicus, trying to see if he's hurt, wincing every time I hear the solid thwack of teeth on teeth. Ah! Oh, this is the worst thing! Ah! Might only have lasted a few seconds, I can't tell, but finally Amicus pulls back and Cato suddenly lunges in for the other wolf's neck. Time seems to slow, and for a moment I start to think about what I'm gonna do if I lose him. But then Cato's open, fang-filled maw drops down, and so does the rest of him as Amicus sweeps his legs with a powerful kick. Sweep the leg, Johnny! Whoa! Cato goes down on his side. Shit! On his side right in front of me, wheezing before Amicus jumps on him, landing on the older wolf with his knees and a fist in a face. punching him. Kato didn't even seem to notice as he immediately grabs onto Amicus, their paws scrabbling at each other as they both try to find a hold. They're at a stalemate for a while, each one failing to find a good grip as they both twist and turn over each other, making snarling sounds all the while. At some points, I have trouble discerning the two, their legs and arms seeming to blend together as they grip around the other's body. This is a real anime battle right here, folks. I was never told much about combat to the death, even when I asked Neferu. All I know is they tend to be very short, and it's already felt like an eternity. Suddenly I'm able to tell them apart as Kato locks Amicus' right arm into a shoulder lock. Oh no! Oh god! While I've seen it done before, usually to get the other opponent to tap out, Kato immediately goes all the way and in the quiet of the early when he's shattered with a massive pop and crunching sound. Oh god! Okay, they didn't have a sound effect. Thank God. He just broke his fucking arm. Amicus screams, and I find myself standing without even realizing it. It takes everything I have not to jump in right now, even as Kato leans into the hold, causing Amicus to convulse from the pain. And Kato lets go, and my wolf curls over onto his side, shaking violently, loosely holding his arm with his other paw. Fuck! I want to go to him, but Kato was already there, pushing the younger wolf onto his back.
I should have done this a long time ago, pup.
I knew this would happen. Amicus tries to fight back with his good arm, even his legs, trying to lock his ankles around Kato's neck, but the old wolf straddles Amicus' waist before slamming his fist hard into his nose. There's a softer crunching this time, and Amicus immediately goes limp, eyes vacant, paw falling to his side. I knew Kato was too skilled for Amicus, but for some reason I thought, these are the events that shall happen. You are on the right path. But am I?
William.
Nefer whispers hurriedly at me. Kato hits Amicus again, even though the other wolf has stopped moving, and Amicus jerks into the weight of the slightly larger wolf.
William, you must run. Kato likely does not know you're here.
Amicus' eyes are half closed, unaware of his last moments, as Kato pushes his rear down on the other wolf's thighs, giving himself more room to reach Amicus' neck.
Run to the city, to the woods, anywhere.
I shake my head silently. Was this really meant to happen? Why was I put on this path if it ended in my wolf's death? Why aren't the parents helping me? At that moment, the light of the setting sun catches something shiny to my left. The dagger. I look over and I'm almost blinded by the brilliant reflection of Vita's light on the blade of the dagger. The one that Kato had set aside after almost executing Neferu. Red and blue jewels decorate the handle, while the gold blade shines brighter than any metal I have seen before. The rules don't matter. Robotically, I lean over to the aisle and grab the dagger by the handle.
William?
I ignore Neferu, and at the same time I see Virginia directly across from me. Her eyes are wide, and she's standing too, but instead of looking at the fight, at Kato's jaws coming closer and closer to Amicus' neck, she's instead looking at me and pointing. She's pointing right at Kato, silently encouraging me to do what I'm about to do. But I don't need encouragement. The rules don't matter. I jump from my seat, the distance so little that I come down practically on top of the wolves. At the same time, I raise the dagger in both of my hands over my head and bring it down as hard as I can, into Kato's back. Oh, that got a sound effect? Ah! As if in slow motion, I feel the blade slide into my target. Very easily at first, like cutting through butter. And suddenly I feel something hard. There's an odd, muffled, stuttered sound of friction as the blade slows considerably. It continues to sink in, though, in sudden bursts of a few inches at a time, and it's only when the hilt reaches Kato's fur that I realize that I've cut deep into bone. A rib, maybe. Kato howls, suddenly arching back, and I could only hope I was fast enough that he wasn't able to sink his teeth into Amicus' neck. I'm not finished, though. And I tug once, then twice, before I'm finally able to wrench the blade out of the bone. For that split second, Kato begins reaching back awkwardly, unable to find my weapon before I've drawn it back again, above my head before bringing it down as hard as I can into the right side of Kato's neck. Just at the base. This time the blade sinks in easily. Once again, all the way to the hilt. I yank back once more, intent on plunging it in again, but finally Kato turns on me, blindly swinging his paw out. His fingers find my right forearm as I'm raising the blade once again, and he takes a tight hold. "William!" His exclamation is part astonishment, part fury. His other paw finds the dagger, and even though I try to hold on to it, he slides it out of my hands with ease, even though he's holding on to the blade end. Blood is everywhere at this point. I can only hope it's only Kato's. I start to back away, looking down at Amicus to see what's happened to him. But that's when Kato swings at me again. I feel air tickle my neck and chin. For a moment I think I've dodged his swing. Then I see that he's holding out the blade out to his right after having swung at me. Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. I look down to see a sudden spurt of blood splattering stones below me. Then another splurt. Then another. I step back again and gasp, and when I do, it feels like the air comes down from 2 places at once. And I cough as something liquid goes down my throat the wrong way. Again I gasp, and this time I hear a bubbling sound from my throat, and I finally understand what's happening as I raise my hands to my neck, stumbling, then falling. I expect to slam back against the stone seats, but instead it's something furry and warm. I look up and see Nefer sitting over me as he moved to catch me with his lap. He's staring at me with a look of horror on his face. "William." He looks up. "Amicus. Amicus, wake up and help him!" I frown, still worried about Kato, and sure enough, as I look forward, I see the false Emperor on one knee, clasping his neck, bleeding just as much as I am. His ears are perked forward, toward Neferu's voice, and I see him start to make his way toward us. "Camion." The wolf's eyes are wild, furious, focused in the direction of Neferu. He seems to have already forgotten me, even as he seems to realize that he's dying. You caused this." I feel that those words "you" and "this" carry much more meaning for Kato than I could ever hope to know. It's a strange moment as I lay in Neferu's lap, bleeding out. I suppose that Kato blamed the Camions for most of his problems, for most of the problems in the Empire. He tried to hide it by pretending to give Amicus a fair shot at the emperorship. As that slowly unraveled, his intentions became clear, and so did his insanity. He intends to kill Neferu to completely kill any chance of an alliance, even if it means the complete destruction of the Wolven Empire. Somehow that's a risk worth taking for Kato. The old wolf draws closer, practically crawling now, leaving heavy splatters of blood across the ground. He weakly raises the dagger, and I feel Neferu tense behind me, probably getting ready to roll out of the way, and something wraps around Kato's neck. The gargled choke, Kato is pulled back by Amicus before being body slammed to the ground. Then Amicus is on the old wolf, muzzle against his neck, tearing it apart. I stare in shock and then look down away from the horror of what I'm seeing. That's when I see myself covered in blood. So much blood. My entire naked torso is painted red, and more of it continues to pour over my chest in waves, though it's less than the initial spurts I'd seen when I was standing up. I raise my hands to my neck, still feeling that strange, cold feeling reaching deep into my throat, like everything's open and exposed to the air. I try to talk, to tell Neferu that I need help, but only a raspy, bubbling hiss comes out of my neck. I look up, seeing Neferu looking down at me, his expression again one of disbelief. I suppose it would be pretty shocking to see your friend with his neck open, dying in your lap. Am I dying? I try to cover my neck again, but the gash is so deep it feels like if I lean too far back, my head will just flop over onto my back. Vaguely I hear Amicus's snarling sounds along with Kato's raspy screams, sounding just like me when I was trying to talk. The edges of my vision start to go blurry and black, and Neferu's face starts to fade away. And suddenly, there's a big shift, and I wake back up, this time finding Amicus looking down at me. Oh no. Oh man. An overwhelming sense of relief comes over me. I do get to see my wolf after all. I smile up at him, even if he stares at me with a look of complete and utter devastation.
No, please! Get Felix! Virginia, tell Alex to get Felix!
His tears start to fall on my face, and I reach up, trying to brush them away like he's done to me a few times. He catches my hand before I can, though, pressing it back to my neck.
You'll be fine. You're going to be fine. It's not bad. It's not bad.
I actually chuckle a little at that, because this is very bad. I can tell without even being able to see it. See the edges of my vision blurring again, and my eyes seem to try and roll upward on their own. But Amicus gives me a little shake. That brings me back for a moment.
Hey, stay in there, okay? You'll stay with me, yeah?
I nod deliriously, an overwhelming feeling of calm and warmth keeping me happy, full of love, even though I know that what's about to happen to me. I'm here. I try to speak, but I only send more bubbling blood out of my neck. Fucking headphones! God damn it.
No, you don't need to talk. I have you.
How unfair. My last moments, and I can't even tell my wolf that I love him. I reach up with my free hand, setting it gently against Amicus's face. I caress his cheek softly, knowingly, and though he holds it against his face with one free paw, with his own free paw, he shakes his head at me.
Stop that. You're going to be fine. Felix will heal you. We'll rest in my room. I'll take you to the island. I'll take you to the city. We'll be happy. We'll grow old together.
The tears start spilling over again, and I just try to keep the smile on my face, showing Amicus that I'm okay, that I'm happy, that this is all okay. And though his grief is hard to look at, there's nothing I'd rather be seeing at the end. My wolf's face, framed by the pinkish reds of the sunset. And then as my eyes start rolling back again, I can't stop them, no matter how hard Amicus shakes me.
Really?
I can't.
William, no, please! Don't leave me here! Please, come back to me! You can't leave me alone like this!
I'm here.
No! Speak to me!
I'm staying with you. There's a lot of ellipses happening. I drift through the blackness, feeling a sense of peace like I've never known before. Even though the space is empty, I
feel it crowded with others. So many others. Or is it one other? I sense so many different minds and thoughts melded together as one. Hello. We apologize for what has happened to you. We know that you are confused. We told you that this could be prevented. And it will be. You will not leave him to be alone. Be at peace for now, for he will come for you. Wait for
him. Amicus is the victor. All hail Emperor Amicus.
I drift through the blackness, feeling a sense of peace like I've never known before. Even though the space is empty, I feel it crowded with others. So many others. Or is it one other? I sense so many different minds and thoughts melded together as one. Hello. We apologize for what has happened to you. We know that you are confused. We told you that this could be prevented. And it will be. You will not leave him to be alone. Be at peace for now, for he will come for you. Wait for him.
Amicus is the victor. All hail Emperor Amicus.
The words sound hollow in Amicus's ears, and so does the faint roar of the crowd in Adastra City all the way across the lake. The wolf can only stare down at the human in his arms, suddenly realizing how light and fragile he really is. And the blood. So much blood that paints the front of his human that just moments ago had been so full of life. A tear drops from the tip of Amicus's nose and onto William's neck, mixing with the blood that has now stopped flowing for the deep gash. Air no longer bubbles through the red liquid either. A strange choking sound works its way out of Amicus's lips, one he's never heard himself make before. The overflowing sadness in his heart has seemingly run out to be replaced with something empty, cold, like there's nothing there anymore. Still, Amicus wills the human to live, to use those special healing abilities he seemed to possess, to breathe again. But even as Virginia moves to find Felix, Amicus knows that nothing can be done for something like this. Cato had very nearly beheaded the human, cutting through everything that was important. Cradling William's head carefully, Amicus raises the young human up to his chest, hugging him tightly, squeezing his eyes shut, and feeling the welling tears pour out over his cheeks, down his chin, and to the human's hair. It's quiet, and Amicus opens his eyes to see Nefer still sitting there in front of him, staring in shock. When the jackal meets his eyes, he quickly dips his head, lowering his ears.
Amicus, I'm so sorry.
The wolf raises his eyes to see a drone just over Nefer's head, hovering as its lens focused voyeuristically on him, broadcasting his grief to Adastra. This is nothing like those dramas, the tragedies of romantic death he'd seen play out on the screen so many times before. There is nothing romantic about this. As Amicus is sure his audience is finding it to be right now. This is real death, and the feeling is familiar. It's hollow, empty, suffocating, like being pulled down into a bottomless, cold, black ocean. It's like when Mother died and Cassius had screamed over her body like a wounded animal. It's like when he heard the news Father had died, and how he'd fallen to his knees, clutching his chest and gasping for air like he'd been shot. But this is worse somehow, and Amicus can't even comprehend it. It hits him harder than anything he's felt in his life. Everything is going gray, the color being sucked from his vision, from his life. Even though he's not sobbing now, the tears are flowing freely from down his cheeks. He isn't sure how he can recover from this at all. He knows he probably never will. This is his fault. He'd forced the human here. He made himself feel better by saying William had a choice in the matter, was free to do as he pleased. And that wasn't true at all. He'd taken the human's life, just as Cato had now. Amicus realizes then that he's no different from the wolves he thought himself to be above. He was more enlightened somehow, and trying to hold all sapient life as equal. He's even worse. And even though it would break his heart never to have met William, Amicus only wishes that he'd never brought him here in the first place. To his death. The thought brings another wave of heart-wrenching grief to crash through his hollow chest, and for a moment he almost can't breathe. Please, William. The wolf whispers into the human's hair. His voice now only a soft whine as fresh tears blur his vision. His teachings since he was a pup begin to come to his mind. William's soul, like the soul of all sapients, is ascending to the greater intelligence, mingling with the lives of billions of others, with his father, his mother, maybe Cassius too. A place he'd also joined one day. But the human soul belonged here, in his arms, not to be mixed and consumed by the parents, not yet. That mixed singular being isn't William. It's like a beautiful mural being shattered and reconstructed into something else. William still exists. At this very moment, he exists. But it's no longer him. Amicus grits his teeth, feeling anger begin to overcome the overwhelming grief. No. No! No. How dare they? This isn't fair. The parents had spoken to William, had told him what to do, had led him to this point. When the humans had told Amicus that he was worried about something terrible happening, Amicus grits his teeth, remembering how he'd brushed it off, even though he'd told William that he'd believed him, that he'd have nothing to worry about if he followed their guidance. No. Amicus shakes his head, still clutching onto the human tightly. Amicus. Nefer's voice is tentative, almost fearful, like he's worried about what Amicus might do. Amicus isn't even sure of that himself as he rises to his feet, cradling the human in his one good arm, easily able to do so because of their size difference. He turns and walks quickly toward the palace, almost jogging, ignoring the various jolts of pain throughout his body. He doesn't even glance down at Cato's unmoving body as he passes by. Wolf's expression is stoic now, a strange rage bubbling just under the surface. Amicus! Nefer calls after him, but Amicus ignores the jackal, set on one thing and one thing only. The parents might have taken his parents, maybe even his brother, but they aren't going to take his human. He won't allow it. As the wolf enters the palace, he notices Alex pacing in the hallway. He stops as he sees the wolf approaching. Amicus, I heard you're now emperor and... He trails off as he sees William cradled in the wolf's arm. The blood covering in the body, flowing down a limply hanging arm to drip gently from his fingertips. Amicus brushes past the cat, eyes set straight ahead, expressionless. Nothing seems to exist outside of the wolf's tunnel vision. As soon he comes to the door he's looking for, leans forward, pressing his injured shoulder to the panel to open it, ignoring the blaze of pain that shoots through him as he does. Amicus approaches the archive, glaring at the orb as if the machinery itself is the parents. The big wolf comes to a stop in front of it, staring up at the glowing blue structure for a moment before looking down at William. The ashen color of this skin is unnerving, so different from the deep tones it once had. William is dead. Amicus knows that, but he won't accept it. The wolf presses his face close to the human's for a moment, feeling the fading warmth before kissing him gently on the top of his head. With that, Amicus leans forward, pressing them both to the sphere. Then he connects, and he merges with the universe. We continue to drift through infinite space, content. Despite everything, we trust the beings around us. All of us, and the others, the parents. The parents. And this was all meant to happen. I know it was hard and terrible. The worst is now over. And that thought alone is enough to keep us completely relaxed. Waves and waves of relief washing over us. In the cacophony of thoughts and emotions, though, something stands out. Though the beings meld together, one seems to become separate for a moment, solely to focus directly on us, on me. This brings me out of my trance for a bit, and I turn my attention on them. Amicus? But then as I focus more on this being, I get a different feeling. Not him, but her. It seems she wants to speak to me. She's not familiar, not someone I've spoken to before, but the intensity with which she's focusing on me. Hello? I reach out, but suddenly the amalgamation of intelligence begins to pull away, and I feel myself extracted from its mass. The feeling is bizarre. I almost miss the crowding of thoughts and feelings of being one with many. Then I feel myself again. My body beginning to materialize out of nothing. The nothingness around me slowly becomes something. For a moment I'm floating in the air, then I'm being held by something strong and solid. The first thing I see is Amicus's face. He's looking down at me, grim and determined. Just as I focus on him, though, his expression changes.
William!
I shift a little, trying to focus better on my wolf.
William!
Suddenly, I'm surrounded by fur, getting squeezed tight against Amicus, my face pressed into his neck. Instinctively, I wrap my arms around him.
Oh, gods, are you real? Tell me you're real, William! Please!
He gasps the word like he's coming up for air after diving to the bottom of the lake. I'm having trouble remembering things. Why he seems so upset. But I know something bad happened. And now it's over, so I try to comfort him. I'm real. I'm here. My voice is strange, like I haven't used it in a while. First, I think I'm back in Amicus's room after I've woken up from the coma, still trying to convince him that everything's okay. Like we'd gone to sleep and just woken up and he wants to be reassured that I'm not going to disappear. Then I remember Cato came in that morning. Things fall into place like a row of giant, heavy dominoes. I suddenly sit up a bit against Amicus's chest, pushing back so I can look at him. Wait, the fight. Cato. Amicus, are you okay? I look him over, trying to check his wounds. The blood and swelling I'd seen in the amphitheater is gone, though. He's clean and well-groomed. And his arm seems fine, judging by its sturdiness underneath me. My brief look at him is ended, though, as Amicus suddenly yanks me back against his chest, sobbing against me. I've seen Amicus cry before back in the dungeon, but not these gut-wrenching sobs that I can feel heaving through my body. It serves to shock me to my senses even more. Firmly, I push back against his chest, creating space between us so I can hold his face in my hands. He just looks back at me, crying openly. And I watch as the tears well out of his eyes and seem to disappear into the fur of his cheeks. I'm sure we both want to say a lot in this moment. What happened, what's happening now, what will happen, but at this particular moment, time and space, we're back together. It's impossible, but it's happening. So I cling to him again, and he just holds me as I press my face against his chest, listening to his hammering heart, squeezing my eyes shut. If this is eternity, then I'm completely fine with it. I'm not sure how much time passes, but as this thought crosses my mind a few times, my eyes suddenly fly open. I press back again, looking up at the wolf, holding his face again. Wait, if you're here, did you... I wondered suddenly if maybe Amicus had been seriously wounded in the fight, that he didn't make it after all. But Amicus shakes his head gently, his sobs having quieted to subdued sniffles and hiccups. No, I'm fine. I won. Kato was dead. I'm flooded with relief. He strokes my hair gently, slowly, and I wonder why he still looks so sad. But how are you here? Aren't I? I look around at the infinite space surrounding us. The stars and planets are unusually close, stunningly bright, and unimaginably vivid. The blues, the purples, and blacks are deep and monolithic, signaling the endless space that stretches beyond. Am I dead? Amicus pulls me back against him, forcing me to look away from the churning universe.
No! You're here!
Sounds more like he's convincing himself rather than me. But where is here? Amicus is quiet for a moment, and I find myself content to lean against him for a while, just wanting to be close to him. At some point, Amicus had sat down. I'm cradled in his lap. Considering we're not just floating around in zero gravity, I have to assume there's something solid underneath us right now. Amicus sniffles again. I melded with my mind with the archive to speak to the parents. That's all I know. I think. Did I do the same then? I was holding you when I did it. My neck, the blood. I look up at him again. Amicus, am I alive? Amicus looks at me for a moment before his face screws up and tears well up again. I don't know. He whines out the words and I immediately hug him again. Hey, I'm okay, see? I'm here. Another sobbing fit starts, and I know why. And now I know why. I must have died, and now, for whatever reason, the parents have let us reunite somehow. And I know that Amicus must be wondering the same thing that I am. How long is this going to last? Try to think of what to say in case this is our last moment together, in case I am going to be absorbed again. But my mind comes up short in the weirdest of ways, only able to think of things that don't matter. So I settle on what had just happened. You're Emperor now, Amicus. Amicus nods against me, not trusting his voice at the moment, apparently. I'm so happy for you. Now he shakes his head, smearing tears against my cheek. I hate seeing him like this. I hate that this might be the last way that I'll see him. Please, don't cry. Let's just be together right now. I sit up straight and pull his head against my chest for once, cradling his massive form against me, caressing his ears and neck. I'm okay, I promise you. I went somewhere when I died. The word is so strange to say. It was really nice. Full of people. I wasn't alone. It was peaceful. Amicus takes a deep, shuddering breath, finally pulling back from my hug. That's wonderful, William. I'm sorry because I'm not letting you go back there. Amicus suddenly looks resolute as he smirks through the tears. You're coming back with me. His voice breaks several times and I can tell he really means it. He really is certain that he's going to drag me back from the dimensions of the dead. I don't know what to say. I don't know much about the parents or the afterlife, but Amicus must, so I trust him. I smile up at him. Okay. He smiles back at me and then very suddenly kisses me. It's rough and wet. He kind of misses my lips, but I kiss back, holding him tightly. Once he finally draws back, I'm happy to see my wolf back to his usual confident self, even if he has to keep sniffling with his runny nose. I look around at the swirling cosmos again. Can you just get us out? Amicus frowns, looking around himself. This is actually my first time doing this, so I'm not sure. Amicus looks behind us, then up and down, and clears his throat. Calm? Calm, are you there? Silence. You can tell that Amicus is already out of ideas. The parents are doing this, right? I think so. Though I've never spoken to them, you actually have more experience with that. Amicus grins at me, then looks back up. Maybe if we talk back. I give Amicus a strange look, and just as I'm about to point out the absurdity of... walk back. Did he say walk back? Yeah, walk back. Of walking back to Adastra through infinite space, a booming presence makes itself known. I suppose you're finished. Amicus and I both jump, as though the wolf leaps to his feet, keeping me held in his arms. Who's there? Amicus shouts into the void, snarling. It's okay, Amicus, it's just the monitor. I say that like it's an old friend of mine. Hey, it's my buddy. Muddy buddy Mon. Amicus doesn't lower his guard, however, and continues to growl into space. The monitor expresses his amusement in a silent way of his. I can understand why Amicus isn't letting his guard down. It's evident in the way that he's holding me, clutching me tightly to his chest. He's afraid I'm going to be taken back from him. I am too. If you are, then I'll open a channel of communication now. Amicus raises an eyebrow. What the hell are you talking about? You wish to speak to the parents, correct? They wish to speak directly with you. At least as directly as possible. There's a pause, and I see the gears turning in Amicus's head as his ears flick. Yes. Then it is done. The monitor's presence vanishes, and suddenly there's another one. Not one, but many. Similar to what I had felt earlier. This is still different. Instead of melding together, these entities are distinct and separate from each other. But they're so similar that they could be copies of a single person. Their intentions feel disturbingly uniform, like they're all on the exact same path. Unlike the monitor, who at least felt to be on a similar level as any other sapient, these entities feel alien. Which is a strange thing to feel after everything I've been through, but these things are so different. So different. Whoa, look at us. Look at us in the cosmos.
Well, show yourself.
Amicus barks at the emptiness, somehow remaining brave in the face of all these titanic presences. You cannot see us. What? It said William. His mouth moves on its own, mind suddenly becoming empty, seeming to blend with the space around them. Amicus looks down at the human in confusion. What? He stares back. We cannot speak directly to you. Oh, they're speaking through us.
William?
But we have other methods. Amicus's face morphs from confusion to horror.
Gods. William!
He gives the human a little shake.
Hey!
He can hear you. He is simply occupied at the moment. Amicus bares his teeth and he begins to shake. He's not sure if it's from anger or fear. Likely both.
If you don't...
There's no need to threaten. All is as it should be. Amicus is left to stand there, staring open-mouthed at his lover. Something ominous and dark churns in his gut. This isn't how he'd envisioned any of this at all. These are the parents?
What the hell are you?
We are your guide, your benevolent leader, your parent. It's weird saying all these things in my normal voice. It just doesn't seem right. Amicus rubs a paw over the human's forehead gently, looking into those blank, staring eyes.
Leave him be. Please.
He is not being harmed. He shall return to a normal state after the channeling is complete.
How?
Simply put, we are manipulating his behavior through the use of gravity. Amicus shakes his head, clearly not wanting this at all. But the complete powerlessness that he feels right now, it's overwhelming. The speech he'd been planning for this moment, his intention to tear apart the careless arrogance of the parents, it just dissipates. Seeing William just taken by them like this, it's enough to completely cow any courage he once had. And as he stares into the cold eyes of the human, he begins to wonder if this is a nightmare. For a brief moment, Amicus wonders if any of this is real, what reality even is right now. That is not for you to wonder, Amicus. All that matters is that you are the one true Emperor.
What do you want?
Amicus stares down at the human, feeling repulsed by what's happening. For the work of Drusus to continue. For Adastra to achieve... Even the parents can't get their fucking lines right. Jesus Christ. For the work of Drusus to continue. For Adastra to achieve its full potential at last. For the Galaxius to ascend. Amicus shakes his head, trying not to focus on the robotic tone of William's voice, of the strange way his jaw moves, forced to speak in the woven tongue.
I intend to do so, but please let the human go and heal him, please. He didn't ask for any of this.
The human is also involved, Amicus.
But I involved him.
It was meant to be.
What?
Amicus isn't sure if it's his own mind or the mind of another that brings back the memory of when he'd opened the archives, how Earth had been near the top of the list of profiled planets. How it made no sense that an uncontacted world would be on that list at all. But now it does make sense. At the same time, even less sense. Amicus shakes his head, still reeling at the situation he's in, feeling that he's teetering on the edge of madness. Steady. There are many things you do not understand. Things that you will never understand. And that is fine. Not all things are meant to be understood by all sapients. But you, at least, understand that the humans are not uncontacted, are they? Amicus says nothing, knowing that his mind is being read. Somehow, Wolven culture is there. So is Camian culture, Indo culture, all sibling cultures. The parents go silent, and Amicus is left to stare at the puppet his lover had been turned into. Amicus grits his teeth. Why? Because they were an experimental microcosm, now a successful one, and it's time for them to be integrated into the Galaxius. Another moment of silence. And you want me to help do this? No, your mission is to help unite the siblings. The first step is Camia. It was already my intention. That is questionable. The situation is perilous. Camia is furious after what has happened. You need more guidance. Thus why you are here. Amicus snarls. I'm here for him! Amicus nods at William as the sapient creature being used as a mouthpiece. You are here for the Galaxius, and as the Emperor, you now have the onus to know all this information, as your father knew, as his father knew, and so on. Amicus grits his teeth again, trying to focus on what's being told to him despite being completely disturbed by what's happening to William. If you wanted galactic integration, then why have we been competing with each other? This was assumed by the siblings themselves. Competition was never the goal. Then why not tell us that? You're supposed to be our guide! The process is slow and careful. Interference is a last resort. This very communication is a last resort as the siblings and children stray further and further from the path every day. Not just the wolves. It's taken 20,000 years to reach this point, and that time cannot be wasted. Then why are you only telling me this and not all the sapients in the Galaxius? Amicus glares at the face of the human again, stroking his face gently, hating the blank stare he's receiving. As we stated, minimal interference will result in the best outcome. Only select figures are being informed at this stage. A Galaxius developed independent of interference will better serve the greater cause as a whole. The greater cause. The stars and planets shift around them, zooming forward, and for a moment Amicus feels like he might be sick. Something dark looms the edge of the universe, growing slowly, leeching the parts that it touches. The other approaches, and it must be confronted. At this point, Amicus feels unease pierce through the fog of confusion and anger. What other? Are we preparing for war against something? We must prepare for an event many millennia from now. This is one step of many. Amicus lets out a low growl of frustration, the vagueness of this entire situation making his head ache. But what does this have to do with William? Amicus shifts his head on the human, just wanting him to come back to consciousness. He must play a role, and you must make a decision, Amicus. Everything seems to come together all at once for Amicus. All this talk of Drusus, of his and William's apparently fixed destinies, and that decision that wolves fawned over for generations, no matter what opinion they held about Drusus himself. The choice offered by the parents to either save his empire or save his lover. Icy, cold fear and dread blooms in the pit of Amicus's stomach and slowly spreads throughout the rest of his body, seeming to leak like a frigid liquid down his groin and into his legs. That's fucking gross. The wolf feels his limbs tremble as he pulls the human closer to his chest, lips drawing back as instinct kicks in to protect his mate. For a long while, a length of time that's hard to discern, the wolf simply stares into the abyss. He looks up into the swirling stars, clouds, and planets, trying to see these things that are controlling and manipulating him and his lover. Trembling, Amicus shakes his head, taking another step back, away, even though the presence of the parents is all-encompassing. No. Amicus's jaw clenches, hating himself for sounding so weak and afraid. Remembering who he is, the wolf squares his shoulders, glaring up into space.
No! I won't make such a decision!
For once, the unseen place in which the parents reside is silent. but clearly observant. Amicus can feel the prickle of their all-seeing eyes on the nape of his neck.
You hear me? I won't do it. I'll stay here forever if I have to. You can't involve us in such foolishness.
William suddenly shifts in his grasp, his head turning awkwardly, leaning up in a strange way that seems unnatural, as if pulled up by strings. Amicus flinches back, feeling a chill run up his spine as he tries to stop himself from dropping the human he knows so well. Foolishness? William stares at him with an expression that Amicus has never seen him make before. It's cold and almost dismissive, an expression Amicus has never seen him make before. That was redundant. How does this situation, in which the lives of 1 trillion sapiens teeter on the brink of annihilation, call for such childish statements? Tell us, in what universe would attempts to avoid such a catastrophic outcome be considered foolishness? The human suddenly tilts his head in an unnatural way, leaning in closer to the wolf, and Amicus gasps, setting a large paw against William's face, trying to stop the strange, inhuman movements.
Stop that! Don't hurt him!
The human holds the position for a moment, then seems to slowly relax back into the wolf's arms. Amicus feels his heart pounding in his chest. He'd provoked, not even anger from the parents, maybe just annoyance, yet the experience had been terrifying. Seeing William twist and contort in such a way was unnerving, sure, but the parents had meant to do it, and the wolf is beginning to realize why they're using William as a puppet. Anger and fear battle for control over the wolf before the latter finally wins out, remembering what type of decision he might have to make.
Please, there must be another way. I can't choose between these two things.
There's a pause in the air, and Amicus feels his knees about to give out, preparing to throw himself at the imaginary feet of these monolithic beings. He'd beg until the end of time, wolven pride be damned. What decision do you speak of? Amicus glances up and down at the star, up again at the stars.
The decision presented to Drusus. The one decided for him by Mira 10 millennia ago.
Amicus frowns, knowing that the parents already know what he's talking about, becoming further distressed that they're making him vocalize things that are so obvious. Oh, Amicus. Don't you know the proclivity of your own people to twist and distort, to aggrandize and romanticize the truth? Amicus is quiet, waiting, heart still hammering, simply feeling numb at this point. Do not rely on woven myth to inform you of parental intention. Only we will speak the truth to you. Amicus lets out a little growl, anger overcoming fear again.
Then what is it? Why torment me like this?
Several moments of silence pass, and Amicus growls again, frustrated at the way he's been being treated. How his emotions are being manipulated and sculpted like a mound of clay. This isn't what he'd been taught at all. Had his father known the parents to be like this? His grandfather? Amicus wishes that he'd been warned somehow. As the silence drags on, the wolf tries to deaden his emotions, to not give these entities any sort of hint as to what he might be feeling, wanting to refuse this blatant attack on his own agency, despite how futile he knows that must be. You can bring back your lover. At this very moment, time stands nearly still on your plane. William's body and mind are still salvageable. Amicus's heart feels as though it might leap from his mouth, his hold on William tightening. How? But only if you submit yourself to the benevolent will of the parents. Will you? Amicus furrows his brow in confusion, unsure of what this all could mean.
But I've already done so.
Ever since I was a pup, we'd been told to, after this experience, your mind will waver. You're unsure as to what our intentions truly are. There will be moments in which you will want to question, to doubt our will. You must overcome such moments. Our will is what is best for the Galaxius, and the universe as a whole. Amicus stares for a moment.
And if I don't agree?
Then we shall let the human pass on as he naturally should, and we shall wait for a future emperor to take your place. Amicus shakes his head, not wanting to believe this is true, that this is the way that the leaders of the Galaxius function. It must be done. The wolf is quiet, for once wishing that he isn't in such a position, wishing that he could hide away in the quiet countryside with his human to live a normal life. That is not your calling. It never was.
I know.
Amicus whispers more to himself than the parents. There's a long moment of silence in which Amicus simply stares into space, contemplating what it means to give up any true freedom, to submit himself to the absolute authority of the galaxy. Will you submit? Amicus takes a deep breath.
Will my decision affect William's free will? You said you have plans for him as well.
He will be allowed to make his own decision. We will tell you of his mission once you make your decision. Amicus stifles another growl, hating that his human is being forced into this as well. Will you submit? Amicus closes his eyes, feeling his anger and resilience slowly drain away. And then he opens them.
I submit.
Damn. There he is! There's our happy boy. Look at our happy, cross-eyed boy. He looks kinda stupid right now. What the fuck is going on his chin? Does he have a pimple? That looks like a pimple of some kind. Boy, you need to pop that shit. That's gross. Blue light swirls in front of my eyes in intricate spiraling tendrils. It's beautiful, and as I begin to focus, I see a blurry gray shape in the middle of it all. Even before I'm fully able to see him, I know it's my wolf. I smile and reach up, cupping at the warm, furry form. At some point along this journey, I've stopped caring about whether the things I see are real or not. I'm just happy that I'm seeing him. He smiles down at me with that dumb, cross-eyed, doofy grin of his. Why does it look like his head is going in one direction and his face is going in another? Hey! Fucking...
Hey.
Hey. I lie quietly in his arms for a while, just enjoying the comforting blue glow. I'm reminded of when I first met Amicus, when our ship stalled out in the blue dust cloud, when he'd finally revealed to me his botched plan. That feels so distant now, like it was years ago, rather than just months. I take a deep breath, and something about it feels strange. Almost like something mechanical is moving in my neck. I reach up, touching my fingers to my throat, and for a moment they brush against something that feels like a thin line of flesh. But Amicus reaches down to move my hand away, pressing it to my chest instead.
You're alright. You're going to be fine now.
What? That's when I also realized that my voice sounds strange. It still sounds like me, but there's something slightly off about it. Like it's a little higher, and maybe a little robotic. Another excuse to do the calm voice. Hi, Amicus! No, I'm kidding. I won't do that. I won't put you through that mess. I frown. Amicus presses against my chest firmly, comfortingly. "It's okay. I know it might feel a bit strange, but you won't even notice it after a few days." What is he talking about? Again, I lay quietly in his arms and gather my thoughts. The fight, the dagger, the darkness, the parents. Then I look up at Amicus and question, What happened? I try to ignore the strange, soundless, mechanical clicking feeling in my throat, while also trying to get used to my voice. It's like hearing myself in a recording, just not quite right. Amicus chuckles, sounding exhausted, relieved, and maybe even a little sad at the same time. "Quite a bit happened, William." "But the parents, I thought they wanted us to meet them?" Amicus's gentle smile wavers for a moment. "Well, they did. I met them." "What? I don't remember. I rack my memory, but nothing comes to mind." You lost consciousness when it happened." I frown at that, wondering why that would happen, but Amicus does not offer an explanation. I look down on my chest, and instead of the coating of blood I expected to see, I'm clean and bare, aside from a few small wet spots on my chest. I suppose Amicus had been a bit more emotional before I'd woken up. I look back at him, then press my face against his body, and he responds by hugging me close to his chest for a moment. "So, it's over? They decided to bring me back?" My voice is muffled against his fur. My strange, not quite right voice. Amicus loosens his hold on me, allowing me to look back up at his face. "Yes, it's over." The tension that I'd held in my chest ever since I arrived, ever since being abducted from my bedroom in Italy, it all releases slowly. For once, I feel light and free, and I sag in the wolf's arms, sighing deeply. Even now, I'm starting to get used to the new feelings in my throat. "I love you. I love you too." I smile up at him, and despite everything being over, I can't help but notice that he seems a bit sad too. I rest a hand against his chest. "You alright?" Amicus laughs loudly, shaking my entire body. "Aside from nearly losing everything I hold dear, I suppose I'm alright, yes." I try to sit up, but Amicus keeps me reclined, gently but firmly. "You sure? You seem upset." The big wolf sighs deeply, and I feel his torso puff out against my side and shoulder. "There are things I must tell you, but later. It's not important right now." The tension that had been so mercifully loosened in my chest suddenly appears again, albeit in a much smaller way. I want to ask more, but for now, I just want to rest. Well, as long as I'm not gonna pass out and wake up completely confused again, I feel like that's all I've been doing the past month. Amicus huffs in amusement. "Yes, you do have a knack for such things." We go quiet again, and it's a nice kind of quiet. We're both just basking in the peaceful aftermath of our months-long struggle. After a while, though, my wolf meets my eyes again. "William?" "Yes, Amicus?" "I'm sorry." "Sorry?" "For everything. For taking you from your planet, for involving you in Adastran politics, for acting as if I knew better. Even if it was part of the parents' plan, it doesn't make it right. And I'm sorry." "Plan?" Hanks lets out a small, tired laugh, shaking his head. "Again, I'll tell you later. Let's just be together for now." I nod in agreement, ignoring the clicks in my neck, clinging to my wolf, happy to be in this quiet little corner of the universe, undisturbed by politics, mad emperors, or monolithic space entities. The following days are strange, to say the least. After what happened in the amphitheater, the wolven population has seemingly taken great interest in me. I guess I'm sort of a celebrity at this point. I got my first taste of this while lounging in the dining room, only half paying attention to the screens, when I realized that it's a reenactment of the trial by combat between Amicus and Cato. My character, portrayed by a small wolf wearing a rather uncanny human mask, jumps in at the last second to plunge the dagger into Cato's back. He's then stabbed directly in the throat by Cato, instead of slashed, and stands for several seconds clutching his neck while Amicus tears out Cato's throat, then arrives just in time to catch me as he swoons back. I have to stop watching at this point. The memories of what happened too fresh and traumatizing for me to see played out, even if it's terribly acted out. While I suppose it's nice to be liked by the general population, I can't help but feel it's for the wrong reasons. I'm definitely being portrayed as a noble savage of sorts, so in love with my master that I broke the rules to save him, or I just didn't understand the rules well enough to abide by them. Either way, it makes me feel kind of uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Amicus is kept busy, of course. The quiet moment I'd had with him in the archives is actually the last really long moment alone I've had with him since. Almost immediately after, Amicus is whisked away to various ceremonies and meetings as everything becomes official. Amicus is emperor now, and he seems to be taking to it rather well, especially after the incredibly stressful events preceding it. His personality has always been silly and a bit immature, but after taking the throne, he's taken on a persona of a cool, calm leader. It's a side of him that I've seen occasional flashes of, and while I'm happy to see him fitting the role so well, I can't help but feel a bit sad that he has to quash that playful, outgoing side of himself. I suppose it's one of those parts of having to grow up. I try to stay out of his way for now, knowing he has so much to do, but on the second day after the trial, I'm told by Com that Amicus wants to speak with me. I open the door and immediately hear Virginia's voice, raised slightly in annoyance.
No! Lux is the city in desperate need of funds right now. Lex is doing very well.
Well, I'm sorry, but the names are rather similar, are they not? I meant Lux anyway.
Even if you meant it that way, I can guarantee you the triumvirates won't be pleased hearing you mistakenly refer to which city they're from.
All right, calm down. I'll be sure to remember that. And don't yell at me in front of the triumvirates, please. You'll only give my critics more weaponry if I'm seen allowing my own sister to treat me in such a way.
All the more reason not to make mistakes, then.
The two then seem to realize I'm there, finally, and cease their argument. William, we were just finishing our conversation.
Were we? I am going to drill you on all this again on our flight to the city.
Virginia makes her way past me, pausing to rest upon my shoulder.
Maybe I should put you in charge of my brother's studies. At least he listens to you. Ooh, shady bitch.
The she-wolf rolls her eyes before dismissively disappearing through the door, leaving us in silence so that Amicus's big, heavy sigh seems to resonate through the entire room. God, she's relentless. Isn't that a good thing? I suppose, but it doesn't make it any easier to deal with. Amicus is walking towards me and immediately takes me up into a deep hug, followed by a kiss. I kiss back, feeling Amicus's tense body relax against mine, and I feel happy at the idea that I might be able to relieve stress so easily. He finally draws back, smiling as he does. How have you been? I know I've been rather absent lately, but I know, official business and everything, I've been okay. Just trying to adjust to all the new. I sweep a hand around me, then hesitantly bring it to my neck. The wound that the parents had somehow healed, my trachea and vocal cords having been replaced and repaired with something. I try not to think about it, and I've gotten used to it, for the most part. Well, I hope you've been adjusting smoothly, then. Amicus brushes a paw through my hair, looking me over. What was it you wanted to talk about? Amicus pulls his paw back, and the look on his face starts to worry me. Is it about what happened with the parents? At this point in time, I know that something involving me happened while I'd been unconscious. For whatever reason, I'd been kept unaware of the conversation that happened between Amicus and the parents. Amicus nods, rubbing an arm awkwardly. Yes. It's rather complicated, so it may take a moment for me to explain it all. Also, why aren't we in the Emperor's quarters? Like, I get that this is Amicus's room, but there's specifically a room for the Emperor. So why aren't we in there now that that Amicus is the Emperor? I don't know. Maybe it's a small continuity error, or maybe it's intentional. Maybe he just really likes this room. I don't know. The wolf guides me to the sofa, and we sit side by side as Amicus drapes an arm around my shoulder. Over the next few minutes, he tells me of the deal he made with the parents, that he'd submit himself to their will, if only to bring me back to life. It's a similar decision that I had to make, and I shake my head. I don't like that. Why are they doing this to us? Amicus shrugs loosely against me, shaking his head as well. I honestly don't know, but I can tell you that my view of them has changed quite a bit since what happened. So what, now you have to do whatever they say, or something bad happens to me? Again, my hand drifts up to my neck, wondering if there's something more to the mechanics in my throat. An irrational part of my mind wonders if maybe there's some kind of self-destruct mechanism built into it. I shudder at the thought of my throat suddenly exploding. I doubt that, but I feel that maybe they would make it difficult for us to stay together if I did. Our meeting together. It was planned by the parents. This was something I'd sort of assumed on my own, but I still bristle nonetheless. See? They're using our love against us. This is just fucked up. Amicus just nods quietly, but draws me closer with his arm around my shoulders. So they just draw us together? I was like the most compatible human to you, so now they can make sure we do as we're told so we can stay together? Again, Amicus is quiet, just holding me. I don't like this. Neither do I. So if your job is to bring the Galaxius together, what's my job? Amicus takes another slow, deep breath, which only spikes my anxiety. I realize that the release I felt in the archive room was only temporary. In retrospect, I suppose it was a bit silly that I thought everything would be fine after Amicus became Emperor. This is only the beginning. Well, this is what I wanted to talk to you about. Now wait, feeling Amicus steel himself for what he's about to say, and I feel my anxiety grow. How bad could this actually be? Then he lets out the breath with a rush of words, seemingly trying to get the explanation out all at once. The parents told me that your mission is to begin the process of integrating humans into the Galaxius. I'm only starting to absorb that when Amicus takes another breath and starts another slew of words. They want you to return to Earth and complete a series of steps to begin the integration process. A process that will take... Amicus suddenly winces, as though the words themselves hurt.
That will take around 8 years to complete. That last bit takes the longest for me to comprehend.
8 years? 8 years? Like, I'll have to go to Earth for 8 years and do a bunch of crap that brings my planet into the Galaxius? Amicus nods. I see the deep sadness on his face. This explains why he wasn't exactly happy after we'd escaped the parental dimension. I find myself at a loss for words, even though there's so much I wanted to ask. Amicus tries to fill the silence.
Your planet won't be conquered or anything. Rather, you're already on a sibling-like level. You're unique in that you aren't exactly a sibling species, but you won't be under the control of another civilization, if that makes sense. Aside from the parents, of course. That's a relief, I suppose. Though the more I learn about the parents, the more I'm unsure about any of this. While I'd once worried about the wolves invading Earth, I'm not sure I'd want the parents to be doing the same. At least they're very hands-off, I guess. And the 8 years? Will I be able to see you? I see the corners of Amicus's muzzle dip down deeply into a frown before stubbornly pulling back up the way that he often did when he was trying not to tear up. No. But I discussed with them those supplements that we take to extend our lifespans. You'll be able to take them to make those 8 years seem more negligible. The way Amicus is talking, fast-paced and upbeat, tells me that he's trying to make this sound like it isn't a huge deal at all. But it is. 8 years. The arm around my shoulder brings me into a full-on hug now, pressing my face against his chest. I know. It seems like a long time, and it is, but after that, we'll be free. Amicus's voice is strained, like there's a heavy weight on his chest. We both know we won't. And I'm gonna have to do all of that alone? Couldn't you come and help me? Now I sound like a child. I can see Amicus's eyes glistening, but he stubbornly continues to smile. You won't need my help. You're fully capable on your own. Besides, we'll see each other again as soon as your series of planned steps are completed. Over the course of 8 years. And once we reach that point, we will be able to finally relax and enjoy our lives. I'm still trying to absorb the idea of a years-long mission. A mission that involves introducing all of Earth to the idea of sapient life beyond our planet. That idea is harrowing, though. And after being strung along by the parents like this, I have to wonder. It seems like after we accomplish every step, there's a bigger one right after. I feel my heart rate pick up, but rather than becoming angry, I'm feeling kind of desperate. How much are they going to ask from us? This whole thing is just puppeteering. We're not in control of anything at all. William. He reaches out to me as I stand up. Please, I know this is hard. I've been trying to figure out a way not to drag you into this, but the parents seem intent. This isn't fair, though! We paid our dues. I fucking died! Again, I sound like a little kid. I can't help myself. This really isn't fair at all. I didn't ask for any of this. Originally, I had Amicus to blame. He was the one that brought me here in the first place. Now, though, knowing that everything was planned and orchestrated by the parents, I feel powerless. Like I didn't have any choice from the very beginning. I don't even have a say in this. But you do! I haven't gotten to that part yet. Amicus has his paws raised, and I can see that he's still trying to hold back tears.
I want to lash out at something, but I know this isn't his fault, especially now, so I try to calm myself, taking a few deep breaths and swallowing hard. They told me that you can make a decision, just as I made mine. I'm quiet for a moment, still breathing heavily. You can choose not to accept the mission. They will not force you to do it. You have around 9 months before the mission begins. I stare at the wolf, letting those words sink in. And if I don't accept, what are the consequences? A deep frown returns to Amicus's face. Well, they won't provide transport back to Earth. Of course, I'll likely be able to set it up for you now, but considering that the integration will be delayed, I would be disallowed from returning to see you. So either I do what they say, or I never see you again? Well, you could choose not to return to Earth. I'm not suggesting that be your decision, but it's one of the possibilities. I look away, just feeling terrible. And the main reason for that is because I feel like I have to do this. Even though I know Amicus has his doubts about the parents now, I know he still believes in their end goal. And if I just give up on it all now, I need to go think about this. I'm starting to turn away when Amicus abruptly stands up. I think he's going to come after me, maybe wrap me up in another hug. Instead, he keeps his paws behind his back, looking at me with an expression of stoic duty. Alright, I'll be heading out to the city for part of the day to visit with a triumvirate. Whatever you choose, William, I will fully support you. Takes me a moment to realize that Amicus is using his official face right now. And it's strange to have him use it on me. Even though I know he's doing it to make things easier for me, to not sway my decision based on his emotions, I hate that he has to do it. I shake my head and turn away, walking out of the room, even as I hear Amicus make a strangled noise as he cuts himself off and holds back from saying whatever he was going to say. I walk briskly through the hallways, trying to gather my thoughts. I just want to spend time with Amicus, go back to Earth, see my family, come back to Adastra, but no. These parents are meddling with my life, seemingly rendering every choice I make meaningless. If they can do it all and see all, why are they messing with me and Amicus like this? I'm lost in thought as I turn a corner and smack into something soft, furry, and white. Is it the boy? Is it the boy? I'm gonna go out on a limb and say it's the boy.
Ugh! What in the name of the gods?
Takes me a moment to recognize the voice, probably because of how disoriented I am from running into him. Sorry, Cassius. I finally focus on the indignant wolf as he angrily smooths down his fur. Yeah, there he is!
Watch where you're going! You could have knocked me into the floor! Into the floor. God damn it.
I just got, I'm sorry.
You know what a catastrophe that could result in.
Despite his outrage, I'm actually kind of happy to see Cassius back to his old self. Just 2 days ago, he was bedridden, though recovering. A combination of Virginia inducing him to vomit and a quick delivery of an antidote left Cassius in a position to fully recover. Hello to you too, Cass. Cassius fixes me with a narrow-eyed glare.
Since when did I give you permission to use my shortened name, human?
I shrug, simply adjusting my robe after having it disheveled from the collision. How are you feeling?
Changing the subject, I see. Well, never mind. I'm feeling fine, thank you. I can at least eat solid foods now without retching, though I doubt I'll ever be able to drink wine again without doing so.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I'm sure you are.
shake my head, wondering why the wolf has to be so sour all the time. Maybe it's a side effect of always being second in line for everything. I see something similar in Neferu. They just go about handling it differently. Maybe it's also because of his illness. Always seen as weak and needing help, and he reacted by being a dick. Then again, it could just be because he is a dick. So, what are your plans now that I have abdicated the throne and am leaving in disgrace? You're not leaving in disgrace. I think the people are going to be I'm already being made fun of for being one of the shortest-serving emperors in the history of the Empire. I'm the main topic in all the comedies at the moment. Cassius takes in a deep breath, focusing his eyes. Anyway, William, I wanted to thank you. I almost get whiplash from the sudden change in tone and topic. What? Oh, don't make me say it again. I'm simply thankful for you putting the Empire on a course that is somewhat tolerable, at least. As opposed to being ruled by Cato. Yes. While I might not believe that my brother is what is best for the Empire, at least he cares for it. And I suppose that's all I can hope for. Weren't you negotiating a position with Amicus? Cassius looks at me suspiciously, though I have no idea why. I suppose almost being assassinated and also being sabotaged by everyone in the palace has made him a bit weary. I suppose he'll tell you anyway, so yes, I'm looking to become the Chief of Social Affairs. He rolls his eyes at my lack of reaction. In other words, I'll be making sure that Adastra's most vulnerable are taken care of. That all will someday receive the financial, social, and especially medical care that they need. I perk up. Oh, good! Well, kind of what you were all about in your campaigning, right? Yes. And it'll be nice to focus all of my energy on that, rather than the bothersome politics that come with being emperor. I don't envy Amicus. It's one of the things I've learned in presidential history is a lot of former presidents almost get more done than they were when they were actually president. I don't remember who said it, but they were like, I want to grow up to be a former president. He eyes me closely. I know you're very close with him, so please, if I must ask anything of you, it's to make sure he does not forget those outside the Triumvir cities. Their situation is desperate, and if we are truly going to reap fortune from an alliance, then they should be the first to benefit, not the Adastran elites. It's one of those rare moments that Cassius is being completely genuine with me, so I nod earnestly. Of course. I also plan on making sure that Amicus remembers the Wolven children, and to right the wrongs of the past rulers that had done to them. There's a lull in conversation, and I try to think of something to say to thank Cassius for in return. And, thank you for understanding our position, for deciding to step down when we asked. You threatened me with outright humiliation if I did not. This is one of the problems of having such a huge fucking collar. You'd be like, I try to hold in a sigh for my own at the wolf's frustrating attitude, even if my attempt at some form of diplomacy with him was clumsy. Yeah, well, thanks anyway. Cassius grunts non-committally, then looks past me. Anyway, I must be going to the city. I have an appointment. Well, that's when I remember Alex. I never did see Cassius' reaction to finding out about the cat's treachery. Amicus had been furious when I told him, and I'd practically had to hold him back from marching out into the gardens and strangling the cat himself. He was especially furious when I told him that I had made a deal with Alex to keep him from facing the consequences of sabotaging the entire empire. Amicus had settled on banishing Alexus from the palace to some high-security apartments in the center of Adastra City. Cassius had been visiting him there ever since. While I don't know what the state of the relationship is, I suppose that even high treason isn't enough to stop Cassius from seeing the cat again. It must be pretty close, even closer than I'd initially thought. I'm curious, but stop myself from asking, as I know that would only lead to more glares and sneers from the wolf. So instead I bow and step aside, a bit surprised when Cassius bows in return, even if it's mostly just a half-hearted nod. I watch the white wolf disappear out through the main entrance, and I wait for a few moments before taking the same route out into the gardens. While the conversation with Cassius had distracted me for a bit, my mind wanders back to what Amicus had just told me. I can't stop the feeling of constriction that seems to wrap around me, bound to the will of these supposedly all-knowing creatures. I sit for a while on a bench, contemplating everything while my hand absently caresses my repaired neck. I'd pressed a bit harder than against the skin a few times, and didn't like the unfamiliar shapes and edges that I felt. I'd asked Amicus how the parents had done it, how they made the time to place the machinery on my neck, and also made me start breathing again. Of course, it turns out that it's one of those parental tech things that no one really understands. Seemed to have happened instantaneously, as if I'd been whisked away somewhere else to have surgery before having been placed back in the archives. Apparently, when Amicus's father had asked the parents to restore Cato's sight, it had just happened overnight. The old wolf surprising everyone when he walked into the dining room with his brand new visor. That had been over a decade ago. And that gets me wondering why the parents did that if they knew Cato would go on to do the things he did. He blatantly got in the way of their plans. Why would they let him hold such an influential position in the Empire, let alone restore his vision? Interference is to be kept to a minimum, I could practically hear the monitor say. I sigh, just sort of wishing that the parents didn't exist at all, that this other wasn't eating at the edges of our universe, which is apparently the root cause of all this. That's something else I don't understand. From what I gathered, the Galaxius had already known about the other, but vaguely. Amicus had almost described it to me when I first arrived here, and had been told that all life originated from the same source, except for the other. A different type of life, so different from us that we can barely understand them. But now we know that they're out to get us, or something. I just can't help but feel so distant from all this. The result of the struggle between us and them being millennia away. We don't even know how many millennia. As I'm becoming more and more depressed over all of this, I hear footsteps on the path. I have a guess, but continue. I look up, half expecting to see Alex, even as I remember he's been banished from the palace. It's never... Okay, so... This is really seeming like a curtain call to me, which is weird because I know an update for this game is coming out in like 2 days from as of recording this. So I don't know what the fuck is going on, but this is... I took theater, I've been in theater, I know what the fuck's going on. This is a fucking curtain call. We saw Virginia, we saw Amicus, we saw Cassius, now we're getting Neferu. We got an explanation that Alex is gone. Cato's obviously dead. There's really no one else that's a major fucking player here. So what I imagine is that we're going to get this Neferu conversation that's going to lead to something else, and we're probably going to end on another conversation with fucking... How am I fucking forgetting his name? Amicus. I'm so sorry. With Amicus, once we've had some alone time, because you introduce a bunch of fucking characters, give them all resolutions, send them on their way, have your alone moment, then you end on your emotional high. So I don't know what the fuck, if that's exactly what's going to happen, obviously, as I play these games blind, but that's what it seems to be happening right now. Even as we got out to the garden, I was like, so is this where Neferu shows up? Because... We really are just doing a fucking curtain call here. It's Neferu, and he's strolling along the pathways, paws behind his back with his usual suave smile plastered on his muzzle. I have to wonder how he keeps that expression on all the time, as it's clear he doesn't see me until he comes a bit closer. When he does spot me, his ears flick up and I get a glimpse of white teeth as his smile broadens. I smile back, even though I'm not in the best mood to chat at the moment. Still, I scoot over to make room on the bench, and Neferu greets me with a bow along with a "Ahotep be with you" before he sits next to me, crossing one leg over the other. "Beautiful day." He says it wistfully, and I just nod in agreement. "Though I can see you're not enjoying it as much as I am. Is everything all right, William?" I'm about to give him a generic answer before I sigh, leaning back on the bench. No, not really, Neferu. I find it a bit surprising, considering the way things have gone the past few days. I shrug. I mean, aside from almost dying, I guess everything here is good. But out there, and out up at the sky, at space, I just don't know what to do. Perhaps I could offer you some advice? I remember that Amicus had told me to keep the revelations about the human civilization a secret, at least until parents give further instruction. I don't know. I think I'm just stressed about going home, about how I'm going to do it, you know? Nah, I definitely understand, for I am in a similar boat. Unfortunately, I have little advice on that particular matter. I glance over at him, watching as he rhythmically bounces a black foot about, wiggling the toes and claws. Is Camia still pissed about what happened? Oh yeah, furious. They're still threatening to cut all diplomatic relations with Adastra if Amicus doesn't make things right somehow. Make things right? Yes, despite the fact that my family very nearly despises me, they actually despise our name, that our name has been sullied by woven disrespect. How you were almost executed? That, and the fact that Cato released the footage of his attack on my person before the scheduled execution. It's been in heavy rotation on the news channels ever since. Oh. I haven't watched much Adastra TV after seeing the reenactments of my own death, so I guess I've been missing Neferu getting kicked in the balls over and over again. Well, you know, wolves. They just like any sort of drama. It's been spread across the entire Galaxius. I suppose seeing a Camion in such a position is rather amusing to everyone, siblings and children alike. I look over at Neferu again, but his light, carefree demeanor continues as he simply seems to be soaking in the scenery. That was a lot of says. The good thing I have a pop filter, good lord. Are you doing alright? Neferu looks at me then, smile becoming a bit more warm. I'm fine, William, but if I'm being truthful, I am embarrassed. But that's nothing new for me. I frown. I can count the number of times I've seen you embarrassed on one hand, Neferu. You're downright shameless. I smile to lighten the words, but Neferu just chuckles. You probably know by this point that I'm not often genuine. It comes with being a diplomat in the Pharaoh's son. There's a lull in the conversation as we both just watch the gardens, listening to the birds and watching the bees hover from flower to flower. That's when I'm reminded of something. So, what made the Camians want to start an alliance? Isn't it pretty groundbreaking for siblings to work together? Like, isn't that against the purpose of the Galaxius? Play dumb, like I don't already know it isn't. Never quirks an eyebrow at me. That's a surprising question. Well, to put it simply, we studied the earliest histories of the Galaxius and came to the conclusion that it was never the intent of the parents for us to be competitors. If you don't know, the goal of a sibling race and its children is to achieve parental status. To do that, we must be able to achieve intergalactic travel. We're
slowly realizing that this may not be possible without the cooperation of all sapient life in the galaxy.
I nod in understanding. So it seems like the Camians were already hip to this grand plan, either by actually figuring it out themselves or with the help of their own parent. This makes me wonder if they might know more about this thing lingering at the edges of the universe. Do you know much about the other? Now Neferu turns on the bench to really look at me, furrowing his brows.
Another interesting question. Did you have some sort of experience with the parents when they healed your wounds?
Yeah, kind of. Just really vague stuff, so I'm just curious about it is all. Try to make it sound like it's not a big deal.
Well, it is an entity that spreads through the universe every few billion years. It originated from somewhere other than the original source of life, the source from which we all came.
His choice of words is confusing me. Is it, like, alive?
Is it alive like you and I? No, not really. It's more of a machine, I suppose, on the edge of life. But it needs sapient life to exist.
Oh, like a virus.
Yes, though even viruses originated from the original source. The other is truly something different.
And it feeds on life. Our life, I mean.
First, I should say that what we know about it is very, very limited. And the majority of that information is likely wrong. Really just ghost stories.
Well, what are these ghost stories? Neferu sighs, and I realize that he's not exactly interested in this topic.
How to put it? Well, it's thought that in the half-dozen or so times that the other has spread through our part of the universe, it has left behind small, patchy portions of itself. It's technically all around us, but very weak, though it is thought that highly concentrated portions of it attached to tangible things or occasionally pass through us.
I feel a bit of a tingle down my spine. And what does it do? Neferu shakes his head.
I'm sure you people have stories of phenomena that are unexplainable. Perhaps an abandoned building that is inhabited by malicious spirits. Possibly a creature that defies all logical explanation, yet sporadically appears in a particular forest.
Wait, like supernatural stuff? Give the jackal an incredulous look, and he shrugs and laughs.
So the stories say. They also say that sapient consciousness is used by the other to project these manifestations, and that the sapient's reaction to these projections feeds the entity. Personally, I feel that the legends surrounding the other are simply a catch-all for anything that is feared or poorly understood, or just the product of a bored society.
I think back to what little I know about ghosts, monsters, even aliens or UFOs, and immediately the idea is too ridiculous for me to accept. Why haven't I heard of this while I've been here?
You probably have, you just didn't understand the topic at the time. Either way, it's never a serious worry on anyone's mind considering how rarely this entity makes contact with our side of the universe.
I just stare at the ground, not really sure of what to say. Like Neferu, I find myself not very interested in the topic anymore, and our discussion moves on. We talk about Neferu's plans, when he might return home, and how I might help him secure the alliance. Eventually he gets up to return to his room for a nap, leaving me to sit on the bench in silence. If I'm being honest, the conversation left me feeling a bit strange about this whole intergalactic war that parents are preparing for. It sounds more like we're getting ready to fight off an army of space ghosts rather than anything real. I sat there for a long time, opening my mind a bit, kind of hoping that the monitor will swing by and dump a little more information on me that I can work with, even though I know that's not really in his nature. Problem is that I already know that I'll probably do this mission. In the end, I feel like I have to trust in these parents, despite how awful they're being to me and Amicus. It's for the good of all sapients, right? And if it isn't, well, I don't want to imagine we're doomed at the hands of some maniacal space gods. Things stay predictably quiet, and as I'm thinking about heading back to Amicus's room to see if he's returned, Calm's voice makes me jump. Ah, yes! The curtain call has to include Calm, of course.
Amicus would like to let you know that he is currently in the bath, and if you would like to, you can join him. However, he wants to make it explicitly clear that it is your choice and that if you need more time.
Thanks, Calm. I'll be there now.
Yes, William.
Why did it fucking do it like that? I don't know. And I'm reading this novel like a book, aren't I? After a bit of introspection, we now go back to Amicus. Immediately spot Amicus as the door slides open, and I see the wolf jolt up from leaning back against the edge of the pool before quickly leaning back again, raising a paw casually. I walk through the steamy air to stand behind Amicus next to the bench, and he looks back at me with a gentle smile. There's a penis, there's a penis. Thank you to Paul for making the bar sunk with me. I nod wordlessly and slip out of my robes and underwear before walking to the edge of the pool. With a little hop, I dip in quietly all at once, mostly used to the scalding temperature at this point. As I come up, Amicus reaches out to me, and I press up next to him, fitting against the curve of his chest in that familiar, easy way. How was the meeting with the triumvirates?
Good, good. Lots of seemingly pointless talk and etiquette, but as you know, it's necessary. As you and I know.
As long as there aren't any riots.
Yes, as long as there aren't any of those.
We sit in the hot water for a while, and I enjoy the way it makes my worries seem so far away, locked behind the doors to the bath. I should do this more often. But of course, it's the main thing on Amicus's mind right now. He clears his throat nervously.
How did thinking about... did you make your decision? No, I'm sorry.
I know you can't see it, but that's what it said. I know I fuck up a lot, but that was on them. Amicus trails off in the most awkward way possible, and I laugh a little bit, though it's more of a sad laugh. A little, but I don't think I have a choice. That any of us really have a choice. That's not true. You can choose this. This is all meant to happen. It's the entire reason that any of this happened at all. I have a purpose, and I don't know. I don't really want to cause delays, drag some other human into this, especially if it'll help your empire in the end. Amicus grumbles.
Well, I don't believe that you should be forced to take on duties that were thrust upon you without your consent. It's cruel. And I want you to choose what you feel is right.
I give Amicus a look. Hasn't that been your whole life?
Well, yes, but I'm talking about you.
I smirk. Oh, I see. The silly dumb ape who can't handle the big boy responsibilities. Amicus' reaction to my teasing is instant and visceral.
No, I would never.
Sorry. Just kidding. I shouldn't make fun about that. Amicus settles back again, still looking concerned.
It's all right.
Just don't want you to feel that way again. Amicus sighs deeply.
Also, I do believe we would have met somehow, even without the parents intervening.
I really give Amicus a look. Seriously?
Of course.
Something this special can't be stopped by the likes of time and space. And he starts pulling me into his body, nuzzling me. Anyway, I'm not completely sure yet. I need time to think about it, and we do have 9 months. Take your time. But if you do choose to go, you must promise me one thing. I feel a little apprehension at that. Yes. Well, 8 years is quite a while for a human lifespan, so I know you rejected them initially, but please start taking life extension medication. There is a formula especially for primates. I need you around for as long as I am, William. I realized then how well Amicus has taken this whole 8 years thing. And I have to wonder if he's just trying to make it sound less bad than it actually is. 8 years is a long time, whether you're a human or a wolf. I'd actually forgotten about his lifespan extending medication after Amicus had told me about it. For whatever reason, extending my life by decades, even hundreds of years, didn't really appeal to me at the time, but now, all I want is more time. So I nod. Why did the sound cut off? My headphones aren't dead, I can hear them humming. The fuck happened? Whatever. Of course. Oh, I see why. Fine, sure, fine. And yet time seems to move faster than ever. This on top of the fact that 9 months is quite a few more days here on Adastra than it would be on Earth. Still, the days fly by, and I think it mostly has to do with my life not being in peril anymore. I'm not dreading a trial or fight that'll determine my future. Now it's more of a slow burn that just blends together. I hate that. When you got some shit that you can't do anything about, that's way far off, and you're just sort of sitting there dealing with it, and you just gotta wait. Shit sucks, bro. Shit sucks. Life in the palace becomes routine again. I have my own little schedule that involves gardening and watching certain programs on Adastrian TV that I've actually grown to tolerate. I start to study, using Com as my teacher to learn as much as I can about Adastrian and Galaxia's history. I even have enough time to start learning the language. Apparently they never bothered to name their own language, which is a very Wolven thing to do. But as I had noticed when I first arrived, it's nearly identical to Latin back on Earth. This makes it fairly easy to pick up considering I studied some Latin back in school. Convenient, that! And I learned a good deal of Italian before my trip. Amicus thinks it's a bit odd that I want to learn, considering I have the lingua. And while I've become used to life in what's basically a dubbed film, I can't help but feel that it's a filter of some kind. I'd like to get past that, hear Amicus and the others as they are. And if I'm going to spend most of my life here, I've already started taking the supplements to extend my lifespan, which means I could be alive for a lot longer than I'd ever imagined. Though Felix says that at most I might get about 100 extra years out of the treatment, rather than the 200 years or so that the wolves get because I started taking them when I was already an adult. Still, it's a lot, and while I'm sure most people on Earth would be desperate for the supplement, I strangely feel a bit exhausted by the idea. Living 150 to 200 years really changes one's perspective on time. Maybe that's one of the factors that makes it seem as if the days are going by so fast. The worst part about it is that I don't get to spend very much of it with Amicus. It's something I had expected, anticipated even, but I can't help but feel a little depressed that I only could get to see him for a second in the morning when he kisses me goodbye, then late at night to have dinner with me, exhausted by his imperial duties. While Cassius mainly lounged around during his short rule, I also know that Cato was doing nearly all the work behind the scenes. And while Virginia would be more than happy to do the same, Amicus isn't the type to be lazy like that. speaking of which, is not just Amicus. While his absence would be bearable if I had at least someone to talk to that isn't calm, everyone else seems to have just become just as busy. Neferu, my only real friend on this moon, aside from Amicus, is usually off doing diplomatic stuff in the city, his mission to secure an alliance now fully in motion. Virginia is always by Amicus's side, especially now that the populace has grown used to the idea of a woman in the chief advisor role. Ooh. And while I've never really connected with her, it would still be nice to have some kind of company. I mean, even Cassius would be a welcome distraction, but the White Wolf left a few months back to tour the more impoverished regions of Adastra so that resources might be better allocated. And it turns out that he left with my former best friend Alexus. Cassius left us all somewhat stunned when he did this, doing important social work while a known spy and saboteur, one that could be blamed for a lot of the damage to Adastrian society, is by his side. Amicus was adamant on deporting Alexus in the first ship back to Amorpha, but Cassius talked with him, and I guess he'd been convincing. Amicus simply sent a few extra guards to keep a close eye on Alex. When I'd asked about this, Amicus only told me that the cat is powerless now, unable to connect with his homeworld due to all communication with Amorpha having been blocked after the scandal, one that involved many more actors than just Alex. Doesn't sit right with me, though. The idea that Alex caused so much pain for so many people, yet he's facing no consequences. Sure, I made that deal with him to free Amicus, but he really shouldn't still be here. I already know, though, that it has more to do with Cassius's relationship with the cat, and I don't doubt that that the White Wolf had compared their situation to ours so that he could better convince Amicus, even if it was incomparable. So now even Alex has something to do, a role to fill, and I'm the one that's left feeling useless and alone in the palace. Well, I know I'll have a special position once I start my own mission. I'm supposed to keep a low profile until then. The only job I have right now, over the course of the entire 9 months, is to decide whether or not I'm going to play the role the parents want me to. And while that's well and good, it's a decision that will affect the rest of my life. I also sort of expected to be given more information over the course of my waiting period. But no, infinite space remains quiet, and the monitor isn't breaking in through my consciousness to give me tips on what to expect. So I'm left pulling the endless weeds in the gardens, waiting, wondering, as unsure of my future as I've ever been. Yeesh, fucking bleak do you have to get? William. I cracked my eyes open, seeing the large silhouette of Amicus in the dim lighting of the bedroom. Good morning. I smile and reach out my hands, expecting the usual hug and kiss before he's off for the day. Instead, though, he sits on the bed next to me, running a paw through my hair gently, pushing it back away from my forehead. Your fur is a mess. I mean, I did just wake up. It's cute. Amicus continues to brush his fingers and claws through my hair. I watch him for a moment, a bit confused. You alright? Very much so. I look over at the curtains, seeing the soft light of dawn creeping around the edges. Don't you have to go to the city? Nope. Okay. Do you have the day off? You're acting a little odd. Ah, so you don't know. Know what? An irrational part of me begins to wonder if the 9 months is already up, even though the last time I calculated it out, I still had 4 months left. I'm honestly glad you don't. I was hoping to surprise you. I close my eyes and only the slightest amount of frustration. Amicus, please just tell me you know I don't like. I hear rustling from the wolf in front of me, and I open my eyes to the sight of a bouquet of flowers being held out to me. Like last time, it's dominated by lavender, and it smells and its smell surrounds me, a smell that my brain is exclusively tied to my wolf. Meanwhile, white and pink flowers along the edges complement the purple. I stare at it in surprise, unsure of what to think or say. Amicus fills the silence. Happy Lover's Day, William. The wolf continues to hold out the bouquet insistently, so I finally reach up and take it, noticing that it looks much nicer this time versus Amicus's first bouquet. Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
I sit there holding the bouquet awkwardly for a few seconds, noticing the stems dripping slightly on the blanket, so I hold them out over the edge. So is this some kind of a Adastran holiday?
Indeed. To celebrate those who you love and cherish. And for me, that is you, William. I love you.
I'm still feeling a bit dazed at the unexpectedness of it all. I managed to smile. You too, Amicus. Kinda wish I'd known. I didn't get you anything.
Amicus waves his paw dismissively in the air. The flowers are simply a human touch that I knew you'd appreciate. Besides, this isn't a gift-giving occasion. It's a go-out-and-enjoy-yourself occasion.
Amicus stands suddenly, reaching his paw out to me.
Come! I have the entire day planned out, just you and I. No triumvirs, diplomats, or advisors to bother us.
I take his paw, smiling as I realize how this has seemingly come just in time for me. I've been feeling so lonely and bored in the palace. This is exactly what I need. I hold the flowers to my chest, smelling them, not caring anymore that they're all wet. What do you have planned?
Ah, that's also a surprise. I'd like to leave in the next few minutes, though, so get dressed and don't worry about showering.
Alright. I move toward the dresser and grab my robes, but as I'm doing so, there's a loud knock at the door. Amicus's cheery mood drops for a moment as he lets out a frustrated sigh.
Come, who's at my door?
Never at your bedroom door, Amicus.
Amicus closes his eyes for a second, then opens them again, smiling at me.
One moment, probably just wants to wish us a good Lover's Day. It's something.
Amicus strides over to the door while I quickly pull out a clean robe, putting it over my body as the door opens.
Nephru, did you need something?
Hello, Amicus. And how to be with you, William?
Nephru pokes his head around Amicus's bulk, which the wolf is clearly trying to use to shield me from view, even though I'm already in the process of tying my robe on.
Happy be with you.
I mumble back, nodding in the jackal's direction.
What was it you needed?
Well, you are needed by the council. The gaming ambassador and vizier arrived an hour ago, and they requested we begin our meeting at once.
Whoa! We have double Amicus!
And the one in the middle is smiling, so I have a feeling that's the one that shouldn't be there.
No!
Yeah, the middle one is the one that shouldn't be there. Amicus lets out a groan of frustration, leaning his head back and tilting his muzzle toward the ceiling.
Didn't Com notify you? I've been waiting in the carriage for 15 minutes. Virginia's already there.
Nephru leans sideways slightly to look at me again.
Am I interrupting something?
It's Lover's Day! I cleared my schedule weeks in advance for this!
Oh, is it? Well, I suppose I would have no reason to know, huh?
Nephru winks.
Anyway, you know how poorly schedules match up when the stretch drive is used? Simply bad luck.
Bad luck indeed.
All the while, I feel the slight sinking sensation of disappointment. Can't really say I've been looking forward to this, considering I didn't even know it was a thing. But in a couple minutes I knew about it, I was really looking forward to it. Amicus turns then, his gaze softening as he spots me standing in my disheveled, half-tied-on robe. I shrug in what I hope looks like a nonchalant manner. It's alright, I understand. We can do something any other time. William. I suppose I'm not doing a very good job of not looking like just a little upset. I mean, I'm happy with just this. Pick up the bouquet of flowers I'd set on the dresser, inhaling the scent again. The fact that he did all this in the first place means a lot to me. Amicus goes on frowning at me, clearly not buying it. And he snarls. Fuck! Never raises a brow. Poor language for... Oh, shit.
Poor language for an emperor, Amicus.
Amicus ignores the jackal, keeping his eyes on me. This is the only meeting I'll have all day. It shouldn't last too long, and then we'll be able to do most of what I had planned.
I wouldn't plan on that. This is very important. I know, Neferu, but it won't last all day. Anyway, William, come with me. That way, as soon as the meeting is finished, we can immediately go to a private dinner. You're bringing William? Didn't you say we should be keeping his profile low? It's Lover's Day. No one will be at the university.
I raise my hands. I don't want to cause any problems. I can just wait for you here.
You are causing no problems. You will be accompanying me to the city. As my lover, you should be at my side during Lover's Day. If you so choose.
At this point, anything sounds better than staying in the palace, so the decision is pretty easy. Alright, yeah, let's go. Amicus looks somewhat relieved, letting out a breath before reaching out to take my hand, walking us out into the hallway while Neferu follows behind.
I promise it'll be quick, and I'm sorry. Sometimes it's just hard to...
Amicus seems to struggle to find his words. I understand. You're the Emperor. Besides, it's not fair to me to be upset because my boyfriend is spending more time on his Emperor duties than me.
I would understand if you were.
I just hope it won't be like this forever.
It won't be. We're simply at a turning point in Adastran history when you return, and when everything settles, we will have much more time to ourselves.
My stomach lurches slightly at being reminded that I have my own job to do, one that I'm not looking forward to. I glance back at Neferu, wondering if he should be hearing any of this, but the jackal seems to not be paying attention to anything, his expression and distant as his lips move silently. Looks like he's reciting something. I look forward again, leaning in Amicus as we head outside toward the carriage. Why would they make mention of that? Is he a double agent? Is Neferu a spy now? I already start feeling a lot better as our mechanical carriage creaks through the forest, a peaceful, eerie green, calming any irritation I might have felt with the whole situation. Amicus has pulled me against his right side, fitting me in that familiar way as I rest my head against his shoulder. Amicus's left, Neferu sits with his legs crossed, an elbow on his knee, and his chin in his paw. I notice Neferu and Amicus not attempting to make conversation with each other, not even glancing at one another. I think it's pretty clear at this point that Amicus and Neferu just don't really mesh well. Their personalities too different. Which I guess is fine, as long as they're not fighting anymore. Or fucking. Neferu seems to have stopped his silent chanting, so I take the opportunity to ask him a question, leaning forward to looking around Amicus's front. So, what's going on with this Camian ambassador and the other thing you mentioned? If you can tell me, that is. Jackal glances at me before shifting into a position that more directly faces me. The Vizier? Vizier? He's the highest official serving under the Pharaoh. As for the ambassador, Adastra hasn't had a Camian ambassador since the war. Amicus shrugs. I'll point out that Camia was the first to expel the ambassador. Neferu maintains a straight face. And we are the first to reestablish one. As it should go. Well, that's good. I talk a little louder than usual, trying to stop an argument before it can happen. So, are they going to help establish an alliance? Yes, along with smoothing over Adastra-Camian relations in general. The ambassador will be here for the long term. The vizier... Amicus glances at Neferu, but the jackal simply leans back, looking out of the forest again.
The vizier will depart back to Kami within a week, which is why negotiations must begin at once.
And you said this is taking place at a university? Yes, there are a few Kami experts there, and I suppose Kamians find places of learning more comfortable to negotiate in. Amicus glances at Neferu for confirmation.
I believe it has more to do with Adastra academia being a more friendly entity compared to the political departments or palace.
Amicus smirks. Indeed, the last bastion of Kamiophiles. Nefer rolls his eyes before they settle on me again.
Oh, and remember our conversation about the other? This university is famous for supposedly being absolutely infested.
Raise an eyebrow. So it's haunted? Amicus frowns. Are you serious? Have you been filling his head with the ghost stories of students, Neferu?
I have.
Don't worry, I don't really believe it. I lean back against Amicus, deciding that we can't really have a conversation without the two canine buttheads. The university is in a secluded area outside the city, mostly surrounded by forest. The gardens and paths are well taken care of, and it reminds me of a more classical-looking version of the palace. Amicus was right. I don't see a single person on campus. Our carriage rides up the main path to the largest-looking building that's front and center. We park in front of the building next to a few small aircraft before getting out and heading inside. For a moment, I'm in awe of at the size and architecture surrounding me, especially the amount of sculptures spread throughout the halls. Amicus immediately begins talking to me, though. Go ahead and make yourself comfortable. There should be screens in most of the rooms, and down those stairs you can find games of amusement. Amicus! Oh, shit. Amicus jerks his head away from me, looking up as Virginia's familiar voice in a very familiar tone echoes through the whole marble hallways. Gods. Amicus mumbles under his breath as Virginia, her mace a fask of fury, apparently, approaches. She spares me a glance for a single second before focuses back on Amicus.
You are an hour late!
Am I?
Yes! I've tolerated your tardiness since you were a child, but you've kept the vizier waiting! How could you?
Wolf whimpers, screams through her teeth, eyes practically bulging out from her head. Never seen Virginia so angry before. Amicus shifts uncomfortably. Well, it's a holiday, so I disabled notifications.
Are you joking? Emperors do not get holidays. Ever!
I'll consider it strategic.
What?
I'm simply letting them know who holds the power here. It'll be an advantageous start to our negotiations. Gina looks at her brother with borderline disgust.
Well, at least you can make some, even the most extreme stupidity sound not quite so stupid. I hope you're not planning on bringing your mate in.
For a moment, I don't realize that she's referring to me. Of course not. He's waiting out here. Gina looks at me again.
My apologies. I hope my brother learns to treat you with more respect in the future. If not, I'm sure you'll have no trouble finding someone better.
Oh, you fucking ooh! Well, if you're so worried about wasting time, why are we doing just that?
Teacher Veteris is entertaining them on a tour. You better think of a good excuse before they return. Actually, just pretend it didn't happen.
Oh, that sounds like something you wouldn't want me to do.
Kamians are different. I suggest you try not to trick them. Let's go in for now. I think I hear them.
Sure enough, I hear echoing voices up the hallways. Amicus turns to me, giving me a quick hug, again, reassuring me that it won't be long before following Virginia up the hall and disappearing behind a sliding door. Neferu, who I'd completely forgotten about, walks past me, heading for the room as well. I frown, noting the dull look on his face, the one he'd been wearing since the carriage ride. You alright? I ask him just as he passes me. He glances toward me. Of course. Didn't even make an effort to look like that's the case before walking through the door as well. Something's up with him. The voices get closer, coming in from a bend in the hallway up ahead. Not wanting to be seen, I move back toward the sculptures, hiding myself amongst them. Technically, all of Adastra City knows who I am, my face having been shown on the giant screens in the city on loop for months. Still, I'm odd enough that I feel like it would just cause more trouble than it would be worth if I'm seen. So I peer around a statue wolf's waist, feeling like a stalker as I watch the small crowd approaching the door with Amicus, Virginia, and Neferu walk through. A very short old wolf leads the way, followed by only the second jackal I've ever seen in person. He's taller and thinner than Neferu, and there is an icy cold expression on his face. I imagine him to be the Vizier. Next to him walks a rather broad-shouldered creature that vaguely looks like a wolverine. His clothing and paint on his fur is definitely Camian, so I assume him to be the ambassador. Finally, a younger wolf brings up the rear, one that has longer fur on his neck, which he's styled into a braid. I heard about wolves with manes at some point in my studies, a trait that had been cultivated amongst Adastra's more influential families, a status symbol of the elite. The braided wolf starts to look in my direction, and that's when I pull back quickly, hiding myself behind the marble and waiting until I hear the doors slide shut again. I'm left alone, standing amongst the quiet, spotless marble of the expansive university. At first, I sit on a bench, quietly taking in the architecture, thinking about how cool it would be if I could come here to study instead. Though, now I know that this is the most prestigious university in Adastra, having seen the giant name carved into the face of the building on the way in. Varro's University. Or just Varro. Only the smartest young wolves study here, along with the wolves from the richest families in Adastra. However, from the handful of times that it came up in Com's ramblings, it sounded like it was one of the most progressive places on the moon. It was one of the first elite universities to allow women to study inside the school, rather than having to sit in a separate, cheaper building on the outskirts of campus. That was just 50 years ago, finally allowed under the rule of Amicus's father. Eventually, I grow bored with just sitting there and start to walk around, looking at the sculptures and plaques. They give short descriptions of the various wolves the sculptures depict, and I try to piece together what I can with my limited written language knowledge. Notable is the one in the middle, Varro, the university's namesake. He apparently studied the education system on Amorpha before implementing that system on Adastra. This alone shows how different the university is from the rest of Adastra. The wolves, especially the politicians, would never admit to borrowing anything from the cats, even though they borrowed plenty. But even here, there are only sculptures of wolves. No siblings, no children, nothing. It reminds me of one of the biggest issues I've been wrestling with the past few months. How separate I feel from this society. It's to be expected. I'm on an alien world after all. But it's a world of many different creatures and cultures, yet the wolves seem to be doing their best to ignore that. I realize that I will never be a part of this society, even if humans are successfully integrated into the Galaxius. In fact, I already know that the wolven reaction to human society will be... I already know what the wolven reaction to human society will be. Suspicion, condescension, and overall jealousy at the idea of a race that's seemingly uplifted itself. A species assigned a role that's different than all the rest. It doesn't matter that I'm liked by them now. It's only because I'm a seemingly dumb, parentless ape. They will come to despise me just as they despise the Camians. Is it worth it to deal with all that, only to be with Amicus? I know the answer, but I still contemplate. As my thought process spirals, I even think for a moment that maybe Alex had the right idea, but no. Thoughts like that are always bring me back down. It reminds me that humans, wolves, and all the rest of the Galaxias aren't so different in the end. Which means I have to hope that the parents are different, because I don't think I can trust gods that act like I do. I try to distract myself, walking around the big marble halls, looking into different rooms, and reading any inscriptions I can find. The game room in the basement is just a series of tables with various board games that I've never learned to play. After a while, it becomes clear that this isn't going to be a quick meeting. The hours go by slowly, and while I would usually be pretty ticked off at Amicus at this point, I'm mostly just sad. Being alone amongst towering marble pillars isn't so different from the palace, and still, this is actually a nice change of pace. I just wish I could be spending more time with Amicus. Eventually, I find a bunch of folded red cloth piled on a table, looking like banners for what could be the school flag or colors or something. Grab a couple of these before scouting out a marble bench hidden in the corner of the main room behind the statues and out of sight of the door. I lay down on the bench, flat on my back, laying the cloth under my head. I'm tired after being woken up so much earlier than I'm used to, and it's not long before I'm drifting off to sleep. Sleeping in a public place! A public place with God knows whoever the fuck that's gonna pop through the fucking door at any time. Let's see how this goes. Oh shit. Space stretches and twists into the distance. The infinite dark blue broken here and there with planets, stars, and dust clouds. It's endless, monolithic, passionless. Except there. Its mark is clear on the universe like a stain, a blemish on the glittering patchwork of stars. The planets die. The stars shrivel. The dust scatters. It's all tainted. The mark is old. It's ancient. It existed before life. Our life. It touches every life form from the youngest child to the oldest sibling. It convulses before your eyes in the dark. It whispers in your ear while you sleep. It brushes your neck when you don't see. We all feel it. We all know it. It transcends all. It touches all. It becomes all. I see you. The black tendrils of its reach already infect everything around you. They're going to kill you. They're going to kill him. Your purpose is doomed. And yet, you know that this is only the beginning. That soon it will blanket everything. You will die. He will die. Trapped in the amalgamation forever apart. And that's when it won't hide in the dark anymore. I gasped loudly, sitting up on the bench, feeling like something had been sitting on my chest. I feel like I've been holding my breath or something had pushed it out. Die. A faint whisper to my left, and when I look, just for the briefest of moments, it seems like as if the crouched wolf statue is contorted. Its neck is broken, staring back up at me. I jump, leaning back as I stare at the grotesquely twisted wolf, but it's not twisted. It's like it always was. And then I'm falling off the bench, landing hard on my ass as sending a jolt of pain through my tailbone. Ugh. Can't help the involuntary yelp that comes out of my mouth. William? And because his voice echoes through the halls, making me scramble to my feet, suddenly embarrassed about what just happened. Clear my throat in a way that sounds casual. Over here. Move out from behind the statues, glancing one last time at the crouched wolf, neck in proper position. It whispers in your ear while you sleep. His spoof's got a squeaky toy again. Yay. When my back is to it, the nape of my neck prickles, and I hurry out from my hiding spot. As I move out into the brightly lit main room, I realize that it's already dark. I've been here all day. Where? Amicus' voice seems to be coming from further away up the hall. Here! I just want him to come get me. I had a nightmare or something, but it felt so cold and dark and real. I hear some footsteps padding up the hall, and I turn to see Amicus come around the corner, his paws clasped together. William, I am so sorry. They wouldn't agree on anything. I couldn't excuse myself to come see you because that would make me look as if I cut Amicus off by hugging him, just wanting to feel his presence for now. The depressing thoughts I'd had all day, on top of that awful nightmare, at least what I hope was a nightmare, left me feeling like complete shit. Are you alright? I'm quiet for a moment, wondering if I should tell Amicus anything about what I was thinking, what I saw, then decide against it, at least for now. I'm just happy to see you. Really? Even after suffering through my complete incompetence all day long? I'm about to scold Amicus for saying that about himself, but then I just end up nodding. Yeah, we all have days like that. Did everyone leave? Yes, the meeting concluded about 10 minutes ago. I'd word that you'd left the university for whatever reason. Sorry. Don't be. Were you sleeping? Yeah. Well, that's good, because I'm hoping, even after how poorly the day went, that you might join me for a late-night Lover's Day celebration. Never gives up. And I do love that about him. I smile. That sounds great, because we walk down the steps of the main building into an empty courtyard, all of the vehicles gone. I frown. They just left us without any transportation? Oh yes, I told them to go on ahead. Great idea. Totally not going to need a way to get out of this situation quickly at some point, I'm sure. Oh, why? Do you not wish to walk? Isn't it a little too far to walk? I follow Amicus down the steps and through the university's gardens before we're back in the forest, walking in the direction away from the palace. Not really. The city and palace are within reasonable walking distance. I walk alongside the wolf, feeling myself relax again as we're surrounded by the quiet forest. I guess I just assumed it was far since we're always using the carriage. We tend to be lazy. That, and it's expected by the citizens as it's seen as more dignified, I suppose. Well, what about security? Shouldn't you have some protection as Emperor? I look around feeling almost vulnerable out here in the open with Amicus, used to always having the protection of the palace walls around us. Amicus glances up and I follow his gaze, immediately spotting the blinking lights of drones above us. Drones are far better than any sapient when it comes to security. Amicus looks over at me. I suppose you haven't been outside the palace very often at all, have you? Not really. The wolf grimaces. I apologize for that. I know it seems like you should be more free to travel after what happened, but the people are... Amicus takes a moment to find his words. Very curious about you. It would be difficult to keep them from crowding. I raise an eyebrow as I see lights in the distance twinkling through the tree branches. But we're heading to the city right now, aren't we? I don't think I can deal with crowds, at least not now when I'm not really prepared for it. Well, I cleared the district for our arrival, though that was supposed to be, I'd say, 5 hours ago. But still, it's late enough that the streets should be mostly empty. Oh. I'll draw closer to Amicus. Where are we going? You'll see. There's a sly smile on the wolf's face as we trudge along the path, walking in comfortable silence. Eventually, we break through the trees and into the small, quaint street that I'd been on before. Sure enough, it's completely empty, aside from 1 or 2 figures moving up the sidewalk or standing in a doorway. I noticed then that Amicus is becoming more excited. and it shows in his widening strides, and I have to hurry to keep up. I try to think of where he could be possibly taking me. Amicus. Wolf pauses, waiting for me to catch up, then places his paw against the small of my back, and I'm suddenly thrust forward at his speed, forcing along in a stumbling gait. Whoa!
Come on, it's right here.
The wolf sweeps me under a dark archway. There's a door in front of us, the soft glow of light barely showing through the frosted glass framing the door. Looks like it's closed, and I look up at Amicus in question, but the wolf doesn't seem bothered and simply knocks on the door. We wait for a few moments, and Amicus leans forward toward the crack, quickly talking loudly through it. Hello, Gaius! Something beyond the door blots out the light, and Amicus steps back before suddenly drawing me to his side, as if preparing to introduce me to someone. I stand there awkwardly, trying to prepare myself for whatever this is. When the door opens, it's not what I expect at all. An old she-wolf in an apron, and with a cloth tied over the top of her head, peers through the door, cracked open just enough so that her muzzle can fit through. I feel Amicus shift next to me as he forces a smile even bigger. Hello! The old woman squints.
Hello?
Amicus is quiet for a moment, clearly taken aback by the other wolf's lack of reaction. He clears his throat. I am Amicus, your emperor, and this is William, my companion. That's a new title. I look at the wolf in question, but he goes on staring at the she-wolf, who only continues to stare back at them. Maybe you're familiar?
No, I don't think so.
Amicus stares, his mouth gaping open while the woman starts to close the door. Quickly, Amicus lets go of me to reach out, stopping the door from closing just by an inch. Excuse me, please, but could you summon Gaius? Do you know who I am? The old wolf sticks her muzzle back through the crack, glaring now.
Gaius was relieved of his shift 3 hours ago. You know it's the 2nd hour.
I had suspected, though I had hoped you would have waited for me.
You thought wrong, dear.
Amicus bristles.
Excuse me, but you realize you're speaking to your emperor, woman.
Now I bristle. Even though I don't know what's going on exactly, I do feel a little surge of disappointment at seeing my lover use the "do you know who I am" line. Amicus. Just say it under my breath so the older wolf doesn't hear.
What? I'm just trying.
The door starts to close again, and Amicus quickly reaches out, but this time the old woman is ready. She reaches out to smack his paw hard, making Amicus gasp in surprise before the door slams shut.
How dare!
Amicus looks at loss for a moment, as if he's never experienced something like this before and doesn't know what to do. Then he tries to open the door, but it's locked. He then resorts to pounding on the door with a heavy fist, lips drawn back to show his teeth.
Open the damn door! I was promised a special banquet in a human's honor! Do you hear me, woman?
Oh, God, you're drawing attention to yourself. Reach out, pushing a hand against Amicus' chest. Holy shit, Amicus, stop! I said I'm under my breath, looking around, not having expected to be embarrassed at Amicus' behavior. I was used to embarrassing myself.
What?
Do you hear yourself? What do you mean? I paid for the services and had everything planned. We're 5 hours late.
But I'm the emperor, and you're my guest, and that woman!
I step closer, cutting Amicus off, even as I lower my voice, surprised at the sudden surge of anger I'm feeling. Amicus, you're acting like a spoiled brat right now, just like Cassius, and stop calling her woman. Amicus' indignant demeanor seems to deflate a little bit at that.
I'm not acting like him at all. What else should I call her? She is a woman.
It's the way you're saying it, and I don't know, maybe ma'am would be a good start.
Well, she's certainly not acting like a madam.
This is how you act when you don't get your way. Amicus has always had an entitled streak. I mean, I know it's kind of what got me in this situation in the first place, but I thought he'd have changed a bit after everything we'd been through. Especially for something as small as this. Amicus must see the disappointment in my face because he deflates further, blowing out a breath that ruffles back in my hair and smells vaguely of lavender. No, I don't, I promise. It's just I had something very special planned, and... Amicus looks back at the door, trying to see me through the frosted glass, as if wondering, as if whoever he's looking for will magically appear. Amicus, you can't expect anyone to wait 5 hours for you, whether you're emperor or not. Bad line. Bad line. You're supposed to be waiting 12 years for him, aren't you? I think. Except me, of course. There you go. Yeah. I see the moment Amicus gives up on his grand plan, whatever it was, as his deflation completes in a slouch, and suddenly he looks very, very tired. You okay? Yes, I'm fine. Let's just head back to the palace. Maybe we could go someplace else? I wouldn't mind finding a hole in the wall that's open late. Amicus is already walking back up the road toward the forest, shaking his head. I would rather we reserve the location ahead of time so that I can ensure your safety. It's too late for that tonight. I follow Amicus at a slight distance, feeling generally disappointed and baffled over what had just happened. While I'm still feeling somewhat stunned by Amicus's behavior, I also feel bad, because it's clear he really wanted to make tonight special, and to see him so defeated. I catch up to him and walk alongside the wolf just as we pass under the cover of the many branches, our path lit by firefly-like insects floating around us. Well, we could do something at the palace. Maybe have a picnic? Amicus heaves a heavy sigh. Honestly, William, I'm a bit tired. And it's not even Lover's Day anymore anyway. The wolf says the last bit so quietly I can barely catch it. And just like that, my attempts to keep my own mood light give in and I sour instantly. Well, if your goal is to ruin the rest of the night, you're doing a damn good job of it. Suddenly we're having one of our old fights again. The way we would feed off each other's negativity and spiral into a shared mood of sulk. Usually I'd be the one to start it, but this time I feel like Amicus is the clear culprit. I stare at the ground, frowning, even though I feel Amicus's eyes on me. It takes me a few moments to realize he's stopped walking. I stop too, then turn around to look back at him. We regard each other for a moment, then Amicus takes a deep breath. I realize that I'm acting like a spoiled pup, and I do apologize. I do not want this to ruin the rest of the night, even though there's not much left of it. I stand there, not saying anything because it looks like Amicus wants to say more. I promise you, I do not often act in such a way in front of my subjects. I just so desperately wanted for something to go right after everything that happened. Not often? I raise an eyebrow, but smirk at the same time, wanting to show Amicus that I'm willing to lighten up as well. I mean, never, really. I've never used such words to get my way during all of my emperorship, and it was only because it was for you. I sigh. Well, please don't ever feel the need to act that way on my behalf again. Especially if you're yelling at an old lady and calling her woman. I still do not see the problem with that. She is a woman. He starts walking in. I walk alongside him. And like I said, it's the way you were saying it. Like it was an insult somehow. I did not mean it that way. I mean, I kind of feel like you did. But I get it. You're raised in this society. Amicus huffs out a sigh. Yes, I know. I've been doing a lot to progress the rights of women in this society. Just yesterday, I put into motion legislation that would allow females to request a divorce before a court. And they couldn't before? Well, no, the husband had to. Wow. God, are you humans going to be like the Camians, shocked and disgusted by every aspect of our society? I shrug. I mean, some definitely will be. Do you not have your own problems? I laugh. Oh, yeah, we do. We definitely do. But, and I'm sure you'll be beyond shocked by some of the things we've done to ourselves. Like? I close my eyes, shaking my head. I'll let the diplomats reveal that to you. But yeah, most places on Earth still have problems when it comes to equality. A lot of problems. Nice job not calling out anyone specifically. Apolitical. Staying apolitical. And why do you judge me so harshly? Because I know you can do better. I know you have the power to create immediate change. Technically, but realistically, I know it's a slow process. But you know, where you found me, Italy, it's doing alright with equality. A lot of Europe is doing great. So I know Adastra can be better. Things go quiet for a moment, that tangent feeling a little strange. Like there's more to it than just gender equality. Amicus senses it too, of course. While I know that the parents, through whatever space wizardry they possess, brought us together due to perfect compatibility, sometimes I wonder about their measurements, because in some instances, we do feel worlds apart. I look at Amicus, the statement making me feel a little sad. Well, I guess we really are. But I love it. I love that about you. You open my eyes. You surprise me. And I've accepted the fact that you come from a better functioning society. I'm willing to learn. I look down, feeling a little embarrassed. Well, humans have a lot to learn. We're kind of a disaster too. Then let us learn together. But back to what I was saying previously. William, we're running out of time. And I need to do something with you. I feel like I missed that tonight. You might just twinge a bit at that. We still have time. I suppose. It's quiet again. And though things aren't fully relaxed again, most of the tension has left the air. After a few more minutes of walking, simply enjoying the cool night air, I clear my throat. So, what was that whole restaurant thing about? Amicus chuckles, kicking a rock with a big foot paw, sending it tumbling up the path to clack loudly against the rocks of a tree. I had decided to get a head start on human integration into the Galaxius, even though the citizens won't know it. How so? Well, a cultural staple for all species is oftentimes their food. Yeah. I have an idea where this is going, but I don't know how it's possible. So, I've established a human cuisine restaurant. Oh, really? Yes! But, how? Com analyzed and stored a fragment of the data from your nexus back on Earth. Though not all the ingredients are the same, we substituted as best as we could and developed food that is, in my opinion, rather authentic. Huh. Well, you know, there's a lot of food from different cultures on Earth, so a lot of different types of food. Oh, I kept it all in Italy, at least for now. In fact, our first item was Neapolitan pizza. Amicus suddenly heavenly, Jesus. Amicus's suddenly heavily accented voice startles me a little bit, as it always does. The wolf chewing around the words like he's actually eating it. Wow. So, as you would expect, I wanted to try all of the items to let us know how we did. Amicus, I wanted you to try all of them. Okay, I was just gonna say, yeah. Amicus is talking about all of this like the restaurant was his own project, something he's been working on it for a long time. I thought it would be a fun distraction for you, but as you know, things did not go as planned. It would have been fun, and I'm disappointed that we didn't get to do it together. But the thought alone of what Amicus had planned for me is enough to warm my chest, and I leaned against him. Well, thank you anyway, and I mean it. Amicus huffs and slides his arm around my side, rubbing my shoulder vigorously. Well, we'll do it again, and we'll do it sometime soon. We can't open it without you giving your approval first. Oh, I didn't know it would all depend on me. Of course! The restaurant is named in your honor, after all. Oh god, really? Really? I feel myself blushing at the thought of my name on a restaurant. It's embarrassing for some reason, but also incredibly sweet. And I think we should have that picnic. Nothing like a third-hour dinner in the moonlight. You sure? You look pretty tired. I live. Amicus lets me go after a moment, and as he does, I slide my hand down against his paw, taking hold of it. We don't hold hands often, mainly because it's something the wolves just don't really do. But nothing about it feels strange or out of place as we walk down the path, hand in paw, with only the glow of the moon and the firebugs to guide us. There's an eerie edge to it all, and while I might have been a little nervous if I were alone, I don't feel that way with Amicus. I feel any of that with Amicus. Or the drones protecting you against anyone or anything that might come out at you. It does make me think back, though, of what happened in the university. Amicus? What do you know about the other? Why do you ask me about that? I shrug. I don't know. I've had it explained to me a few times, but I still don't really understand it. You don't need to worry about it. I look up at Amicus, glaring. Are you serious? I'm not saying that to exclude you. It is honestly something that you do not need to fret over. It's thousands of years away, something you will never see. I pin that back down to the ground, frowning. Are you alright? I don't know. Doesn't it already sort of have a presence around us? How much has that jackal been telling you? I swear. Hey, he's the only one that's been telling me anything about it. What else do I have to go on? Listen, William, all that is known for certain is that it exists, and that it is a threat. The rest of the stories are pseudoscience. Amicus, when I was in the university, I heard voices telling me what might happen to us. What? I take a deep breath, deciding that I trust Amicus enough to tell him this, no matter how crazy it is. When I finish, Amicus is quieted for a moment. So, am I just crazy? No, and I don't doubt you at all. Would you be offended if I offered the idea that it could very well have been a dream? No, it probably was. It just worried me. As it should have. It sounds very frightening. Amicus pulls me against his side again. But I'm very happy you told me. And I hope you'll tell me if you experience anything else. After what we've been through, I think we should be open to all possibilities. Yeah. Just being able to talk to Amicus about it has made me feel better. That Amicus is taking this seriously, even though it's very likely was a dream. But in the very, very unlikely event that it was the other, then the stories would indicate that it doesn't think on its own, and it simply works with what it has in your mind. It projects your own worries into your reality. But even then, it can't hurt you in such a weak state. And that's assuming that its remnants really do exist in the first place. Well, I'm glad the palace isn't haunted. Well, having lived there all my life, I can guarantee you that is the case. I've never seen anything unexplainable there. This forest, on the other hand... What? Well, some say a creature called the Simiobor lives within the forest surrounding the city. Oh, yeah? Amicus sees my smile. Ah, yes. It's actually thought to be a primate of some sort, and climbs and jumps from tree to tree. It's completely black, and its face is on the opposite side of its head, so that its red glowing eyes can stare at you while it clings to the branches. You can tell Amicus is trying to scare me, and even though I feel a little creeped out, his own presence is making it almost impossible to feel scared. Yeah, and you've seen it? I've heard strange noises, and maybe movement in the trees while out hunting before. Yeah, alright. He smirks at me as we continue walking, and even though I know he's teasing me, I still feel that prickle of paranoia on the back of my neck. I distract myself by telling Amicus about our own primate cryptids back on Earth. Despite the bad start to our Lover's Day, I find myself happy just being able to have this strange conversation with my wolf. It is a strange conversation. I gotta hand it to this game. The updates are fucking long. Com sends out our food, mostly leftovers from our dinner that we'd missed, out to us in a floating basket as Amicus prepares the sightseer. We board, and soon enough we're heading out toward the island, the one that I haven't been to since I followed Alex there with Neferu. Being so late at night, or rather early in the morning, was refreshing compared to the humid mornings and afternoons. Amicus is clearly enjoying it, his elbows on the railing of our craft, leaning back, head tilted up toward the sky, a slight smile on his face. His fur whips around gently on his face and torso, and that single fang that always pokes out under his lip glints softly under the light of the celestial bodies above us. He looks so peaceful, something he deserves more than anything. So I savor the moment, trying to capture this image perfectly in my mind, knowing that not so long from now, I'll want to be able to look back on this when I'm out on my own. I bite my lip and blink back the small thread of tears just in time before Amicus's eyes open again. Despite everything seemingly getting in our way, we will have to travel for a few weeks together before you might leave. Oh? For what? For you to get a tour of the moon. And also for us to pick up Cassius from the final city of his destination. It will give you an opportunity to see more of Adastra so that you better understand the moon. Amicus winks. And it has been decreed by the parents, so there's no getting out of it. Don't I know it? I feel both happiness at the idea of having some guaranteed time with Amicus, while also feeling that pang of resentment at the thought of the parents making it happen. Our craft pushes up onto the beach, and Amicus hops out before reaching out a paw to help me down onto the sand, even though he doesn't have to. I bring the blanket while Amicus carries the basket, and we set things out in roughly the same spot we did all those months ago in my first weeks here. Only months. It feels like years. As we set out the food, I do kind of wish we had Neapolitan pizza, as I see the usual bread, cheese, olives, and poultry, along with the various vegetables I've never been able to identify. Still, it's good enough, and I'm just happy to lounge next to Amicus while we eat. Again, it's in that comfortable silence that I always enjoy with my wolf. Silence that doesn't have to be filled with anything except the crowd, the sounds of chewing, and which mostly came from Amicus. After a while, though, he breaks the silence with something that almost makes me choke on my virdi. So, how do humans get married? You present a ring, correct? I cough loudly for a second while Amicus stares. Are you alright? What do you mean by that? I stare at Amicus, then look around, trying to spot something that might tell me what the wolf is up to. I'm just curious. That's what you said when you asked about dating. Oh, yes. Are you suspecting that I might ask for your paw in marriage? Even though Amicus is grinning teasingly, I can tell that he's blushing even under the moonlight. You didn't think asking me something like that would make me suspicious? Well, I don't know. It's an interesting topic that's never been brought up. Two males cannot be married anyway, let alone ones from different species. I feel myself calm down a little. Not sure how I would have reacted if Amicus had just whipped out a ring then and there. Amicus is still looking at me, expecting an answer. I swallow and then think, I guess you just propose to the person you want to marry, then you go to the courthouse, sign some papers, and it's official, I think. I don't know, I've never been married. And in some places, males can marry other males, correct? I narrow my eyes. How would you know that? Again, I've spent some time with your Nexus. It's only fair I do, considering you've been spending so much of your own time learning about Adastra. I'm trying to see why Amicus might have been so busy these past few months, starting up his own restaurant, learning human culture. Well, you're right. There are a lot of places on Earth where you can marry the same sex. Amicus looks off into the lake. That does sound rather nice. What about Italy? I glance at Amicus, noticing the interest he's been taking in the country he abducted me from. I suppose it's a place for him to look for inspiration, a vision of what Adastra could be, which makes sense. It's the location of the uplift, of course, but it also has the turbulent history and politics that have always been raucous and unpredictable. But considering where the country started and where it is now, Amicus wouldn't be wrong to find inspiration there. Again, Amicus is waiting for his answer, and I have to think back to what little I researched about the topic. Sort of. I think civil unions are a thing, which is pretty close to marriage, but not really. If you marry someone from an EU country, you can. I realize how Amicus might have no idea what I'm talking about, even though he seems to be listening intently. Anyway, yeah, sort of civil unions. Mostly marriage, but not really marriage. I think it'll happen there soon, though. Sounds complicated. Yeah, it gets really complicated. Amicus is still looking out at the lake. You want to swim? I blink. No, the water will be freezing. So I don't want to die of hypothermia? Amicus guffaws. You really are a pup. It's not that cold. I roll my eyes, feeling a little whiplash from the sudden change in conversation. Then I yelp in surprise as I feel myself get swooped up from the ground, easily held up in Amicus' strong paws. Hey! I'll show you. What? I struggle in the wolf's grasp, very much not in the mood to be dunked in freezing cold water. Amicus' strength can't be matched by me, though, and the waves get louder as the wolf walks closer to the water's edge. Amicus, my robe! Realizing that a dip in the lake is inevitable, I start to try to struggle out of my garment, but at that moment I'm suddenly set back down on my feet. Dazed, I stumble. Right to the water's edge, where the waves are crawling up to the sand just a few inches from my feet. The lake stretches out to my right, dark and expansive, the blackness broken by the shimmers of silver light reflecting off the rippling water. It takes me a while to finally focus on Amicus. It's because he's kneeling on the beach, reaching up toward me with both paws, and what I see is definitely a ring held between the pads of his fingers. I stare. Amicus clears his throat, his bravado from just a minute ago having quickly faded, replaced by a look he'd once worn when he offered me a bouquet of flowers in the gardens. Will you be my husband? Wow, we're just doing that today? Okay. I continue to stare. Amicus stares back, clearly trying to keep a confident look on his face. After a few more seconds, it fails. I know what I'm doing this time. I should have researched it. I know what this means. He stubbornly holds up the ring. Now I get a good look at it, and I'm not sure if it's just reflecting the sky, but the ring appears to be a dark, dark blue with tiny speckles of sparkling stones dotting the rim, just like the stars above. A thin stripe of silver wraps all the way around the band, straight down the middle. But You said males couldn't marry each other. I mumbled that out stupidly, not sure why that's a thing, the first thing that comes to mind. Amicus ducks his head slightly. No, but I'm the Emperor, and I know that might sound bad after what happened earlier, but I want this, so I will have it. Amicus looks back up and with a determined expression, that is, if you will have it as well. I'm frozen. That determined expression melts away once again, and Amicus looks like he's about to panic. 8 years, William. That is too long. We need something to bind us together, to always remember to have something when we reunite. A few more moments of silence. I see Amicus's paws faltering, starting to pull back, and that's what finally gets my stupid brain to force me to move, reaching down to gently touch the ring. Yes, of course. Amicus's ears perk up. Yes? I will marry you, of course. I laugh now through the last words, not even sure what I'm doing right now. Yes! Amicus hops to his feet, fist in the air, as if he just won kind of sports competition. Nice, good words. Before I can say anything else, he's crushing the air from my lungs with the force of a hug that he pulls me into, pressing his muzzle against my lips. When he pulls back, he adds another kiss, this one of a canine-style lick up the side of my face. Ah! Flinch back, surprised by the gesture. It's a juvenile show of affection, something a pup would do, and something Amicus has never done to me before. He looks happier than I've seen him in months. William, I'm going to have the best husband there ever was. I love you. He pulls me against his body again, more gently this time, looking into my eyes. Though I know that marriages on Adastra are more pragmatic, it seems that Amicus has, for the most part, educated himself on the more emotional, romantic meaning it holds on Earth. The wolf takes my hand in his much bigger paw, drawing it up between us so that he can slide the ring on. Amicus chuckles as it's clear that it's much, much too big. At least twice the width of my finger. I'll have to have it fitted, of course. I simply wanted it to be a complete surprise. It worked! I was worried when you didn't assume the usual position I examined and the images Com showed me of the human proposal. Position? The male's on one knee, the female does this. Amicus assumes the look of surprise, both paws up to his muzzle. Like a YouTube thumbnail. Fucking... I'm laughing as I hold the ring up to the moonlight, examining the tiny speckles of sparkling stone embedded in the dark blue metal. I also thought a stretch ring would be the most appropriate. A stretch ring? Amicus reaches out, taking the ring from my fingers and holds it up between us. It symbolizes space and the stars, of course, but this... Amicus points a blunt claw at the thin strip of silver running around the middle of the band. This symbolizes the connection between those who are long distances apart. Yeah? Yes. Some believe that the shape of our universe is spherical. Amicus sees my furrowed brows. Hey, I think that's a new expression, guys. That might be. I don't know. I don't know if I've seen that one before. Think of it like this. If I walk in that direction, Amicus points out across the lake, in a straight line for many months, eventually I will end up right back here, next to you. So, there is a belief that the universe could hold a similar shape, a sphere that is expanding. And this ring, Amicus spins the ring around, showing me the silver circle, reminds us that even if we are moving apart on the stretch drive, we are still moving toward each other in a straight line, which is the fastest way to get somewhere. A touch convoluted, I know, and somewhat unlikely, but it can be a comforting thought. I like to think of it as being connected by fate. Yes, we will be far apart, but there is an invisible thread connecting us that cannot be broken and will soon draw us back together. I cut the wolf off as I hug him, pressing my face into his chest, the bittersweet sadness I'd been feeling for many months coming to the surface all at once. Amicus holds me quietly as we stand there on the beach in silence. I'm happy and sad all at once, and I just want to stay here forever. We make our way back to our room, the sky beginning to lighten with the approaching dawn. Along the way, Amicus starts to get handsy, but by the time we're back at the door, the wolf practically pushes me inside, attacking my neck with licks. Oh no. Am I gonna have to get sensory all up in here? I cringe and laugh at the ticklishness of it, trying to escape until Amicus has me pinned to the wall next to the door. Going somewhere. The wolf starts to take off my robe, and at the same time I start to remove his garments. Yes, and you're coming with me. Oh, well, lead the way then. I grab his... Okay. Okay. Well, you guys know the rules. Can't do this on YouTube. Play the game yourself or watch any of the other versions, but I'm not doing this. I'm not I've gotten fucked over too many times by this shit doing on YouTube. So, I'll see you when this is done and if there are any important moments throughout the way. Okay, so here's the big takeaway from the sex scene that y'all just missed, which again you can experience by playing yourself or going to any of the other playthroughs that are less scared about getting fucked over by YouTube than me. But big difference in this one than most others that I've seen so far is that you have the choice of either going with top or bottom, which, you know, some people really, really want. And, you know, I think it you know, whatever. It makes... They did their best to make it make sense, but it is a total tonal shift from Amicus. So, I don't know. But, yeah, so... that happened and is very described as very romantic. There was a couple of funny lines in there. The art style is just so fucking weird to see doing that, but you know what? It's fine. Happy Lover's Day, William. Happy Lover's Day. This is in the afterglow. I promise I won't ruin the next one, even if that might be 8 years away. Well, it's a lot of time to prepare then. Amicus laughs and leans in to kiss me again. My last full day on Adastra comes just as soon as I thought it would. Too soon. As I sit on the stone bench, breathing in the cool, early morning air, I find myself trying to think back on the last few months, even the last few weeks. It's all a bit blurry. The days continued in the same way, me with too much time on my hands, while Amicus was kept busy by a rapidly changing empire. With his assigned role already in progress, I've mostly been left to wait. And while the wait seemed too torturously long, it simultaneously seemed unrealistically quick. It feels like only last week that I was touring the moon with Amicus, visiting the major cities on our way to pick up Cassius. It had been one of the better experiences I had on Adastra. Really getting to see how different each part of the moon could be for the first time, despite the basically universal culture. I got to see the breathtaking mountain ranges that surrounding the city of Lux. I rode giant, questionably safe amusement rides and ate all kinds of good food in the city of Adrote, basically a giant Las Vegas. And all the while, I got to stay in luxurious villas owned by the imperial family, spending much of my time taking walks, fishing, and even hunting with Amicus. And then we picked up Cassius and Alex, and the trip ended. That was over 3 months ago. Ever since then, the only thing I've really focused on is my studies. I've learned enough of the language that I can hold stilted conversations with Amicus. He always enthusiastically tells me that I'm doing an amazing job, even though I know I probably sound like a very young child to him. One with a heavy, clumsy accent. I don't think I've done enough. None of this is going to help me with my mission on Earth. Not since the experience I had with Amicus in the archives have I heard from the Monitor, let alone the parents. Instead, they seem to be content to just let me drift around aimlessly like I always have. It's gotten to the point that I even asked Amicus if what happened in the archives actually happened and it wasn't all just a dream. And speaking of dreams, I haven't been given one of those. Not even an all is well from the space dragon. What's most infuriating is that Amicus is in contact with them. Of course, he's asked on my behalf if they have anything to say to me, but nothing. I can only assume it's because they don't want to interfere with the process, even though they're going to have to tell me something. At least direct me where to go first. Otherwise, they're probably just going to hospitalize me when I show up, talking about space wolves and the impending assimilation with the Galaxius. I feel my insides twist uncomfortably like they have been for the past several months, and especially in the past week. That's an unnecessary. To leave, I don't know. Whatever. It's clumsy, whatever it is. Had to leave Amicus's room because I didn't want to keep waking him up with my tossing and turning. That and lying there awake, watching Amicus sleep innocently next to me is just a bit too much for me right now. I know I should be savoring these last moments, but instead I find myself twisted up in worry. I'm gonna be alone. It's something that hasn't really scared me much before I came here, but after being with Amicus for so long and now with this path ahead of me, I go from hugging myself to twirling the now fitted ring on my finger. It's been a security blanket of sorts. We had debated on whether or not to marry before I leave, but eventually decided Amicus should lay some legal groundwork first, so as to not cause too much of an uproar. He has 8 years to do it, after all. It'll give me something to look forward to when I return. Our entire lives adjusted to fit the schedule laid out by the parents. This is all assuming they're telling the truth, and not for the first time. I wonder if I can really count on them to make sure I return to Adastra. They're controlling everything, and I don't think they would be sending me on a mission that would somehow result in me never coming back here. That's the whole point. I'm uniting two different worlds. I sigh, closing my eyes at the ridiculous weight of that statement. Why the hell did they choose me? I'm a fucking idiot. I open my eyes again as I hear shuffling steps up the path. For a moment I think it's going to be Amicus, maybe having woken up and found me missing from the bed. It's what I hope to see, even though I know he needs to sleep. I'm under enough stress right now that I'm willing to be selfish. But no. I'm a bit surprised to see Virginia walking along the main path, head down as she manipulates one of those transparent tablets that the officials around here have. As she gets closer, I let out a soft cough so I don't surprise her. She looks up, her pace slowing before she realizes that it's me. I had assumed she would just continue on her way, but now she deliberately walks in my direction. Pleasant early morning to you, William. I never liked her mouth. It, goes up way too far. I don't like it. Good morning. I must say that I'm a bit surprised to see you outside before Vita has even risen. I shrug. I had trouble sleeping. There's a pause, and Virginia gives me a look, one that I think is sympathetic. I imagine. More silence. Even now, at the very end of my journey on Adastra, I feel a stiff, awkward wall between us. Out of everyone I've met in the palace, I feel I know Virginia the least. That includes Alex. While her intentions became clear to me, like everyone's eventually did, I literally know nothing else about her. I try to fill the silence. So what has you up so early? Virginia raises an eyebrow. We have run out of time to negotiate funding for a few smaller provinces to the north. I'm using the early hours to make time. That doesn't sound fun. It is not meant to be fun. My life is now dedicated to serving the Empire. My own concerns do not matter. I sigh. Listen, I'm going to be honest with you here. You seem less happy than you were before you had this position. Again, my concerns are not important. I'm not saying they are. I'm just wondering why you wanted this position if it's only making your life worse. Virginia gives me a long, hard look. It always seems like our conversations become tense if we talk for more than 3 sentences. I think that you are not understanding the concept. My concerns do not matter. I do not matter. What does matter is the work that I do. So, you just wanted to run the Empire in a more efficient way or something? Yes, or something. You could just be blunt like the Camians are and tell me. We'd get to the point and then you wouldn't have to be so angry all the time. Ooh. The look on Virginia's face has me raising my hands defensively. Alright, sorry. I know whenever I talk I just piss you off, so I'll just stop. What has you so brash this morning? Everything. I put my hands to either side of myself as to indicate the whole situation I'm in. But at least I'm not always, acting like you're just an annoying distraction. Hell, even Cassius acknowledges my presence more than you do. I mean, it's a bit late now, but considering I'm in a relationship with your brother, maybe we should get to know each other when I come back? Virginia regards me for a moment, then takes a deep breath. William, I know you are leaving tomorrow, as we all do, but I also know that you will be back, and I will be made to work with you for a very long time, likely the rest of our lives. I frown. How would Virginia know I'll be working with the Empire? Is she supposed to know that? I start to wonder if the parents are talking, just not to me. Virginia answers that question next, though. Amicus told me, as he should have, considering my position. It will help us prepare, at least in secret. I wonder if the parents told him that was okay. I don't want to deviate from their plan at all if it risks my mission. Virginia interrupts my thoughts, though. But I will say this once, and never again, so remember it when you return. I wait expectantly. While young, my brothers and I experienced very different sides of my father. He coddled Amicus, neglected Cassius, and for me, it was sort of in between. He paid me very close but strict attention, unlike my brothers, who received lessons in math, science, and combat. I was given lessons in speech, etiquette, and mainly I was subjected to long, cruel sessions of behavioral molding. He altered who I am as a person, something he would never do to his sons. Oh. Why? All I understood at the time was that he planned for me to occupy a prestigious position in the Empire. Still, I hated him for it. I felt almost no emotion when his sabotage ship crashed. Oh. Yes, how odd. Odd how he would project himself to be the most egalitarian emperor in our history, yet treat his own daughter like clay that he could shape in any way he wanted. Now I'm really at a loss for words. But following his death and the resulting power struggle, I came to learn why, and the reason was rather simple. If I were to be the first female in a particular position of power, I needed to set an example. Not only that, but I would need to ward off attempts by those in power to undermine me. My mind was already trained for the deceit I would come up against, and it serves me well, even now, as officials spread rumors and attempt to discredit me. Amateurish rumors, I'll have you know. Seems they can't think of anything more complex than saying the reason I get so much done is because I'm a whore. But Father personally made sure I understood the most important lesson in this empire. Trust no male. It's what will keep me alive in this role. While I still hate Father, I understand him now, which is better than just hate. Through all of this, I can only sit there awkwardly on the bench. Okay. So is that why you treat me the way you do? I'm a male and you can't trust me. William, I trust no one. I simply don't have to worry about women because they hold no power. Yet. I tell you this so that you might understand me, as you wished. We will need to be close allies in the future, after all. While I'm sure my upbringing has a little bit to do with my demeanor, the main reason for my shortness with you is simply due to your immaturity and lack of self-control. Amicus is no different. I grimace. I think I'm a bit better than Amicus. Yes, though he's growing into his position well enough. I'm sure you will as well. I'm not sure if that's encouragement or an insult. And thank you for saving my brother. I don't believe I've had the chance to say that yet. I know what I just said, but he is one of the few I can trust to be himself. Then Virginia turns away, walking toward the Imperial ship. I really must be off to the city now. I'll be present for your departure tomorrow morning. Goodbye. Bye. I watch Virginia walk off into the dark, still feeling like I don't really know anything about her, even if she did kind of open up to me for the first time. At least she's willing to work with me on how to integrate humanity. I'd been worried about that. The edge of the sky is just turning a lighter blue as I make my way back into the palace. This is usually about the time that Amicus wakes up, so I'm not surprised to hear the shower running when I walk into his room. I think about going into the bathroom, then think better of it, not wanting to hold up Amicus's morning routine. I have to admit that I'm a little disappointed that he didn't come looking for me the first thing. Usually that's something he'd do if he's not sure where I am. For now, I just sit on the bed and wait, gradually growing more tired as the minutes go by, finally feeling like I might be able to get some sleep. Then the door slides open and Amicus steps out, freshly showered and dressed. He smiles brightly when he sees me.
There you are!
Wow, that was not even close.
There you are! There you are! I was wondering if maybe you'd gone to get breakfast early.
Immediately I'm jarred by Amicus's overly cheery demeanor, his voice louder than usual. No, I just needed some air.
Air? Is it too stuffy in here?
We have an entire wall knocked down for a balcony you can't close off but with a curtain. I'm pretty sure the air's not the problem. No, it's freezing, as usual. And the vent is on. Hallelujah. I stand up and hug Amicus, which he enthusiastically accepts. I sink into his furry warmth, and I feel my eyes sting as the reality of how much time we have left really sinks in. Amicus. My voice is small and sad, and Amicus quickly but gently sets his paws on my shoulders to push me back a step so that he can look me in the eyes.
Hey, I'm going to be back early tonight, as early as possible. Unfortunately, there are a few mandatory meetings involving the Camians that I must attend.
I know. Amicus had already tried to take the day off, but of course things came up.
And don't worry, I've kept tonight simple. Just dinner between you and I. I can tell that Amicus is putting on a brave face. So I do the same and swallow back the awful feelings that have been threatening to overwhelm me. Alright, I'll be waiting.
Good! I won't be long, and the sooner I leave, the sooner I will return.
Then you better get going.
Right away, Emperor Consort! I grimaced at the title I would hold if Amicus made our marriage official.
But he plants a kiss on my face anyway before pulling back and smiling at me.
I love you. And tonight, we shall be happy.
I try to smile back as Amicus takes his leave, disappearing out the door, wondering how I'm going to manage to do that. The fuck? Oh, yeah, that's with the door. Hopefully well enough for Amicus' sake. I'm able to nap for a few hours, after which I walk through the halls, though at a much slower pace than usual. Take a good look at everything, remembering. I walk past the meditation room, and I pause before opening the door. I'd made up with Amicus here after our fight over a year ago. This is also where I accidentally got high on the somni Cassius had been smoking. The main reason I opened the door though is because I'm curious if at any point if any of that plant is lying around, maybe to try to contact the monitor myself. Oh no! Oh, this is bad. I don't see any, and remembering Cassius's horrible experience gets me to give up pretty fast. Good. Not wanting to be tormented by the monitor because I didn't follow their plan correctly. What was the point of that scene? I head out into the gardens as usual, taking in the beauty of the arranged foliage for the last time. I remember my first morning here with Alex. He'd been so helpful and kind, and I feel some sadness at the idea that I'll probably never see him again. It's dulled a bit, as I also remember that he'd only been sizing me up for manipulation even then. While I feel our friendship had been partially genuine, I know that what he's done is something I can never forgive, even though Cassius was able to. I head back in for a light breakfast, sitting on Amicus's usual bed. I watch the screens as I do, not surprised to see Amicus's face pop up a few times. He is the Emperor, after all, but I'm surprised to see my own face, and I immediately know they're talking about us, speculating. I feel calm. I tell Calm to turn it off and sit there for a bit, thinking back on what had happened in this room. As always, my eyes are drawn to the dark wine stain in Cassius's bed, something that remained even after a deep cleaning. It hasn't been replaced, likely because Cassius doesn't really live in the palace anymore. Of course, it always brings to mind the moment he drank that poisoned wine. The day we'd all sat there, knowing something was wrong, yet Cassius still trusting Cato enough to never suspect an assassination attempt. Something he would have suspected if Neferu and I had been less cautious about releasing the information on the sabotage ship. It probably wasn't enough to convict him in a trial, but all would have known. Even now, I'm not sure why I'd handed the wine to him, knowing it would end badly, knowing I should spill it just like I did my first time serving. Yet I did what I was told, almost like a robot. Maybe because I'd been conditioned to do whatever the wolves told me. I don't blame Cassius for staying away from the palace after what he went through. An assassination attempt resulting in a week-long coma, followed by hospitalization for a month, does things to the mind, according to him. I wonder if that includes forgiving a spy that's partially responsible for dozens of deaths. Feeling slightly nauseous, I send the rest of my food back. I decide not to think about Alex anymore, feeling like the cat had never gotten what he deserved. I need to distract myself until Amicus gets back, so I head for the baths. It's become part of my routine, and the part I always looked forward to the most for a couple of reasons. First, it's just nice to soak. And second, because I see the person I often run into here. He soaks in the pool, head leaning back against the edge, eyes closed. While I may have lost my friendship with Alex, I'd gained a great one with Neferu. Good thing, too, considering he's the only other sapient that's regularly in the palace during the day. I walk over to the benches, beginning to strip off my robe, glancing at the jackal. You know, it's not safe to fall asleep in the bath. Neferu shifts, raising an eyebrow, even though he keeps his eyes closed. I appreciate your concern, and I feel that the sensation of water filling my lungs would be sufficient to wake me. And I was not asleep. I was awaiting your arrival. I walk up to the edge of the pool, Neferu turning his head to look back at me, not even glancing at my naked groin. Appreciative. Really? I didn't think you'd be here. Amicus had told me he had Camian meetings to go to. Briefly, I feel a little upset at the idea that Neferu might stay at the palace to see me while Amicus wouldn't. But only briefly. Things are different for the Emperor. Luckily for me, my presence is no longer requested at such meetings. It matters little. I have direct access to the Emperor anyway. I sigh. You should choose your words more carefully in front of the Emperor's fiancée. Why? Why must you think I always speak in innuendos? Because you do. I jump into the pool. That was a fucking noise. It's not something I usually do, as I'm reminded why, as my entire being burns for a few moments. It's worth it, though, as I come up to see that I've accomplished my goal of splashing Neferu, the jackal, in the middle of pawing water from his eyes. I must say, you become more like him every day. I move to the bench to sit beside the jackal, my own eyes stinging from the salty spring water. Because I'm more willing to shut you up? Yes, crude like the wolves, having to resort to physical methods because they can't use their words properly. I narrow my eyes. Well, talk enough shit and you're gonna get hit. Humans are the same, and I have a feeling jackals are too. How would you know? I have never raised a paw against anyone on this moon. Probably because you know you wouldn't stand a chance. Also, I have seen you fight, first with Alex, and remember you accepted a spar with Amicus a few months back. I seem to have forgotten. Well, I haven't. Took off all your clothes to tease him, and then got floored in like a second. He struck me in the stomach when I was not ready, and very hard, mind you. Their combat techniques are as crude as their words. You weren't ready because you were still using your words after the fight had started. Even though the incident had been a little worrying at the time, I find it mostly funny now, and I smirk at the memory. How was that funny? I had to check into a hospital to make sure he didn't rupture or anything. It was very dangerous to do such a thing in what was supposed to be a friendly spar. I think it was the way you went from showboating to making the weirdest noises after you fell on the ground. Amicus probably did allowed a lot of his built-up frustration in that attack. Unfortunately, it resulted in even more tension between the two of them, which makes things difficult because I like them both. I guess Neferu, at least, still talks official business with Amicus. Neferu huffs. And like that blow, bringing that up is rather low of you. He's right. My mood is a bit strange today, and just like with Virginia, I find myself being more blunt. I shrug. Well, so was making shitty comments about the wolves, about all wolves. Neferu sighs loudly, seemingly at a loss for words. A rare sight. I start to feel a bit guilty and clear my throat, changing the subject to the subject I'm not really sure how to explain to the jackal. So, I'm leaving tomorrow. Neferu's eyes light up. So I've heard. Which is why I wanted to be sure that I would see you today. Though I'm starting to regret it considering your mood. I slump against the ledge, sorry. I'm feeling weird today. I'm just overwhelmed with everything that's happening.
Well, you'll be returning, won't you?
Yeah, just not sure when that might be. Obviously, Amicus wouldn't have told Neferu about our situation, maybe even if the parents directed him to. I'm guessing it was Virginia who told him I'm leaving.
This is a temporary trip, is it not? You're engaged to be married, after all.
I shift a little under this intense gaze. Yeah, but I miss my planet. I just need to be home for a while, so it might be a while. Neferu's quiet for a moment.
Does a while mean weeks? Months?
I look away over the surface of the steaming water. Maybe a bit longer.
Years.
It's more of a statement than a question. Maybe.
Well, I must say that I was rather shocked to hear of your sudden plans for departure. That you would not tell me earlier.
Half-heartedly will the parents to send me a signal that I can just tell Neferu everything. But like always, all is quiet in space.
But now I'm less surprised, considering that it sounds like you yourself did not realize you'd be leaving.
I just didn't know how to tell you.
That, or you're hiding something.
I look at him. What?
Oh, William, you're not nearly as subtle as you think. Like I said, you're becoming more like Amicus every day.
What do you mean?
Well, your sudden interest in galactic affairs for one, but mostly it's your mere presence here in the first place. It makes little sense.
Oh yeah? I kind of hope that Neferu figures it out on his own, considering that would dodge the issue of me telling anyone.
Oh yes. If I were to guess, you are currently being trained by Adastra to assimilate your people with the children of the wolves.
I physically recoil at the idea, even though he's incredibly close. What? Hell no! I'd never do that to my people, or any people. Despite Amicus being emperor, and despite his slow but steady improvements to the Wolven children, it's still not a situation I would put Earth in willingly. Neferu raises his eyebrow again, seemingly convinced by my reaction. We regard each other for a moment, and Neferu blinks first.
So you really won't tell me?
I didn't say I have a secret to tell, though. You're just assuming.
Honestly, I'm a bit hurt that you feel you can't trust me with this information after all this time.
Now I raise an eyebrow. Neferu, you haven't told me anything about your own situation on your planet, along with your family.
Well, you've never asked.
Because I know it's personal. You dodged the topic whenever I brought it up.
It's a very long story, first of all. And second of all, it's a story about me being a selfish, foolish brat. Of course I wouldn't want to tell you. But if I tell you, would you tell me?
I think. Somewhat tempted to make him tell his story, then just lie about mine, but only for a second. I sigh. No, I'll only be able to when I come back. Neferu's impish nature deflates pretty quick.
Well, at least you're honest. I suppose I'll trust you that it's rather important and not my place to know. I admit that I am still hurt by all this, but that's not something I admit often.
Sorry. I promise you'll understand once I'm back. Again, I wonder if I'm already admitting too much.
But years? I can't predict where I'll be in that amount of time.
Back on Camia?
Possibly, if all goes well.
I'll visit. I'm a citizen, remember?
Well, they rarely allow use of the stretch for only visits. But being the Emperor's husband might make that easier.
Yeah, I'll convince him. It seems to bring the issue of my sudden departure to a close. We sit there in silence for a while. Then I place a hand on Neferu's knee. Oh no. It's not something I would have done in the past, considering the Jackal's reputation, but nothing about it feels sensual. Instead, I do it more out of pure solidarity and friendship. And I wanted to say thank you, Neferu, for everything. I don't think I'd be alive if you weren't there for me. I know you had your reasons, everyone did, but thank you.
It is the duty of all Camians to protect any sapient fleeing wolven violence, whether they be sibling, child, or, as you happen to be, abandoned.
I'll believe that after I visit Camia and have a look for myself.
I'll be your tour guide.
And Neferu, you can still tell me what's going on with your family if you want.
Definitely not. Do you really want to know? The situation is complex, unresolved, and seems to always be changing.
I mean, yeah, I'd like to know. It seems really important to you, but it feels unfair that I'd make him tell me his clearly painful story without my own. Again, when I'm back, then we can trade.
Deal.
Neferu stands up, stepping onto the bench before reaching down to pull me up.
Now let's go for a walk before your wolf returns. I'd like our last conversation to be of happier things.
I take his paw, letting him pull me up. Then two of us step out of the pool, a towel off and dress. Neferu is easily able to shift the conversation to things that are light and interesting, and it almost makes me forget that I'm leaving.
And so this Wolverine actually believes that the Imperial family would even consider apologizing for the war. Absolutely asinine, if you ask me.
Sounds reasonable.
What? No, William, it is not. We suffered the heaviest casualties.
But wasn't it started by the Empire?
No, it was started by the Camian provocation. Haven't you learned the history?
Well, yeah, but attacking a planet full of sapient children wasn't the best way to respond.
We attacked the Camian bases with weaponry which happened to be on a planet full of children. They were never fired on directly.
So says the Adastra in history books.
Why would you assume that? It's not a good argument to just whip out assumptions that these are lies. Sorry, my father never lied.
I'm basing it off what I've learned from Camian history as well. I'm not only learning about Adastra, you know. Amicus is quiet, still looking huffy, so I lean over to my side of the couch to touch his shoulder. Listen, I'm not saying your father's a liar. I'm saying that sapiens are as a whole. I know, because humans do the exact same thing when we write our history.
You should have a bit more pride in your species. How will you lead the humans otherwise?
Actually, I think pride is the biggest wolven problem. Ooh, Amicus just goes quiet. I think I had a sore spot about talking about his dad, and although I'm enjoying our usual somewhat intense banter, I don't have as much energy as usual. Sorry. I shouldn't talk about things I don't understand. Amicus looks at me with surprise.
What? No, I do want you to talk to me about these things. I might seem upset, but I already told you I enjoy debating.
I wave away Amicus's rush to smooth things over. No, me too. I'm just a little tired today. What I want to talk about is what's about to happen to me. About how I'm starting to lose my courage at the last minute. How I don't want to do anything except stay on this couch, but I can't tell. I can tell Amicus doesn't. He came in with these stories of the day right away, as if this wasn't our last night together. While it had been easy to pretend with Neferu, it's much more difficult seeing Amicus put on such an act to, I assume, make me feel better. Amicus, I don't know if I can... Amicus suddenly holds up a paw.
Wait, William. I know, but please, let's have this night together. I promise you the situation will become clearer for you. Just give it a little more time.
That gives me pause. It's like Amicus knows something that I don't. And trust me, because we are traveling back to Earth together, so we will have plenty of time to discuss whatever you wish. And his eyes start to glisten just slightly as he holds back tears, then clears his throat. But for now, I think it's preposterous that they expect me to apologize. I watch Amicus for a long time, realizing that he might be right. He's in constant contact with the parents, and I've respected the fact that he can't tell me what they say unless given specific permission to do so. And though the feeling is unnerving, there's also some comfort in the idea that maybe something will help me in the last minute, and Amicus seems to know that. On top of that, he knows how hard this is going to be. We both do. But he wants to save the tears for the end, and so do I. So, well, if it's just the Imperial family apologizing, that's actually asking for very little to create an alliance. It's one of many demands, and they simply want to humiliate us, all because Nephru managed to get his balls kicked in.
I mean, the Pharaoh's son. You should honestly consider yourself lucky no one else saw you hit him.
He's an easy one to hit. What does he expect, always leaving himself wide open? He deserved it both times. I sigh. Be nice, Amicus. But I lean into him, and he finally pulls me into his lap, nuzzling my hair. We talk for a while longer, the two of us trying to stay awake as long as possible. I finally manage to relax a bit, and finally my eyes grow heavy, and Amicus's warm breath puffs steadily against my head. I imagine this moment folding into a pocket of infinity, made to go on forever, our responsibilities gone, the coming trials never to arrive. But time does march on, because without realizing it, I start to fall asleep. You are on the right path. I grasp blindly at the sound of his voice. Help me! I don't know what to do. My feet slide quietly across the rug and marble, leaving Amicus behind on the sofa. Apologies for the extended silence. But why? I don't know what I'm doing. But you do. I walk deliberately in the direction I know to go, my only distraction being the furious twitching in my left eyelid. Oh, twitching? Yeah, you twitching? You needed time to learn about yourself, to learn about the Galaxius, to steel your resolve, and now you are ready to forge ahead. But I'm not. Then, would you like to glance through the eyes of the parents to see what lies ahead? Yes. How do I even begin? Instructions for the first steps in your assignment will be given upon your arrival back to Earth. But what we want to show you is instead what is possible, what is guaranteed if you follow all of our directions, or instructions. He senses my confusion. Instead of telling you, we can show you. My left eyelid flutters, and everything starts to fade. 8 years passed by in a cosmic microsecond. You return to Adastra a changed man. You find Amicus changed as well. What does not change are the feelings between you. The thread connecting you to your wolf never breaks, never wavers, a constant reminder of where you belong. I'm speaking like this because this feels like propaganda. And when you see him again, you will know this. You will spend the rest of your life with Amicus. A long life. You worry that what is ahead is too difficult. Instead, the worst is far, far behind you, and will only grow more distant with the slow passage of time. You marry Amicus. You travel the Galaxius with him, always by his side, never to be separated again as you continue your work. You see creatures and civilizations that no human before you could have ever dreamed of. You experience much. Some of it is difficult and painful, but most of it is beautiful. You carry these experiences with you for the rest of your life. You see Neferu again. You work with him, and he will become your closest ally. And then you return to Adastra 40 years later, your work complete. But much more time is ahead of you. You will make full use of it. You and your wolf change Adastra for the better. Power will shift from the imperial family as Amicus reforms the fabric of Adastran politics. You and your wolf will have more time with each other, and within 100 years the imperial family will formally relinquish its hold on the moon. You spend most of your time with Amicus, and some of your time alone. But all of it is time well spent. He takes you to the lake. He takes you to the city. And 200 years after you first met Amicus, you both retire to a villa on the countryside. You grow old together. For the last 50 years of your life, you create even more experiences with him, somehow just as exciting as the ones in your youth. You defy all expectations and live nearly 300 years. And when the inevitable happens, you slip through to the next plane easily, ending this life in his arms, the smell of lavender, the last sense you ever experience. And then, only a few decades later, your wolf joins you in the amalgamation. You will mingle there for eternity, reliving the best moments of your life with your wolf. Forever. I come to slowly on the floor under the archives. My vision is blurry, and I reach up to wipe away tears. Even now, I feel the incredible warmth and happiness that seemed to overflow from my chest as I lived that. What was that? My future? I'm not sure what to think right now, but for the first time in months, I feel completely at peace. This is my future. I need this future. The sights and feelings were so vivid, so beautiful. I need that life with Amicus. Even though it feels as if the parents are stringing me along with the promise of a reward, I also felt the feelings of my future self. I truly believed in what I was doing, or I guess I will believe. I had mixed and melded with so many different times that I'm a little confused as to what time I'm in now. It takes a moment to become used to seeing time like a human again instead of as a parent. But when I adjust, my heart leaps in my chest at the thought of so much time ahead. The 8 years are nothing. I lie there for a little while longer, catching my breath and then just staring out at the blue sky through the opening in the ceiling. Silently, I thank the parents for finally showing me what the point of everything is. I don't like this. With a shaky sigh, I get to my feet, wanting to get back to Amicus's room, wanting to tell him everything, and knowing I can't. I wonder if they let him see as well. I hope so. I take a deep breath, feeling the cool, fragrant night air against my wet face. I stand there for a moment, just happy to be alive. I'm so lost in this euphoria that I barely notice footsteps up the hall. Then voices. Laughing and talking. I just stand in the doorway, recognizing those voices.
Cassius, stop. We need to be quiet.
Alex's voice is a hushed whisper, though I can tell he's trying not to laugh.
Oh, I'm not your tail kitten. What will they do, arrest me?
Something is odd about Cassius's voice. It's slurred and tired sounding. I don't even attempt to hide as the two of them stumble into view, Alex clinging to Cassius's neck as the wolf tries to keep his balance. Alex giggles while Cassius playfully nips him around his face and neck.
Stop, you're gonna make me laugh. Someone will hear.
Alex spots me and pulls away from Cassius, standing stiffly to the side. Cassius, not having seen me yet, tries grabbing at him, but gets his paws slapped.
Ouch, not so rough, my joints ache.
He stares at Alex, even though the cat tries to nod in my direction to tip the wolf off. It takes a minute, but eventually the white wolf gets it.
What's that?
He looks at me, takes a moment to process it, then stiffens up as well.
Oh, ape creature.
I frown, wondering if he's forgotten my name already. But my focus is mainly on Alex. Hey, Alex. I'm still feeling high and confident from my time trip. Hello? This is good. I actually wanted to talk to you before I leave.
Oh? What about?
Well, first of all, what are you doing here? Cassius steps forward unsteadily, pointing at me, I think. Singer kind of drifts off to the side.
What right do you have to question him, human?
I will remind you he's drunk. Thus the slurred speech. Alex quickly grabs one of Cassius's arms and tries to pull him back.
Cassius, please. You're acting very uppity for someone who's still considered a pet, even if you did win my brother's favor.
I lean against the doorway, casually smiling. Oh, I want more than that. But if you really want, I can call Amicus. He should have the proper authority.
No!
Alex raises every inch of his fur bristles out. I wait, not saying anything, but Alex also says nothing. Just clinging to Cassius's arm as he stares at me as if just moving will lead to me making good on my threat. Well, then maybe we can start with what it is you're doing here. Last I heard, you were banished from the palace. Cassius steps forward again, still stumbling a bit as he drags Alex along.
Enough intimidating, my cat. We are here to claim my father's ship, which we will then pilot to Amorpha.
Alex stares open-mouthed at Cassius, clearly shocked at how quickly his plans had just been revealed.
Cassius? What? Am I saying something wrong? And I consider it your fault as you wouldn't stop pressing the wine bottle to my mouth.
Oh. Wait a minute. Did he get Cassius drunk so that he could steal a ship to get off the planet? You righteous unrighteous, you fucking prick. Alex can only stare back at the wolf mouth agape before he snaps it closed and turns to me. My master is simply drunk, if that was not already obvious.
I am perfectly coherent despite my slightly inebriated state. Coherency is not the issue, Cass.
Alex hisses angrily at the wolf before turning back to me, smoothing his fur down.
My master brought me here simply because he wanted to. As his pet, I have no choice but to obey.
I see Alexius's paw grip more tightly onto Cassius's arm, warning him.
Ouch! What did I say about me being sore?
I sigh as finally recognize that look in Alex's eyes. So, you were planning to steal the Emperor's ship, which is Amicus' ship now, by the way, just before I was due to leave.
Oh, you're leaving?
Alex isn't even trying at this point. Man, you're a real piece of shit, you know that?
And you're a reckless ape with no consideration for the rest of the galaxy!
I blink in surprise, though I'm a little satisfied to see that I've gotten through this shield of indifference. Cassius, who had opened his mouth to butt in again, suddenly pauses, raising an eyebrow at the two of us.
Wait a moment. Do you two have some sort of history? You speak in a familiar way to each other.
No, Cassius. Only in passing. I remember then that Alex had tried to keep our interactions hidden from Cassius, though not the information I'd unwittingly given the cat during our many conversations. I ignore the wolf for the moment, unwilling to let this traitorous feline get the last word in. And you have no consideration for the lives of anyone on this moon. Turn to Cassius. And how do you explain still wanting to get with this cat when he's responsible for most of the terrible things that happened to us last year, to your family?
Don't talk to him, Cassius. Let's just leave.
No, you're not leaving, otherwise I'm going to call Amicus. I look at Alex, who purses his lips tightly before turning my attention back to Cassius.
That is none of your concern, but if you must know, then Cassius, consider how you would feel left in a position in which the intent of your entire society rested upon your shoulders. You had little choice, while also underestimating Cato's brutality.
Cassius's words are less slurred now. Okay, thank you. The topic of conversation seeming to have sobered him up a bit. He did have the choice to accept his assignment, as he put it, and I think he's smart enough to know his actions would destroy countless lives.
You misunderstand. His choice was an illusion so as to assure the cats, especially the ones giving the command, that they are still grounded by their values. I fully understand this, and so did Amicus when I explained the situation. We have both been left in such positions before.
I shake my head. How can you not blame him for the destruction and death of your people?
William, he is only the stylus. I blame the hand of his government that wielded him like a disposable tool.
Alex is tugging on the wolf's arm again, pulling him toward the main exit.
Cassius, let's just leave. There's more wine in
our apartment, I sigh, realizing that I probably won't ever have my questions about Alex answered, and that he'll probably never get what he deserves. It still bothers me that he got off so easily, that Cassius shields him from any sort of comeuppance. Why do you trust him, Cassius? He's a traitor, but here you are, leaving your empire vulnerable by letting him get close to you, the brother of your emperor. Of the emperor. Cassius pouts, putting an arm around Alexius.
Because we understand each other, William, as you and Amicus somehow understand each other. I've grown tired of the games of politics. I simply want peace with an understanding partner.
By running away to Amorpha. As I heard they despise your kind.
Actually, we're similar in many ways. One being our shared culture.
Try not to roll my eyes at the word shared.
And the other being the fact that the cats now oppose the parents. I believe this can result in plenty of common ground. Come on!
Alex yanks the wolf, making Cassius yelp before stumbling after the cat.
Oh, son of a whore, Alex! You're lucky I'm drunk, otherwise you would have seriously injured me.
Watch the two of them disappear through the exit. Part of me wanting to call security and have the cat arrested for trying to hijack Amicus' ship, which is what you absolutely should fucking do. They admitted that they were trying to fucking steal from the Emperor while trespassing on the fucking in the palace. Basically trying to commit kidnapping of a fucking royal member of the family. What? How are you? What the fuck? At the same time, though, I wonder if it'll do us any good, considering what the cat has already gotten away with. Yes, he's clearly shown himself to be continuing to try to do terrible shit. Yes, he should still be arrested. That's not even a fucking choice. But then again, we just came out of the fucking grid MacGuber, and so we're all mushy-gushy right now. Still, I feel like Cassius seemingly wanting to abandon the Empire, while drunk or not, is something Amicus should know about. I decide that I will tell Amicus, but when we're both on our way back to Earth and he has time to think over what he wants to do about this. Oh, sure, great fucking plan. Why not mention the fucking... the possible theft and kidnapping of a fucking royal family member until after the Emperor has left the building and the planet, as a matter of fact. So yeah, that great fucking plan there, guy. This is stupid. As for Alex as a whole, I suppose his motivation and Cassius' willingness to defend him makes a little more sense, but I still don't like any of it. We all have a choice, whether you want to pretend it's an illusion or not. I'm in the process of making my own right now. I head back to our bedroom. I still feel as if I've lived an entire lifetime in just half an hour. So when I find Amicus in the same position on the couch, I practically fall back into his arms. He shifts when I do, then hugs me tight before falling back to sleep. I wiggle myself deeper into his embrace before doing the same, falling asleep almost instantly. Oh boy. Oh boy. The final day. Yeah. Okay. It only seems like a second passes before I feel myself being moved around. Then I feel Amicus's paw on my head, gently nudging me out of sleep. Hey there, love. It's time to get ready. I stand off to the side, watching Amicus load up the ship while checking various gadgets. Virginia and Neferu make small talk, the kind that makes it feel as if I'm not going away for 8 years. That everything is still normal. Then I have to remind myself that this technically isn't normal, even though it feels that way now. Finally, Amicus walks up to us, brushing his paws together.
Well, it's about time we're off. I should be back in no more than 2 days' time, Virginia.
I certainly hoped that to be the case, considering how much work will pile up. I'll try to keep the Empire from rebelling while you're gone, though.
Thank you, Virginia.
And I look forward to our next reunion, William. I hope your experiences contribute to a more disciplined character. Thanks. Of course. Virginia sticks out a paw, and I blink at it until realizing what she's doing. The way I first greeted her, I bend to kiss it. Goodbye, William. I step back awkwardly. Bye. Oh, God. And then Neferu pops into existence, I should say. He sticks his his paw sticks out, and I hear Amicus sigh loudly next to me. I don't humor the jackal, though, instead just forcing it into an awkward handshake. That's a new one. Another human greeting. I'll have to show you more when I see you next time. Whenever that might be. It'll happen. I promise. Never raises an eyebrow at my assuredness, but nods. Well, here's a Camion goodbye, one between those who are close. He then leans down, pulling me forward. My chin rests on his shoulder, his paw coming to rest on my head, his cheek pressed to mine. May Iota be with you on every step of your journey, brother, and may he help you find all that you seek. I expect to hear Amicus make more noises of disapproval, but it's quiet. I stand there for a few moments, then awkwardly put my hand on the jackal's head, hoping I'm returning this gesture appropriately. I stand still until Neferu lets go and pulls back. Never heard you call me brother before. It's a farewell normally reserved for siblings. I haven't performed it since I last saw my sister on Camia, in fact. You see me as a brother. Close enough. Until we meet again, friend. Thanks. And yeah, until then, Neferu. Amicus coughs awkwardly, stepping forward and putting his paw around my shoulder.
All right. See you all when I return.
Virginia smiles and Neferu nods as we turn away from them, Amicus leading the way to the ship that's parked on the palace lawn. He jumps in first, then reaching down to help pull me up. As soon as I'm inside, the door closes before I can look back. And here we are again, just as we started. I'm struck by the fact that I haven't been inside the ship since I first got here, yet it's all so familiar.
All right. Let me make sure we have everything.
Amicus walks around to the back of the ship, looking at various compartments, looking into the utility closet that I'd once been stuffed into. He opens the doors to his quarters, doing more checks. I move to the seat that I'd sat in a year ago and look out the window. Virginia and Neferu stand by the entrance of the palace, still watching. I wave, and Neferu raises a paw in acknowledgement.
Everything appears to be in order. Come, initiate liftoff.
Liftoff sequence engaged.
Ship... Why am I getting so emotional? The ship rumbles. No, there isn't any sound as we begin to lift off the ground. It's a Prius ship. An electronic motor. Amicus sits heavily in his seat with a thump, buckling his seatbelt while I do the same. I watch out the window as Neferu, Virginia, and the palace grow smaller and smaller, along with the entire city of Adastra. It's not unlike taking off from the airport on my way to Rome, though this time is much faster. Before I know it, the glittering city fades into a small, sparkling spot of lights on the globe of the moon. I stare out at Adastra, at the little patches of glittering lights indicating the cities, and at the long stretches of dark blue that indicate the oceans. And that's when I notice Amicus watching me closely. What? The big wolf shrugs.
Oh, just curious as to how you might feel at this moment. I must say, you seem less stressed than you had been last night.
I go back to looking out the window, getting a last look at Adastra, along with the smaller Torque and the much larger Anchorus. I got a feeling those are going to be fucking relevant in the next Adastra project that'll come out later this year. Just the fact that they're mentioned for the first fucking time, seemingly. I guess things just became clearer. Kind of like you said they would. Amicus grins, and now I get the feeling that he knows exactly what I saw.
Sufficient distance achieved. Prepare to enter the stretch drive.
Yeah. Amicus reaches a paw, and I take it.
Then you know there is much ahead of us, together.
I nod. Too many different emotions conflicting inside me to understand how exactly I feel as I watch Adastra get smaller and smaller. Then it's gone, replaced with warped space and unimaginable distance. Tom Baker flashes in front of my eyes. No, I'm kidding. Don't fade. About 10 hours. That's how much time we have before we get to Earth. We agree to stay up and treat it like having an entire day to ourselves. 2 hours pass quickly as we lie on the cot, as Amicus entertains me with the various foods we have stashed in the compartments along the wall. He brought plenty this time. He'd learned his lesson from the first time after we ran out and had to rely on less than savory protein mud shake. On the less than savory protein mud shake. As for the space travel food, they apparently can't go bad. So we open every single one, taste testing them and ranking them from worst to best. Amicus is surprised that our rankings are nearly opposite each other, even though I expected it. You're always wanting anything sweet, Amicus.
Yes, because sweet is good.
This guy and Philip would have such a fight. Sometimes. But I'd rather have something that's salty and savory rather than sweet.
But why? It's like dessert all the time.
There's a reason dessert is small and comes last, Amicus.
I don't see the reason.
Never heard of too much of a good thing.
If something is good, then there can never be enough of it.
That would explain why he has one fang. I'm fucking with you. Amicus flicks around, a round blue pebble-like pellet into his muzzle that I assume is some kind of fruit-flavored candy. I settle with a munching on my salty potato chip-like dried vegetable, finding it sad that it's a bit better than most of the bland food on Adastra. Did your parents, ban you from eating anything sweet or something? Amicus pauses, in the moment of pouring half the bag into his mouth before talking with his mouth full.
Oh, no! How did you know?
I grimace. So, that's how you ran out of food last time. Amicus chews for a while, then swallows. It's not like I'm always eating sweets. Virginia disallows me from doing so as well. I'm simply taking advantage of not being under supervision at the moment.
Amicus, your consumption of sugars has exceeded your daily limit. A report for Virginia has been filed and will be supplied to her upon landing on Adastra.
Amicus pauses, then shrugs, pouring the rest of the bag into his mouth. Well, as long as you have the parental tech to keep you healthy. We do. Everything in my body is regulated to normal levels once a month. Wow, lucky you. So, I am technically free from any poor choice I make diet-wise. I'm simply kept away from sweets to discipline my impulses. Well, lucky fucking you! Well, that's clearly not working at all. Amicus smirks at me before opening another bag of what looks like candy. I glare at him, then poke him into stomach, making him grunt. I think you're actually gaining a little more weight. Wolf claps his stomach with a hard smack. This! It's part of my stature and is important for my center of gravity in combat. Oh, really? I moved to sit in Amicus's lap, rubbing my face against his bulk. Yes, you see how handily I handle you when we wrestle. Besides, you like it. I rest my head against his chest, feeling the softness of his strong body swell around me with each breath he takes. He got me there. I listened to the candles. Candles? Oh, candies. I was like, Jesus, candles in a spaceship? Are you trying to fucking burn the ship down? I listened to the candies clack around in his mouth, against his teeth, and against each other. I've been savoring everything about him that I can. Even just the sounds of him eating candy. We sit there in silence for a bit, becoming all too aware of the passage of time. I take a deep breath. So, will we be able to communicate at all over the next 8 years? Amicus pauses, his mood lowering a bit to match mine. That's hard to say. I've wondered similar things, but I have not received an answer. I sigh deeply. Sometimes I hate the parents. Amicus laughs, a stark contrast to how he would have reacted to such a statement a year ago. They are frustrating, to say the least. I have a feeling that we will, though. Yeah? Yes. They work in very mysterious ways. I believe it is clear now that the archives are not their only method of communication. I think the two of us joining together in, say, a dream would not be out of the realm of possibility. Oh. The confidence I'd originally felt while leaving Adastra is fading away at this point. Instead, I feel that familiar feeling of dread and uncertainty take over my mind. I hug Amicus harder, pressing my face into his fur, inhaling the lavender scent. I mumble into his chest. I'm scared. Why is that? There's nothing to be afraid of. Amicus hugs me tightly, nuzzling my hair. Even now, he's managing to hold it together somehow. That actually makes me feel a little grateful. I don't know how I'd be able to do this if he was acting as unsure as I am right now. You know how big of a fuck up I am. What if I do something wrong? Amicus chuckles. I feel that the parents would not attempt this unless they themselves were certain of success. Simply follow their guidance. I'm silent at that, and Amicus knows why. I know that what we experienced with Kata was terrible. That they weren't able to see as clearly. I know that they are much more confident here. I don't know how I feel about being guided by gods that don't know what they're doing. Well, they're not gods, which is why they are prone to mistakes. But the time I've spent communicating with them over the past year has left me a bit more confident in their capabilities. I squeeze my eyes, letting the small amount of tears I had built up get soaked in the wolf's fur so he doesn't see when I look up at him. Why is that? He smiles at me, placing a paw against my head and pushing it back down against his shoulder.
Well, they have far more tools at their disposal than we do. I mean, they actually see the future in some ways. If I must trust anyone with my future, it would be the parents.
I just don't want to mess up and not be able to see you again. Amicus's expression grows stern.
That will not happen. I will make sure of it, no matter what the parents say.
But do we even have a choice? Does it bother you that it feels like we don't have a say in anything? These are conversations we'd had before, but for some reason I keep flip-flopping on whether or not I actually have a choice here.
We do. We just have the advantage of knowing the alternatives, and that this path is much more desirable.
I'm reminded that while Amicus might be more open to criticizing the parents, he certainly still believes in their plan.
I don't know if I feel the same quite yet. You saw our future.
Amicus pauses, probably wondering if this is okay to share.
He seems to make up his mind. Yes. It was beautiful.
I worry it's not really going to happen. I've only thought of it now, but what if they're leading us on? I thought of that at the moment, but I wasn't experiencing it, so it was a lot easier for me to think of that.
Amicus grunts in surprise, clearly not having thought of that himself. They wouldn't do that. But I suppose there is some degree of trust that goes into this, yeah? We're here because of them. All of us are. And I have to trust that. I sigh deeply.
I just wish we could run away to some other peaceful planet or something. But I know we wouldn't be together unless we were meant to do this, so I guess that's partly why I'm going along with it.
You know, judging by the vision, I think we will come to believe in our mission over time.
I hope so. Amicus slowly pulls me back to lie down with him, both of us lying on our sides as he spoons me. I try to think of something to say, anything really. Time is truly running out now, but I still come up short. Instead, I lie back against Amicus, amongst the many silver wrappers of food, listening to him suck on his candies. It's comfortable, and for a moment I let go of my worries, and the tiredness of the night before catches up to me.
Exiting the stretch drive. Prepare for arrival in 20 minutes.
I come to with a sudden jolt, Amicus jumping behind me as well. I sit up, rubbing my eyes. Wait, already? Amicus sits up next to me, a paw on my back.
Are you alright?
Damn it, Amicus, we were supposed to stay up! There's a sinking feeling in my chest as I realize we've slept away most of the time we had to travel. Why'd you let me fall asleep? I look at him accusingly, even as my eyes start to blur with tears.
Sorry, we were both so tired. You seemed at peace, and I didn't...
Ah! I throw off the blanket that Amicus had pulled over us and step out of bed, turning away in case I break down like a little kid.
William?
I act like I didn't hear him, moving to the cockpit area to look out the windows. Sure enough, we're no longer in the stretch, instead drifting toward a familiar globe in the distance.
Approaching Earth. Will arrive at William's residence in Rome, Italy.
A heavy paw rests on my back.
William?
We're out of time. The lump in my throat makes it hard to talk. Tell me about it. Slowly, Amicus hugs me.
William, we did have time. Several months, in fact.
A few hours on a ship is no time lost. Any time is time lost at this point. Amicus doesn't say anything, and I lean my head back against him, swallowing down my bitter attitude because I'm not about to let it ruin our last moments together. Sorry, I'm not ready. I'll be able to come into your apartment. We do still have a bit of time left, you know. I nod quietly, allowing Amicus to hold me for a bit until we have to get back in our seats for re-entry. I feel slightly queasy as we approach Earth at an unreal speed. Quickly spot Europe. The brilliant sprawl of lights spanning the continent as a whole are far more intense than any city on Adastra. Italy's characteristic boot-like shape stands out from the darkness and the seas that surround it. I focus on the glittering patch that I know is Rome, and within seconds we're descending into it. Won't everyone see us? We're cloaked. Oh, how convenient. I trust what the wolf says, even though I haven't noticed any difference. We continue to descend at a rapid pace. As we approach a block of apartments, I grip onto the seat in anticipation of a hard landing, but our sudden yet gradual halt is gentle. We come to a rest on the roof of my residence. You landed on the roof? Indeed. There's no room anywhere elsewhere. Amicus opens the door and jumps out. And again, I'm worried about being seen. But when he helps me out, I realize how dark it is.
Stretch schedule indicates liftoff should commence in 15 minutes.
Another twist in my chest. Did I fucking skip too early? Another twist in my chest, and we're down to literally minutes. Amicus leads the way to a fire escape, and I'm struck by how strange it is seeing my wolf framed by this human world. The sights of Rome, the sounds of distant traffic, it almost makes me dizzy with how familiar it is, despite having been away for so long. Quick question. We've been away for a while. I don't remember the time conversion here, but a human missing, even 2 days after, presumed dead. We were just visitors in Rome. Won't our guest apartment be sold to someone else by now? How will we have a home? Won't there be way more problems dealing with this shit? Anyway, sorry. Amicus stops at a balcony, and I trust that it's the one to my apartment as he boldly slides open the door, apparently aware that the landlord never seems to keep it locked. I step inside, and through the darkness I can see that my personal belongings are gone, obviously. It's cleaned out, and looks just about the same as when I first got here. It's empty, luckily, and I wonder if anyone has stayed here since I went missing. Probably not if there was an investigation. I swallow hard, remembering how much media coverage and documentaries there were about 2 Canadian and British students that went missing here a few years ago, and the coverage of an Australian student who disappeared a week before I arrived. I hope it didn't get the same treatment when I was away, but I get the feeling that I must have. I shake my head, once again wondering where to even begin. I turn around, seeing Amicus standing there, and immediately I get a painful, stabbing feeling between my throat and chest. Oh, man. Oh, man. His pose and demeanor. It's finally reflected that our time together is coming to an end. We both stand a few feet apart, unsure of what to say. Well, yeah. You should tell him, because he's gonna come here in fucking 8 years. You won't be here. You don't live here. How will he find you? I suppose we should begin our farewells. Yeah. Until next time, at least. Yes. It will only be a moment in the overall time that we'll have together. Yeah. I'll bet when you come back to get me, we'll be like, wow, it was only yesterday when you dropped me off. Of course. Not even a full day. It'll feel like hours, I'm sure. The parents called it a cosmic microsecond or something.
Well, probably a bit longer than a microsecond, though I'm unsure of the length of a cosmic one. 8 years, I guess. I suppose that would be the case. I try not to think about all the things that are going to make me cry. Like the thought of not waking up to Amicus for the first time in months. Or the fact that I won't have someone to really talk to at the end of the day. That I won't have someone who's just genuinely kind and loving towards me like no one ever was before. I swallow the lump in my throat again. No. I'll have time to fall apart as soon as he leaves. I step forward and hug Amicus, burying my face into the warmth of his furry body, breathing in his scent. I'm determined to imprint this moment in my mind, something to help weather what I'm sure will be a hard 8 years. He rocks us back and forth for a moment, kissing my head like he always does. You are more than prepared for this. You're strong. Why else would you have been chosen? Thanks. And you'll continue to be an amazing emperor, Amicus. Here's hoping. I still don't even know what to do right now, to be honest. Like, do I just walk out into the street next? Oh. Amicus steps back, feeling around his cape and trousers. I really hope I remembered. Here. Amicus pulls out a slim silver rod, about a foot long. It's one of those holographic tablets that I see the Imperial family carrying around every now and then, aside from Amicus. I've gotten the impression that he just isn't fond of electronics. The parents have instructed me to give you this. It will connect to your lingua, which will transmit and display information that you might need. Otherwise, all communication will be through the lingua. I reach out, taking it, the cold metal light in my hands. He almost forgot to give it to me. I did remember. I sigh, turning the rod over in my hands. You turn it on by tapping the top. I do as I'm told, and a blue, glowing plane slides out from the rod like a page attached to the spine of a book. It's blank for now. Just wait until they offer instructions. Okay. I tap the top of the rod again, and the hologram recedes. Another awkward moment of silence. Then, William, I'm so happy to have met you. And I thank you. You have made me a better man. And though this will be painful, Amicus's voice cracks. His resolve to remain strong finally gives in. I will think of you every day. And we will meet again in 8 years, no matter what might happen between now and then. I will see you again. Oh, he's crying. I don't want him to see him cry. I want to see him cry. His voice is strained as he struggles to get his words out. Then the tears finally begin spilling over. Damn it. Amicus raises a paw to cover his face in frustration, like he actually planned on not crying before we parted ways, and I find that silly, because of course we'd cry. I'm doing the same as I move forward and wrap him up in a tight, almost desperate hug. He crushes me into his body. Not the type of jokes. Letting out a loud, gasping sob through his teeth as I feel the wetness of his tears land on my head. I love you so much, William. I love you too. Like I've said, he's as simply a stone in the way of our chariot's wheel. These years are simply the push, and we'll be on our way again. And things will get easier over time. Without a doubt. And remember your ring. Though I might be moving away, I'm moving right toward you from the other side. We are permanently connected. Yeah, the universe is spherical. I don't care about the other theories. We both stand there, holding each other, trembling and sobbing. After a few minutes, though, we both calm down a little,
and eventually I hear a calm buzz faintly in Amicus's ear.
I've thought the sequence to be engaged in 1 minute.
Amicus steps back, firmly gripping my shoulders. He's smiling through his tears. And I think we shall see each other before then. Parents are mysterious, like I said. Definitely. William, my lover, my partner, my future husband, I love you. And you know I love you too. Amicus pulls me against his chest again, hard, squeezing me. You will have amazing success here, and I'll see you soon. Very soon. He plants a kiss on my mouth. I have just enough time to kiss him back before my wolf turns away and disappears out the balcony door. I listen to the metallic sounds of his footsteps on the fire escape. Then nothing. Until there's a soft hum that I can only imagine is a ship. Before it's silent again. I stand there in the dark room, feeling a little stunned before moving to turn on the light. I stand there, staring, unsure of how to feel. For the moment, it's mostly just an empty feeling, one that I'm sure will start to ache as I come to realize how lonely I actually am. Without know, I move to the desk, waiting, thinking. Then I set the metal rod on top of the desk and tap the top. The blue plane appears again, and I stare at it. It's blank. I start to wonder if I should keep it open. Maybe I should try to get some more sleep before facing what I'm sure will be a chaotic day. At that moment, though, I feel a twitch in my left eyelid. Then words appear on the blue plane. Proceed to the European Commission's offices. A committee is expecting your arrival in 1 hour and 20 minutes. What? I stare at those words, realizing that I might not actually be alone amongst humanity, having all this knowledge. What? Yo, I never fucking thought about that. I look around as if I have something to take with me. But no, I'm still in my robes. Oh, God. People will probably just think I'm a street performer or a crazy tourist at 3 in the morning. My eyelid twitches again, and a map appears on the screen, showing me a half-hour walk through various alleys and back streets, meant to keep me out of sight, I imagine. That'd be a hell of a way to end this game. Us getting fucking mugged in an Italian street. So with a deep breath, I pocket my alien gadget, preparing myself to begin this journey. I'm scared, but also relieved that things are moving so quickly. And also relieved that this will keep my mind off the separation I just experienced. With any luck, I'll be kept busy enough that I won't have to feel the full brunt of that agony all at once. I look back into the room where it all started, taking a deep breath. I'm actually kind of excited. The thing I'd been dreading for months now has started. And that gives me a boost of adrenaline, preparing myself to face my duty. Then I turn off the light, leaving the apartment behind, ready to start another new life. I'm gonna save real quick before the fucking credits take me away. There they are. Writing by Howley, sprite art and illustrations by Haps, background art by Black Hole Sun. Oh, there's Amicus sitting on the throne looking bored. The end. Can we click? He's got his ring. He's got the ring. Oh, that's good. Oh, hold the fuck. Hold the fuck. There's something. Who the fuck is this person? Who is that? I don't know who that is. I make my way quickly to the throne room, trying my best to contain my excitement. The most difficult part of this exciting new life I have is pretending that I'm not excited at all. So I try to look dignified as I walk into the throne room, toward Amicus seated at the back. Who is this wolf? I stop and bow as low as I possibly can. No need for that. What news do you have, Scipio? Unfortunately, I can't stop the smile from spreading across my face as I hold up the message. The Pharaoh has accepted our request. The diplomatic mission may commence as soon as you're ready, Emperor Amicus. The diplomatic mission? And who is Scipio? What's the... What would... Hold on a minute. Who the fuck was that? The most difficult part about this exciting new life I have is pretending I'm not excited at all. So this is someone new, something different, someone that Amicus is familiar with. News. Someone who's very happy at delivering a request for the diplomatic mission may commence as soon as you're ready. Now the Pharaoh, the place with the Pharaoh is Neferu's home planet of Camia. So there's some kind of diplomatic mission between Camia and Adastra that Scipio, whoever the hell Scipio is very excited about. And Scipio is some bespeckled wolf with a braid. Didn't they say when we were at the college that there was a wolf with braided hair and glasses amongst the diplomatic team? So this is a character, if that is the same person, this is a character who exists concurrently to the main story, who has been a part of the diplomatic discussions with Camia. So, and they must be excited over a diplomatic mission. And the wording, as soon as you are ready, Emperor Amicus. So this mission must include Amicus in some way, and I would doubt that Scipio would be so excited if it didn't include him as well. So there's some mission that Scipio and Amicus and whoever the hell else is going to be engaging on a diplomatic mission to or with Camia. So here's our first choice. What is death to you? Oh my god. Okay. I believe in the last one we said oblivion, so I'll say infinity here. If I fucking fuck it up, then I'll just go back, because there's only like 3 choices, so whatever. Second choice, we say no. Nope. Just because I'm on an alien moon doesn't mean I'm just going to conform to their way of life. I'm not planning to stay here for that long, I hope. Besides, Alex has been here a while, and he seems to be getting along fine without conforming, so I go on keeping my eyes just slightly to the right, letting Amicus fade into a vague gray blur. It's almost sad. Not being a peeping Tom is being meant to seem like it's sad. Okay, we're already on our third choice, so I think I might have just misremembered how many choices there are in this game. This is the question about whether or not we should reach out to Neferu about an alliance. Let's see which one we chose last time. We chose reject him? Or talk to him more. Oh, we must have fucking hedged. We were like, oh, let's see which one it is. So I think we said talk to him more, though. So let's just go with reject him, because that sounds like something we wouldn't have said before. Another choice. Jesus, tits. The choices everywhere in this game now. Do you feel that Amicus would be capable of his duties as Emperor of Adastra? Now, I don't remember there being 3 choices.
So we did not say no last time. We said yes. So now we're saying no. Because, Jesus, we're just going with the opposites right now to see if we can get the B ending. I hope B isn't for bad. And another choice. Another one from the parents. Asking us if we will submit ourselves to the benevolence of the parents. I believe last time we said yes. Oh. Ugh. Well, we can't tell because we hedged last time, so I'm going to say no. No, damn you, we will not do that. Oof. God, what are the fucking consequences of that going to be? Okay, so this seems to be a little different. Usually every once in a while there'll just be a line that's slightly different here or there, with probably just maybe a typo fix or maybe a slight difference in dissertation. I can't really tell. But this one has multiple, so let's see how it goes. I drift through the blackness, feeling a sense of peace like I've never felt before. Even though the space is empty, I feel it crowded with others, so many others. Or is it one other? I sense so many different minds and thoughts melded together as one. Hello? We must apologize for what has happened to you. It was not our intention for it to end this way. While not ideal, you have still moved the work of Mira forward. Though we intended for you to complete it, this can be done at a later stage by a latter sapient. Oh, so is this the B ending? Where we just fucking die and don't get a second chance because we said fuck you to the parents? Damn, really? So this is, for context, because this is all getting chopped up, this is after the fight where between Kato and Amicus, where Kato gets fucking killed, and so do we. So we're just getting fucking dumped by the parents? Thank you, William, for doing your part for humankind, for wolves, and for the Galaxias as a whole. Now go, be at peace. Be one with the amalgamation of intelligence from whence you came. Thank you. I begin to dissolve. I'm nowhere and everywhere. I'm never and always. I'm nothing. And everything. All at once. So is that the B ending? Where we just fucking die? Man. That's fucking nutso-futso, dude. I am curious about one thing. Because if we say, I don't know. Let's see. I see. Perhaps you need more time. There is still much, much more to learn. I wonder if that changes things. We've gotten to the will you choice again. And so I'm curious, since we said I don't know last time about Amicus, I wonder what changes. So let's go with no again and see if that changes things. Hold up. Well, it wouldn't let me pause the fucking fast forwarding, so I'm guessing shit didn't change. So let's see what happens if we say I don't know, and then say yes, we will submit. Oh, okay, so if saying we will submit to the parents does get us to this point. So this is weird. Nothing is different, or at least nothing hugely different is happening, but it's not letting me skip. So I don't know what this is about, but it's annoying me. I just turned on skip unseen text, which sucks because I don't want to skip unseen text, but I'm basically just keeping an eye out for anything that is majorly different. So, who knows? I found something different. Alright, so remember when we said I don't know, but we submitted to the parents, we got past all that shit, found something different. You needed time to learn about yourself, to learn about the Galaxias, to steal your resolve, and now you're ready to forge ahead. This is when we looked into the Matrix or whatever the shit that is. No. Remember we said I don't know, so maybe that's what.
What? Would you like to glance through the eyes of the parents to see what lies ahead.
What? Something trembles under my feet. I sense someone else. He does too. I move my mind toward the presence, towards her.
This way.
No. He watches me, and for the first time I sense something from the dragon that almost feels like worry.
Don't be distracted by rogue entities. This is dangerous.
What does that mean? But it doesn't matter because I keep moving away. Da-da-da-da. This presence. I know her. She tried to contact me in the amalgamation. She refused to mingle. She stayed separate. And now, I can see her. She appears before me. Holy Mother of God! Take a wild fucking stab at who this is, considering this was called the Mira ending. She bows to me. I don't know if I said that. Hello, my replacement. There is much to say. I know her. Already, I know who this is. Mira. Ah, so you do possess a notable level of intelligence. I'm confused, unsure as to what's happening, why it's happening. I swallow, or at least I do mentally. I still feel out of body, anchored to nothing. I'm just an observer from an indefinable point in space. You say I'm a replacement. My replacement, yes. Though I suppose that label isn't entirely accurate. You're more of a successor. My concentration on summoning myself a body begins to yield some results as I see the outlines of my torso and legs below me. Though my inability to complete their requests has thrust some of those duties upon you. So yes, a successor, but also a replacement. I finally materialize the majority of my body, solidifying its shape beneath my point of view. I lift my hands to my face, and though they look tangible, there's also a dreamlike quality to them, bending and moving in ways that don't seem real. Mira is quiet, and I realize my focus isn't fully dedicated to her, though it should be. I look up. Sorry, what was your assignment? She stares back at me for a while, brow furrowed, and I wonder if she's upset with me. Shall we adopt Camian etiquette and get to the point quickly? I have a feeling my time with you will not be long. Sure. Splendid. So, William, do you trust the parents? Huh? I heard her well enough. I just don't know how I should answer the question. I said, do you trust the parents? Yeah, mostly. I say that because I'm pretty sure the parents are listening right now. For the past several months, I've been trying to smother the questioning thoughts that I've had, the worry that I'm being kept from the full truth. That's mainly because I don't want to jeopardize Amicus's plans, his future goals. He knows much more about the parents than I do, and though he has his reservations after what happened to me, I think he trusts them. And because I trust Amicus, I guess I trust the parents as well. Sort of. You're not a very good liar, are you, William? I'm not lying. Do you know what my fate was, William? I think back, trying to remember the full story. You committed suicide to force Drusus into a choice, right? The tigress continues to look at me with that piercing gaze. I start to become more uncomfortable. Listen, you had a lot to say, right? What is it? William, what does it mean to be a sapient? I sigh, starting to get annoyed with how little explanation I'm getting. I shouldn't be the one answering questions. I don't know. To be self-aware? Mira laughs, and there's an odd growling quality to it. If that were true, then my lover would not have been considered a sapient. Lover? I wonder if Drusus is here with her. I hope so, because if I end up like her, I'd still want to be with Amicus. The tigress adjusts her sari pushing it back slightly to reveal more of her stripe-head face. But that is certainly part of being sapient, though I suppose my question should have been more broad. What does it mean to be alive? I sigh, opening my mouth to tell her I don't know before Mira answers anyway. Agency. The ability to make your own decisions. The tigress becomes serious once again. Consider that the parents claim to hold life above all else in the universe. With that in mind, does the concept of what it means to be alive merge with the goals of the parents? Does it merge with what they are doing to you? Now I see where she's going with this. I don't have a choice. The tigress pauses, and I think I see her smirk a little. No, you do not. Now, they attempt to right this fallacy by re-establishing choice, by telling you that you do not have to follow their guidance. But, in my experience, the alternative was a scenario which threatened my very life. A sapient life, which they claim to hold dear. I think of Amicus's choice. A choice which wasn't really a choice at all for the wolf. How can they proclaim themselves benevolent if they threaten the life of the individuals they manipulate? How is that even possible when they use our very lives to manipulate the ones we love? I grimace. It's almost like this tiger is reading my mind. I could not stand for it. Thus, here I am. They try not to interfere. They say they don't want to interfere. Yet they've set plans into motion to take power from the Empire and govern the siblings directly. I stare. How do you know this? The tiger glares. I was privy to every one of their plans, even those 10,000 years into the future. I try to comprehend that, but then shake my head. But isn't their goal not to interfere at all? They're just trying to set us on the right path. Taking full control would go against everything they say. So they say. Yet, they're stepping in to directly control your every move, your thoughts. Soon, it will be the entire Galaxius. I shake my head again, but Mira goes on. Did you ever wonder why the intel you gathered on Cato's sabotage of the Emperor's ship was never utilized? Seemingly pressed to the back of the minds of all those who knew it. Information that could have brought an end to the struggle in a much more peaceful process. I narrow my gaze on the tiger, starting to feel uncomfortable. Why did you hand the goblet to Cassius, despite knowing what would follow? Now I start to feel really uneasy, looking carefully at the tigress. How do you know this? Are you watching me? Mir's image seems to quiver. I am always watching. I lurk outside your windows as you work. I sit in your closet listening to you breathe as you sleep. I creep upon your bed, willing you to die. Her voice takes on an odd tone, becoming muffled, staticky, like it's coming through a phone speaker, yet it grows louder. What? The back of my neck prickles. The hair is rising as Mira begins to disappear. The space around me pulses and fades out slowly as well. Do you want to know what death is like? Mira's voice isn't her anymore. It's a cacophony of whispers and rustling like a writhing pile of dead leaves. I still taste the poison in my mouth, the agony in my body, the terror dissolving into nothing. The whispers move behind me up my neck. A nothingness that was simultaneously something, forced to be tormented in this hell of non-existence, of never-ending black. Is it talking about the amalgamation? The voice chuckles, whippling up a vortex of dried leaves. The amalgamation! Even you know how unnatural its existence is.
a swirl of countless souls being harvested by the parents to be used.
I start to try and pull away from this thing, the creature that is no longer Mira.
You will experience it soon enough. The horror of it all.
It begins to wrap around my neck, the pressure growing.
But don't worry, you won't be alone. You will suffer together with your wolf forever.
Enough! A strong, solid voice breaks through the smothering terror, and I cling to it immediately. As if being pulled from a deep pool of water, I emerge from the black, back into the dazzling glimmers of space. I gasp for breath, even though I have no lungs to gasp into. The monitor looms before me, exuding a stifled combination of frustration and concern.
Are you all right, William?
The fear I've had lingers, but I'm able to steady my nerves enough to talk. What the hell was that? The monitor stares at me for a while, thinking, contemplating something.
The other.
I fucking knew it. The amalgamation is the other. That's fucked. I'd already suspected that, but to have it confirmed makes my heart sink. I was told it wasn't here yet. Where you are now is not where you used to be. But why was it Mira? It can take any forms its host can imagine. Speak any words its host might imagine. The dragon looks pointedly at me here. Host? I sense something like a sigh from the reptile.
You were the host. It was simply using your doubts against you.
I think, trying to remember everything Mira, the other, had said. Something still doesn't feel right. She definitely didn't feel like something I could just think up. And the things she was saying, like about the amalgamation, I'd never thought those things before.
Many thoughts are subconscious.
I wonder if Mira is still out there with the other.
The true Mira is in the amalgamation. And though she may have come up short in her duties, she still rests happily with Drusus.
Yet I can't help but feel that must have been part of Mira. A mixture of doubts between me and her. Can the other store bits of memory of people that it's come into contact with?
Do not worry yourself over things that do not currently matter. What matters now is your doubts.
Despite what I've just been through, I feel a flare of irritation at the dragon's nonchalant attitude. Even if that was the other that brought it out of me, at least now my worries are out in the open. Well, you heard my thought. You heard my doubts. What do you have to say about them? The monitor bows his head slowly, closing his eyes.
It is worrying.
Is it? Well, now you know how I felt for the past year. I'm defiant, even though I'm scared. I might have just screwed up Amicus's destiny if they know what I think now.
We've always known. We had simply hoped that these feelings would fade with time.
By just not saying anything on your end, I have no idea what's going on.
We mustn't interfere.
I don't care! If you don't start telling me what I'm doing and why, then I'm gonna follow Mira! You care about choice? I'm making my choice now. Either you tell me or I walk out. I'm bluffing, but only partly. A small bit of me that is determined to follow through on that, and I think the monitor senses it too. I'm just done. Again, that big
heaving sigh. Providing you with knowledge ahead of schedule makes our ability to see blurry.
I shrug. Better than me just leaving, right? Now tell me about your future plans, the amalgamation, why your moral compass is so fucked up. A typical pause.
I'm sorry. But we cannot reveal everything to you, at least not yet. But we can at least tell you the plan we have set forth for you.
I'm relieved. A little surprised that I got the parents to do something I want for a change.
Do not get used to it. Trust me, they do not do this often.
I shrug, trying not to feel too smug that I just figured out that I hold a good deal of power myself. The parents struggle between wanting to appear benevolent while also wanting to force their subjects into specific roles, leaves them at a bit of a disadvantage with me. The monitor seems to choose not to comment on that thought process. I focus back on him. So, what is it that I'm doing and why? I come to slowly on the floor under the archives. My vision is blurry. For the first time, I feel somewhat confident. Having the entire Earth plan laid out before me has made everything make so much more sense. Still, the experience I had with the other, it's left me paranoid and worried. I refuse to believe that everything that came out of its mouth was all from my own mind. There was something more. Things I can only imagine Mira had said herself. Maybe it wasn't to me at that moment, but maybe it was simply words she had said in the past brought to the present by the other. Either way, I'm going along with the plan. But knowing what I'm doing and why has made me feel much more in control. I can even reject certain tasks that they might give me in advance, force them to come up with another way. This new dynamic feels closer to true agency. I was able to tell that the monitor and thus the parents were unhappy about it. Still, I can't help but feel that this newfound sense of power on my end is going to make my life a lot easier, even if it makes theirs harder. I get up slowly, a smile on my face, feeling good for once. I make my way to the door, pressing the panel. Take a deep breath, feeling the cool, fragrant night air against my face. I stand there for a moment, enjoying the feeling on level ground with the Galaxius. I'm so lost in this feeling of relief that I barely notice footsteps up the hall. Well, I mean, I guess that's I imagine where this is where Alexius and Cassius stumble in. So I will continue through and see where I can find if there's any noticeable differences in this between this and the last ending, other than just that. Because holy shit, right? God damn. The hemorrhoids have gotten worse. I repeat. The hemorrhoids have gotten worse. You want to know who the most unpopular person at the Benachin Bacon Von Erich Fitzgerald flatback match is? The guy who shouts, "Give me a B!" Oh, that's unsettling. Nah, man. Okay. I've been like fine-tuning, combing through the shit that we've seen that's going on here, and I see when Alex's actions are being explained by Cassius here. He says,
"You misunderstand. His choice was an illusion as to assure the cats, especially the ones giving the command, that they are still grounded by their values."
And then, illusion of choice to steady, unstable values really brings a whole new meaning to like lines like this. Like, we don't always have a choice, especially when those in power seek to manipulate us. If we really want to break free, we have to make our own choices. Ooh, buddy. So now this whole ride back to Earth is a bit in a different context, because before, when we had this like unspoken like, "Oh, you saw it too?" Oh, but like we didn't say what we saw. It was the vision of us growing old together and being all that other stuff. It'd be nice. But now it's a bit different, because we supposedly saw something that they did not show to Amicus, even though, can we still really trust it? Because we were still shown it. So it's like, how much can we really even fucking trust? I don't know. It recontextualized the whole thing, and I will say, it does really paint all of this in a different light. I do feel bad though that I didn't comb through all the stuff that it was saying, like, oh, you can't skip through all this because it's unseen text, but like at the same time, all the shit I had seen was the same, so it's hard for me to see what was different or not. It sucks, but that's but yeah, lines like this where, you know, that there's so much more ahead of us together, like before, because we had said that things have become clearer, kind of like how you said they would. And then we say, I nod. The other statement of suffering with Amicus forever echoing through my head as I watch Adastra get smaller and smaller. Then, we're off. Interesting note here. I just went through the fucking emotional ass departure scene where Amicus drops us off. But we say here, I already know what I need to do, because earlier it said that we went through all of the steps of the Earth plan, so damn. Maybe I should try to get some more sleep before facing what I'm sure will be a chaotic day. At that moment, though, I feel a twitch on my left eyelid. The words appear on the blue plane. Proceed to the European Commission offices. The committee is expecting arrival in 1 hour and 20 minutes. I read the words, knowing that the parents have already made contact here. They didn't leave me alone to try and convince Earth of the Galaxius. I look around as if I have something to take with me, but no, I'm still in my robes. I still don't trust the parents. Not at all. But knowing the ultimate goal helps me stay on this path that they have me on. Unify Europe. What? One world government. Oh, shit. Unify Europe, Africa, Asia, and the Americas. Keep the powers in Washington, Beijing, and Moscow in the dark until they fall in line. This is nuts, dude. This is like in some conspiracy shit. I feel like the FBI is going to knock over my goddamn wall. Then we all unify as equals. And that's it. That's how you bring Earth together as one. Easy. Easy? I shake my head. I'm scared, but also relieved that things are moving so quickly. I'm also relieved that this will keep my mind off the separation I just experienced. With any luck, I'll be kept busy enough that I won't have to feel the full brunt of the agony all at once. I look back at the room where it all started, taking a deep breath. I'm actually kind of excited. The thing I've been dreading for months has now started, and that gives me a boost of adrenaline, preparing myself to face my duty. Then I turn off the light, leaving the apartment behind, ready to start another new life.